Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum. Hello everyone. Greetings. I hope you're all well. And thank you so much, Hernandez, for the 30-day consecutive streams and 30-day watch streak. Very, very appreciated. Very, very appreciated. Thank you so much. You're also the first. You were first so quickly, dude. Like, that's awesome. Right, let's transition. No more music. No more music. No more music. This is an AUDHD household. We don't do music unless it's a very specific type I like. Something like that. I'm funny. Anyways. Impossible to reach Hernandez. Yeah, dude. Hernandez, I clicked start streaming, and then I was like fiddling around with some stuff. Within like a minute, I think Hernandez was just like, oh, foot first. Like, that was a very, very quick snipe. Good job. Right, we are going to learn about Medieval 3. Apparently this first ever gameplay revealed by Matt's Fiefdom. I'm just gonna link that channel here. Because I assume they're not a wanker. At least I'm gonna assume they're not. Right, even though they're medieval, even though that's a war player. I won't pin it, but please do watch the video on the side. Let's see.
Just dropped the first battle gameplay ever seen for.
Do they have a link to their video? Because I would like that. Because it like the games, it said medieval total war. Let's actually, can we just find this video directly? Please don't budget this here. Yeah, no, I don't believe. I have seen some really promising things, but I just don't have any, like, you know, hopes or beliefs or anything for this. Okay, building Medieval 3 sieges and settlements. You know what? We will go directly to the source. Like I'm sure that guy does a very nice job at like displaying things, but we're starting here.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but that is more of a discussion, right? So we'll be talking through that. Then we have a tools.
Okay, this is a long video. We will. What is the best way to do this? Because I don't want to go through this entire video. Maybe we should just stick to the other thing. But that guy, like, we're not gonna just watch this on the full screen like this. If we do something like this, if we watch this entire thing, actually, let us watch this guy's video. Let us watch this guy's video. Screw it. We'll watch this guy's video, and then while we're playing a game, we'll watch this on the top over here or something. Okay? Because that way we have a good mix, and then we can just like then I'll just pull it down whenever we see something cool or whatever.
Assembly just dropped the first battle gameplay ever seen for Medieval 3 Total War, and guys, there's so much to see and unpack. During the next few minutes, the
graphics are very low or whatever, but you know, that's completely fine for whatever stage of stage of development.
Go through all the footage revealed so far and piece together a picture on how
they have ladders and people clipping through things. That's fine.
Might play out. This video will focus on the battle gameplay.
They have more than 4 ladders per unit, it seems like. Or what? Yeah, it looks like every unit has like, well, I'm counting here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 ladders per unit.
The final game might play out. This video will focus on the battle gameplay only. I'll be releasing additional videos on the other big Medieval 3 reveals in the near future. Be sure to subscribe.
I can't listen about graphics and more about the whole package. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, that graphics, either way, we can't really judge graphics now because it's early in development. It's very much like, what are the mechanics? Like, what are the mechanics going to be? Like, will they have dumbed the game down even more or not? And I saw something about, apparently, like, population is dynamic. Like, population will move. So if you, like, kind of like in Rome 1, if you recruit 200 men from a city, you will lose 200 men from that city. Like, 200 men from that city goes into the army, like into that unit, right? I saw something about that, and that to me is very promising. As long as
the latest.
Yeah, actually, just very promising.
So the demo started with the blue faction sieging a settlement controlled by the opposing red faction. Our team is denoted by the yellow markers.
They use a gameplay over mechanics. Is funny.
The developers
That's sexist. Why don't we lose 200 women? I'm sure it's the same if it's women.
Pre-production footage, purely.
I would assume that population does not have a gender.
Demonstration of how the
that would be funny though. I mean, it would be interesting if it does. I mean, that would, if it does have gender, like population, then that would hint towards the game being more like deeper, more complex, and that would be interesting. I don't know how you'd affect that and balance that, but
we can expect to see issues with pathfinding, performance, and blobbing during this demo, as the game simply isn't finished yet. But
so
CA are
whatever
keen to
town
give
they're sieging here,
us a glimpse of
like looking at this, I think it's a really like this looks like a very nice like siegeable place. Like not nice to siege, not nice to siege, but like it looks well made. Like it looks like an actual city or
direction we're
something.
heading in and get your feedback.
I don't know if it's realistic that it looks like this, but it's nice that it looks like an actual walled
One thing I
settlement.
noticed was the excellent frame rate and smoothness of the unit movement, a good sign for the new engine Warcore. We also saw that
Warcore.
archers have a chance
The
to
Conqueror
push
you spoke there for a second.
targets into a suppressed state.
The
This
Conqueror with
reduces
me
the
always
movement and
speaks.
accuracy of the
Well,
units
most.
being fired upon. Just take a look at the mechanic here. Archers
Okay.
have been notoriously slow at
You can suppress. Okay, that's cool.
picking out enemies on the walls, so a suppression
That's
mechanic
good.
will give your archers purpose. They can slow down enemy missile units and help your team receive less damage.
That is
I
cool.
suspect archers inside of the walls will likely be immune to this debuff.
Okay, they're a little bit stupid on like going up the ladders, but that is something they
So
can
moving
fix.
on to the walls, these are narrower than previous Total War
Wait,
titles.
what? Wait, how are they? wait.
So moving on
How are they
to the
climbing the walls? Okay, they're not following the ladders. It's just like moonwalking, or whatever. Like they're just like walking, air walking up
These
the
are narrower
wall.
than previous
That's
Total War
funny.
titles, less than half the width in fact. The developers wanted to make them narrower to be more historically authentic. While
Nice,
yes,
that's good. I
this
like that.
demo did have pocket ladders, the team has stressed that this is just for the demo. The final game will ship with proper physical ladders. The ramparts have clear entry and exit points. It looks like we're moving away from
Ooh. Ooh, that's good. That's really good.
Warhammer's phasing through walls mechanic. That is welcome.
Yeah, Warhammer and just Medieval 2 as well. This is sick. Okay, I like that. That's
news
very cool.
indeed.
That's how people used to climb ladders. True.
The interior of towers and some buildings are also physicalized. This means that there's no teleporting as units move on or off the walls. They will physically travel down staircases within the towers. These
That is cool,
towers
I
will
like
no
that.
longer shoot magic arrows. They will need to be garrisoned with missile units who will fire out of them. Notice that archers can position themselves on the roof and inside the towers.
That is cool. I do want to know like I would still like them to make it so that you can like have garrisons, like small patrols, like surely you want to at least have like a city watch or something, or at least you can like being able to recruit a city watch, or someone else, or like take part of a unit and put them into like the towers in the settlement or like some specific towers. I would like something like that. It would be very, very cool if you have like a city watch unit, which is, you know, per default it's or maybe not per default, but you can select which towers you want that unit to be at. Especially if they have vision in this game, that would be very interesting. Because like if you have a limited amount of units but a big settlement, then that could allow for some, you know, sneaky tactics. Like, oh, you can run around the other side of the settlement. Like you can position a bulk of the army on one side and then just have some units on the other side, forcing the enemy to either have a small amount of units or some amount of units not at the front line, but like elsewhere to like ensure that you have vision. But then, you know, you'll lose that power. But if you don't, you might risk just being snuck up on.
We've not seen this level of detail before. Partially collapsed towers will still be traversable, as reduced stairs
Ooh.
and walkways can remain intact.
That's cool.
Towers
I like
and
that.
walls will be fully destructible at any point using siege equipment, allowing you to force
Nice.
entry where the enemy least expects it. The developers have said
Imagine if they allow you to also like custom edit the siege tower or something. That would be kind of cool. Because, you know, you need different. I'm pretty sure, like for most of history, you needed different siege towers and siege equipment. Like the way they're built is different from where
considering whether
you're
ladders
sieging or
can be
whatnot.
pushed away from the walls by defending units. It's not confirmed, but a possibility for sure. Similar to walls, streets are being made
They would paywall
narrower.
that.
Large open spaces will
I hope
still
not.
exist, but the team want to make the smallest possible space even
I wonder if it would be cool if they also added some places in the city where you could like position archers. Like that would be
smaller
kind of
to
cool.
properly replicate the narrow streets of medieval cities. Previously, the minimum width of a street was around 32 meters due to limitations in AI pathfinding. In Medieval 3, this will be reduced to just 12 meters, allowing for
Ooh,
some
nice.
really claustrophobic fighting.
That's good.
Battle mechanics will reward multi-layered defenses. The team want to encourage you to hold back some units for the last stand at the keep. Use your layered defense to whittle down the enemy as they make
I like
their
that.
way.
I also like the keep in the background. I wonder if
center.
like you will actually defend the keep in the innermost part, because that would be very sick. I thought it was interesting that you were able to place troops and buildings in Empire. Yeah,
Hold the wall.
it's like like building garrison
For as long
and
as
was
possible,
very cool.
then fall back to the next layer to maximize those enemy casualties. Defend.
Wait, what was the name of that unit?
Fall back to the next
Andalusian foot
layer
soldiers
to maximize
attacking Castilian sword and bucklermen.
those
Ooh.
enemy casualties. Defensible positions such as barricades, bridges, thrown over carts, and
Oh shit! And they also have like ramps they can shoot from.
watchtowers
That's
can be
cool.
constructed as the defender, almost like the people of the city built.
I hope they allow the option to remove the trails, because I'm a little bit unsure about whether like trails for missiles and whatnot, like missile trails. It helps you visualize and see like where the arrows are being shot at and where from. But to me, it often looks a little bit cartoonish, so I often prefer Medieval 2, where there's no trail for any of the missiles. You just see them. You just see the missiles, and they're just like. But they might. I mean, maybe they're a little bit big in Medieval 2. I don't know. But you can like see them as missiles. Like it feels more. Like it feels less cartoonish, if that makes
Makeshift
sense.
defenses
to
for
me.
your army. I understand these will grant units that hold them slight buffs. This is essentially an evolution of the barricades seen in previous Total War games, just taken to the next level with more variety. Friendly fire is being considered, so you'll need to be careful when firing into dense fighting units, as you might.
Okay, friendly fire at this distance. Like I feel like it should not happen that like units. Okay, there's a unit in front of you, friendly unit fighting an enemy unit. But your friendly unit is like 10 meters in front of you. I feel like either you will not hit your ally, or you will not shoot. Like at that distance, really, like it should be a very low risk of of like that unit hitting an ally,
Hit your own men.
because they're right there.
A player will need to decide if damaging their own infantry is worth it. Similar to towers, the central
Like
keep
maybe
is
a setting for like risk, like have like telling a unit, so like this is the risk I want you to use, like to like I only want you to shoot with like this level of risk or whatever.
fully traversable. Defenders can choose to mount a last stand outside
Ooh.
or on the very top tower. The demo clearly shows units moving through the building right up to the roof. While not confirmed,
Okay, that is
it's
very
very
cool.
likely we'll see similar interiors on other building types.
That looks
Fighting
very
inside
sick.
has been confirmed as a key part of the game. So I hope you enjoyed
Hello,
this quick
Abandoned Apples.
summary of Medieval 3's battle gameplay reveal. I'll be releasing some new videos soon on more Total
Okay,
War.
that looks sick. That looks very cool. What is this? Medieval 3 campaign map. Am I ready to rage quit? Depends on how long the
Welcome,
video is. Medieval 3 campaign map deep dive.
As one of the most
We can have a quick look at that.
interesting parts of the Total War Medieval 3
Let's have a
reveal
quick look at the campaign deep
is
dive.
the campaign map artwork. In this video, we're going to put this map of Spain under our magnifying glass and see what it might reveal about the game. Of the
Okay.
walls, there's a cathedral that seems to be
Okay, this does not really give that much info. We're not gonna watch this video. I'll let the link stay there because I mean, why not? That's Granada. Oh yeah, shit. Yeah, it was Granada. Ah. Revive Al-Andalus. Yeah. Alhamdulillah.
welcome, squires.
It's more like Inshallah. Actually, isn't Granada more to the west? Isn't Granada like pretty much this entire mountain, like this part inside the mountains? I think maybe does it also have Cordoba? I don't remember. It's in the shadow
One
area.
of the most interesting
Yeah,
parts
in the shadow area. It looks like a cool map. It also looks like a very, very big map. Like, if all this Badao, Seville, Cordoba, Valencia, they're all cities, and there are more cities, then it'll be a very, very cool, big map. Right. We will watch. We will watch. We will watch. I want to play enlisted. Oh, I want to play enlisted. Watch the link. It's really mad. It is also its translation of the subs. Okay, we'll have a look at how. If it's too long of a video, I will not watch it though. Just FYI. Just letting you know. It's too long of a video, then I will not watch it. Okay, this is a 30-minute video. This is a 30-minute video about Naples. We're not gonna watch this because I need to like. I'm not gonna. This is way too much. This is way too long of a video. This is the most triggering shit ever. It's too long of a video, otherwise I would watch it. Maybe I'll watch it on my own time, but it's something about like it's a discussion. You basically have some racist Danish people, aka average Dane, who are discussing whether we should remove a law that was made, basically saying that you can't just like burn the Quran, because that was, which I think is a decent law, specifically because that law was just used to just incite hatred. Like, not law, sorry. That act was just used to incite hatred. What's the first 5 to 10 minutes? We can do that. We'll do that, not now. We'll do that later. Maybe. I'll think about it. Let's real quick watch this trailer. By the way, if you guys see any game trailers, any gaming stuff, please do show. I'm not in favor of burning Quran. My experience, like, people, when there's laws against, like, oh, you can't burn, like, religious texts, etc., and people are like, well, that's against freedom of speech. I don't think that these books should be treated specially or whatever. I think that's just, like, that's kind of just a stupid argument. Like, what possible benefit could it give you that this is allowed? Like, this is literally only to incite hatred. That it's allowed at all. Like, that's the only reason why anyone would ever do it. It talks about it in the debate in the video. It's one of which you'll believe. It's religious persecution, exactly. Like, that's why I'm very much pro, like, I'm pro laws against that. Because there's literally no reason to just allow it. There's no, like much like you wouldn't allow someone to go, like, just have something hateful on a sign and, like, just march it around. Or at least I think that shouldn't be allowed. I don't care if you're burning your own shit, but why are you doing it publicly? Yeah, no, exactly. Like, if you burn Quran in the home, like, okay, that's a little bit weird, but whatever, I don't give a shit. But if you're doing it publicly and shit, like, that's purely just to stoke fire, like, stoke the fires of hatred. Pun intended, I guess. It's just, like, there's no good argument behind it other than, like, a liberal, like, reactionary type of, like, freedom of speech. Like, you can say all the shit, you can talk so much shit about Islam. People do that all the time. Like, most of it just is based off of wrong things, or, like, don't recognize that Islam is not a monolith, or nor Islam nor Muslims are a monolith. But you're allowed to do that. Like, it's incredibly stupid. Right, let's look at this trailer. Hold Fast Age of Sail release trailer. Repeating post 9/11 dog shit. Yeah, no, exactly. It's so stupid. I mean, and like Denmark was the country where, like, oh yeah, we're gonna have a guy, like, a guy is just gonna, like, write the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, whom Muslims are very much against being depicted ever, like, just ever. I'm gonna draw a very racist caricature of him with a bomb on his head. Like, insane shit. Hello, comrade. Welcome. Vittor Benedetti. I don't know if you're Italian, but he says that we should be allowed to burn the Quran, and it's actually the first thing he will make as a law if he wins election day one. He says that it's important to meet the people with different opinions, as Charlie Kirk did, and just debate the Nazis. But it also means that everything Muslim needs to have. He also means that everything Muslim needs to have the citizen revoked and needs to be deported without debate. That's insane. Which is so funny. Idolatry is not allowed in Christianity too. Yeah, no. I mean, it's not like Danish people are religious, but it's just like you're just doing this insanely disrespectful thing for no reason. Like, obviously, that's gonna like it's like, oh, my freedom of speech is more important than basic respect for other people's religions, cultures, etc. Like, there's nothing you gain from like doing that kind of shit. He burns one Quran, I burn 10 Trump Bibles. Trump Bible is like insane. I'm from Brazil and a socialist too. Oh, hell yeah. That's awesome. Have you seen like there's like something happening in Porto Alegre? There's like a big anti-fascist meet. If I heard about it earlier, my organization might have sent someone over there, but I don't think we will because it's like very soon and it's very, very expensive. Danish people are only religious when it can be used as a shield to talk about deporting Muslims. 1000%. Ooh, this looks sick. Free major expansion. I would play this if I could get big enough of a group, but that would be very impossible. 100 players per saver. Can you imagine? Oh, dude, I want a very big one. Okay, inshallah, I will have a big community soon, and then we will set up hold fast matches. That would be so sick. I'm not sure if that is actually safe for Twitch, but you know what? Like, you know, it's what. Porto Alegre is capital of my state and it's very left city. Oh shit, that's awesome. Have you seen this? There's like a big anti-fascist meet there. I can't do competitive gaming in one way. It sucks. This is like slightly different in that this is like, I don't know what you call this type of gaming, but it's basically you're all individuals doing this thing. Like, you're basically all Mountain Blade soldiers. That looks so fun. Warband Napoleonic Wars? Exactly. It's like Napoleonic era. Did you ever play it? Yes, I did. In fact, most random as shit. The regiment I first joined in Warband Napoleonic era was a Polish was a Polish regiment, and they were all Polish, and most of the time they were speaking in Polish. The only things I like learned were like I began learning like left and right, this level, brava.
Benedetti just became a follower of Shimonism.
Thank you so much for the follow, Bino Benedetti. If you don't mind me asking, how do you find the stream? Via Carilla Karka. Wilhelm Scream. But dude, it's please show Sassy the iPad boyfriend. A TikTok we can probably watch. TikToks are short. And I like short form content. When he's an iPad boyfriend. Okay, let's see.
Hi, I'm sorry I'm so late. This one got locked on.
If this is not funny, I'm timing you out.
He's so sweet, girls. I know, but none of his boys were available, so I couldn't leave him alone. But you're not even gonna know he's here. He's fine. He's got his stuff. He's gonna be so quiet. Can you say hi?
What's up?
We met at Costco. I saw him in the creatine aisle, and he just looked so lost and terrified, and I just was like, that's my baby.
I remember when I dated a guy in his 20s.
They're so fun at that age.
But when they don't get what they want, they throw a tantrum.
They're so fun at that age. That sounds so cursed.
Spit it out now.
Oh my god. Ew.
That's all I have.
No, it's not. Give me the other one now. Give it.
John Wick at it.
So we just moved Grandpa into memory care this last week.
That's hard.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to have sex tonight.
Hey!
Okay, that's fine. That's so tough.
Right now.
Thank you.
We're gonna put it in the food order.
Thank you.
Oh no, he's fine. I brought him food. He loves these. He goes.
What do you like to do for fun?
I don't know.
Do you like sports?
Yeah. He likes IPAs. He likes Morgan Wallen.
Yeah, he's great.
Top Gun Maverick. Right?
Lunchables.
What else do you like?
And a fry.
Oh.
Gatorade, vodka, and
This-
Adderall, and everyone was like, it was like basically it's like espresso martini, but just cheaper.
I love when he's this tuckered out. He had a big bar crawl last night. He got home so late. Hi.
Okay, that's so tough. Okay, that's a little. It's a little bit cringe, but it is funny. Sydney Sweden. Okay, right. We'll finish watching this. I don't know. I'm very ADHD. It's just, I'm sorry, I'm not very ADHD. Only very slightly ADHD. You know, tiny amount. Right. That was a cool video. Are there any other trailers you guys would recommend? Actually, wait, can I just click trailers? Ooh, this is good. Total Warhammer 40k announced trailer? Okay, we have to watch this. We're gonna watch a couple of trailers. We're gonna do epic gaming stuff. Rise of the Raven. Is that a game? Or is that a movie thingy? I don't care about movie thingies. Gate Guard Simulator. Oh my shit, that's funny. Fallout in China, fan-made trailer for fictional Fallout game. Okay, fictional, it's there. Going medieval, official version 1 out. Ooh, I think I might have that game. So we can maybe we'll play that. All Will Fall, Nobleman 1941 announcement trailer. That looks cool. Let's watch Frostrail official gameplay trailer. What is that? Not quite what I'm looking. Lay of the Land official gameplay trailer. Gallipoli Siege of Kut, War and Peace modern trailer. War and Peace? Ooh. I think, did I buy that book? I don't remember. Windrose, named after the band. You're browsing a lot of trans games right now. See, this is why I'm a very great trans ally, because I play a lot of the same games. Oh, The Legend of Himori. Official early access launch trailer. We'll have a look at that as well. Alright, we have a bunch of trailers. Let's have a look at them. Total War Warhammer 40k. As a Turkish man, we gotta see Gallipoli, although I don't know what the game is about. Okay, you know what, fine. Because you're a dear chatter and moderator. Gallipoli official map revealed the Siege of Kut al-Amara trailer. IGN Fan Fest. Okay. Watch this one first. Also, guys, if you want to spend your channel points and everything, I shouldn't even announce this, but if you want to spend your channel points, we have a lot of funny things. Here in Brazil, Islam's quite weak. I believe it represents less than 1% of the population. The majority of the population is Christian, Catholic person. Yeah, I know some about that. Do you know, like, something I've also heard is that, from what I can understand, Brazil is a very diverse country, which I think is cool. In that, like, well, cool and also problematic as well.
Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia.
So dumb. That's really messed up as an Australian. What's messed up as an Australian? Oh, Gallipoli. You guys are silly. That looks so sick.
Our future. Every soul's survival hangs by a thread.
It's an announced trailer, so they're not gonna show any gameplay, most likely. But I am a sucker for 40k, like for Warhammer, like videos. Warhammer videos. Oh, this is where this is from. I saw this. I saw clips of this.
By endless tides of aliens,
dude, that's so sick.
traitors, and demons.
Damn. Bro got just driven. Bro got mashed. That looks so cool.
Across countless worlds, battles rage.
Because there's a lot of melee in 40k, from what I can understand, I do think it will be a good Total War game. Like, it fits the Total War genre fairly well. Franchise, whatever you want to call it. I would say it's pretty much a genre at this point. Maybe just franchise, I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Lead your armies. Conquer worlds.
That looks so sick.
As the galaxy burns.
All arms response.
For there is no peace amongst the stars. stars, there is only war.
Ooh, it looks like they'll... Will they allow us to play on the entire map? On the entire, like, galaxy? That would be sick. That's very cool. Ooh, gameplay and footage captured in-game from pre-alpha build. Ooh. Oh shit. They did actually show gameplay. Okay, that's sick. Look at this. Look at this, look at this. That's awesome. And turn. There's no space amongst the stars. That's so sick. That's very cool. I would definitely get this if I can afford it at the time. Or if I can get a review copy, that would be sick. Okay. I just had the liberal redeem. Am I that far delayed? Maybe. I don't know. I'm a sight get smoked Imperial loyalists do it again. That's a talk. Yes, it is a very religiously diverse country. We even have religions of African origin present here in Brazil. That's very cool. I've also heard, like, what is it? I think that some religious people in Brazil, they're like very much upholding, like, you know, bad systems. But I think they're also like, there's a lot of liberation theology as well in Brazil, right? Or am I remembering wrong? Sick to the kit. FM, they were British loyalists, keep shooting Agave. It's part of the reason kinda they attacked you. It is what it is. I love a 40k game. This is gonna be like Fall of the Shogun. That would make sense. Fall of the Shogun. Ooh. Yeah, actually, yeah, you're kind of right. Fall of the Samurai. You meant, I think you meant Fall of the Samurai, not Fall of the Shogun. Is it Fall of the Shogun? No, I remember. No, I think it's Fall of the Samurai. Loka got kind of confused there. Gallipoli official map reveal. Which game even is this? World War 1. Actually, yeah, which game is this? The Gallipoli, the upcoming authentic FPS set on the Ottoman front of World War reveals only about the siege of Kut al-Amara. Wait, the game is just called Gallipoli? Okay, that looks... Hassan has to play this. Hassan has to play this. I know I'm drunk. Okay. As long as you don't get too spicy in chat, okay? Just be careful. For the samurai is because it's the end of the samurai class. Yes. Dude, Hassan has to play this game. Like, it would be insane if Hassan does not play this game, you know? Oh, ouch. Bro, this is literally me and enlisted. Except I get more kills. Hey. Oh no, this is literally me enlisted. Bro, ancient grenades. That's sick. The final roar of the devil di Osmani. I arrived just in time for Turkey maxing. Yes, you did. There's a game like this game literally called World War 1 Gallipoli Ottoman Fronts. Oh, is the game just called Gallipoli? I don't know, but it looks very cool. Hassan has to play this game. He must play this game. This game will become big purely because it's Turkish. If Hassan actually finds out about it, like, he has to just play this game. It just makes sense. It does not matter that a lot of the viewers will leave when he games. Like, that does not matter. He can just play it at the end of the stream or something. Who cares? Like, he needs to play this game. Right. Nobleman 1941 announcement trailer from 4 months ago.
My fellow countrymen,
this looks cool.
the world is gripped by a war without end. My fellow
Wait, what?
The world is gripped by a war without end.
Okay. Low FPS running across the screen.
Only the roar of guns and the shadow of plague. Nations have fallen, and empires have turned to ash. Yet through this darkness, there are men who will not yield.
Okay, that looks sick.
The noblemen stand as our shield and fight as
This is like low Kirk 40k coded, which is like, you can call a lot of things that, but it's just, you know, it's 40k coded. Is this a World War 1, World War 1, World War 2 Helldivers? I think it's like, to me, it looks like a mixture of World War II, like the continuation of Empire, like empires of like which existed in World War One, and also what do you call it? Like steampunk, maybe not steampunk, but like look at this, like look at this armor, like look at this technology and shit. Like this very much is this gives off the vibes of like steampunk type shit. Mobile warfare. I mean, yeah, these guys certainly have mobile warfare. It looks very interesting. Wishlist on Steam. Oh, quick look. That looks cool. I wonder, can you just write to people and ask if you can get a review copy? Like, how does that work? I need to ask someone about that. I need to ask someone who knows more about anything to whether, like, how that stuff works. Right. Legend of Himori, which is like basically the ultimate like horse game. This is a real horse game, not like Uma Musume. JK, no hate. You're basically, I believe you in this game you play as a so the Mongol Empire, very vast empire, all that shit. One of the things that really made the Mongol Empire like function for a long while was the fact that they put like every, I think 100 kilometers or so, or like even less, they put courier stations, which allowed, yeah, way stations, which allowed them to transport messages and like information across the empire very, very quickly. In fact, one of the reasons why the Mongol Empire fell and like got broken up was because of the Black Death killing the families in a lot of those like way stations, basically ruining the infrastructure, the network of information, and you know, just I guess also some transport. But yeah, this is one of the reasons why the Mongol Empire like fell and fractured, because these way stations falling. Anyways, you play as one of the you play as a Korean in this. Ooh, nice. Okay, okay, you can loot stuff. I like that. Can you loot from the horseback? Yes. Okay, that's sick. I think that was the case. Okay, can we like have this, but like a little bit more like warband like? Maybe I'm just a dude maxing, warmonger maxing, but you know, I want this, but like more, but like combat as well. If I ever get money, I'm getting a horse. It's the same. I wanted to ride when I was younger, but never got around to that. Oh, wait, what? I was worried when I saw this game that I can't imagine, like this, to me, it seemed like kind of like a walking game, like a walking simulator, except, you know, riding simulator. I did ride when I was younger a few times. Oh, that's sick. Warband head, yeah, true. Like, this looks cool. Like, there's some, like, career rank prestige. You can probably get some upgrades and stuff. That seems cool. Wait, they're also spirits? Okay, sick. I like that. No, look, baby horse. Maybe it is probably best that they don't have any war stuff. Dude, I love throat singing. It's so sick.
The Legend of Himur.
Himur. That is so cool. Wow. I really want to learn throat singing. I want to learn that. Her family was destroyed by Jin Sakai. I don't know what that is a reference to, but maybe it's best that there's no war in this, because it shows off like Mongolian culture, or just like, yeah, it's like a display of Mongolian culture that doesn't just like show them as like warlike savages. Which I feel like a lot of stuff that shows like anything about the Mongol Empire, sure, it did a lot of awful things, but also like, you know, like there's still a lot of culture and other stuff. I love saying the capital of Mongolia, Ulaanbaatar. When in throat singing, you can join Otiken. Dude, I want to watch Otiken on stream, but I don't want to set up. I need to sort out stuff for like watching mute like audio on stream. I need to have a better understanding of that, because I really like Otiken. In case you guys don't know, Ottoken is like they're not Mongolian. They're an ethno-musical group from Siberia. Main members of the group are Chulims, a small minority, I believe. In do not automatically play that because that will be not good. Small indigenous people of Central Siberia. Like they basically have like some pretty cool music. I really like it. Like them and the Who I've seen IRL, which is just saying. I'm cool like that. Oh, ooh, I like this. Okay. Another thing, real quick. I'm sorry, but if you guys know that this is a reference to Warhammer 40k Mechanicus, like the teaser trailer. This just ripping the audio from that. There's Tuva and 2. Ooh, Tuva and Throat singing. Oh, dude, the national anthem of Tuva is so sick. I think was it Tuva? Yeah, I think it is Tuva. Oh, what did I do? 2 and 3. Like specifically, there's Tuva Men. I'm ADHD maxing right now. Men, Tuva Men. National anthem of Tuva. It is so like one of the coolest national anthems I've ever heard. Like genuinely, it's so sick. Anyways.
From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me.
I love this video. It's so dumb.
I craved the strength and certainty of steel. I aspired to the purity of the blessed machine. Your kind cling to your flesh, as if it will not decay and fail you. One day,
it's so dumb.
The biomass that you call the temple will wither, and you will beg my kind to save you.
It's surviving.
But I am already
saved.
For the machine is immortal.
40k has such cool music.
Even in death, I serve beyond desire.
That is so sick. Very cool video. I do want to watch a couple of Tic Tacs as well. Let's see. Mechanicus OST goes crazy. Dude, there's so many cool things that from that. Okay, let's watch a couple. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Let's put just these ones for now, because if I load too many videos at once, the game goes haha, you're stupid. Okay, non-Muslims doing Ramadan. This is so like they're hiding themselves eating because, you know, to respect, oh, our Muslim friend is there, we don't want to eat in front of them, they're fasting. Meanwhile, very true, very cool. Very silly. Alright, Medieval 3.
Revealed how Total War
Medieval 3 is rebuilding Total War from scratch.
Creative Assembly just revealed how Total War Medieval 3 is really being built, and it's nothing like Rome 2. Medieval 3 is in full pre-production, and for the first time ever, the devs are showing raw gameplay prototypes. The province system is gone. Regions are massive. Physical spaces where you can place castles, ports, farms directly on the map.
Wait, you can place them? Is that what you said?
Ports, farms. Physical spaces where you can place castles.
Well, you can place them. Okay, shit, you can place your own.
Ports.
If they're actually adding this, this game might actually be good. I really hope they make this game good. Okay, fine, have a couple DLCs. That's okay. I can tolerate that. I just hope they don't go full like insane mode like they've done with other games with DLCs. But I really, really, really, really, really want. Like, okay, that's a good sign. It's a good sign that you can place your own settlements and shit. That is very cool. That is something we wanted for this game, for these games for ages.
Farms directly on the map. Population is real. Recruit an army, those people leave the economy. Lose the army, they're gone forever. Wealth exists physically too. Enemies can steal it, armies can carry it. Taxes aren't just sliders anymore. Different systems, different consequences.
I hate it. I really hated Rome 2. Like the way Rome 2 intrigue, political intrigue worked and a bunch of other things, I did not like it. The way Rome 2 worked with that was very annoying and obnoxious.
This isn't a reskin. Medieval 3
Like, Rome 2 was still a very fun game, but there's just a lot of elements of it that really annoyed me.
It's a total rebuild from the ground up, and this might just be the deepest Total War ever built. Follow for more Medieval 3 up.
Very cool. Thank you, Mr. Emperor Bubbles. I hope that you're not a child. That's almost my fear. I showed this to LHS. In racism news, a British Asian man was chosen to welcome the world to Heathrow. Then the internet came for him. I'm gonna send out the music a little bit. 35-year-old Syed Usman Shah. Okay, I need to pause this. Usman Shah was picked for the Heathrow official welcome campaign, but simply wearing traditional clothes and poster made him a target for online trolls, turning his family's proudest moments into a wave of hate. From making his parents proud to being called Londonistan, which I say for fun, but you know, a lot of people say that unironically in a very racist way, like as if like London has been conquered by racists. Like, Saeed was one of the 38 accomplished Londoners chosen for the campaign, alongside Wimbledon umpires and beefeaters. I don't know what that is. But after his poster went viral online, the comments turned vicious. People attacked his faith, mocked his clothes, and complained that the capital was being taken over. The hate was so bad, another Muslim star asked to be removed from the campaign entirely. These posters were supposed to celebrate real Londoners. Instead, the reality of being a visible minority online became clear. The abuse got so intense that another successful minority athlete featured in the exact same campaign asked for a poster to be taken down just to stop the harassment. Heathrow offered to take his poster down too. He refused. I was in the kitchen, and I just broke down in tears, Saeed admitted. Watching strangers value him purely on his looks took a massive toll. But when the Heathrow offered to pull his post for his own peace of mind, he said absolutely not. He's keeping it up, refusing to be erased from his own city. Alhamdulillah. Like, much love to this brother, or like, I don't know if they're Muslim or not, but either way, like this is... Like, at the very least, racist people need to be re-educated. Like, this is so... It pisses me off so much. Like, this shit is what really is one of the things, like, where, like, my love for, you know, people gets turned into, like, hatred of all these wankers who do this shit. You want a global empire, you got it? Exactly. And London is genuinely, like, you know, screw the British Empire. But London is so much better for it. London is such a diverse city. It has so much cool shit because of its diversity. Like, come on. Like, it's so messed up. I hate it. Okay, this is a random video that's just... It's just funny. So we'll just watch this. This guy is just... Like, look at his headset. Like, you can see this guy is a character. It's just beautiful.
One of the best parts about being with a Bosnian woman is the food. I was introduced to this and fell madly in love with it. It's called gra. And I'll tell you.
It's gra.
It's called gra. And I'll tell you. One of the coolest things not only is... Gra. Gra.
Gra.
Gra.
There you go.
So when you eat gra...
Okay.
You're officially European when you eat it.
It doesn't make you European just because you're eating it.
Then what am I?
You're just eating it.
I'm not European?
No?
I'm eating European food that makes me European.
No, it doesn't.
I just like this video. It's so cute. It's just like, it's just a cute little video, a cute funny video. Look at his face in the end. Like, what a character, absolute character. Like, incredible. All right, next. Like, if you think all farmers should be given mechs, no question asked. This game is called Lightyear Frontier. Let's see if they have a trailer that we can have a quick look at. Lightyear Frontier. Launch trailer a year ago on Xbox. I don't like Xbox. If it's an Xbox game, you know what? In that case, I'm not gonna watch it. There's a boycott and shit. Sorry, but not sorry.
To realize
we don't.
a shepherd was walking near.
I mean, it's fine to just look at the trailer, but I'm not going to. It just feels wrong. Anyways, every major U.S. war crime, part 14.
A shepherd was walking near an abandoned military base when he stumbled upon human remains, only to realize the ground around him was filled with the bodies of missing villagers. This happened in the Nurk district in Afghanistan. For months, local residents had been terrified because men were disappearing after being taken into custody by a U.S. Special Forces unit known as ODA 3124. In February 2013, the body of a man named Nazatullah was found with his throat slit after he had been arrested by U.S. forces. Tensions got so high that Afghan President Hamid Karzai demanded that U.S. forces leave the province. It was after the American unit withdrew in April that the Shepherd found the remains near their former base perimeter. Villagers began to dig in the area and found bodies in 5 other locations nearby. Some bodies were intact, while others were just parts, but they were identified as 10 men who had been captured by the Americans. In total, 18 men were killed during operations linked to this specific Special Forces team. Witnesses who had been detained by the unit told horrific stories of what happened inside the base. One former prisoner said he was held for 45 days and subjected to electric shocks, near drowning, and severe beatings.
So Special Forces did this too. Yeah, no. All Special Forces, like pretty much, like I assume every military which had soldiers in Afghanistan are complicit in this, or like in shit like this. I have done something similar.
Live. This witness claimed he saw an American soldier described as a big guy with a bushy red beard and green eyes beat a prisoner named Sayed Mohammed to death. Another detainee said he watched an Afghan interpreter execute a neighbor right in front of U.S. personnel who did nothing to stop him. When the bodies were first discovered, U.S. officials denied any American involvement and tried to place all the blame on the interpreter. A shepherd was walking near an abandoned...
Yeah, just blaming the interpreter. Even if that is true, then there's still American soldiers just letting that happen. Like, insane shit. Like, letting that happen, like, letting him have a gun. Like, you are the only guys with weapons there. It's your onus, it's your duty to stop them, even if it was true that you were not involved, which you were. We prosecute whistleblowers and not war criminals. Yep. Same all over the Western world, because the Western world is hypocrisy maxing, you could say. The West is so disgustingly evil. Yup, it really, really is. Right. On a more positive note, so Goop Smooch. I really like Goop Smooch. Goop Smooch is...
How much money will you give me to throw this hamster across the freeway?
$8. Killer throw, dude.
Touchdown.
Uh-oh. It's stupid.
Hey, buddy, you all right? Pretty nasty tumble you just had there. Anything to get away from the missus, huh? I hate my wife as well. Yeah, I hear ya. How about you join me for a drink? So I told the Best Buy employee the flat screen is just not gonna fit mounted in my Kia Sorento. And she was all like, sir, this is an 80-inch television. It's not meant to be mounted inside of a car. Which, whatever, lady, you're dumb. Anyway, they broke the return policy, but it still was just not worth the assault charge. Hindsight's 20/20, you know what I mean? That's what I like about you. Man of few words.
Just love the way he draws this. Like, look at the way he drew this, like, hamster. Whatever. You drew the hamster like one of those medieval cats. True. Right. It's another video that I want to watch. Purely because there's a funny comment at the end of this video. And you guys... There's a funny comment. I'm gonna pull it up once we get to it.
Bodkin point. What are the arrowheads for? Bodkin point. These are designed to defeat male...
Big like for the hooded man. He is one of 2 British archer dudes that we know of. The other one being David, the archer twink.
Often known as chainmail, but it is worth noting that bodkin isn't actually the medieval name for these kind of arrows. They come in various different sizes, from short to long, but it's not the size that counts, it's all about the way you use it. Oi, oi. Now, despite what a lot of people think, these arrows...
It's so funny the way you just go, oi, oi. Like, he really is... I don't know. I don't even know if he's playing a character when he says it like that.
Are not very effective at piercing plate armor. I don't care what that youth in Game of Thrones says.
Bodkin point penetrates plate at 200 yards.
Yeah, maybe in a world with ice, zombies and dragons, but here in medieval England, these arrows are not penetrating plate up to 200 yards. Unless, of course, they're shot from a cannon. You see, bodkins are usually made from wrought iron, and they are great at breaking open the rivets of mail armor, but they will often bend or deform upon impact.
And most people used mail armor for a long time. I don't think plate armor was common until, like, maybe the 1500s. Like, it's just not very common. Thank you for the follow, D-Money Them. We are all Charlie Kirk. At some point, I might change his alert, but for now, it's just very assuming. It's just very amusing to me.
Moidum just became a follower of shamanism.
The Moidum. Oh, the French TTS is so funny.
But they will often bend or deform upon impact with plate armor.
Fun fact: this is like, I love the alert so much. Meme energy, yeah, dude, it's very lovely. Thank you for following. If I may ask you real quick, how did you find the channel? And while you're answering that, something that's interesting about like this specific part he talks about here, like this is literally the same technology behind like slope plates on tanks. Like this is what I mean. Like it's very funny how a lot of like tanks, they were just completely square. Like if you look at the Tiger, like that is literally just a cardboard box. Tiger 1 tank. Like look at it. The Tiger 1 is literally has the shape of a cardboard box you open and then upend and put it on the ground. That is the shape of the Tiger tank. Like no slopes whatsoever, right? So like, I think do I know a good video that explains how sloped armor works? Maybe I'll show it at some point. I was scrolling through before I started my own stream. I love weapons and armor and fighting modalities. This is interesting. Sorry, typing with wet hands. No worries. Thank you so much for following.
Plate armor. So today we're gonna put it to the test. I'm gonna
before I start my own stream. Nice. What kind of stuff do you stream, by the way? And that's why the Tiger looks sick. Looks great, bro. The Tiger does not. Okay, the Tiger looks cool, but it's not like it's. I would say it's despite it looking like a literal cardboard box. You know, like.
Headwood II as a.
Okay. Anyways.
Bodkins are using the rivets of mail.
Right, we went back a little bit too much.
So today we're going to put it to the test. I'm going to use my mate King Headwood II as a target.
Headwood.
And we're going to give him a little bit of mail.
Well, look, he's wearing a full niqab.
To wear. Now
this
so
funny.
Is not a war bow, but I'm fairly certain it can put this bodkin through some mail armor. So let's have a go. Right, Headwood, brace yourself, lad.
Oh, I want to learn archery so much.
My friends, the bodkin.
Look at the way he hit it.
The mail armor.
And then look at my comment. Wait, where's my comment? Where's my comment? Where's my comment? There you go. Counting or not counting band raids. I'm so funny. A lot of people agree with me that I'm so funny. Nothing interesting, Ilmo, just building some stuff in gaming? Hell yeah. Ramadan Kareem. Thank you. Are you also Muslim? Totally fair if not. I mean, I don't know why Owen said that, but I was just wondering since you said Ramadan Kareem.
And it's got him straight through the jugular. Now, give me my arrow back, Headwood. Oh, there you go, pal. There you go, my friend.
Alright, come back a little bit.
So let's have a right, Headwood. Brace yourself, lad.
Counting or not counting bandit raids?
Oh, well, there you go, my.
Sorry, no one finds me as funny as I do myself. I can't wait till right when I see this and get there and just explode in anger. I'm not, but I have family from North Africa and Middle East. Oh, nice. That's really cool.
Friends, the bodkin has defeated the mail armor, and it's got him straight through the jugular. Now, give me my arrow back, Headwood. Oh dear, the arrowhead is still inside, and John Bradmore hasn't even been born yet. Looks like it's staying in there, lad. What are the arrowheads for?
What kind of games do we play? Because we could maybe play something together at some point. We're both streaming. Okay, right. A couple more videos because they're fun. So stupid. We're gonna save this one for another time. Anytime I'll play anything. Oh, hell yeah. You can feel free to have a look. I don't know if it's easy to look on Twitch what games I've been playing, but if you play any of those, do feel free to let me know. My mom said I'm not Deutsche Bahn.
I am not Deutsche Bahn. I am actually freaking out. For context, I'm in Deutsche Bahn fiction kin. I was showing my mom pictures of trains and pointed
Been into indie games lately? Hell yeah.
And said,
indie games is a very wide, you know, it's a very wide area of types of games. They can be all sorts.
She have me the most disgusted look and said, "What? No, you're not DB, you are Lavino Vargas." Oh, now I'm in my room having a literal panic attack. Thanks, Mom.
What the
I
f is
hope you're
this?
happy. My mom said I am
It is a DB Deutsche Bahn fiction kin.
Deutsche Bahn. I am actually freaking out. For context, I'm in Deutsche Bahn fiction kin.
Fiction kin. I love these shit posts. That's so good. Okay. This is...
Привет! Привет, это кто?
Вот
Это
он again.
Пригожин, Женя. А?
Okay.
Привет!
Hello.
Привет, это кто?
Hello, who are
Это
you?
Пригожин, Женя.
I'm T-72.
здорово.
Ah,
А я
nice.
Пригожин,
I'm
Женя. Чё, как у
T-72.
тебя дела?
How is
Нормально?
life? Not bad.
Привет!
Well, normal enough, which is, you know, normal. Hello.
Привет, это кто?
Hello,
Это
who are you?
Пригожин, Женя.
I'm T-72.
здорово.
Ah,
А я
nice.
Пригожин,
I'm
Женя. Чё, как у
T-72.
тебя дела?
How is life?
Нормально.
Not
Привет!
bad. Hello.
Привет, это кто?
Hello, who
Это
are you?
Пригожин, Женя.
I'm T-72.
здорово.
You
А
get
я
it.
Пригожин, Женя. Чё, как у тебя дела? Нормально. Привет.
It's not, I don't think people realize T-72M1 is just an export T-72A, so it's just 4 of the same tank. I like that. Dude, imagine like having a War Thunder setup and it's just all of these, like it's just all these tanks. I don't know if you can get all of them as Soviet Union, but dude, that would be so funny. I actually need to, I need to make space on my PC to download and install War Thunder. Speaking of, we need to move it into Enlisted in a bit. Okay, here's a cute video that I literally just saved because it's a cute video by a sister. Like, look at it, so cute.
يا غنماتي انتوا حياتي امشوا ورايا غنوا معايا يا
It's so cute. Like, that is just, it's so cute.
غنماتي انتوا حياتي امشوا ورايا غنوا معايا
It's so awesome as well that, like, literally just like Muslim like Disney princess like type shit. Like, they're literally singing with her. That's cute. It's very cool. Anyways, POV, the user needs more object 775S. This is like a trend on what do you call this? Yeah, this is a recent trend. Okay, let's look at what the object 775S is. Object 775. Look at how flat it is. Look at this tank. It's just like, look at how flat it is. It makes this meme very funny. I didn't understand this immediately. I was like, what exactly does this mean? And then I was like, is object 775 like a flat tank? And the answer was yes. It's a very, very, very flat tank. Like, look at this shit. It literally looks like it looks like white people happy. Like, that's the shape it has. Right. What else? What else are we doing? Alright, let's look at some of the war crimes America has done. Or I don't know if it's a war crime, but it's insanely barbaric and evil and cruel. So this is Tehran's historic Goldstan Palace before and after US-Israeli strikes. Look at how beautiful that shit is at the top, and look at what's left after. The Goldstan Palace, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is in Tehran's historic center. The palace complex was hit by debris and shockwaves after US-Israeli airstrike struck nearby. The Walled Palace is known for its stunning architecture. It's one of the oldest monuments in Tehran. It became the royal residence of the Qajar dynasty in the late 18th century. Israel has a history of destroying UNESCO World Heritage Sites despite the protection under international law. International law is a joke because it's upheld by Western nations and they don't give a shit. And no other nations can really do anything because Western nations will just, like, you know, bulldoze, like, steamroll and massacre anyone who says anything against this shit. During its genocide in Gaza, Israel has extensively damaged 300 plus archaeological sites and buildings. Israel destroyed Gaza's historic Pasha's Palace Museum, or Qasr al-Basha, from the Mamluk and Ottoman periods. It also looted over 20,000 artifacts from it. I did not know about that. In October 2024, Israel bombed Lebanon's ancient coastal city of Tyre, home to many important archaeological sites, including a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Israeli air raids left the center in ruins. Like, no Western news media, I've not seen a single mainstream media source like actually talk about this in anywhere near the level of like urgency or like big deal of this shit is. Like, literally destroying 1,000-year-old artifacts. Like, what? How is this just accepted? How? This shit pissed me off so much. It is like, it is just like uniquely evil almost. Alright, we have to watch a food video. It is Ramadan. We have to watch one. We're also gonna watch this video real quick. It's cool edit. The US Empire loves to destroy heritage is way older than itself and its proxy. Yeah. The US Empire and Israel, which is a part of it. Levant did it, which I think is very cool. Palestine, Lebanon, Jordan, and Syria. It makes me sad to see these, like, legit makes me sad. Just to think of all the destruction and all the shit these, like, peoples in these areas have to experience, man. It's just... really beautiful edit. It makes me very sad to see this kind of stuff, because like the more beautiful an edit or something like this is, the sadder it makes me to see it, knowing that all of these places are in ruin or like kept under the foot of empire, never to like so much of these things have literally, like, I'm sure like so many of these areas will just get, like, so many monuments in these areas have literally just got destroyed within the last few years by the Israelis or Americans. Like, either or, by the Israelis and Americans, because Israel can't really do any shit without American, like, funds and weapons. Alright. On a more positive note, cheapest restaurant in the UK. This looks so banger. I really want to go here.
Cheapest restaurant in the UK. You can get a shawarma. Today we're trying the cheapest restaurant in
Look
the
at
UK.
how
You
this
can
looks
get a
so
shawarma
good.
meal deal from £3.99. This is the shawarma hut.
Bro, look at this shit.
£3.99.
£3.99 for this? This is so good. Like that. That looks so good.
This is the shawarma hut in London.
And
They're
even includes a
promising
drink.
great community for those with limited income to eat better than the rich.
There's 40,000 people on universal credit in this area, and they can't afford to go out to a restaurant. I want to make these people be able to take their family and come to a restaurant.
And the crazy part is that all the ingredients are made fresh. This is the hummus being made. And even with a pile of bread, it will set you back as little as £3. The consistency was silky, smooth, and damn right delicious. And then you go on to the
This looks so good.
£4.99 shawarma meal deal. The chicken shawarma is carved from these 3 pillars of meat. It's served with Lebanese bread, the side salad, and homemade sauces. And served with chips, a drink, and salad. I was expecting the shawarma to be like half the size of this. Look at this, massive. And the crazy part is you get
Mashallah, looks so good.
you're on universal credit. The shawarma was absolutely divine.
Like, they make it even cheaper if you're on universal credit. May Allah bless this restaurant, inshallah.
Color of it. And it just keeps on getting better. The chili
Like,
sauce is fire.
them actually selling this food cheap is just so cool.
Out the back of the restaurant, where in the evening for £5.99 you can get shawarma, quarter of a chicken, and 3 sides. This in Nando's.
That's literally cheaper than in Eastern Europe. Truly food for the people. Yeah, dude, it's so insane.
Because you make
like
such cheap meals for
that's
everyone.
so sick.
100 people that come in here, I want to buy them a meal. The next 100 people. So if I can pay for that,
I won't charge you. I know you're doing this, but I want also to contribute with you.
Yeah, like you put some effort back into the community.
That's so nice. He's like, I won't charge you. I know you're doing this, but like, I want to also contribute.
I want to give something back to you, but just to say thank you. So the next 100 people, be quick.
You managed to pay for the 100 meals.
Head to my YouTube to check out the full.
I'm not gonna head to the YouTube. I'm gonna be completely honest. This is Perfectly fine with me. This is so cute. Like, inshallah, this restaurant will be insanely popular and keep being this place. Like, this is just awesome. Like, this is so good. I like this. Like, just this place by itself is like an oasis of like love and compassion and like good food and everything good in, you know, capitalist hellhole that we live in. Right. Is there anything else you want to watch right now? I think we've already watched this one. Some of these I need to just remove from my thingy. Instagram thingy. Like, alright, let's have a look at this. TRT World? What is this?
Chancellor Merz, so he is ready to launch military operation now. If we start military operation, are you ready to come then to Tehran and lead new government?
Yes.
This is Reza Pahlavi.
Is this real?
The self-proclaimed Crown Prince of Iran.
So
I'm confused with this or not.
Adolf. No problem, we'll wait.
Russian pranksters Vovan and Lexus fooled him by posing as German officials.
Bro, this is real.
One even calling himself Adolf and sporting a mustache resembling that of the notorious Nazi leader.
My grandfather knew your father.
Was he stationed in Iran in some capacity?
Yes, he was. He served in German army, and he was as an agent in Tehran in 40s.
That's very interesting.
In 40s. Also, it's so funny he's saying this with the heaviest Russian accent.
Interesting.
Reza Pahlavi is the son of Iran's last monarch, Shah
Also, can I turn down the volume of the music? It's very yeah. Okay, so in again. Oh, oops! I keep misclicking.
Reza Pahlavi, who was overthrown in the 1979 revolution. In exile, he has long courted international backing from the likes of the CIA and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. This time, he believed he had found allies in Germany.
That's certainly a welcome element for us to have more people joining in this crusade.
At the start of the
Bro, he called it a crusade. This is your leader, Iranian, like, diaspora who hates Iran. This is your leader? Okay, this is the wrong person.
And Lexus had told
wrong person on the screen.
About Adolf, who was described as the best friend of Chancellor Mars by the interviewers posing as German officials.
Bro, how is this your leader? Why do you want this leader? What is wrong with you? Like, come on. Like, are you serious? How can you have... He literally called it a crusade. Like... Awesome, I just realized the chat is a little bit off. There we go.
Ukraine in this conflict.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they've been basically aggressed. They've been basically invaded. And we have absolute sympathy and support for Ukraine in that. No question.
No hypocrisy in this statement whatsoever.
With the dissident who wants to lead Iran did not last long. Pahlavi's team eventually appeared to realize it was a prank. By the time the call ended, the prank had already played out.
What do you think people who were under bombarding of Israel, would they support that politics?
Sir, I'm so sorry. The prince is just getting a phone call. We just need about 3 minutes to take the call. We'll just put it on pause and be right back, if it's okay.
In the meantime, maybe...
Yeah.
Bro, okay, I don't know anything about these prankers. I know what the politics are, but this is a good prank. This prank by itself, like, very good prank. It's incredible. They made him say a bunch of dumb shit as well. It's lovely. Like, big W, you know? Silicon Valley's new miracle drug. 24 seconds ago, 3 views? How many views does that have now? If this MF, even Trump doesn't want to... Yeah, no, it's funny. 25 minutes ago. Damn, this is cool. Menace of official cinematic trailer. Allah, New York, and Zohran Mamdani's New York anthem. Okay, we have to have a look at this real quick. Real quick.
Millions of Americans are in Manhattan for honor. They raise their banners, they are shouting these three words. Allah, New York with Zoran. We are your man, oh Zoran. From the Bronx to Statens Gate.
That's funny. I hope it's not AI. I want to believe this is not AI. This is incredible. Allah, Allah, New York.
Allah, New York with Zoran. We are your man.
It's good because it's like a play on that like Bashar song, and the Bashar song is a little bit problematic because he did do a lot of awful things.
From the Bronx to Statens Gate, faith unites, they stand as great. Millions of Americans want none but Zoran. We are your man, oh Zoran. America.
That's very funny. Okay, I the music is not quite my thing, but Alright, real quick video by Lady Izdiha. Apparently seeing myself struggle is my current coping mechanism. War, ice sprays, left sin, fighting, Ramadan. Oh man. Two things. One, juggling is quite the metaphor for all the issues you're dealing with. Two, society's clown hate is all wrong. Clowns are hella working class, don't look down on the clown, they're working hard to give folks a good time. Yes. Mashallah, sister is juggling epic style. I don't know what I'm saying. So we are finally acquiring the appropriate sex skills. What did they write? I guess it tracks being an intelligent woman, or it makes me clowns with most people anyways. It's really different. So here we are finally acquiring the appropriate sex skills. Also, this is very loud. I hope she's okay. And I mean, she must be doing great. She's doing great in her like juggling thingy. Soviet Union edited by Galactic Empire. No, thank you. Nippon Sangoku official trailer. What is that? Is that like a thing? Ukraine versus Russia final battle. Yeah, no, thank you. India's ancient martial art feared by the British Raj. Sultan Jafar killed by Bretonian hypocrite. Tariff. Okay. I'm not sure how I feel about this shitpost video. Planet don't date bomb seed French kiss, French parking. Why I don't know why I read this French kissing. But the people are R-star. We're not gonna watch that. Every building can collapse. That does not look fun. Manage production and logistics. Looks nice. Yeah, I think it looks really nice. Inside the future of the city. Survive against all odds. Broken tanker. Oil rig. Tropical island. Build your own scenarios. Mr. Banana. Oh. Okay, these are sick. Hours of content. Sandbox mode. Paint mode. Steam Workshop. Work. No thieves. Going to Steam April 3rd. Nice. Okay, that is very cool. How Brazil built the perfect payment system. That sounds interesting. Right. We are going to switch over to do some epic gaming. I'm gonna play some Enlisted. Actually, let's see if we can find a video to put on the side. The Medieval 3 one is the one I do want to watch, but I don't think it's gonna work well while playing Enlisted. We want a longer video, a longer video to learn about stuff. My Allah, you people are dogs will go on as usual. China's first corgi police dog makes public debut. Leaked video, Russian Navy SEALs training. Age 12 to married, I took a photo every day. None of these videos are long. We want a long video. If anyone has a good theory video they'd like, we can put that on. Let's see. Was it Overzealots who had a video about like what's it called? Country points? Liberal hypocrisy. I spelled hypocrisy wrong. I like it. Liberal hypocrisy is feeling American inequality. Here's how. NYT opinion? What? Kan vise noe hvis lov ikke blir rage baited? Depends on how long the video is. How long is this? How long is this video?
Er så fed en idé. Hvordan kan det så egentlig være, at magthaverne i alle socialistiske samfund altid er nødsaget til at spærre deres egen befolkning inde?
Socialism is such a great idea. How come all the leaders in socialist countries always feel the need to jail their, like, imprison their own population?
Mens folk i kapitalistiske samfund omvendt frit har muligheden for at få...
Well, people in capitalist society, on the reverse, can just do whatever they want.
Hvis det er lyst.
Can leave if they want. Bro, completely forgot China exists. Yeah. I mean, bro just forgot that, you know, you can't actually leave a capitalist country that easily. Like, literally, you cannot. This feels like I forgot how to speak German and someone talks to me. That's funny. That guy is running for, he's running for the Libertarian Party, by the way. Which is not that surprising. Liberals exposing their racial hypocrisy? What? Child cake exposed to liberal hypocrisy and abortion. But that's not what I'm looking for. Is it Overzealots who made the video? I think it was. Liberalism to fascism pipeline. There was someone who had a video. Is this one ContraPoints? Liberal apathy in the face of crisis. Okay, we're watching this one. This is what I was looking for.
Trend.
I have not watched ContraPoints ever since like I heard they did a shitty shit. Right, we're unpinning the video. Not unpinning. We are pinning the video. I'm gonna put it here. I'm gonna put it on. Where is the quality? There we go. This very low quality because we don't need high quality. My grandma literally went to Kazakhstan and Moscow for good performance at the local farmer co-op during socialist times. That's awesome. Do you mind if I ask you when Eastern Europe you're from? You don't say if you don't want to, of course, like Twitch and online, you know, privacy stuff.
There's a worrying trend among some liberals, moderates, and other defenders of the status quo. First, they'll openly acknowledge that there is a genocide currently taking place in Gaza. Then, they'll turn around, shrug their shoulders, and either do or say little about it, or, in some cases, actively push
In Bulgaria, do you use, like, does Bulgarian have a lot of words which are similar to in Russian? Like, Привет, Настровье, not Настровье, Здравствуйте, Как дела, and all that.
Propaganda that aids the genocide dares. This strategy differs from those further right who outright deny the genocide altogether, despite the fact that countless genocide scholars and multiple human rights organizations have no problem calling a spade a spade. But I argue that the behavior of these apathetic liberals carries its own unique perniciousness because by design it waters down genocide and declaws its horrific connotations.
That Israel
watch a video on the side, everyone, to support.
Yes. Okay, great. Awesome. So you agree with the with numerous human rights organizations, the UN?
I already said yes. There's something extraordinarily fucked up about someone who's able to admit that the crime of crimes is happening to a defenseless population. Then they spend all their time doing propaganda for the aggressors while saying and doing close to nothing for the plight of the Palestinians. In the case of Ethan Klein, or in the case of YouTuber ContraPoints, refraining from using her platform in a way that sufficiently illustrates the severity of the crime at hand.
Real quick, weapons and vehicles of the Hidden Threat update. Commanders with every new update, the Hidden Threat will also bring new additions to the research tree. The AVS 3620 USR B battle rating 5. The DO 335A1 Germany battle rating 5. So basically what is this, like an assault rifle or like a rifle, a semi-automatic rifle, a high-end fighter, a Cromwell 1 for USA battle rating 3. That's cool. And a Chiha LG, Japan battle rating 2. Ooh, nice. We might get this.
Instead, she just chalks her relative silence up to what she sees as the political infeasibility of anti-genocide politics. Now, I've already made videos about Ethan Klein, so this one's not going to primarily center around him. And frankly, I'd argue he's less dangerous than the subject of today's video, ContraPoints, because every semi-sane person can clock that Ethan Klein is an absolute moron. ContraPoints is not. She presents as, and I believe she is, an intelligent person. Therefore, the ability for ignorant or bad faith actors to point to her statements and appeal to her authority as someone who presents as intelligent is much more dangerous than a guy like Ethan Klein who is openly very silly. Case in point, Ethan Klein doing exactly this.
ContraPoints is one of the most intelligent, thoughtful people on the left, and being aligned with her is fucking fantastic for me.
ContraPoints, aka Natalie, has released what I believe to be a gross and disappointing statement regarding the genocide of the Palestinians, and I think it's worth going over and refuting as a way to combat general Zionist ideas and propaganda. She clearly wrote it like she wishes she could have presented it as some
which is very cool. Oh, that's sick.
Video essay, complete with
you can speak with the way too cold.
Entitled the way you'd expect from a 12th grade theater kid. So I'm going to do her the favor of turning her post into a video essay. Except this one, instead of promoting liberal Zionist bullshit, will be sufficiently anti-Zionist.
Oh, this is so great, man.
So many leftists feel betrayed because I haven't made a video
They're
on
very
Palestine.
well spoken.
Do they actually want a ContraPoints video about Palestine? Will they be happy if I get in the bath and pour milk on a mannequin of Benjamin Netanyahu? No. I have posted about Gaza occasionally and have quietly given money to Palestinian aid organizations, But I think what leftists really want is for me to join their chorus of anger, she writes. Right from the jump, Contra sounds condescending and resentful toward those on the political left. She hits us with a straw man about pouring milk on
What a wanker.
Netanyahu as if anybody actually asked her to do that, then pivots into what she thinks leftists want from her, which she frames as
I'm ethnically Turkish, but I'm a bit of a disgrace. I can hardly speak it. I'm sure it's fine.
Extraordinarily angry at what Israel is doing because it has always been nothing but a genocidal ethno-supremacist project. You know, like the kind of project you have no problem making videos about when the victims aren't Palestinian. Damn, turns out you know very little about being able to recognize a fascist. But the part of this intro that really stood out to me was how she treats leftists like some imagined amalgamation of vicious Twitter users who want nothing more than to see her suffer. That already gives the impression that the real driving force behind her actions here is resentment and hatred for quote-unquote leftists. It's worth noting that Contra has had some shitty interactions with Twitter leftists over the years, but as someone
I mean, that does not justify it whatsoever.
She should be able to separate meanies on Twitter from this situation and judge it from a level-headed position, with her priorities being the genocide in Gaza, not some beef she has with Twitter users. And for the record, this isn't just me speculating. She openly admits she's partly fueled by bitterness toward those to her left later in this post. She then quickly admits that she does believe genocide is happening in Gaza. She's against it and she feels very angry about it. But guys, she also feels a lot of other things. And as this video progresses, you'll see that those other things are mainly apathy and egotism. The week after October 7th, it was clear the mood among Israeli leaders and civilians was overwhelmingly kill-or-be-killed existential panic and unstoppable lust for revenge. It reminded me of the US after 9/11. There was no reasoning or protesting them out of it, nor was it politically feasible for the US to withdraw aid to Israel on a time frame that would make a difference. It would have required replacing most of Congress and overturning decades of bipartisan strategy and diplomacy. Even in the best case scenario,
Well, she has such
it would have taken
great shitty excuses.
It's already been 2 years, Natalie. Arguing for the politically infeasible is the modus operandi of the progressive. You want to push forward and challenge the status quo. That's how we got workers' protections. That's how pressure was applied on the US government over Vietnam and Iraq. Why even engage in politics if you just stop fighting for what's right because it seems hard or unlikely? This is why I say Natalie and other like-minded liberals suffer from this kind of apathy. They don't actually want to strive for meaningful changes if that might bring any inconvenience their way, but they still want to LARP as progressives online. If your response to watching a live-streamed child holocaust is to shrug your shoulders and say, yeah, it sucks, but what are we supposed to do about it? You clearly aren't as well-read or familiar with how change has happened historically. From muckrackers in the progressive era to trade unionists to college kids protesting the wars in Indochina, things improve when people willing to risk a bit of their own comfort fight for those changes. The leftist pro-Palestine movement quickly decided that their primary goal was not merely opposition to the genocide, but opposition to Zionism in general. That is, opposition to the existence of Israel as a Jewish state. And here they decided to draw the line separating decent people from genocidal fascists, which had the following consequences. It shrunk the coalition. All Zionism is indecent. There is no benign form of it. It's an ethno-supremacist ideology.
It shrunk the coalition.
Even the ostensibly left-wing Israeli icon and first prime minister,
not shrinking the coalition with the ethno-nationalists.
His ostensibly left-wing movement wouldn't be happy with just some of Palestine. Their goal from the jump was the possession of the land as a whole and to abolish partition and expand to all of Palestine. Zionism, no matter what shade it comes in, is fundamentally genocidal and settler colonial. It cannot be salvaged. To act as though it can would be like acting as though South African apartheid could be salvaged because some Afrikaners may have wanted better conditions in the Bantustans. In fact, Zionism is more pernicious than the absolute horrors of apartheid South Africa, as noted by both Bishop Desmond Tutu, who spoke from a position of first-hand experience, and Noam Chomsky. Chomsky argues that, at least in South Africa, the black population, brutalized as they were needed alive for economic productivity, whereas in Palestine, the true characteristics of settler colonialism, which historian Patrick Wolf argues is the elimination of the indigenous peoples, are laid bare. At the end of the day, the existence of a Jewish state necessitates an apparatus designed to maintain that demographic makeup. We see this in the laws the Israeli state erects, not just in the West Bank and Gaza, but in all of historical Palestine. Examples include the 2018 nation-state law, which openly declares that Israel is the nation-state of the Jewish people exclusively, and only they have the right to national self-determination, the High Court saying in the 70s that there is no Israeli nation separate from the Jewish people, the fact that there is no such thing as Israeli nationality, only Jewish nationality, and those who do not fit that description are granted Israeli citizenship, but not the rights and privileges allotted to those with Jewish nationality, and anyone who tries to change these ethno-supremacist characteristics of the Israeli state is barred from doing so, as the 1958 Basic Law gives the Israeli Central Elections Committee the power to disqualify any political party that might challenge Israel's existence as a Jewish ethno-state. So for all you geniuses who claim Palestinians are allowed in the government, yeah, until they start challenging apartheid, then they get kicked out. Professor Sari Mekdisi goes as far as to argue that every major law of the South African apartheid has its equivalent in Israel today. The existence of a Jewish state with a legal edifice designed to maintain a Jewish majority necessitates the negation and subjugation of the non-Jewish elements that ultimately contradict and undermine the project. Funnily enough, there was a time when the Yishuv, the Zionist settler movement in Palestine prior to the establishment of the State of Israel, actually saw Holocaust survivors as contradictory to the project of Zionism because they reminded them of the diaspora Jew, the Galut, who was relegated to the ghetto, whereas the new Israeli Jew, the Sabra, was meant to be a heroic new Jew. This led many Zionist settlers to despise Holocaust survivors because they weren't sufficiently Zionists, and they were unfairly perceived as weak. The Yishuv even referred to them as Hitler Zionists. To imply that there is such a thing as a good or liberal or decent Zionist is to imply that there is such a thing as a decent ethno-supremacist of any kind. In my video on liberal Zionism, I played a game where I flashed a quote and told the audience to guess if it came from a Klansman or a left-wing Zionist. Natalie, if you happen to watch this for some reason, you should check that out. Most Jews are Zionists. So what? If all Congolese people wanted to march over to Angola and subject the population to occupation and apartheid and genocide, would that be okay? Congolese people have been historically victimized too, and they still are. What about Kurds? What about Romani people? They've been victimized in similar and sometimes exact ways to Jewish people. Do they get a far-right ethno-state where they can eliminate a group that had nothing to do with their oppression? No. I'd hope you say no. And this idea that just because Group A holds belief B, and since you happen to dislike belief B, you must hate Group A for some intrinsic quality of theirs, is the stupidest shit ever. Ethan Klein makes this argument.
It is not a function of their Judaism, and so
But it
not
describes most Jews.
No.
Yes, it does,
Sam. It describes most Christian evangelicals, too.
It may do them, too, but it also describes
okay,
73%
so
of Jews.
that is not anti-Semitism. That is about
I don't know.
What
do you call it when somebody's discriminating against the vast majority of a racial or religious group, Sam?
Plenty of Zionists make this
There's a difference between doing it because of their race and doing it because of their beliefs.
Italians supported Mussolini. If
That's insane, man.
Fascists and most Italians were fascists, would I be making a claim of hatred based on ethnic or political grounds? If I made that statement 100 years ago, that would encompass most Italians, but when I say it today, it doesn't. That's because the political atmosphere has changed and their beliefs have changed. Therefore, the issue I took was not with their immutable characteristics, but their malleable politics. This is insanely rudimentary logic, and anyone who invokes that talking point is being purposefully obtuse. Anyone who supports a two-state solution is a Zionist. It was politically infeasible. There's that term again. Hi, Natalie. Let me read you a quick blurb from Iraqi-Israeli historian Avi Shleim pertaining to your precious two-state solution. The partition of Palestine into two independent states was a way of providing relative justice for both parties. Israel, however, would not settle for 4/5 of Palestine. It continued to expand settlements, that is to say, to steal more and more of the land from the Palestinians. By its settlement expansion, Israel effectively killed the two-state solution. What is left of the West Bank is a collection of Palestinian enclaves surrounded by Israeli settlements and military bases that cannot form a viable state. In short, the two-state solution is dead, or to be more accurate, it was never born. And that's where I really agree with Shleim. In this video of mine, where I go over every major peace negotiation between Israelis and Palestinians, I show how a sovereign, viable state has never been offered to the Palestinians by the Zionists because they don't actually want that. From the 1947 partition plan that disproportionately allocated the most land and economic capabilities to the Zionists, to the supposedly ultra-generous offer made by Ehud Barak at Camp David in 2000, There has never been a time when Zionists were serious about a two-state solution.
Shit.
They have only ever wanted
shot
the
him.
subjugation of the Palestinians in perpetuity. Funnily enough, Palestinian leaders have agreed to a two-state solution in the past. The Arab Peace Initiative of 2002 is just one of many notable examples where other Arab states and much of the Palestinian leadership agreed to a liberal Zionist two-state solution, and Israel outright rejected it. Furthermore, why should a two-state solution be the way forward? Why wouldn't a democratic state with equal rights for all be the right course of action? You know, the way every other country that claims to be a democracy functions? Should we have formed a separate state out of the Bantustans in apartheid South Africa instead of collapsing the apartheid structure entirely? And don't give me this shit about Arabs being barbarous and apartheid in Israel being the only way to prevent them from killing Jews.
There frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, anything is fair game for the Jews.
The anger of the Palestinians is not rooted in primordial anti-Semitism. It's predicated on the fact that they've been horrifically oppressed for close to a century. The longer that oppression stretches out for, the more resentment will form. The Palestinians revolted against Ottoman rulers and governors when the Ottomans were the ones in charge. Were the Palestinians being Islamophobic then? Would you argue that apartheid South Africa shouldn't have been dismantled because the system kept white people safe from potentially vengeful black people who might want to enact revenge on their oppressors? No, I'm fairly certain you would not make that argument. So the idea that the politically feasible solution is a two-state solution is hilarious.
Oh,
How could
shit.
that ever be possible with all the
Spawn on
illegal
top of us.
settlements in the West Bank? And don't say land swaps, because historically, when Israel offered to engage in land swaps, they proposed lopsided and unserious deals. A notable one being the supposedly generous offer from 2000, where they proposed a 9-to-1 deal. Israel wanted to keep 9% of the land in the West Bank, and the Palestinians were only to receive 1% of the land within the Green Line in return, and unspecified land for that matter, while Israel aimed for valuable land in the West Bank. And that offer was made by the quote-unquote Israeli left. Why do you think that happened? Because a two-state solution is a pipe dream. I don't see how this could happen without either a total internal collapse of Israeli society, or else, you know, nuclear war. As usual, leftists have championed a doomed cause. Again, the doomed cause in question is being against a far-right ethno-state in the middle of committing a genocide that all our Western governments support. Progressives chose to champion what could have also been considered a doomed cause back when they pressured their governments to sanction apartheid South Africa, back when they fought for the 40-hour work week, child labor protections, and an end to the Vietnam War. So why is this doomed cause any more doomed? Because at the end of the day, that's what leftists and progressives are supposed to do. They champion causes that liberals and moderates are too pussy to support at the moment, but will gladly act like they've always been on the right side of history once it's politically feasible.
You're getting a good amount of kills.
It introduced dangerous ambiguities. The vagueness of Zionism as a political Satan enables all kinds of rhetorical abuses. On the one hand, right-wing Israelis hold up all anti-Zionist protests as existentially threatening and inherently anti-Semitic. On the other hand, there's a long history of anti-Semites using the term Zionist in deliberately equivocal ways, Zog, etc. Anti-Semites are happy for the opportunity to misappropriate the now popular anti-Zionist label to legitimize their agenda, and many people are not informed enough about anti-Semitism to recognize when this is happening. The problems are mutually reinforcing. Yes, anti-Semites
Had to do a kamikaze real quick.
Language and symbols. It's kind of their favorite.
Didn't have
thing
much
to do.
choice.
They did it with Nietzsche's "Thus Spoke Zarathustra." They did it with the swastika. They're an uncreative bunch. Do they hold any institutional power? No. They exist in pockets of stupid groiper losers online. How exactly is that even worth mentioning in the same breath as the mass slaughter of innocent men, women, and children in Palestine? That's like hyper-focusing on an uptick of anti-Indonesian sentiment right as Suharto's New Order government is in the middle of genociding the East Timorese. That's not to say that anti-Indonesian sentiment is good, but it is to say that the focus should be solely and unapologetically on stopping the genocide first. Now, of course, when it comes to Jewish people, there is that history of being genuinely and wrongfully persecuted throughout time. I would argue that's what makes Zionism so pernicious. It hides behind and weaponizes the historical victimhood of Jewish people. And morons like Ethan Klein constantly conflate Zionism with Judaism in an attempt to euphemize Zionism for his politically illiterate audience.
Like, they want you to hate Israel and Zionism, and in a lot of cases Jewish people.
Plenty of fascist.
Damn, I can't believe people hate Israel. That's literally apartheid state. I can't believe that. Yeah, that's only because of because they hate Jews. Definitely.
Individual to the nation, or eliminating the outgroup, or whatever the case may be. The thing about Zionism is that the victimhood it hides behind is real. The persecution of Jewish people throughout history is undeniable.
Oh shit!
So when an ethno-supremacist ideology bastardizes that history to shield itself from criticism, you're dealing with a very dangerous force. That's how you get supposedly smart people like Natalie implying that there can be such a thing as a decent Zionist when they would never say anything remotely that absurd about any other supremacist movement. Palestinian-American academic Edward Said in The Question of
called at a
Palestine
very bad time.
explores
Sorry.
this exact phenomenon. How Palestinians are the victims of the archetypical victim, and how that dynamic plays a role in why the Palestinian plight is so often dismissed and belittled. Obviously, none of this is to say that anti-Semites shouldn't be despised and mercilessly exiled from every pro-Palestine space. It's to say, get your priorities in check. Now, when I look at Natalie's post and her overall social media output, I notice that she is strangely silent on a certain kind of bigotry that's actually institutionally protected at the moment. Islamophobia. In the US, you have literal elected officials, including the goddamn president, calling for the deportation of popular Muslim figures like Zohran Mamdani, referring to him as Little Muhammad on Twitter, and acting like every Muslim is 3 seconds away from firebombing a Walmart. That's bigotry baked into the institutions of the US. The same kind of bigotry that helped justify the USA's slaughter of millions of people in the Middle East and Central Asia. And other Western countries are not much better. Could you imagine if an elected official tweeted about a Jewish mayor somewhere in the country and called him Little Shlomo in a mocking way while calling for his deportation? That guy would be banished to the underworld, as he should be. There are literal states in America where they have enacted laws to prevent you from boycotting Israel. The land of free markets is telling you that there's one market your dollar must support. So next time you see anti-Semites on Twitter misusing the term Zionist, I want you to think about this quote by Theodor Herzl, the father of modern political Zionism, who said, "The anti-Semites will become our most dependable friends. The anti-Semitic countries are allies." Zionists thrive off dipshit anti-Semites because it helps them justify the mass slaughter and occupation of Palestinians. You, Natalie, are supposed to be smarter than this. If a Jewish person feels offended by anti-Zionist rhetoric, maybe that person is a Zionist. People should talk white supremacy all the time, as they should. I don't feel like I'm catching strays in those conversations because, despite being a white guy, not a white supremacist. I hate those motherfuckers as much as the next guy. We have to remember, it was Jewish people who originally rebuked Zionism. The Bundists rejected it outright. Zionism was a fringe movement among Jews when it started, and to this day there are loud, principled, prominent Jewish voices who renounce Zionism in its entirety. The more people like Ethan Klein desperately try to blur the lines between Zionism and Judaism, the more harm they do to the Jewish community. The online left has spent the last 20 months distributing hundreds of photos and videos of dead Palestinian children. The main effect of this has been to create a population of people in a constant state of blood-boiling rage with no consequential political outlet. Nah, Palestinians have disseminated those images. The online left is not allowed in Gaza, neither are any Western journalists, baby formula, or humanitarian aid. And you're here bitching about what exactly? That those images.
Okay, I see why people hate ContraPoints after this output. This is insane. Like, she's literally just doing genocide denial, and like she's just helping genocide in that statement. Screw her so much.
Response to seeing those images if you're not sociopathic. The implication that the online left is some cabal of outrage farmers strategically distributing images of injured or dead Palestinians is so incredibly out of touch. I know you're making big bank on Patreon, but I didn't know you were this far gone. Palestinians are documenting this shit themselves and begging the world to do something. If a leftist on Twitter reposts or signal boosts something documented by a Palestinian as they're maneuvering through a genocide, that's in line with the wishes of the people who filmed and shared those horrors. When we repost images, we're telling you spineless liberal fucks that this is what your tax dollars are doing. This is an ungodly amount of death and destruction that your precious political parties are fully behind, and you should, at the very least, feel shame and disgust at your politicians. It's funny, after October 7th, we saw AI images of burnt babies and fake stories of 40 killed kids that people like Contra failed to sufficiently try and correct the record on, and people like Klein actively engaged in promoting.
They found 40 dead fucking babies at this kibbutz.
Yet, when we see real,
I'm sure they did.
Documentation of the horrors inflicted on Palestinians,
every accusation is a confession.
As our good friend so graciously put it. You know, the first draft of the script for this video that you're watching didn't really mention Ethan all that much, but after I saw him say that, made some revisions. I fear this may be worse than useless. Anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are conceptually not the same, and conflating them is dangerous. But in practice, the way Israel is perceived does seep out into attitude toward Jews in general. So she is 100% correct that Israel existing as a genocidal ethno-state is harmful for Jewish people. As Avi Shleim
What a
noted,
surprise. I
Israel's
can't believe
existence
this.
makes Jews everywhere less safe.
There's no question that Jews in Israel
Shit.
today are less safe than anywhere else in the world. But it's much, much worse than that. It's much worse than that because Israel generates anti-Semitism. Israel is responsible for the upsurge of hostility towards Jews everywhere.
The answer is to completely renounce and unequivocally reject the Zionist project, not to compromise with it or try to salvage it. A few months ago, I posted on Twitter outlining the laws and practices in Israel that amount to a concerted effort to legislate ethno-supremacy in the country. Ethan Klein reposted it to his Instagram, outright admitting that, yeah, he doesn't deny that Israel is an ethno-state, but he still goes on to defend it. He doesn't denounce it in its entirety. In fact, he even downplays just how discriminated against Palestinians are, saying Palestinians in Israel proper are merely analogous to how minorities in the US are treated today. Just systemic racism, but no laws on the books.
They're only
20%
discriminated
of its
against so
population
much.
are
This much.
Palestinians. I believe that they do have virtually equal rights there, although there's a lot of social...
Well, we won. Where are we
much
shot
like
at from?
racism is in America, where it's like technically on the books
She's
there's
such
not,
a
but
dipshit.
obviously there's a lot of room to improving the situation for Palestinians who are living in Israel proper.
As much as I agree with him that minorities in America, specifically black and brown people, face systemic discrimination, to compare that with the openly racist letter of the law in Israel is absolute bullshit, and he knows it. He read my post where I go over in detail the racist laws in Israel proper. He shared it to his Instagram, acknowledged that Israel is an ethno-state, or at the very least he didn't deny it, but then he turns around and says there are no racist laws on the books in Israel.
Much like racism in America, where it's like technically on the books there's not.
It's like he's purposefully shielding himself from the truth no matter how many times he's corrected.
He's
And
such
as
a
consequence,
dipshit
people
idiot.
like me have to correct the misinformation he spews to his audience. So let's take a look at the 2018 nation-state law real quick. This is just some of what it says. The state of Israel is the nation-state of the Jewish people in which it realizes
real quick,
its
I'm gonna
natural, cultural,
just ignore the
religious, and
atrocities of the random Democrat can't get elected. Yeah, no,
self-determination.
exactly.
The realization of the
It
right
is
to national
so
self-determination in the
decrepit.
state of Israel is exclusive to the Jewish people. Now, for the plight of modern-day minorities in America to be analogous to the plight of the Palestinians, there would have to be an American law that states the USA is the nation-state of white people in which they realize
Okay,
their
I'm
natural,
gonna-
cultural, religious, and historical right to self-determination. And that right is
We
exclusive
can do
to
a break
white
real
people.
quick.
There is no such law. There is no similar law. There used to be similar laws not too long ago. But we've
specifically
thankfully
because I'm
moved
gonna go
past
pray.
that because it was unimaginably
So he's
cruel
gonna
and
like
wrong.
put this video
Why
up
can't
here.
we see that
Just a moment.
Palestinians also
I'm gonna go
deserve
pray.
to
Be
have
back
those
for like
racist
in
laws
like 5
scrapped?
minutes.
And I haven't even mentioned the fact that almost all of the land within the Green Line is effectively reserved for Jewish people. Palestinians are subjected to Kafkaesque systems of permits and regulation that prevents them from building. Their homes get demolished whenever the Israeli state says so, and more. And that's all within Israel proper, not just in the West Bank and Gaza. This is not me undermining the very real and serious plight of black and brown people in America. I'm just pointing out Ethan is lying. The point is this. The liberal apathy on display here is astounding. Ethan can, on one hand, admit that Israel is an ethno-state, and on the other, be too apathetic and narcissistic to adequately challenge or renounce it. At this point, I think Ethan Klein might have even transcended apathy and is actually in favor of the calamity inflicted on Palestinians. And good luck trying to sue me, you litigious little bitch, because I said, I think. Yes, there's communal trauma and hypervigilance. Yes, there's disingenuous right-wing ghouls dismissing and censoring all criticism of Israel on the pretext of fighting anti-Semitism. But there's also a valid fear of historical anti-Semitic patterns recurring. And that fear gives power to the right-wing Zionist claim that only Israel can keep Jews safe. Does this mean Israel should not be criticized and sanctioned? Absolutely not. But it's something I don't want to risk contributing to if not outweighed by tangible benefits. So I approach this issue cautiously. Again, the implication is that you only support a cause if it seems immediately politically feasible and the benefits outweigh the risks of speaking up. That's not activism, that's not bravery, it's certainly not progressivism. It's milquetoast, lukewarm, status quo gobbling centrism. What makes you any different from your average moderate or centrist if the only time you speak up, is when you think the political climate is in your favor. If you only do and say the right thing once it becomes safe to do so, when you don't risk anything, you're not progressive, you're not speaking truth to power, you're a coward. Much of the online left spent all of 2024 single-mindedly focused on Palestine and the complicity of Democratic politicians in sending aid to Israel. This campaign had the following effects. 0 Palestinian lives were saved. Not one fewer bomb or bullet was fired by the IDF. It may have slightly contributed to the re-election of Trump, guaranteeing that the U.S. will put no diplomatic pressure on Netanyahu for at least 4 years and making protests against Israel both much riskier and less effective. Trump is also, incidentally, a menace to me and basically everyone I care about. A perfectly enlightened being would feel no bitterness about this, but I do. None of this is the fault of Palestinians, of course, who are overwhelmingly the victims here. I hope that someday American policy will shift in their favor, and I will continue to support that cause. So here we get to see on pretty clear display that her behavior is largely the product of her apathy toward the Palestinian plight, resentment toward the left, and good old self-interest. She's mad that her precious Democratic Party lost, and in part, blames the pro-Palestine movement for that. She's also understandably concerned that Trump would be harmful for her as a trans woman. Republicans are openly hostile to trans people, so it makes sense why she'd prefer the Democrats. We don't need to get into the fact that the Democrats are already walking back their pro-trans positions because they don't actually believe in anything beyond a desire for power. Anyway, first, we can put to bed this idea that the Democrats were applying any real pressure on Israel in the first place. Biden is the one who kept supplying them weapons. I mean, one of his last Hail Mary moves before leaving.
Sorry, we'll go back a little bit if that's okay with everyone. What is going on with my PC? Okay. Sorry, it's going back a little bit.
And the complicity of Democratic politicians in sending aid to Israel. This campaign had the following effects. 0 Palestinian lives were saved.
Oh my shit, what is this shit?
Risk anything. You're not progressive, you're not speaking truth to power.
I hate counterpoints. An awful person.
Much
How
of the
dare
online
she?
left spent all of 2024 single-mindedly focused on Palestine.
I just love the pressure part, as if Biden put any pressure. Yeah, no.
This campaign
like, literally admitted they didn't do
0
shit.
Palestinian lives were saved. Not one fewer bomb or bullet was fired by the IDF. It may have slightly contributed to the re-election of Trump, guaranteeing that the U.S. will put no diplomatic pressure on Netanyahu for at least 4 years.
Literally, Trump, initially at least, put more pressure on Netanyahu than Biden did. Like, literally, I'm pretty sure Trump, even though he is awful and does awful shit, has put more pressure on Netanyahu, like, for American interests, than even Biden did.
And making protests against Israel both much riskier and less effective.
And if he didn't, I might be wrong on that, then it's so close that it's nearly negligible. To say face initially and gain PR? Yeah, no, exactly. Is also did the Abraham cuts. Yes. Like, but the thing is, like, if Trump didn't do the Abraham Accords, I would not be surprised if Biden would do something similar. Or he would just, like, let Israel continue to just ultra-genocide Gaza.
Trump is also, incidentally, a menace to me and basically everyone I care about. A perfectly enlightened being would feel no bitterness about this, but I do. None of this is the fault of Palestinians, of course, who are overwhelmingly the victims here. I hope that someday American policy will shift in their favor, and I will continue to support that cause. So here we get to see on pretty clear display that her behavior is largely the product of her apathy toward the Palestinian plight, resentment toward the left, and good old self-interest. She's mad that her precious Democratic Party lost, and in part, blames the pro-Palestine movement for that. She's also understandably concerned that Trump would be harmful for her as a trans woman. Republicans are openly hostile to trans people, so it makes sense why she'd prefer the Democrats. We don't need to get into the fact that the Democrats are already walking back their pro-trans.
Yep, like, literally, like, what you're doing here, you're just allowing the overturn window to shift to the right. That's what you're assisting in, which will inevitably, or no, not just inevitably, it literally does harm trans people as well. As simple as the U.S.'s independent foreign policy. Yeah.
Trans positions because they don't actually believe in anything beyond a desire.
I mean,
for
the
power.
ice shit as well.
Anyway,
would not be there
he
without
put
the
to bed
Democrats
this idea that
contributing
the
to it.
Democrats were applying any real pressure on Israel in the first place. Biden is the one who kept supplying them weapons. I mean, one of his last Hail Mary moves before leaving office was ensuring that Israel got that last $8 billion worth of arms from him. Biden is the one who oversaw the first leg of the genocide and effectively did nothing. Kamala was out scolding pro-Palestine protesters on the campaign trail. Biden and Netanyahu were practicing the Iran strike that Trump later carried out. American foreign policy is bipartisan. To a kid in Iraq who has had his house blown up by bipartisan-approved bombs, your Democrat and Republican distinctions mean nothing. To the global South, the US, and Israel for that matter, is nothing more than a rogue terrorist state. The domestic unelectability of the Democrats is not the fault of the Palestinian emancipatory movement. The Democrats lost because they are substanceless, boring, weaselly, centrist losers who are ultimately accountable to corporations and their billionaire donors above all else. Are they a bit better than the GOP when it comes to domestic issues? Yeah, sure, but as the late David Graeber wrote about the political center, centrism tends to mean an appalling mix of the worst aspects of bureaucracy and the worst aspects of marketization. Almost nothing worthwhile in this world.
And the guys will not do anything to reverse what Trump is doing now. Ratchet effect in full force.
Were
Yep.
considered centrists. Do I support or like Trump? No, I think he's despicable, and if I were American, I would have voted against him. But the blame for his re-election should be placed solely on the Democrats and your shitty, milquetoast liberal politics that have done nothing but err on the side of power until progressives shift the Overton window and give you a new position to pretend you've always held. I mean, the Democrats are so unlikable that this crusty, cheddar cheese-tinted sexual predator was able to beat them. That speaks to how absolutely
even with Taylor Swift coming out in support of Kamala Harris. Was it Taylor Swift? I think it was Taylor Swift. And a bunch of other wankers.
If things for trans people in the West ever got even remotely as bad as they are for Palestinians, I, as well as countless other leftists, would fight tooth and nail for you, regardless of how politically infeasible that may be. A few days ago, I came across some videos by YouTuber The Cavernacle who entertained the question, what is the responsibility of political content creators in the face of...
Yeah, but I don't think Taylor Swift has that big of a pull in politics. Might be wrong though. I think she does. I think someone as big as her does have a noticeable effect, a significant effect. But I think the issue is that Kamala Harris was just so shitty of a candidate that just didn't really have that much effect. It's kind of okay. It's kind of like if you give a speed buff, 100% speed buff to someone in a video game, right? But that person in the video game has 0.1 speed. They're not going to be very fast, even after 100% plus speed buff. Does that make sense? It's not just a lot of these things that you do as a person, and a lot of these things which can affect each other is often a combination of things, right?
Especially when it's not politically feasible to speak up. And I think that's a question we should all be asking and interrogating a little further. The Cavernacle touches on multiple large progressive YouTubers and dials in on their overall silence and seeming complacency with the genocide in
The Cavernacle, he's one of the good YouTubers, right?
Gaza. One of the subjects he invoked was the YouTuber PhilosophyTube, who is now pursuing a career as an actress. I should note that the critique of PhilosophyTube seems to be that she is relatively silent on Palestine. Not entirely. I can see that she has some tweets on the subject, as well as a video that's apparently been placed behind a Nebula paywall. Even in this video, where she briefly touches on Palestine, she makes it pretty clear that she believes the discussion surrounding Palestine should only take place alongside a hyper-focus on anti-Semitism. The Cavernacle mentions how she might feel as though it may be hard for her to be...
Okay, so both PhilosophyTube and ContraPoints, they suck.
Loudly and proudly pro-Palestine in the acting industry, and I get that. But the question is, at what point should progressives or leftists, especially ones with public platforms who have derived great wealth and success from being leftist public figures, speak out about controversial issues, regardless of the consequences, simply because it's the right thing to do? I would argue that principled progressives or leftists or just decent human beings in general should be willing to place themselves in positions of inconvenience or discomfort in the pursuit of standing for something. And No, I'm not just telling others to do something that I haven't. For those who watch my channel and know me a little bit better than average, you know that my job before I started this channel was in music, a similar industry to the one Philosophy Tube finds herself in. I've worked on commercials and campaigns with household brands, made music in HBO shows, and the whole 9 yards. This was, and still is, my job. I spent about a decade building connections and friendships, flying back and forth from Toronto, New York, LA, Atlanta, over and over again. It was an incredible pain in the ass. And on the wallet, too. In October of 2023, I was in Los Angeles to meet with some people. This was right after October 7th. I'll admit I wasn't as well versed on Israel-Palestine then as I am now. I've since spent nearly 2 years relentlessly reading and educating myself, but even then, just seeing the way the Israeli government disproportionately responded to the attack, I knew this shit was immensely fucked up. So I did what any reasonable person should do, and I started posting about the topic and trying to share links to humanitarian aid organizations. I understood the implications of doing that in my specific industry, and almost immediately, many of those connections, bridges I've spent close to 10 years building, cut ties. In some cases, they even openly sub-posted some snarky shit. Of course, not all of them. There are plenty of great people that I'm still on fine terms with, but you get the point. And this is well before this channel even existed, so it's not like I had a backup source of income. And it's probably safe to say that my endeavors in music going forward might be a little trickier than they would have been otherwise, and no, that's not because Jews run these industries or whatever. Plenty of non-Jewish people in these industries are also Zionists and would also prefer if we all shut up, because controversy, specifically of the political variety, can threaten profits. Now, do I regret doing this? No, I would do it 1,000 times over. Why would I want to exist as a dog on a leash in an industry complicit in the worst human rights catastrophes imaginable? The more musicians, YouTubers, actors, etc. who come out against this, despite the obvious brand risk that entails, the more the movement can grow and the more pressure can be applied onto our politicians. I'm not telling you this story for your applause or praise. I don't need it or want it, and I don't want to see it in the comments. I'm telling you this to drive home the point that things only change when people are willing to sacrifice a bit of comfort for a greater cause. And apathetic liberals have never been the ones willing to do that. So to anyone who feels strongly about this particular issue, just do what you can because it's the right thing to do. And that includes refuting Zionist nonsense whenever you hear it. Don't cede any ground and don't compromise with Zionists.
W. Very good video by Overzealots. Much love to them. I hope you guys watch the video on the side. Otherwise, you'll find the link just slightly above in the chat. Alright, what's next? Zoom historian dress in denialism and laziness by Freda. We could watch a Freda video. I do like Freda videos. Lebanon bans Hezbollah military wing. Yeah, okay, good luck with that, bro. Literally, you don't have a military other than Hezbollah. That is so insane. Like, oh yes, let us just ban the only ones who are defending us against this genocidal state right next to us. This genocidal apartheid state right next to us.
I will make no opinions of my own in this video.
Okay, common sense disclaimer, whatever. This is this is Freda. Freda makes very, very cool videos. Big fan of Freda. They also stream on Twitch. Shout out Freda. I'm pretty sure this is the thing on Freda. Yeah, that is Freda. Very cool guy, very cool person, despite them being Norwegian. Let me just pin the video. Uno momento, por favor. But yeah, you guys should definitely follow Freda. They also do gaming. They're very fun. They're very cool. Wait, did I pin the wrong message? I think I did. Oops. Oops. Alright, there we go. Watch the video on the side, please, to support them. Alright, let us watch this video. Zoomer historian, dressed in denialism and laziness.
I will make no opinions of my own in this video, and this is purely a history video. nothing more.
Zoomer historian is a British pseudo-historian. That means he presents himself as a historian, presents his content as history, but utilizes different methodology and evidence than that used by trained historians. It's similar to pseudoscience. Scientists may assert that the Earth is round based on commonly held evidence, while a pseudoscientific approach may find the world to be flat based on bunk evidence. He presents his channel as, quote, apolitical, but like most YouTube essayists, he's very clearly arguing for certain political positions in his videos, and his content can be considered part of a larger political movement or project. With most video essayists, this ranges from things such as arguing for better public transit or wanting a return to the gold standard for some reason. Zoomer historian's political project and larger political movement is Nazism. Many have quote-unquote exposed Zoomer historian's Nazism in long-form videos before. There's really not much need for that. He doesn't exactly hide it, and Hope Not Hate UK showed his clear links to Nazi organizations. Hope Not Hate also posted his real identity, though I don't know the means by which they acquired this, and I don't know the rules regarding stuff like this on YouTube, so I'll replace the picture of him with a picture of Tintin, to whom he bears a striking resemblance. Instead of talking about Zoomer historian the person, I want to talk about how piss-poor of a so-called historian this person is. Zoomer historian presents himself as neutral in that he is simply, quote, stating the facts. This is an incredibly common way to frame very loaded history content on YouTube. When framing something as history, it imparts a degree of authority and authenticity to the content. In my previous video, I talked about how even framing video games as history gives them a degree of believability that helps audiences resonate with the game. What Zoomer historian is doing is exploiting this to manipulate you into believing there is no slant, angle, or anything to what's being presented, that he's only presenting the, quote, facts. This should be obvious to most, but his pro-Hitler content isn't aimed at capturing the attention of the brightest people. He's of course looking for people who are susceptible to Nazi propaganda. He's picking specific facts which, when viewed separately from the rest, may be entirely truthful on their own. Then he arranges it into a misleading narrative that conspicuously misses a whole host of other very important facts. Many watching this may not be that versed in historiography, that being the study of history itself as a field, not of specific historical topics. The term historiography is also used about specific historical fields to refer to the past work in said field. Most historians discussing a topic will usually begin by referring to past work and how their new work fits into the wider historiography. When Zoomer historian does this, he goes down the tried and true conspiracy theorist route of telling you that you've been lied to, that all you thought you knew was false, and finally, this former FIFA YouTuber has come to serve you the cold hard truth.
According to the historical narrative, one of the most egregious myths of the Third Reich. At first glance, the Second World War, or at least the narrative of it that is formed after the fact, makes it seem as if Adolf Hitler was a crazed warmonger who wanted to conquer, if not the world, then at least Europe. This is what people say, at least. This narrative, however, is hard to square with the fact that it was actually Adolf Hitler and the Germans, not the British or the Americans, who were the ones desperately seeking peace. This video is purely a work of history, and in no way, shape, or form political. I will try to avoid giving my own opinion on matters in this video, and will simply state what happened. However you want to interpret events is entirely up to you.
The reason I bring up historiography is because
apolitical Hitler defense, guys.
About the many limitations
apolitical.
History is generally and traditionally presented in written narrative form. When you read or watch anything, that thing is carefully constructed by its author to impart certain ideas. The historian attempts to truthfully represent history as they understand it, but it is still a historian's interpretation. And to complicate things further, this historian is basing themselves on written sources, which themselves may contain interpretation, which the historian must account for. And, after all this work has been diligently done, an audience or future historian will then further interpret this work. There's no possible way to present pure objective facts without opinion or analysis in history.
Damn, I haven't even heard a revision of that kind in Germany. Yeah, I mean, it might be illegal in Germany.
Methods to utilize and so on. The history you produce is a product of you and the sources. Quoting Edward Hallett Carr from his influential work, What is History? The historian is neither the humble slave nor the tyrannical master of its facts. The relation between the historian and his facts is one of equality, of give and take. As any working historian knows, if he stops to reflect what he's doing as he thinks and writes, the historian is engaged on a continuous process of molding his facts.
Yeah, but the AFD doesn't care about it. Yeah, and I'm sure the German government doesn't care about prosecuting it either.
One over the other. The facts of history cannot be purely objective, since they become facts of history only in virtue of the significance
give a trip some Manlicus instead.
Objectivity in history, if we are still to use that conventional term, cannot be objectivity of fact, but only of relation, of the relation between fact and interpretation, between past, present, and future. Essentially, objectivity in history is not a set of objective facts, but a qualitative assessment of a historian's work in interpreting facts. The objective historian is the diligent historian, the truthful historian, the transparent historian. The objective historian doesn't pretend like they have no opinions. They're consciously aware of them and make no effort to disguise them. Dishonestly pretending like you have no opinions can fool some into believing that, and at that point you are already tarnishing your work of history because the relationship between the interpretation and the facts has become muddied. The Zoomer historian knows he's sometimes lying or bending the truth. He frames his content this way because he's trying to appeal to those not versed enough in history to recognize what he's doing. He's trying to snap up people who either agree with him already or who are gullible enough to believe that a guy who has made his entire channel about reinterpreting Hitler has no agenda or politics. He's trying to appeal to the lowest common denominator, probably children. There is, however, a secondary and perhaps more interesting way to interpret Zoomer historian's rationale for adopting this method of framing his content. When Zoomer historian presents, quote, just facts, he absolves himself of a responsibility to relate his content to the wider historiography. He's just telling you things that happened, but it's up to you to make sense of it. To a layman, this might seem like a reasonable thing, but he's skipping past all the work done by trained expert historians to make sense of all these facts, absolving himself of the responsibility and placing all of that responsibility squarely on you. The Zoomer historian is profoundly lazy. By uncritically noting what Hitler said and did, he doesn't have to learn more about the context or about opposing views, and he doesn't have to present these things to you.
The FNAB43 is pretty nice, actually. We might make you more use of that. Then again, we did just get the MP40. Yeah, no, we can make more of the MP40.
In reality, he is presenting an extremely simplified and
70%
dumbed-down
recoil
narrative
control.
for easy consumption. When he bemoans the education system for not teaching you this, he's lying in a very clever way. You see, the education system may not have actually told you this specific fact that he's telling you, so in a sense it may seem as if he's telling the truth here. They, quote, kept this from you. But if you think about the journey the knowledge made from the primary source to the classroom, you start to realize why they maybe didn't focus on Hitler's peace offers. An 8-year-old is not expected to do independent analysis of the historiography. That's silly. That's left to the expert historians who conducted primary source research. Those expert historians constructed a narrative that's representative of what they found in the sources, and what they believe to be most truthful. In this narrative, they found that Adolf Hitler's peace offers aren't actually that important, considering the fact that Adolf Hitler started the fucking war to begin with. You see how he weaponizes laziness? He presents these facts independently of the historiography. The focus of this video is on how he's a poor historian. He's obviously doing this tactically as a part of his Nazi propaganda, but we don't have to focus on that or even recognize the Nazism to recognize how bad he is at history. As an example, let's look at the most important aspect of the historian's craft, the sources. The Hitler's Peace Office video does have a bibliography, so let's take a quick look at it. First, Pat Buchanan. Pat Buchanan is not a historian, and the book referenced here cites no primary sources. Pat Buchanan is an American paleoconservative with an illustrious career of advising Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, Ronald Reagan, and defending Nazi war criminals. And
Nice.
also doing a little bit of Holocaust denial.
What a
The sources
legit
for this
person.
are paywalled by the Washington Post, but I'll cite them anyhow on the off chance you have a means to bypass the paywall. Though I would not recommend subscribing to the Washington Post, as it's made its official editorial position to stifle any critiques of billionaires or American oligarchy very clear. Pat Buchanan is a political actor first and foremost. His book is political agitation, not a work of history. Next up is Richard Taylor. Those who are paying attention and familiar with World War II historiography will note that I just skipped an author. I am saving the best/worst for last. Richard Taylor seems relatively unknown.
I remember this video now.
At all. Usually if they're a trained historian at a
I remember this
university,
video.
a simple Google search should reveal some information, and
Be very excited so we learn about I think it's David Irving. The book that's literally just called Goering. Okay.
I couldn't find any reviews by historians. The book is up on archive.org, having been added there the same year it was released. From what I understand, this is uncommon for books with publishers who reserve rights to the material. So I checked the Amazon listing, which lists Richard Teeter himself as the publisher. The book is self-published, possibly because Teeter couldn't land a publishing deal because of the content of the book. The book, unsurprisingly, takes a sometimes ambivalent and sometimes positive view of Nazism. It adopts a largely outdated Sonderweg thesis that sees Germany as having been on a special path of political development that led it to Nazism. Quote, in Germany, the Enlightened Age evolved differently. The Germans' contemplative, methodical approach led to a gradual integration of liberal values with elements of the old order. You can't see it, but I'm
In Germany, the Enlightened Age evolved differently. Yeah, into...
in the air with my hand
I'm not even sure I'd call it evolved at that point.
You can't see it, but I'm making a jerk-off motion in the air with my hand right now. The book makes notes of the Germans' contemplative, methodical approach led to a gradual integration of liberal values with elements of the old order. You can't see it, but I'm making a jerk-off motion in the air with my hand right now. The book makes no mention of the Holocaust. When discussing the oppression of Jews, it mentions how they were mistreated in Poland in the 1920s. The next and perhaps most important part of this bibliography is, quote, What the World Rejected, Hitler's Peace Offers 1933 to 1940. That's pretty much the title of his video. Now you might be wondering why the cutoff is at 1940 when the war lasted until 1945. Did Hitler supposedly abandon the idea of making peace even as he very decidedly was losing the war? No, it's because the author was lacking data for the 5 ensuing years, because the book was published in Nazi Germany in 1940 by the head of cultural policy of the Nazi Foreign Office, hardly an unbiased source. Zoomer Historian's lack of precise citation of
apolitical video, by the way, apolitical video with apolitical sources, with apolitical explanations.
Also plagiarism. When relying on somebody else's work, you should always credit them and not leave ambiguity as to what work was done by you, and what work was done by the author you're basing your content on. It's fine to
I always love that Freda always gives him like gives these wankers like a history lesson, like this is how you're in any way, shape, or form a decent historian. Whenever he dissects these videos.
Up sometimes. I do it all the time, but it's not fine to consistently avoid doing citations. Finally, this video references 2 books by David Irving. David Irving entered into the popular consciousness when he sued American historian Deborah Lipstadt for libel because she accused him of Holocaust denial. Here's an excerpt from the UK High Court's ruling on the libel case. Quote, It appears to me to be incontrovertible that Irving qualifies as a Holocaust denier. Not only has he denied it.
Thank you for the follow, Super Garly. Thank you for being Charlie Kirk along with the rest of us. We are all Charlie Kirk. We are all apolitical Charlie Kirk.
Super-Bagarly just became a follower of Shimonism.
What did it say? I don't think... Okay, I think it kind of got confused trying to say your name. Anyways, welcome. We're currently watching Freda and playing some Enlisted.
The content of his speeches and interviews often displays a distinctly pro-Nazi and anti-Jewish bias. The charges which I have found to be substantially true include the charges that Irving has for his own ideological reasons persistently and deliberately misrepresented and manipulated historical evidence, that for the same reasons he has portrayed Hitler in an unwarrantedly favorable light. Quoting David Lawrence of Hope Not Hate. The content of Zoomer Historian's videos is unsurprising given that he has cited David Irving, the disgraced historian and Holocaust denier, as his main influence, describing him as a hero and his books as masterpieces. Irving books
we'll do 1 or 2 more matches, and then I'll begin preparing Iftar, I think.
Described by Zoomer Historian as, quote, one of his 2 favorite publishers, alongside the white nationalist Antelope Hill. I'm not even intending to moralize here. The point isn't to paint Zoomer Historian as a Nazi, it's quite obvious he is. The point is to show that he specifically selects for disgraced historians who have been found to have lied, distorted, or manipulated evidence and sources. Some YouTube historians make mistakes in this regard and unknowingly use sources by dishonest historians, and for some it's a conscious part of the methodology. Next, I want to move on to a more pointed critique of his video on Dresden.
Uh-oh.
But when it comes to the Allied terror bombing campaigns of the Second World War, things are different.
A more apt term is strategic bombing. Terror bombing refers exclusively to targets of little to no perceived military value, and we'll get more into this later on.
There is a difference between strategic bombing and terror bombing, from what I can understand.
Hard to read.
It's just the West often, like when it says it does strategic bombing, it's actually terror bombing.
Clumsy attempt at building the case for genocidal intent demonstrated by all Allied parties, relying mostly on Nazi wartime propaganda as his source. The charge of genocide, as outlined in the Genocide Convention of 1948, requires intent. We will assess how well Zoomer Historian manages to demonstrate genocidal intent on the part of the Allies towards the end of this section.
The events are totally glossed over, because as we know, the victors write the narrative.
This is the real world, not Call of Duty.
In fact, here in Britain, our bombing campaigns were never mentioned in history class.
I have lots of UK friends whom I speak to, and I ask them about this. From 4 friends from different parts of the UK, I got wildly different answers. 2 believed it was covered, but their memory of it is hazy. They talked about how different their respective schools' approach to history class was. I didn't specifically ask them about Dresden, only about Allied bombing campaigns, and one of my friends told me she had read about Dresden in one of those horrible pop history books as a kid. All of this is anecdotal and is as worthless evidence as Zoomer historians claim, but the point I wanted to make is that I believe it's most likely that Allied bombing of Germany was covered in history class, that it was likely covered differently in various councils, and that even so it probably just wasn't covered to the level of detail, or in the way Zoomer historian would have preferred.
Let's discuss what actually happened, and why it was a uniquely evil and criminal event.
Uniquely
the
evil?
The world had never seen before.
Bear in mind that this sort of firebombing was perpetrated against Tokyo as well, with
Wait,
far worse
uniquely
consequences.
evil?
Atomic bombs
The
were also
Germans
dropped
literally
in Japan.
started, they
Germany
literally
embarked
fired,
on a
like,
campaign of
terror bombed
expulsion and
London.
extermination through forced
Like, the
labor
Nazis
and
literally did
starvation
that.
against the peoples to their east.
What do you mean,
Firebombing of
uniquely
Dresden,
evil?
while terrifying and
Shit.
horrific, was no unique evil in this conflict. And bear in mind, that's just me talking about things done in pursuit of ostensibly military objectives. Far worse systematic atrocities were perpetrated against civilian populations in China, Korea, the Philippines, and against minorities across Europe in this period, including but not limited to the European Jewish population.
In his popular 1941 book, Germany Must Perish, author Theodor Kaufmann wrote, "This time, Germany has forced a total war upon the world. Germany must perish forever. In fact, not in fancy.
W.
The goal of world domination must be removed from the reach of the German, and the only way to accomplish this is to remove the German from the world."
At this point, you will
Okay,
probably not at all be surprised
never
to
mind.
find that
I don't
Zoomer
agree with that.
historian is
I don't
leaving
condone
quite a
that.
bit out of the story. The Zoomer historian asserts that Kaufman's so-called book was, quote, popular. He cleverly leaves out the fact that, for one, it was a pamphlet, not a book, and that it was only popular
Germans would
in a
never do
single
such a
country,
thing, Shaman.
that country being Nazi
Yeah, true.
Germany. Kaufman wrote in America, but his crackpot idea, to my understanding,
shit.
garnered little attention in the English-speaking world, but was incredibly well received by Germany's Ministry of Propaganda.
Alright, we need to capture this so we get the capture one strategic point reward. Nice.
War.
Done.
Kaufman was an eccentric, to put it no more strongly than
There's
that.
one
He'd
enemy
already
here.
earned the ridicule of the press in the USA by urging the sterilization of all American men to stop their children becoming murderers and criminals. Nevertheless, Goebbels seized upon this new pamphlet, portrayed Kaufman
shit.
as an official
That-
advisor to the White House, and trumpeted it as a Jewish
Ooh,
product
that's an
that
enemy
revealed
fighter.
the true intentions of the Roosevelt government towards
The Jewish
Germany.
product.
Goebbels made sure to have the pamphlet translated and distributed
Incredible.
along the front line. I think it's reasonably safe to conclude that Kaufman's largest, if not most enthusiastic reader base were not anti-German Brits or Americans, but anti-Semitic Germans.
More influentially, back in the US,
We also finally have
Henry
gunners on this
Morgenthau called
plane.
for 2/3 of
Ooh,
the
and they
German
have then like
population to be
turrets.
killed
That's
by
so
starvation,
sick.
and thousands
Wait, can we
more
not use the
shot
last
out of
one?
hand.
He's referring to the Morgenthau
Why can we not
plan,
use
which was proposed
other
in
turrets?
1944.
Oh, there we go.
The document is not classified
What's the
or secret
reason we
in
can't
any way, shape, or
use the
form and can be
last
read
one?
by anyone. The plan was not intended to starve the German population to death, and no parts of the plan called
Okay,
for
the enemy
shooting of
plane is
Germans.
over there.
This is nonsense. The plan was not implemented because it was believed it would result in many deaths to starvation as Germany was forcefully deindustrialized. And it should also be remembered that while this plan was never implemented, instead the opposite happened, with Germany being rebuilt through the Marshall Plan.
One of the most influential writers
We
in the
didn't really
Soviet
kill
Union, and
anyone,
perhaps the
but that's
entire
fine.
world, targeted his propaganda at the average Red Army soldier. He said, "The Germans are not human beings. If you have not killed at least one German a day, you're
I'm not
wasting
gonna
that
comment
day.
on any of
If
what
you
this
cannot
guy's
kill a
saying.
German with a bullet, kill him with your bayonet."
The quote keeps going on about killing Germans. He loves to claim these people as tremendously influential without citation. I don't know if Ehrenberg was one of the most influential writers in the entire world. but I
And
think
shut
it's safe
down.
to say he was influential in the Soviet Union.
Speaking
An
of
important
killing
bit of
Germans.
context here is that these writings were published in the Red
In a video
Army's
game, in a video game, in a
newspaper
video
after
game.
the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union. This was
Literally
wartime
just
propaganda aimed at
playing a World War
galvanizing
II
the
game.
Red Army against an invading army. It is absolutely dehumanizing, but no more
What
than
are the
propaganda issued
controls?
by Nazi Germany in support of its
Plane.
aggression against the Soviet
What does
Union.
3 do?
In
Raise
1943,
flaps.
Ehrenberg
Oh,
remarked that
okay.
this war was, quote, different from all preceding wars. Germany is pursuing two insane goals: the annihilation of the
Interesting.
peoples and the annihilation of the human principle. History has not seen any comparable attack on the very essence of mankind. Ehrenberg's deep hatred was partly informed by his reading of the letters and diaries of German soldiers, many of which were then published in order to mobilize the Soviet peoples against the enemy. He believed most German soldiers were primitive creatures boasting of their superiority while really being, quote, profoundly ignorant, blindly repeating all the Nazi
If you're a
crap.
Soviet saying this
Thousands of
shit,
diaries,
I'd say that's
notebooks,
fairly
and
understandable.
letters have revealed to
Shit,
us
shit,
the
shit. That's too
simple
fast, too
world
fast,
of
too
these
fast, too
people.
fast, too
But
fast,
there
too
was
fast, too
another
fast, too
kind,
fast, too
quote,
fast.
Hitler
Okay,
writes,
nice, we
who
made
are
it.
indifferent to chicken and boots as trophies, and are ruthless toward others and themselves, whose eyes are aflame with intense fanaticism. These are the essence and meaning of fascism and its so-called philosophy. Ehrenberg concluded Nazism to breed, quote, heartless formal submission to the sovereignty of death. This is why Nazi soldiers are so cruel and sullen. The
Okay, the enemy's
cruelty of
capping
Nazi
this a little bit
soldier,
too
as
quickly.
opposed to the ordinary Nazi's cruelty, is not an act of debauchery or an excess on the part of a drunken gang, but a constitutional part of the fascist Weltanschauung. The cult of death demands bloody and frequently refined tortures. The pamphlet Zoomer historian is quoting was written during the Battle of Stalingrad, and should be viewed in the context of this, not as a call for the murder of Germans cried out in a
Wait,
complete
this guy said this during the Battle of Stalingrad? Yeah, okay, no shit he said
It's not
this.
an act of debauchery or an excess
Like,
on the
you
part of a
what?
drunken gang, but a constitutional part of the fascist Weltanschauung. The cult of death demands bloody and frequently refined tortures. The pamphlet Zoomer historian is quoting was written during the Battle of Stalingrad, and should be viewed in the context of this, not as a call for the murder of Germans cried out in a complete vacuum. Bear in mind that none of this is a so-called objective depiction of every German soldier's character. This only depicts how their character was experienced by Ilya Ehrenberg and the civilians and the Red Army soldiers he corresponded with. It's a source for understanding their feelings towards the German invaders. The Germans acknowledged the existence of Ilya Ehrenberg, and as the Red Army approached German territory, their writings on him became more alarmed. Quote, Ilya Ehrenberg is urging the Asiatic people to drink the blood of German women. This is dated to December 1944. A month later, as Ehrenberg was accompanying the Red Army into German territory,
where are all these Germans coming from?
Indiscriminate violence visited upon the German civilian populace, saying it was unbefitting of Soviet cultural standards. Quote, he was reprimanded by Stalin for besmirching the heroic Red Army. To nobody's surprise, Ilya Ehrenberg is a more interesting and complicated character than Zoomer historian depicts him as. At this point, I want to levy another charge against Zoomer historian. His tendentious, deceitful, and simplistic approach to history not only misrepresents history, it also makes history less interesting. It makes history boring.
The message was
that is the most messed up thing. Making history boring? Come on, dude. That's messed up.
Fell upon the German people on the Eastern Front are uniquely horrifying in their own regard.
While being careful not to minimize the suffering of civilians in wartime, if that is at all what he's getting at, it's obviously absurd to consider what befell Germans on the Eastern Front as uniquely horrifying or evil. Similar evils have been visited upon the peoples of the Soviet Union as an intentional consequence of the German invasion. The conduct of the Wehrmacht and the SS in Eastern Europe undoubtedly contributed to the dehumanization of Germans that occurred in the psyche of many Red Army soldiers.
I walked right into a flat gun.
The military set the stakes of the conflict, set the terms by which it would be waged, and by the end of it, their own civilian populace paid a horrible price for this escalation of violence.
By 1945, the bombing of German cities was nothing new. Winston Churchill had initiated this early in the war by beginning the indiscriminate bombing of population centres. After holding his nerve and not wanting to take part in this horrible
because the British were the first to do that, definitely not.
And the back and forth bombing of cities began.
Here it's important to note that the first bombing of a major civilian population center in the war was not carried out against the Germans, but carried out by the Germans against Warsaw. After the artillery and bombing had done its job, about 12% of the city
oh shit, they did it in Warsaw as well. What about that?
Frederick Taylor's Dresden. On September 24th, 1,000 German planes devastated the city. The next day, 420. By the end of the second day, 10,000 civilians lay dead within Fortress Warsaw. Then, on the 10th of May 1940, the Germans began bombing major cities in the Low Countries and in France. Quoting historian Richard Overy, like the bombing of Warsaw, the operations against Rotterdam imposed heavy civilian casualties because the Dutch army chose to defend the area rather than declare it an open city or surrender. Quoting further, Paris might have suffered something of the same fate as Rotterdam if the French army and government had insisted on defending the French capital to the last. A number of military targets were bombed in Paris on the 3rd of June, in the later stages of the campaign in the west, but on the 11th of June it was declared an open city by the French commander-in-chief, Maxime Weygand, and evacuated by the government and military high command. When Zoomer historian talks about the British initiating indiscriminate bombing of civilian population centers while Hitler was reluctant to do so, he is obviously lying. Quoting Taylor's Dresden, smarting from the humiliation of the tiny RAF raid on Berlin, and, it is said, hoping to lure the stubbornly resisting Spitfires and Hurricanes into the air in defense of their own capital, the Nazi leadership ordered its forces to attack targets in the heart of London. The spectacular results of the air raids on British cities in terms of damage and casualties may have bolstered morale in Germany, temporarily alarmed the Reich's enemies, and impressed neutral onlookers, but in direct military terms they achieved little except to infuriate the British people and provoke calls for revenge attacks by the RAF. The British attempted to seek their revenge in August to little real effect, but in so doing granted German propaganda a massive boon. Quoting Goebbels, now Berlin is also right in the middle of the war, and that is a good thing. Quoting Taylor again, so feeble was the British efforts against German soil in the autumn of 1940 that Goebbels had to resort to faking British atrocities to rouse the German public. Germany, through its aggression in Poland, the Low Countries, and France, was setting terms under which cities either emerged unscathed or suffered the destructive effects of artillery and bombs in this era of increasingly sophisticated air power. The answer was a city that surrenders emerges unscathed. A city that's defended gets bombed. This was completely in accordance with the laws of war as laid down
quite a few
in the
kills we got there.
of 1907. Frederick Taylor reasons that the law, laid down just 4 years after the Wright brothers' first flight, could not have begun to imagine the devastation an air force could visit upon a city just a few decades later. On November 14th, 1940, 510 German bombers departed for Coventry, a city of 320,000 inhabitants but possessing some manner of industry nestled inside its urban center. According to Frederick Taylor, the bombers came armed with conventional high-explosive bombs, air mines, and masses of incendiary bombs. Quote, "There was no mistaking the intention of the Luftwaffe on this moonlit November night. Its plan was to set Coventry ablaze.
Hello.
This all will become
Goodbye.
very important when assessing the case of Dresden. Why does Frederick Taylor's book about Dresden, which amounts to over 500 pages, contain over 100 pages about Germany bombing Poland, France, Britain, and so on? It's because the bombing of Dresden didn't happen in a vacuum. All of this forms important context to the bombing.
Dresden was literally a military target.
This is all stuff Zoomer historian would never
Like,
tell
on
us all,
purpose as
at least
well.
not in any meaningful detail.
By 1945, more bombs had fallen on Berlin alone than the Germans had dropped on all of England combined.
This is a funny bit of rhetoric that doesn't really mean much when you take into account the fact that Germany only seriously carried out a bombing campaign against Britain for about 10 or 11 months. Heavy German bombing of British cities had stopped in early June 1941. That same year, Britain began raids against German cities in an effort to take some of the heat off the Soviet Union by forcing Germany to divert fighters to the west. Then, of course, the Americans entered the war with their immense industrial output. The comparison isn't very productive. Germany's early war bombing effort against England, lasting scarcely a year while possessing no heavy bombers whatsoever, compared to the industrial output of the entirety of the Allies with their scores
see an
of
enemy
heavy
fighter.
bombers, a battered defending German air force, and several years of bombing. Yes, Berlin was bombed severely.
A prime example being Hamburg, which was burnt to a crisp by firebombs for over a week straight, resulting in up to 100,000 civilian deaths, and that's just US figures. The lower range is around 40,000 by British sources.
I'm not sure what US numbers he's looking at here, but I think he's referencing Operation Gomorrah, which was the incendiary bombing of Hamburg in 1943, which, quote, was the single largest loss of civilian life in one city throughout the whole European war, exceeded only by the 250,000 Japanese killed in the firebombing of Tokyo and the atomic attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Quote, the cumulative total for Operation Gomorrah, calculated by the local police authorities by December 1943, was
That one is shut down, surely.
31,647. The figure was revised in May 1944 to 38,975, which is close to
And we
figure
killed the guy
currently
as well. Why
favored
didn't they
of
eject?
37,000. That is to say,
Silly,
it is
silly
currently
person.
believed 37,000 people were killed in the incendiary bombing campaign against Hamburg, not over 100,000.
A quote by Thomas Goodrich from the book Hellstorm sums up the scenes rather well. Due to the tremendous heat, some bunkers contained only dozens of log-like shapes, charred and shriveled to only a quarter of their original.
The book and the movie of the same name that Thomas Goodrich co-wrote with its director neo-Nazi Kyle Hunt is not an authoritative work of history. It's a polemic that seeks to expose Allied, quote, war crimes. The quoted section is from page 34 of Hellstorm, the Frank's footnotes to Middelburg's
Yeah,
Hamburg and
great
Hastings
source.
Bomber Command. Though it doesn't actually concern Hamburg at all, which is what Zoomer Historian was talking about at this point, it's about the bombing of Darmstadt. Either Zoomer Historian made a mistake while plumbing the book for grueling quotes, which is possible because the author of Hellstorm speaks about Hamburg on previous pages, or Zoomer Historian is borrowing a horrible account from a separate event to
Nope,
make
that's some
another
enemy
event
stuff.
to look more terrifying. Also, Hellstorm cites page 266 of Martin Middlebrook's The Battle of Hamburg for this chilling section, but I can't see any relevance to
shit.
it on page 266 of the book. And in fact, the surrounding pages talk about a very ineffective firebombing raid on Hamburg that caused little damage. There exists a possibility that I and the author of Hellstorm
That didn't
are
go
looking at
great.
separate editions
Oh.
of the book. Though the release
It's
year
like a
of White Tree
sniper,
and the copy
so that'll be
listed in
fine.
Hellstorm's bibliography
Kill
is
enemies using
identical,
this
so this should
artillery
be the
fire.
case.
I hate that
So
mission so
significant
much
portions of this quote that
because it
Zoomer
requires that we
Historian
have someone who can do that,
no connection to any source.
and that's not
Though
guaranteed
again,
a lot
I
of
am
the time.
leaving open the possibility that these are separate editions of the book.
Surely, even these terror bombers had the heart not to bomb a barely defended and militarily unimportant cultural centre hundreds of miles from their own front lines.
Is it like a German boo or some shit? Is that why he's defending this, like making this weird ass
Quoting the
defense?
1942 Dresden
Because I feel
yearbook,
like this is beyond
anyone
like
who knows
Nazi
Dresden only as a
rubbish.
cultural city would rightly be very surprised to be made aware of the extensive and versatile industrial
Maybe I'm just
activity with
underestimating
all
how
its varied
stupid these
ramifications
people are.
that make Dresden one of the foremost industrial locations of the Reich.
Fasching is a German event, kind of like Mardi Gras. It fell on the 13th of February. In all of Germany, celebrations did not go ahead like normal due to the war, except in one city. Dresden was still in a fit enough state for celebrations to go ahead.
Technically true, but technically not. Quote, the city's people, and especially its children, have spent the day celebrating a somewhat toned-down wartime version of Fasching.
At 10 PM, however, the sirens sounded.
How many
It was 9:51
No!
p.m., but close enough.
Damn it.
yes.
Klaus von Ferentiel,
Damn, someone
an
killed
SS
us while we were
officer
on it.
laying injured in a military hospital, missing half his hip at the time, recalls how he felt it simply couldn't be true. Surely, these fellow Christians,
Why is it so
these
loud?
supposedly civilized men of Western civilization couldn't commit such an obvious war crime. Tons and tons of bombs began hurtling down to earth.
What?
You're talking about an SS officer bemoaning the war crimes of the Allies, dude. Come on.
The circus performers for the Fasching Festival and their animals were ripped from the face of the earth.
Beyond his consistent lying, I have no cause to doubt that most of the devastation Zoomer historian describes is somewhat representative. However, this part just is not true. Quote, the circus air raid warden could nevertheless proudly report that no one who stayed in the circus building had died as a result of enemy action. Of the staff who perished, all were either with the doomed animals on the bank of the Elbe during the second attack, or had set off for home after the first raid. They died at home or were killed in the streets, like so many other Dresdeners. The account reproduced in Taylor's book only mentions the tigers perishing in the fire, no other animals, though it does mention that some
R.I.P. tigers.
Circus staff did die, but not from bombs hitting the circus. They died because they were in Dresden.
The city had no anti-aircraft defenses to speak of.
This is often brought up, and I'm not quite sure why, because Dresden being undefended wasn't because of its lack of military importance. In fact, it was heavily defended in the past. It was barely defended because Germany, having been fighting a losing war for arguably around 2 years at this point, no longer had the means to defend itself adequately. On October 7th, 1944, less than a year before the Dresden firebombing, the Allies carried out bomber raids against oil processing plants in central and eastern Germany. Weather complicated the bombing raid, causing many bombers to not find their targets. Under such circumstances, mission come with secondary targets. For the 303rd group of B-17 bombers, this meant they would either proceed towards Dresden or Zwickau. Its commander chose Dresden, with the rail yards as their target. They were greeted by, quote, moderate to intensive and accurate flak. Flak is a colloquial term for anti-aircraft artillery. That is, military defenses against aircraft.
Ouch!
In other words, Dresden was
Am I
very
also
much
burning
a
out now?
defended city. Of the 30 B-17s in this fight, 10 suffered substantial damage
I'm
from
throwing a
anti-aircraft
grenade.
fire. That is
Screw you.
1/3 substantially damaged. Hardly undefended.
That's funny.
Over time, however, the flak in Dresden was depleted or had been withdrawn to defend other targets. The city was supposedly defended by 20mm light anti-air, but this hardly amounted to much. But Allied planners could not have known that this would be the case by February 1945. Neither could they have known that the Luftwaffe would send up no fighters. It wasn't until the first Mosquito heavy fighter went down to 2,000 or 3,000 feet to drop flares to mark the aiming point that pilots became aware of what they apparently had suspected for some time, that Dresden was undefended by anti-aircraft artillery. Dresden should have been defended. It was a city of strategic importance due to its industry and the presence of the rail junction. But because of the dwindling resources of the Reich at this point in the war, it was not adequately defended.
And the planes were flying so low that they could see the masses of costumed partygoers in the streets.
This one is absurd for a number of reasons. The bombing took place after 10 p.m. in February. On the 13th of February, the sun set around 7 p.m. in Dresden. Twilight occurred somewhere between 5 to 6 p.m. depending on your definition of twilight. This is all according to timeanddate.com. As I've already mentioned, the bombers needed advanced aircraft flares to mark their aiming points, and we have recordings of the bomber crews searching for the flares. In terms of bombing altitude, 49th Squadron, described as going in relatively low due to the absence of flak, was bombing at an altitude somewhere between 12,000 feet and 13,500 feet. I want you to imagine what you'd be able to see at an altitude of 12,000 feet at 10 p.m. at night. Now, knowing that Zoomer historian had brought up Hellstorm, I decided to look into it. I found the passage that I believe he read for the section, but I can't be sure since it doesn't do citations. It's on page 107. This is also seemingly where he got his anecdote about everyone in the circus being blown to bits, which didn't happen, and Hellstorm cites nothing for this particular claim. It also claims the night was, quote, bright as day, but I have no idea how or why that would be, prior to the firebombing at least. I have not seen any source describe the moon as particularly bright or the skies as cloudless. I tried to find a reason for why the night could have been, quote, bright as day, but could not find one. However, as I said earlier, the night could have been bright as day after the bombing. The first instance of that turn of phrase in the book is used by an eyewitness account to describe the scene after the city was set ablaze, and later to describe the brightness of a marking flare that landed close to someone's house. The author of Hellstorm thereafter transforms the meaning of it to apply to general visibility conditions for the bombers. After about 3 minutes of describing the horrors, focusing quite a bit on zoo animals, he gets to the second wave of bombers.
Oh, that tank was destroyed.
The announcer blared out over the few radios that still functioned, telling everyone to get to shelter, and that another wave of bombers was coming. Over 1,000 Allied bombers came flying overhead, low enough to see the masses of dead.
Victory!
More than 1,000 bombers would hit Dresden, but the second wave consisted of, quote, more than 550 British bombers, though only 525 aircraft arrived at the target. Who once again says they bombed low enough to see the dead, which once again is doubtful, considering this wave bombed from even higher than the first at 20,000 feet. And
is my stream lagging?
Billowing from the fires of the first first raid. Though I should note that McKee, which is an older source and possibly not an expert one, claims that one bomber went below clouds at 8,000 feet. Whether or not he could have seen anything at that altitude I can't say, but many years later he claims he did. Though I should note that being able to distinguish individuals but not the aiming point marked by illuminating flares, which according to
Destroy 6 enemy tanks. That one is more doable than killing 8 enemies with artillery fire. Hate that mission. Complete one battle hero. That's doable as well.
Smoke from the fires rendered it impossible to identify the aiming point with certainty.
Over 1,000 bombers dropped not only the usual payload of bombs, but thousands of incendiary bombs. These bombs were timed to land and fall amongst the debris into every nook and cranny. They had deliberately flattened the city hours earlier so that they could now drop these incendiaries to cause the maximum amount of death. The city went up like a tinderbox.
Zoomer historian gets confused about what happened and claims the first bombers dropped high explosives to turn the city into rubble, and the second wave dropped incendiaries on the rubble. This is not what happened. Both dropped a mix of high explosives and incendiaries. In fact, the first attack was so effective at lighting the city on fire, it provided two challenges to the second wave. 1. The smoke clouds were far more intense than any cloud cover would be that night. And 2. The target was already in flames. So the bombers had to quickly make a decision to have their marker planes mark new targets, so as to not just drop bombs onto the exact same spots, effectively wasting the entire attack. This meant the attack was less concentrated and less coordinated. It also led to Dresden becoming the greatest area destroyed in a single night. Quote, it was squadron leader De Wesselo and wing commander Legoud's joint decision, as the second wave surged towards Dresden, to abandon the designated aiming point and bomb outside the already burning areas of the city, which turned the raid into a byword for slaughter. Their move doomed not only large areas of the residential suburbs, but also the great gathering places of the homeless and the dehoused.
Oh shit.
Here explicitly says that
that
his
is
decision turned
very
the bombing
unfortunate.
from any other into something perceived as far more brutal. Let me read a very important section of Taylor's Dresden to you. It now seemed that the British were bombing the dispossessed and the homeless. The park, the zoo, the lodges, exhibition buildings, and restaurants were all sacrificed to explosion and flame. This was starting to look like sadism, and that would be the view of many observers after the war. To the aircrew, most of whose knowledge of the cityscape of Dresden and its amenities was at best cursory, the evidence is that it just looked like an area that needed to be bombed. There was no special sadism at work here or deliberate plan to maximize human suffering.
Yeah, I don't think you
Bombers were,
can
of course, aware of
really.
the human cost this raid would have. This was war. But they did not have intimate knowledge of circumstances on the ground, and did not take measures intended
Assuming that
to
they want
maximize
to kill these
suffering,
people, I
as
think is
the
incredibly
historian
silly.
implies. In fact, when A for Able came in for its bomb run, instructions as to where to bomb ceased, presumably because of the discussion of the ad hoc plan between the planes in charge of the bomb run. So the bombardier for A for Able made a decision, assuming wrongly that the lead bomber had been killed. Quote, I told Dig to turn to starboard to the south of the city. He swung the aircraft away from the heart of the inferno, and when we were just beyond the fringe of the fires, I pressed the bomb release. I hoped the load would fall into open country. I couldn't forget what we had been told at briefing, or the old newsreels of German dive-bombing atrocities. Another tail gunner, part of a rookie crew on their first mission, said, so this is trial under fire. We did it. We have almost completed our first trip. There is no jubilation from the crew. Not even a slight hurrah.
Allied pilots after the war spoke of how they could literally see women, children, dogs, and all sorts moving below on the streets as they dropped.
How can you say this? Okay, look at this picture. Okay, guys, look at this picture that Freda has up on the screen. I'll make it a little bit bigger. Look at this picture. How in bloody hell would you be able to see man, woman, and dog from this distance? You can't see shit. And this is like not before you even consider this was at the middle of the night as well. Like, come on.
Women, children, dogs, and all sorts moving below on the streets as
All
they drop their
sorts.
bombs on them. And how
Me when I don't know what to say at the end of an essay. All sorts. What else do we need to say, dude?
Allied pilots after the war
Like, it's a very minor thing, but it's just like,
spoke of how
as Fred, it goes into the point earlier of Fred is saying that this
they could
guy's
literally
lazy.
see women, children, dogs, and all
Women, children, dogs, and all sorts. Yeah,
sorts
lazy.
moving below on the streets as they
You could have
drop
just
their
cut that
bombs
part
on
out.
them, and how terrible they felt afterwards.
But whatever.
However bad they felt,
Minor thing
it
versus the,
changed
you know,
nothing.
It's at this point, when
Or the
Zoomer
Nazi
historian is
apology.
plagiarizing Hellstrom once again, that I could find his source for our pilots being able to see people down below. It cites McKee again. It's a passage on page 183. It's the Wesselow's own recollection of events. He's unsure of some of the details, like the position of the industrial areas in relation to where he was at the time, or the position of the actual smoke cloud from the city. He does recall seeing people in the street. He said, quote, "All these raids were pretty horrifying though."
The local parks were a scene of total death and destruction. The RAF knew that the civilians would flee to these open spaces to escape the flames, so they hit the parks particularly hard to kill as many people as they could.
As I've explained, this wasn't the case. We know what the plans were for Dresden. We also know that
Oh
the
shit,
bombs in
right.
the second
King is
wave fell
Japanese,
when
we
they
gotta
did
unlock some new
due to
shit.
an ad hoc decision made purely on the basis of dropping bombs in other
Oh, where's
locations
my phone?
than where they'd already fallen. These bombs were dropped outside of where they were originally planned to drop. This park had no
Where did
military
I put
value. It was not on the list
all
of
down.
targets. Zoomer historian's claim is that this was deliberately planned for. It wasn't. And to imagine that the pilots had a one-to-one understanding of what was going on the ground in order to make this decision to bomb the specific area civilians were gathering is absurd, especially considering the confusion I've already detailed, which caused one bomber to jettison its bombs towards open country. Surely, if the plan was to maximize civilian
You want to put
casualties,
etc., but I don't have any more examples exactly.
The survivors began to assemble in whatever open spaces still remained. Individuals became a mass as they all trudged along towards the bombed out main park. Each person injured.
Bro, I
in a
love this
unique
map.
way,
It's so...
but just relieved
This map
to
is
be
such
alive.
chaos.
The relief didn't last long. The air raid sirens blared again, and a mass of US fighters came swarming from the sky, opening fire at the masses of refugees, tearing them to pieces. They hit them in the parks. They hit them in the columns fleeing the city. They hit them everywhere they could find them. One even deliberately targeting the last living giraffe, as well as others like
The last living giraffe. Bro had insane aim. Bro had the best aim, man.
Insane stuff he says, this is the most deranged. Especially the part about a fighter plane deliberately trying to kill a giraffe. This never happened. McKee's book seems to uncritically repeat eyewitness accounts claiming this, and so does Hellstorm for obvious reasons. This is why I earlier in the video said McKee's book may not be an expert source, and pointed out that it's quite old by this point. Over 40 years old. Frederick Taylor addresses this myth in Appendix A of his book. Taylor has traced the myth to a post-war German report from 1952 by a writer
Bro,
named
missions
Axel
kill 6 enemy
Rosenberg,
tanks
published in a pop magazine
and kill a
called
bunch of
Dutch
enemies.
Football.
That bit should be not so difficult.
However, what really brought the myth to the fore was the international bestseller The Destruction of Dresden in 1963, by none other than the man proven by a UK High Court to have deliberately misrepresented and manipulated historical evidence, the Holocaust denier David Irwin. Now, I want to apologize ahead of time because I want to devote significant time just to this strafing myth because it's very funny how wrong Zoomer historian and David Irving are. As funny as discussing lies about a grim event such as this can be anyhow. I'm going to put up a ticking counter showing how many times the base assumptions of this myth are contradicted by simple documented facts. First,
let's
Irving
put a
embellished an already
spawn point
existing
close to
mythical
the
tale by
thing.
the first communist prime minister of Saxony, published in a book that was, quote, half a serious attempt at history, half an anti-Western rant. Irving alleged, among other things, that a choir boy was killed by strafing. This choir boy was killed by British bombs in the second British night raid, which we've discussed. This was before a single P-51 had taken to the air. He cites a police chief who was reporting what he was told, which we know to be erroneous, as the police chief says strafing was observed on every raid, including the British raid, which Frederick Taylor says was, quote, an impossibility given
Pull an
the
airstrike
circumstances.
around
David
here.
Irving claims the American strafing attacks were carried out by the 20th Fighter Group. Quote, he goes on to recount how simultaneously with the end of the American attack at 12:23 p.m., the 37 P-51s of the 20th Fighter Group's A Group hurtled low towards the city. The 20th Fighter Group was engaged in an American raid against a city that ended at 12:23 p.m., a raid against Prague, 80 miles away from Dresden. The Dresden raid ended at 12:31 p.m., not 12:23 p.m.
Shit.
Irving alleges that while strafing trucks full of refugees, a P-51 flew so low that it crashed into a wagon and exploded. Quoting Taylor again, it is quite true that a Mustang of 20th Group was lost in this way. We even know that the aircraft in question was flown by Lieutenant Jack D. Leon. The problem is that the place where the pilot met his fate was near Donauwörth in western Bavaria, approximately 210 miles from Dresden. He was killed as he was attacking a vehicle carrying a Wehrmacht colonel, not refugees. Quoting further, no pilot from any of the escort groups died or was lost over Dresden itself. Irving does not refer to any other documentary evidence for the activities by fighter aircraft from groups that were actually at
They're
Dresden.
everywhere.
The park that Zoomer historian refers
Go away.
to, I believe, is the Grosser Garten. Gunther Kannegiser's friend was in there, and Kannegiser said, quote, and he saw no low-flying fighters there, and we both knew what a strafing
Like, we're
attack
flying
looked
in
like.
enough
Policemen
to
during
zero
our
and
airing
zeroing
was
out
also
those
in the same
enemies.
area, and 40 years after the event said he dodged an incendiary bomb, but, quote, no actual shots.
Oh,
And
there's
also,
a
quote,
plane
I heard
there. Is that
nothing
an
in my
enemy
official
plane or an
capacity
allied
about all
plane?
those low-flying fighters that are supposed to have done for all those people, allegedly heaps of them. Quoting Taylor, there is no
And they killed
documentary
themselves.
information whatsoever in neither the American Army Air Force documents available, nor, perhaps more significantly, in German accounts originating at the time, are such daylight strafing attacks mentioned. David Irving alleges that the A group of the 20th Fighter Group, which we already mentioned wasn't actually there, had orders to strafe targets of
Oh,
opportunity,
nice. We killed a bunch of those
locomotives,
enemies with
trucks,
those
and
bombs.
such. He provides no evidence for this claim. In fact, the official orders given to the fighters who were escorting the bombers at Dresden are available for all to read in the National Archives in Washington. Every attempt will be made to conserve gasoline. Any strafing will be done on withdrawal at group leaders' discretion if no EA have been encountered.
Shit, I'm
that
being
is
shot
Army
at.
Air or are expected. Only
Rally
A
point
groups
destroyed.
will strafe.
No!
Airdromes will not, repeat, will not be strafed. Now, this seems like it leaves open the possibility for strafing to have occurred, but we know what sort of strafing this group actually carried out. Quote, the group had one squadron in combat over Dresden, no enemy aircraft seen by other groups. A groups went to deck for strafing on withdrawal. This will need some explanation. On withdrawal means after the fighters have finished their escort duties. This means
Oh, did they
when
actually capture the
fighters have
point? Shit.
accompanied the bombers back from Dresden
That's
towards an
annoying.
area where no enemies are to be expected. The fighter's job was to keep at altitude in proximity to the bombers and to keep up, so as to be able to head off any fighters come to intercept the bombers. A fighter cannot combine this duty with strafing at ground level 20,000 feet below. So the fighter would accompany the bombers until withdrawal, which could happen 30 minutes or 2 hours after the bombs had been dropped, quote, depending on the perceived level of continuing risk. There are actually documented strafing attacks by the aircraft that went to Dresden, but all of those occurred over 100 miles west of Dresden after withdrawal, as instructed in their orders. You might say that the Allies simply covered up their atrocities, but this is unlikely because a potential war crime is literally documented in these reports. A pilot admitted to firing on a hospital train by mistake, because he at first could not make out the red cross on the roofs of their cars. Presumably, he did not make a second pass at the train once he became aware of this. Dr. Helmut Schnatz witnessed the bombing of Koblenz as a boy, and also witnessed low-level strafing. He went on to write authoritative articles on the air war in Germany and became fascinated with
I will say specifically to this point by Freda that I think that just because one war crime was documented,
Dr. Helmut Schnatz witnessed the bombing of Koblenz as a boy, and also witnessed low-level strafing. He went on to write authoritative articles on the air war in Germany and became
that does not
fascinated
mean
with
that
the
there
often
weren't
quite
more war
glaring
crimes
contradiction
documented.
found in the accounts of air attacks. After 10
I
years of
just
research,
like if
Dr.
they're not
Schnatz
there, I
came
think
to
it's just
quote
more by chance and not.
and convincing conclusions, according to Taylor. Schnatz's conclusions are there were no orders for the fighters to launch low-level strafing of Dresden. Even had this been so, documents regarding the precise course and duration of the operation indicate that no time could have been taken out for strafing over the target. The swift declaration of the all clear by the air raid authorities in Dresden, less than 15 minutes after the last bomb was dropped at 12:31
This is a very good map for
indicates that
snipers,
there
so
could
we
have been
will
no
spawn in
additional air
as a
attack once the
sniper,
bombers
I
had
think.
gone. The P-51s at Dresden were operating close to the limit of their fuel
And hopefully not
capacity and
upgraded.
could not have undertaken extensive low-level strafing so far from base without endangering their own safety. They did strafe, but only far to the west of Dresden, mainly against railway targets, when their escort duties were over and running out of fuel was no longer a problem. Given the agreement between German as well as American accounts of the raid on Dresden, there can be no question of American records being falsified or sanitized after the event. To clarify the latter, he's saying it's impossible that the Americans covered it up, because German records agree with the American records. So for it to have occurred, the Nazis would have had to cover up a war crime against their own people. Strafing did not occur at Dresden. There are numerous reasons why eyewitness accounts allege that it did. Incendiary canisters falling from the sky may take on the appearance of tracers. American and German fighters would likely have chased each other low, as they traded altitude for speed to evade each other's gunfire. Some may have mistaken the mosquitoes who were dropping marking flares for enemy fighter planes, coming in for strafing runs. Most of the people in Dresden had never witnessed a strafing attack up close, and many had just experienced many traumatic hours after the nighttime British bombing raid, followed by a new daylight American bombing raid. It's easy to mistake one thing for another in this sort of situation. As covered, the witness accounts of what happened at Dresden are incredibly contradictory and must therefore be compared to documentary evidence and expert analysis. It's at this point when historians equipped with a more complete overview have the terrible job of overruling the direct testimony of survivors. It's not something historians find pleasant. Though the survivors were never fired at by P-51s, they experienced the moment as such, and the way they experienced the traumatic bombing of Dresden is nonetheless valid, and an important source for understanding wartime trauma. The point of arguing against this myth is not to minimize the experience of survivors, but to correct the historical record. These are two separate things, though sometimes informed by one another.
A month after the massacre, the Dresden police chief reported that over 200,000 dead bodies had been recovered from the ruins, not counting those where nothing was left, as they had been boiled into nothingness. The chief later updated his numbers to 250,000.
Zoom historian claims he's citing the police chief's numbers. He might think he is, but he isn't. I know this because we know the numbers in the quote final report by the Dresden police and the SS. The report dated March 10th states 18,357 fallen, 2,212 seriously injured, 350,000 homeless and long-term rehoused. The total number of dead, including foreigners, is estimated at approximately 25,000. Beneath the masses of rubble, especially in the inner city, may lie several thousand more fallen, who may for the moment remain totally irrecoverable. Between 1945 and 1966, only 1,858 bodies were recovered from the rubble. That's 20 years. Quote, since 1989, even with the extensive excavation and rebuilding that followed the fall of communism in Dresden, no bodies have been recovered at all, even though careful archaeological investigations have accompanied the redevelopment. Quoting Taylor, the death statistics were not based on rough estimates. The process of registering and counting the dead and their possessions
And they
was
kept that zone.
extreme. The figure that Zoomer
Not ideal.
refers to at 200,000 was initially published not based on any official sources, such as the police chief he mentions, but were published in Svenska Dagbladet, a Swedish magazine. So why do Zoomer historians say these were the numbers of the Dresden police? Taylor says there is a good reason to believe that in March, extracts from the documents by the Dresden police and the SS were leaked to the press. However, the document had been altered. The revised number of dead after the final report, which now numbered at 20,204, was somehow in this leaked report revised to 202,040. The police's initial estimation of total dead went from 25,000
What's
to
on the menu today, Chef?
250,000. The number of corpses incinerated in
Probably
the Altmark at 6,856
laziness in that I'm
went
gonna
up to
toast some.
68,650.
Actually, I do have some.
Those with keen eyes may notice that every single figure suddenly
I'll let you know in a
acquired
moment.
zero.
Sorry,
That's
I'm just
because
gonna.
these documents were leaked to the press by none
I'm a
other
bit
than
busy
Goebbels'
killing
propaganda
Americans.
ministry. Quote, according to testimony at Nuremberg by the chief of the propaganda ministry's press division, Hans Fritzsche, Goebbels had already made his own private estimate of about 40,000 dead at Dresden. The number is actually close to the currently held estimate of between 25,000 and 40,000 dead. Hate to say it, but Goebbels was dead on the money. So how did the numbers actually get to this point, and why does the myth persist so strongly? Once again, Taylor addresses this in one of the appendices of his book.
In a video game, of course.
In 1952, Axel
Yes,
Rodenberger
literally.
published Der Tod von Dresden, in which he compiles hearsay, his own observations, and excerpts from Goebbels' propaganda into something that ends up at a figure of 350,000 to 400,000 dead, based on a quote official report that nobody has ever seen, except supposedly him. Then, predictably once again, David Irving enters the scene. In his 1963 book, Irving produced the number, quote, at least 135,000 dead. This was based on limited evidence at the time and almost pure estimation. Irving didn't have access to the final report, but was given access to the report that had come from Goebbels' propaganda ministry.
Bro, how is that Universal Carrier still alive?
Funnily enough, he had said
Where's the
these numbers
driver?
were fake in the first edition of his book, but changed his mind. In 1965, the final report from the police and the SS finally surfaced, and almost simultaneously, the reports flowing from Dresden to Berlin at the time of the bombing were also discovered. Irving had to later admit that the six-figure numbers he had based himself off, those that had originated in the Nazi Ministry of Propaganda, were, quote, probably a Nazi fake. Alexander McKee, whom Hellstorm also cites and who I've cautioned against relying upon a couple of times in this video, also fiddles with the numbers.
Menu
At one
today
point,
is
using overestimations of refugees and the lack of
probably
enough
some
air raid shelters, he simply decides that the casualty
some
numbers aren't high
wings.
enough and decides to double them. Quoting Taylor, six-figure numbers of the
shit,
dead
they
at
also just
Dresden
show my
were being
other bugs.
encouraged by the Nazi propaganda.
So let me just pause the video real quick. Probably some wings, some toast, and probably not more, a lot, and also some vegetable thing I made the other day.
Still quoted more than half a century later, though mostly
Nothing
by
fancy
right-wing
at all,
extremists
but
attempting to gain converts to their
somewhat
cause by
nourishing.
promoting the idea of a German
And cheap.
Holocaust worse than Auschwitz.
And delish.
However, the accepted death toll both then and now remains between 25,000 and 40,000. Anyways, let's justify the bombing of Dresden.
In what way is American forces afterwards
Let's
targeting
justify
civilian
the
holdings
bombing
or
of Dresden.
congregations of them at the parks, destroying the railway junction?
That never happened.
In what way is incinerating between 200,000 and 400,000 people
Never happened.
an acceptable justification for stopping troops which could simply be redirected around the city?
Trains run on tracks. These tracks are in specific places, and the stations they go to have a specific capacity. Some are larger, some are smaller. There's a reason the troops are routed through Dresden to begin with. Quote, with the
Can I
conquest
go
of
in
vast
there and
areas of
kill
Eastern
that
Europe
tank?
and Russia after
'Cause it'd be nice if it
1941,
could.
Dresden became a part of a huge overstretched rail network. The importance of Dresden as a transit point for military traffic can be seen from the figures of October 1944.
I will not turn
A
back.
total of 28 military trains, altogether
shit,
carrying
no!
almost 20,000 officers and men, were in transit
I
through
hate that they can
Dresden
just stand.
each day.
I hate that that
Taylor
zone
argues
is
that 3
outside
months
the
later,
battlefield because we
conditions were
can't
right for
attack
this
those
number
damn
to have been
tanks.
higher, though I don't believe concrete numbers for this exist.
Sounds
Quoting
delicious.
Taylor, that was
It
part of the
is. It
Allies'
will be.
calculation when they started to place Dresden in
Sorry,
their sights.
I'm gonna go back a little bit in the
The
video.
importance of Dresden as a transit point for military traffic can be seen from the figures of October 1944. A total of 28 military trains, altogether carrying almost 20,000 officers and men, were in transit through Dresden-Neustadt each day. Taylor argues that
That
3
is a
months
lot.
later, conditions were right for this number to have been higher, though I don't believe concrete numbers for this exist. Quoting Taylor, that was part of the Allies' calculation when they started to place Dresden in their sights. He quotes an American
Ooh,
prisoner of war. who
nice
was
we got
there.
there.
The night before the raids on February 13th, we were shunted into the Dresden marshalling yard, where for nearly 12 hours German troops and equipment rolled into and out of Dresden. I saw with my own eyes that Dresden was an armed camp. Thousands of German troops, tanks and artillery, and miles of freight cars loaded with supplies supporting and transporting German logistics towards the east to meet the Russians.
In what way is deliberately creating a firestorm going to stop a railway any better than other means at the disposal of the Allies that would cause far fewer or no civilian casualties?
I don't personally believe the firestorm was in any way justifiable, but the rationale for utilizing incendiary bombs should be explained. Strategic bombing is not very accurate, and strategic bombing at night even less so. Utilizing incendiary bombs means you can be sure to devastate a much larger area, and it can complicate works to put out fires or mitigate destruction. The goal of strategic bombing is to maximize destruction of your targets. In this case, not just the rail yard, but also the outlying industry and infrastructure. The chaos serves a purpose, even if it is horrific. Quoting Taylor again, Dresden remained known to the outside world almost exclusively for its
I
leisure.
can't believe the evil allies did such horrible things against the poor
at the time of the bombing
Nazis
raids, it was a quote city without industry and quote of no
in a
military
war.
or industrial importance.
No way.
Even many prosperous Dresdeners seem to have been only half aware of what went on in their city, away from the pleasant suburbs where they lived. Most of the factories formerly making consumer goods or luxury items had by 1944 been turned over almost entirely to war work.
Ouch.
Sewing machine factories were
Ghost gun,
converted
I killed
into
him earlier.
armaments factories. The company Richard Gable & Co. went from producing machines for making marzipan
Ooh,
and
nice.
waffles to 96% of its production going to the
Maybe
military,
this sniper.
including torpedo parts for the Navy. A concentration camp laborer transported to
I
Dresden
watch a
slave
Sniper
labor
Max.
in the Dresden factories.
Let's do some
described
Sniper
filling bullets
Maxing.
in a factory originally intended for cigarette production. These are just some of the examples of the many ways factories were converted for armaments production in Dresden. Both Dresden's industry became more important and its position as a transport junction became more important as the war went on. This made Dresden an obvious target for Allied bombing. In fact, 1 month prior to the bombing raids, Heinz Guderian, the chief of the Army General Staff, had secretly classified Dresden as a military strongpoint. General Adolf Strauss had been put in charge of setting up a defensive line running straight through Dresden to force the Red Army to spend the lives of their soldiers in costly house-to-house fighting throughout the so-called City of Art. The city was, quote, intended in late Hitlerite Gotthardammerung fashion to be defended to the bitter end. Though the incendiary bombs were of course dropped by the Allies, part of the responsibility of the death toll in Dresden must also be placed on the authorities, as Dresden was woefully under-equipped with bombing shelters. The Nazis designated Dresden as a strongpoint without giving it air defenses or bombing shelters to protect its civilian population against what would inevitably be the result of such an action. Now, in terms of what effect the bombs actually had on its intended targets, the bombing had a greater perceived effect than Allied planners had anticipated, as evidenced by the fact that the second wave of night bombers had to improvisationally select a new target for their bombs, because the first wave had unexpectedly been enough to devastate the target of the raid.
Wait, we
Of
shot
course,
the
firestorm
enemy
was
plane
still
down?
raging, and daytime aerial
Nice.
photography hadn't yet
I'm
taken stock
guessing
of
it just
damage,
crashed or
so
something
they
and
had
we
no way
just
of knowing what
and I
real
just hit
effect
it
the raid
with a
would have
shot.
had at this point. Among expressly military targets that were destroyed, only one was important. The Wehrmacht's main command post in Dresden was totally annihilated, taking with it every enlisted man and officer inside. Many military hospitals were also destroyed. Very few soldiers were killed as they were confined to barracks, and the barracks by the River Elbe had emerged unscathed. Almost 200 factories were damaged. 136 of these were seriously damaged. 41 of these were mentioned as important for military production. 21 of these experienced 100% production stoppages as a result of the bombing. Quote, the effect on armaments production must have been enormous. Disruption did not arise from damage to the factory buildings alone. Death of workers, damage to their homes and to essential infrastructure, including transportation links, also played a vital part in drastic reductions in productivity.
Oh,
It
oops.
feels wrong to promote my Patreon or anything else as I normally would at the end of the video.
It doesn't feel wrong to promote my Patreon at the end of this video where I correct the record on falsehoods spread by a Nazi YouTuber. So if you like this video, want behind the scenes content, early access to videos and such, or just want to support what I'm trying to do, please check out the Patreon linked below.
W.
In
Freda.
conclusion, in addition to Zoomer Historian being an out-and-about Nazi, he is profoundly lazy. His plagiarism of neo-Nazi authors is a part of his weaponized laziness. If you cite a really bad source, it's very easy to look at that source and know your argument probably sucks. If you're lazy and cite no source, it's a lot harder. Zoomer Historian is a terrible historian who lazily and uncritically regurgitates any source so long as it's signed by a fellow Nazi. Zoomer Historian is also a coward who hides behind a thin veneer of false objectivity. I like to think I'm not a coward, so I'll offer my take on the bombing of Dresden. The tremendous civilian casualties and complete destruction of Dresden represents one of countless tragedies in the course of the war. The bombing of Dresden followed a pattern of escalating attacks against civilian population centers started by Nazi Germany, and was in line with how war was conducted at the time. However, there is debate whether or not it represents a war crime. That is not for me to say. However, the way in which the bombing was carried out should be critiqued. An ad hoc decision to change the bombing location at night to ensure maximum destruction seems to me, in hindsight, irresponsible. And we know now that strategic bombing was not nearly as effective as the Allies had hoped it would be.
I do think it's
Begs the
irresponsible,
question,
but
was
also
it
like
worth it? I won't condemn the bombing.
it is definitely not beyond what you'd expect from a military operation, especially considering they thought that they were somewhere very dangerous, like flying all the way over an enemy target in the middle of enemy territory.
The air gives uncurbed bestial instincts a wider field of expression, leaving only humanity and common sense to dictate limitations. All of us have seen the result of air power as used by the beast. To one such as he, any horror is justified so long as his end is accomplished. But he fails to realize that even his purpose could be better accomplished if he used methods which are more efficient and which happen at the same time to be more humane. In the period. Zoomer Historian ended his video with a quote by Arthur Harris, and I will too. But first, I want to briefly tell you about the first building of Dresden to be set ablaze in the period. Quote, on November 9th, 1938, a group of SA men broke into the synagogue even before the main mob arrived, scattering gasoline and setting alight the interior, with its rich hangings and wooden furniture and fittings. The firefighters rushed toward the still fresh conflagration, only to find themselves barred from quelling the fire by a ring of SS and SA thugs. By morning, what had once been the largest synagogue in Germany was a collection of smoking ruins. Finally, I want to quote Arthur Harris's famous whirlwind speech. Quote, the Nazis entered this war under the rather childish delusion that they were going to bomb everyone else, and nobody was going to bomb them. Zoomer Historian represents a growing problem on History YouTube and on social media in general, of far-right actors allowed to spew their alternative narratives unchallenged and unmoderated, often aimed specifically at children and those who don't know better. If you'd like to support my work challenging this sort of stuff on YouTube, please subscribe to my Patreon. And special thank you to the patrons at the $10 tier. Pencil, Lolo M, Alice D, Vishire, Jordan M, and Monday's Last Brain Cell. Thank you all so much, and thank you for watching. We're not at the IP when I thought we were. I think we are now. Or we're past it.
Let's build a spawn point here. And then find another video. I need to begin also preparing my food after this match. The enemy is there, so we're just gonna do that. Okay, let's build this so it's a little bit more difficult to kill, to destroy this spawn point. Okay, let us fortify this position. Just build a bunch of these to make it very difficult for the enemy to come through. What other entrances? Oh, grenade! Okay. Enemies coming from this side. Let us build them some surprises. Shit! Taking this gun. It's a sniper rifle. Well, winning is a build up our defenses everywhere, but that's fine. What is a mission? Battle hero. We might be able to get that. In fact, I'm pretty sure we're going to get that now. Banzai! Indeed. So just a moment. But we can also bring out the sword. See? Isn't that fun? Oh shit! Ow! Oh, we got a bunch of them with the Banzai charge. You're welcome. Everything for content or something of that sort. I did not want to spawn in on this. It doesn't matter. I would say it's a shame that buildings are not much more destructible, but also like the maps will just cease to exist with the sheer amount of equipment we have. Hey, we did it. Okay, right. Let us find something else to put on while I'm getting ready some food. I don't know why I'm speaking in ultra ETL mode. Let's see. Real quick. Who is online on Twitch? Is there anyone whom we can just park on real quick? Ray Case or Freely.
Thank you so much.
Agonian Bomb, Shai Thembo, Dr. Yasman. Warwatch. I'm tired. RKB best. RKB best one. Defender and Heavy Tank destroy intermittent bane of allied tanks and King of the Repair Depot. Did we already watch this from the potential history? Because if not, I think we should.
Very first video.
Unlike potential history, they make fun videos. It's not sponsored by World of Warships. But this is a long video. I don't want too long of a video, TBH. So give me just a moment. Iran versus 13 countries. Cut to 19 minutes ago. That will be funny to watch tomorrow, probably. Book Talk is Getting Worse by Chad. You know what? I think that's a good video to put on. Everyone support Chad. They're fun and cool. From what I can tell so far. Never met them. But from the videos we've seen so far and other videos I've seen
Hey
of
guys,
those.
I am stressed.
Fun.
So stressed that I haven't written a script for a video that's due in 5 days, but I still have to post a video in 5 days, so we're gonna do something right now. I don't know what it's gonna be, but it will be something. So have a seat.
And I'll just
sit
go
down.
through some of the
I keep
upgrade
seeing
stuff
this
in
thing
this
on TikTok.
game.
Maybe you've seen it on Book Talk. It's usually a slideshow, and it's kind of a preview of a book, and it says stuff like, when she hates her family, so she runs away into the woods and finds a cabin with a bear wolf man who has a bear wolf brother, and they both are romantically interested in her and turn a tree into a dildo and have their way with her. Have you guys seen stuff like that too?
What?
I have. I've seen stuff like that. Let's look at some of those.
Okay, okay, never mind. Maybe we'll not watch this video right now. It is... How long is it? Okay, no, it's fine. We'll watch it. Actually, shit, I feel so bad. I don't want to watch it while I'm still fasting. Actually, it's fine. She senses most. She senses everything. It's fine. It's fine.
You're supposed to find something that you don't
Inshallah,
like
it's gonna be
looking at
fine.
it, and then look at it a lot more and dedicate a whole video to it. That's showbiz, baby. That's just showbiz. It's showbiz. That's showbiz. I had so much to do today that I got into a paralysis mode where I literally walked in a circle in my house. I couldn't figure out in what order I should do things, so I did none of them all at once. My ADHD medication is not strong enough. It will never be
Mood.
strong enough.
Same.
Ever. I found one.
So
when
true,
she
bestie.
finds out her online best friend isn't who he says he is. He's the same person she's been obsessed with for 8 months and has been trying to forget about. Turns out he's just as obsessed as she is. And he's her ex-boyfriend's dad. Oh, father.
Gasp.
Oh, okay. All
Whoa.
right. All right, girl.
Spicy.
So she's been stalking her ex-boyfriend's dad, and her ex-boyfriend dad has been stalking her. You guys are made for each other. This one's not very spicy. That's not spicy. That's just an age thing. It's not that weird to fall in love with your ex-boyfriend's dad. I do it all the time. I just did that yesterday. He has
Okay.
so many red flags. He's 13
All right.
years older. He's possessive.
I feel like this is okay, this is very cursed, but I think it's fine to have this on while I am not really cooking as much as just reheating a bunch of food.
Just as obsessed as she is. And he's
Yikes.
her ex-boyfriend's dad. Oh, father. Oh,
Cursed.
okay. All right. All right, girl. So she's been stalking her ex-boyfriend's dad, and
No
her
judgment,
ex-boyfriend dad
but
has
much
been stalking
judgment.
her. You guys are made for each other. This one's not very spicy. That's not spicy. That's just an age thing. It's not that weird to fall in love with your ex-boyfriend's dad. I do it all the time. I just did that yesterday. He has so many red flags. He's 13 years older. He's possessive. He's obsessive. He spanks you. He ties you up. He likes to do you hard and rough. He unalives people. Was all of this just listed on his Hinge profile? Yeah, I'm a stalker. I'm old as hell.
Okay,
I
okay.
like to spank people.
There's a difference between red flags, and I feel like unaliving people is a little bit beyond red flag. The other things, I feel like possessive, definitely. Some of these are red flags. Other of these are just like only red flags if they are without consent, in which case, it's a little bit beyond a red flag,
Profile. Yeah, I'm
Good
a
grief.
stalker. I'm old as hell. I like to spank people, and I like to murder people. And if you're not into that stuff, don't call the cops, please. Just scroll. No need to be a snitch. I want to read the comments on this. Green flags. Well, are they really that red? He's killing people. That's pretty red. As far as red goes, that's about as red as you can get. The only thing
Okay.
worse than that
People, to
would
be fair-
let me see.
Most people probably memeing.
I'm so good at improv. I'm so good at coming up
I
with things
think-
on the fly.
I
I'm so
hope-
good at being on flies. Why nobody hating? This is me. This is my
Also, can you hear me when I'm
alt-account.
yelling across my room?
I thought it was a
Can you
slide.
hear
but
me
it was a
somewhat
screen
decently?
recording that someone took of a slide.
The thing you can.
Don't do that. The shy, innocent girl being afraid to get a tattoo because she has low pain tolerance. The 6'5" tattooed hockey player smirking and saying, "You're a lot better with pain than you think."
Boy, if you don't.
Ooh, I found one. The shy, invisible
Cringe.
girl is invited to play
Very
Drink or
cringe to
Dare
read
with
this
the
shit
hockey
publicly.
team, and she doesn't realize how
Painful.
dirty the dares are. What is with hockey?
Chat,
Why
it's
are
great.
we all talking about hockey? Is that a new thing? Do I need to start watching?
You can hear me
hockey?
fine?
So
Very
when
good.
It's her turn. She gets a dare that puts her in a compromising situation.
Okay, I kind of regret watching this, but it is entertainment, and it is like a perfect, like somewhat perfect length for me to like get some stuff done and prepare for food and then come back. I don't know. It is very cursed though. Like, this is a very lucky place to post a video versus everything else that's gonna appear on stream, I think. Oh, nice! It's a place where everyone rewinds to.
Either
Nice.
she can drink, or she
I'm
can lick
excited
the
to see what that
cream off
is.
one of the players
Yay.
anywhere below the neck. When she says it aloud, the Playboy hockey player volunteers himself, not wanting to see her with another guy. Her crush for him is growing, and she's afraid to get involved because of his history with women. But she does the dare, and before she knows it, he's taking his shirt off.
His history with women? That can mean a lot of
She
things.
sprays the whipped
None of
cream down
them
his
very
abs
good.
and licks, and the whole team watches as she does it. She's the only one close enough to hear him moan, and then he, and that's the end. What the fuck? Why are you edging us? What happens next? Do they do it in front of the whole hockey team? I don't know. I keep seeing books that are about hockey
This
players.
is
That's
painful.
just not a sexy thing. When I'm thinking of sexy
But
things,
I'm subjecting
that they do,
myself and you guys
a
to it.
hockey player
My
has
apologies,
never shown up
somewhat.
in my head. A sink with no dishes in it? Absolutely. Going to bed by 11 p.m.? Fuck yes. Starting my period and only getting 2 giant cystic acne spots? That's sexy. That's what I want to hear about. And something I want you to hear about is today's sponsor. This video is sponsored by
Ethical reacts,
Lelo. I'm
ethical
very
reacts,
pleased to
ethical
announce that
reacts.
Lelo, the ultimate pleasure brand, and I are teaming
Speaking
up
of
to give away
sponsors.
free toys and discounts. Not these
Speaking of
kinds toys.
sponsors, if you want to support the stream and me and my awesome mission to Islamify or whatever the West, do subscribe, but only if you have a decent amount of money. Or don't do so if you're economy is tight in any way, because I don't want your money, and I want you to just spend that money on yourself, and even like beyond necessities, like just stuff you like. But if you do have a bunch of extra money, subscribe.
The adult ones, the ones made for grown-ups who need to have a little grown-up fun sometimes. That's right, guys. You can win a free luxury
Call for
Lelo toy
subscriptions,
because they're giving away
I dare say.
thousands of them per month. They're the go-to luxury brand known for their first-rate designs and for putting
Oh shit, I need to make some
first.
alerts
But it's not just
for
about toys. It's
gifted
about being
subs.
empowered. It's about
Again.
self-care, and yourself wants
Oh,
to be taken
do I already
care
have some?
of.
I don't remember.
You know?
I need to check.
You get it. And now Lelo has teamed up with the fashion brand Diesel to make a limited collection of toys like the Tor 2 and the Sona Cruz. Lelo also has the Cosmo seal of approval, and if you want to narrow down what kind of toy would suit you best, feel free to use this article as a guide.
Wait.
Because they have so much.
Oh, it's this
offer,
kind of
you might
toy.
get lost
I didn't even realize what the ad
in
was
the
for.
sauce. If you want to check them out, you can click the link
In
the
any case,
description, and if you want to enter for a chance to win a toy or discount, then
Oh,
be
thank
sure
you
to
for the gifted
subscribe to
sub.
their
Thank you.
newsletter. Thanks to Lelo
Thank you,
for
Witch Girl, for the
sponsoring,
gifted
and let's get back
sub.
to the video. Ooh, I found another
To
slideshow.
Hi Esteban.
It's actually showing me slideshows now. Oh shit. Okay.
Much
this is
appreciated,
a
much
lot.
loved.
We're getting into the stuff now.
Wait, do we not have an alert? Wait, what? Where's the Twitch alert? Do we not have an alert for that? I was just about to say. Do we not have an alert? Twitch. It is a spicy kind of sponsor, yeah. I mean, hey, good for her. That's a great sponsor, probably. Twitch alerts. Advanced audio properties. Okay. Do we just not have an alert for that? Okay, I need to look into gifted sub alerts, and then Chat does toy sponsor from time to time. Makes sense.
Holy shit.
I
When
think.
she's
Oh,
riding
does it make sense? I don't
her
know.
roommate's face, and then someone knocks at his bedroom door. That's the shock emoji. Unable to stop myself, I sink my teeth into her thigh, loving the way she hisses down. Okay, this is just
core.
This is just
core.
Dude, you all right in there? My Page's eyes widen and all's good, but he has no idea. This is just core, and I'm going to skip this one. Oh my god, I don't want the core. I want the scenarios. I don't want to read that one either. Her sleeping through her alarm for 3 minutes straight. Her brother's best friend lying next to her, smirking as she sleeps through it. Wake her up, man. Help her. Now she's gonna be late for her meeting, and you could have done something. This is no smirking matter, sir. Also, no one sleeps with a lace bra on. This isn't cute. No one does this. Oh, time to go to bed. Let me put on the itchiest piece of clothing I own. When she never reached an so he. Okay, I don't want to read core. Guys, I just want it to be silly. I don't want to hear about that stuff. That's gross. How is this allowed to be on here?
She says this, yet she's still subjecting us to all this. What does she hate on corn? Corn is so delicious.
I'm so
Yeah, it's very
glad
messed
we
up. I should actually buy
found
corn. Corn is
slideshows.
very
I was
cheap.
worried we weren't
Very,
gonna
very
find any.
cheap.
But now all the slideshows are just
Cheap and nice way of getting
so
some
when God
nutrition.
opens one window, he closes a door. Whatever that. I don't remember. When your fake husband orders you to wait for him naked on the balcony, except there's another couple making out next to yours, so you go back inside. Your eyes lock with your half-naked husband who demands, "What did I tell you, Bianca? I'm naked." You whisper. We know, Bianca. It says you're naked 2 times already. Distracted by the sight of his bare chest and abs. Where were you supposed to wait? Nervous, you open your mouth to lie, but your neighbors take it up a notch. His lips lift and he arches one eyebrow. How do you lift your lips? Do your lips even lift, bro? How much can he lift with his lips? 350? My lips can lift 400. Not these ones. I've got the strongest.
That music
lips
reminds
this
me.
side-
Should we play through Doki Doki Literature Club at some point? It is technically a horror game, but yeah. I played through it once, but there's also like a plus mode or whatever that I haven't played through.
Side of the Mississippi. This is a little more explicit than I was thinking. This is a little harder than I thought it would be. And I'm a little harder than I thought I would be. When there are 9 straight pages of him eating her out. No, thank you. And you posted them all on TikTok?
What?
When he's meeting his boss's daughter for the first time and he says, "You must be what, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27? I'm 28. Thanks though." Why does this have 103 likes? This is just a conversation of 2 people discussing how old they are. And 100,000 people were like, "Yes, good. I like that." You're 69ing with your brother's best friend. As you do, you try to, okay. All right, this is too much. Oh my God. Guys, this is just, I'm looking at porn on camera. This is weird. This is not what I wanted.
DLC is dope.
This
It is so
stressing
good.
me out more.
It's so long ago since I played it. Like,
Friend to stop the situation from getting too steamy. Is that our safe word? The top comment says, can someone please explain to me what safe word means? You're too young to be seeing this video if you don't know what that means.
This is painful. I was remember saying about Argvids about it when it was popular. Argvids?
I saw the rest.
Wait, what?
Go outside when her husband doesn't want to get her pregnant.
Okay, this is like a reaction image worthy. Like, this is great.
I saw the rest of it before I finished.
Wait, was that a cat or a rabbit? I just saw something outside my window. It was either a cat or a hare.
Finish reading it. When her husband doesn't want to get her pregnant,
Like how the
so
files
he
on the
sends
PC
his
change?
brothers
Oh,
to
yeah.
do it.
Dude, that shit is so cool.
Why would it doesn't say he can't get her pregnant? It says he doesn't want to. I don't want to f my wife. Just get them to do it. Mom, I don't want to f my wife. Can Charlie do it? Why am I always the one who has to f my wife, Mom? God, I hate this family. When your hot bodyguard is enjoying you and he accidentally answers a call, it's the head of the mafia on the line, his boss, and your dad. He clamps a hand over your mouth and glares at you in warning. But it's too late. You're about to... What does this mean? I'm about to flag? Oh my god, don't stop. I'm about to checkered flag. Busy. Talk later.
I think it means finish.
The phone. You just hung up on the boss of the mafia. I don't know much about the mafia, but I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to hang up on the guy who runs the mafia. Why did we romanticize the mafia in the first
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's an alpha bodyguard. It's an alpha male bodyguard. Don't worry, guys.
Because they're scared they will get fired. Her pulling out the chair beside his and sitting in it.
Bruh. Sitting in it?
Fire
On
people
it?
if they sit next to him. Hey boss, can I sit here? Of course you can. And you're fired. I just don't understand. Oh, it's called grumpy romance. That explains it. He's just a little grumpy. He hasn't had a snack. We either have boring or hardcore core. There is no in between. That's it. That's all you get. Let's go. She's staying at her enemy's house because only he has an open room. But she decides to fix the place to make use of her time. But while she's fixing the shower, he walks in with nothing on. That's okay, and that's it. All right. Well, it would make sense for him to be walking to the shower with nothing on. I don't know how else you would walk into a shower. Also, why is she staying at her enemy's house? Because only he has an open room. You can't find anyone else who has a free room. You guys can't be that big of enemies if you're still open to staying in the same house as him. Seems like you guys just have beef. Also, if I'm staying at someone's house and I get a little bored, my first instinct isn't to start renovating their home. Well, I have a free hour, so guess I gotta replumb the bathrooms and then sleep with my sworn enemy. There's nothing else to do. I can't do anything else. There's nothing else. You were having an argument with your husband. He's sitting in the living room while you yell at him for half an hour now.
And the worst part is that you're not even listening.
I was. Just waited for you to finish, love. He then did a man spread in the sexiest way possible. I'm all ears, babe.
Okay, is that written by men or what?
Babe, what?
Okay. I don't know if I have any non-male viewers. If I do, can you, or like I guess, like, I think it's written for women, but I don't know. Can anyone explain to me how you can do a sexy man spread? Because I'm very curious how that works now.
What's wrong? I'm listening.
Like,
Go on, love.
is that a thing?
You weren't going to yell at him.
I don't think it
anymore
is,
because You
but-
could have seen the way he looked at you. Okay. You could tell he was turned on.
Incredible.
I mean, did you see how he manspreaded? He's turned on, for sure. I know you too well. Oh, love. Just thinking about you yelling at me while I do the most unholy things while you scream my name. The recommended search is manspread scenarios. Don't encourage them. We're trying to nip this in the bud. We're trying to get rid of this. We think
Manspread scenarios. I don't think that exists. I don't think so either. Manspread. It's a whole other genre, guys. Also, it's two followers away from
Cut it out. It's not sexy. Imagine
from 250
you were
followers.
in an Uber coming from a club
Quarter of
with
1,000.
your friends. There was no space left, and you had to sit on E.N.'s lap. Okay, I did read some Wattpad when I was a kid. Not enough to know what E/N means, so I'm just gonna say Aaron. Kind of looks like Aaron. Let me put the seatbelt on.
I don't know why, but that's very funny to me. Yeah, it's Aaron.
So I'm just gonna say Aaron. Kind of looks like Aaron. Let me put the seatbelt on,
Aaron
said.
Yeager.
There was so much noise in the car from the loud music and your drunk friends, so no one was paying attention. While Aaron put the seatbelt on, he was barely touching your body. Are you afraid
What?
to touch me or what? Hey, are you afraid to touch me or what? What are you, a little bitch? What's the problem? No, of course not. It's just, he said as you cutted him off. Oh my god. She
Cutted him off.
Stop. Oh my god. You're hurt, you said, with a smirk on your face. You guys are in an Uber with a bunch of other people. Keep it in your pants.
Bro, can you imagine? You're just like there, like trying to get home, like I don't know, like you miss your bus. You're just like, I just need to get home, man. I just need to get home, and then it's just like
Literally.
these guys.
Put it back in your pants. YN. Okay, I do know what this one means. That's my name, and my name is Chad. Chad, he said, surprised. If
What is YN? Can someone explain that to me?
that helps, I'm.
Oh, it's your name. Oh, okay. I'm stupid.
This is not helping. This is not helping the day I'm having. If that helps, I'm too. You said.
Why did they write Y/N? Why don't they just write YN? Isn't that enough? It's not
Suddenly
fine.
his hand got on your thigh. Oh, it got on there? That's a sexy way to put that. Suddenly his hand got on my
It just
That's so
spawned
sexy.
there.
Thank you.
It
Okay,
spawned
and then
on
it gets
it.
to be too much. And then you go too far. You have to tease it, okay? You can't go straight to the heavy stuff. You gotta warm us up a little bit. Imagine you run as fast as
Whoa,
you can.
Fortress-
That because
Team
you just
Fortress
pranked
reference.
your
I was about to
enemy.
say
I don't know
Fortress
what kind
reference.
of enemies.
20
you guys
minutes,
are
lads.
having. You don't really
20 minutes,
usually
everyone.
have a back and forth with someone who's your sworn enemy. 2 words. He's wet. I don't like those 2 words.
He's what? I mean, woke?
That asshole deserved
Question mark?
every single water drop that was falling on him. You don't get to close the door and your enemy just pops up. As you both are in, he closes the door and locks it. Come here, Chad, he says, his shirt glued to his skin. Come on, Aaron, it was a prank. Why do you always have to overreact?
I think YN stands for young and no, I think that's another con. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, no. Maybe that's why. That's
Oh yeah?
Yeah, no.
Overreacting? He grabs both of your hands and pins them on a wall. His body pressed to yours and water.
Okay,
Yeah, it
wow.
sounds like you
This
guys
is-
really hate each other. It sounds like you guys really don't get along at all. You can't just say that you're enemies and then you hang out with each other and you enjoy each other's company and have camaraderie. That was the word I was looking for, camaraderie. You can't have camaraderie and general banter with your enemy. I'm your enemy and I just killed your mom, your dad, your brother, and your sister. Oh yeah? Well, I just got your nose. Stop. Give it back. Stop. All right, I'm gonna stop reading these. Comment below if you want me to read E/N/Y/N stories on imagine.talk. Comment below. Comment above if you want, if you can figure it out. He's 38. He thought she was 21. I don't like where this is going. He fell for her, but then he finds out her true age. Oh no. He
Her true age?
sets her free to give her a life. Sets her free.
Wait, what? Wait, what? What was Constance about
Oh
this?
yeah? Well, I just got your nose. Stop. Give it back. Stop. All right, I'm gonna stop reading these. Comment below if you want me to read E/N/Y/N.
What does E/N mean? Like, what would it be? Like, enemy? Oh, maybe it's enemy name.
Stories on imagine.talk.
Maybe it's enemy name.
Comment below. Comment above if you want, if you can figure it out. He's 38. He thought she was 21. I don't like where this is going. He fell for her, but then he finds out her true age. Oh no. He sets her free to give her a
Okay.
life. Sets her free. Oh, was he
That-
keeping her in a fence? Why couldn't she leave? Months later, he receives a call. She's been taken to the hospital.
Sets him free. Finds out her true
What
age.
happened? Oh, in the caption it tells us age gap, mafia.
You can't see my face, guys, but I promise you, I have a very pained expression on it.
She's pregnant. These are like the spark notes
Somewhere between like very like amused / entertained, but also like very disturbed.
of the story. Wait, how old is she? How old is she? Why are so many authors obsessed with making the female? Oh, she's 18? Ew. He's what? He was 38.
I mean, that's barely different. Still worse than 21. I had feared it was worse.
There's a 20-year age gap? Ew! What is wrong with you guys? I thought that maybe she was older than she said she was, and that he was just gonna be mad that she lied.
did not
but no,
think that.
she was actually younger. She's 18. He's 38, and he's in the mafia. He's probably
Also, like again, like it's a significant difference. Still, both ages are messed up. But why is the age like 21? Oh no, she's 18. Like, wouldn't you set it to like higher than like, oh, he thought she was 25 or something? I don't know.
the boss.
Like
Or
it's
he's her
like
bodyguard.
27,
Why don't we
30.
have any other positions? Do they
of
have
his
any other
age.
positions in the mafia besides boss and bodyguard? What about secretary? Can we have one where the guy?
This
Do they have
image.
any
Is that-
He's probably the boss. Why don't they have any other positions? Do they have any other positions in the mafia besides boss
Is this an actual screen cap from Boss
and
Baby?
bodyguard? What about secretary? Can we have one where the guy is just a secretary for the mafia? He just answers emails for the mob boss. All right, I just rescheduled your 9 a.m. and your mom called to confirm your lunch with her today.
Well, I've been radicalized again, Jimmy the Giant. Oh, why is
Still on.
everyone? Okay, everyone are uploading videos today. Is it because it's Friday?
Okay, I'll let
Is it
her know.
related
I'm
to
still
that?
feeling a little
Is that why?
stressed, if not more stressed. I don't think this helped at all. Let me just
Why India
find
loves
some
Israel?
other
I do want to
ways
watch that at
calm
some
down.
point, but not right now.
How to relax. Try active relaxation. Focus on your breathing. Get
Right. Very cool video about Chad as per usual. Careful what you complain about. Some creeds might even get low on the age. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't. Yeah, no. Let's not think any further on that. Everything you were told about Cuba is a lie. Finding this with Louis the what's it 14th? What is that? Zombie King? Night Shift Kurzgesagt After Dark. Oh, I've not watched Kurzgesagt for a while. Pillar of Garbage is not about ContraPoints. This is so funny by the himbo. Racism is quirky. Emily in Paris romanticizing ignorance. Actually, do I follow Alice Chappelle on this account? So if not, I should change that. We do not. Okay, fixed. I don't want any notifications. I don't like notifications. I hate that. The default is that, oh, you get notifications. This picture disturbs me. Okay. What were we looking for? Was like TikTok's newest pick me? I know about that, and I think we're good. Well, my cookbook is still from North Korea. The number go up addiction. That could be fun. My stomach. I was about to say my stomach is smelling some food, and it smells good, but that sounds weird. Mandalore Gaming. They have some cool videos. Am I subscribed to them? Nope. There we go. No notifications, not offense. I just don't like notifications. They don't do anything for me. The Soma review. Soma is a very cool game. Highly recommend it. Like, I don't like horror games, but I saw a friend play through it. Mandalore Gaming has a specific review that I think is very, very cool. We could watch Arcanum. It's a very cool game. Very cool looking game. Has some like fantasy racism, like actual fantasy racism, which I think is very, very interesting. Myth of the Chinese Death Trap in Africa. Bloomberg Originals. I'm not knowledgeable enough to risk watching that. Islam oversimplified the four madhabs. Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi, Hanbali. My conservatives hate love trans femmes. I shall say comedy right now for some reason. I train my own AI. It beat ChatGPT. It is funny. We have every conceivable like recommendation here on YouTube for me. Like anything from like, you know, like Hassan to like PewDiePie. This Palestinian streamer exposes genocidal Israelis online by Zeteo. Ooh, that sounds cool. Unique heart points. War Thunder official channel. Okay, we could watch that. That seems like it could be a cool video. Oh, are they going to like make it so that you can select what bombs and shit you want to put in your planes? That would be sick. Okay, let us watch this. I don't think I need to link a video by company.
How do you attach a bomb, a rocket, or a drop tank to an aircraft?
But you know what? I'll link it. I'll link it in case you guys want to watch on the side or something.
You can slap it under the wing or the fuselage. It's simple, practical, and painfully boring. There are far more exotic options. Today, we'll look at the elegant and sometimes downright weird solutions real engineers came.
Oh, this is just like, I thought this was gonna be like a cool video where they're like, oh, we're allowing you to like do this shit and not just. I mean, I'm sure this video is still cool, but you know. Chinese aircraft long road to perfection. What an official chat.
Let's start with bomb
B1M.
bays. In modern
The B1M, they do like armchair. They do like constructions, this stuff. Palm Jebel Ali. Will Dubai ever learn its lesson? I don't know if they're like left leaning or not though. I feel like I shouldn't watch them because it might be some misinfo. I don't know how good they are in politics. Wajam built the rainiest place on earth. India just built an airport on a swamp. Let's see, Tom Fisher. Is it Tom Fisher? I think it was Tom Fisher. I don't remember. Shit. Was it not Tom Fisher? Was it Adam Fisher? No. Ah, shit. Fisher. Armchair urbanist. I forgot the name. Alan Fisher. Okay. I'm drawing blanks on what we should watch. So we're gonna watch Hassan Abai on not that. We're gonna watch it on. Will he replace Nancy Pelosi? I want to watch this because this guy, Saikat.
Nice to meet you. Troycott.
He calls him Troycott? Saikat Chakrabarti. He's Bengali apparently.
Nice to
So, like he's a Bengali, like 100 millionaire, like very left leaning. At least like from what he's saying, insanely left leaning, dude. Who's not calling himself socialist, which I think is fine. I think it's generally like I think that's a valid tactic to just not call yourself what you are, because people are very propagandized against positions.
Nice to meet
which
you
is
in
stupid.
person.
Very nice to meet you, Hassan.
I've been a fan of your work for a while, but there
Watch
are
the video
also
on the side
moments
to support the
where
himbo.
I've been a little bit confused about like some of the things that you've done. You're running for Nancy Pelosi's seat that's being vacated, which is strange because she's so young. She's so young, probably one of the youngest communist voices we have in Congress, and it's really devastating for the left flank movement, the socialist movement in this country to lose such a reliable and valuable spokesperson for our cause, and yet you are selfishly running to fill the role of Nancy Pelosi, the shoes, fill in Nancy Pelosi's shoes.
I've heard that so many times.
in one of the bluest places well, I was gonna say in one of the bluest places by the population might be very blue, but I think like the moneyed interest is not.
Yeah.
And speaking of moneyed interest, you are technically moneyed interest. You're very moneyed up.
Yeah.
So let's start there. You've
He's
called
very
yourself a
moneyed
class
up.
trader. What does that mean for you? Why do you say you're a class trader? How rich are you? And will you give me $1 million?
If you're doing good work, Hassan. I mean, yeah, I worked in the
calls
tech industry
himself
when I
a class
first came
trader?
out to San
That's
Francisco,
sick.
but I didn't grow up
I mean, that's
rich.
that's
I grew
pretty
up
cool.
middle class, went to public schools in Texas. And, my parents grew up, frankly, poor in India. I was the son of immigrants from India, right? And especially my dad. My dad was a refugee because of partition. And you're really well read on history, so you actually know what partition is probably. But, for people who don't know, partition was this terrible event where the British cut up India across religious lines. And my dad's family was one of the 15 million displaced families during that. And so, you know, after he was born in what's now Bangladesh, back then was East Pakistan, came over to Calcutta.
Bangladesh
squatting in this abandoned Muslim dentist office,
Bangladesh mention.
he
Bangladesh
probably
mention.
had to go the other way.
Also, I forgot to change the category. We're changing that now to just chatting. There you go.
And you know, he grew up struggling. Like, he had a family of 12 in this tiny one.
Should have done that a little bit earlier, but whatever.
He had no idea where his next meal would be coming from. And those stories really shaped a lot of my childhood. My grandfather was a teacher. He started the public school in that refugee community. And even now, like,
That's awesome.
when I go back to visit Calcutta with my dad, you know, there's people on the streets. This is this massive neighborhood with like millions of people that live there. They will call out my dad and be like, "Your dad saved my life," right? Like, that was the value of that service. And so my dad came here with literally $8 in his pocket. I used to say he came here with $20 in his pocket, and he actually fact checked me on that over Thanksgiving. It was like, no, it was 8.
First call out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've been lying about how much money your father had. This is the attack ads that are coming in.
Yeah, exactly, right. So I'm sorry, Dad, if you're watching Hassan for some reason. But
why say some reason?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. Actually, I don't know what my dad watches these days.
I am the #1 outlet for unks, especially unks from
Bro, I wish that would be so sick.
Developing nations, from Bangladesh to all around. Really.
No, I believe that. So yeah, Dad might be in the chat right now.
Yeah, low key, like they watch me with their hands behind.
We might literally see some of my messages in this
behind their
chat
backs, like
because I saw this. I was just like, "Yes, I'm Bengali. Let's go."
On? What's Israel up to now? Is what they're saying, and they're watching me.
Anyway, long story short, you know, I didn't grow up political. I was saying all that to say, like, I didn't grow up political. I grew up with like my dad's stories, and honestly, like, I didn't know. I speak Bengali, and like, I thought the word for politician in Bengali was the same word as crook until like a few years ago. And
oh yeah, there you go. Look. Just as I mentioned it, look. That's me. Come on, go back a little bit more. There you go, Shimon won. Bye, you can do it, Bengali progressive Zindabad. You will win, inshallah. Such a shadow.
So, you know, when I
a little bit cringe,
college,
but I'm grounded.
I ended up coming out to San Francisco.
I'm the same as you guys, you know. That's all I'm saying.
To work in the tech industry, and part of that was to make money, to put my family on financial, you know, stability. And part of it was like, you know, I was a little naive. I thought I'd be using tech to solve some of these big problems in the world.
Were you an effective altruist?
No, that didn't exist back then.
Yeah, but you were inventing it from first principles.
No, I wasn't even that much into it. You know, I was just like a kid taking the first job he could.
I don't even care about doing.
I was just like, tech seems cool. Yeah, I'll go like try to make my mark. And you know, I came out to SF, and you work in the tech industry, and you see all the problems all around you. Like, the homelessness was going up literally while I was there. I came out in 2009, you know, the cost of living was skyrocketing in that 2-year period. And I ended up, I joined this company, Stripe, as a second engineer. And, you know, because I was in the right place at the right time, I ended up making a lot of money.
Shit, right.
And that was a
What's worth right now?
I call
I'm the funniest.
myself a centimillionaire.
Okay, we go band for band. You got me. Wait, centimillionaire? Was that the 100 million?
In the hundreds of millions. Yeah.
In the hundreds of millions?
Yeah.
God damn it. Subscribe. We went band for like a second. For 1 second. I showed my first money wad, and he was like, sheesh, you're done. Okay, so you have multiples.
Yeah.
Well, okay, to be fair, the last guy that sat in that seat was Tom Steyer. So
no, I don't got Tom Steyer money. I'll say that. But
what the fuck am I doing? I'm like, I'm the most prominent socialist voice in North America, and I've had a centimillionaire,
platforming several millionaires and billionaires.
Everyone was right. I'm a sheepdog for the Democratic Party, and also propping up wealthy people.
Moving up in the world, Hassan, is how you know, right?
So you're. I mean, I got a little bit. I got a little something. It's fine. It's something light. Something light. That's why you're sitting on the Dolce & Gabbana Razor collab chair. My last question was, before we get into the Clash Trader equation, my last question to you was, how many millions will you give me?
Well,
he's so real for this question.
Figure out who needs.
I would ask this question as well.
Needs it for what? So what do you need it for?
We all would.
Arm the revolutionary vanguard. No, just kidding. All right,
inshallah.
We'll get to that in a second. So you're a Clash Trader. Yeah, you got a couple 100 mils, not a big deal. But somewhere along the line, you realize like this is unsustainable. This isn't working. Because before you ran for office, before you started running for office, you were in politics.
Yeah. I've been.
Oh,
I mean,
interesting.
So the whole long
Former AOC. He's a former
you
AOC
were-
staffer running for below seat, promised to root out corruption.
You're in politics.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. I've been. I mean, so the whole long.
And people might be surprised where you were in politics.
Right. I mean, it's because I've had that whole story. I mean, like, it's crazy that you can just end up working at a place early on and just be in the right place at the right time, and you hit the startup lottery like I did, and you can have everything. And then, you know, I worked hard for a couple of years, but they're like teachers, nurses, the people actually run society, they work hard every day, and they can't afford a home in San Francisco, right? So I didn't know, you know, I mentioned I wasn't political, so I didn't know exactly what the problem is, but I knew this wasn't it. And so I quit tech. And at the time, the only person I heard talking about this stuff in any sort of a serious way was Bernie Sanders. And that's how I ended up joining the Bernie Sanders campaign in 2016. And I also got just really interested in this question of like, how have we gotten out of this mess before? How have other countries gotten out of this mess before? And I, you know, read a lot. I had a whole, you know, kind of new worldview that came up over the last 10 years. But that's why I've, you know, worked on taxing the rich.
A new worldview, which is like the oldest guy in American politics who is,
I know, right?
Who has like a 800-year track record of promoting an even older ideology that I also happen to subscribe to as well.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit more radical than Bernie in many respects, but you encountered the gospel of socialism, is what you're saying. Would you consider yourself a socialist? Would you say you're a socialist?
I don't use labels because
This is basically him saying that he doesn't want to call himself socialist, basically because Americans are stupid, and not just Americans, Westerners are very stupid and anti socialists and communists and all that shit because they're just wank, because they're very ignorant. I mean, you know, propagandized against good ideas and things which actually work for a long, long time.
Experience of it.
Also, I need to check what time I can eat.
It is like half the people just close their ears, and I just
it is
I run
now.
ideas first.
Okay,
like I run
I'm gonna get.
That's fair. I too was a coward at some point. No, it was. I always say it's the biggest mistake of my career is to ever adopt the moniker, because then people put you in a box and they don't care about what you're advocating for. They don't want to hear what you have to say. There's a lot of baggage that people associate with the term.
All right, just a moment, chat. We're going to break our fast together. Well, right, I'm gonna break my fast.
It's fine. Okay, next question. What's up with brown boys wearing Casio watches regardless of how much money they have? Because Zoran has like...
So this is actually a gift from my dad for my 40th, because he always wore this watch.
Is it like a swag thing? Is that...
No, I think it's just literally what every immigrant like dad wore their entire childhood.
Okay.
So that's what I got nostalgia for.
Okay. I mean,
it's just that for some Desi, I think Desi parents, like Desi fathers, they just really like watches.
I couldn't help but notice because he pulled up with the
same. Is it the same
Like
Casio?
very
I don't
simple.
think it was the same Casio, but he pulled up with the Casio when I talked to him as well. So you also worked with AOC for a little bit, and I think that was very good. I think this was like your political experience is.
You're literally wearing a Casio 1200. That's
early
awesome.
stages of like I guess the new American.
I didn't know about Casios being a specific thing.
Democratic socialist movement. Like your politics experience comes from that background. Just
someone in chat also literally wrote, he wears a Casio watch just like
movement. Me. Like your politics experience comes from that background. Just so people understand. Then you left politics. You went back to, I guess, like the tech space a little bit, or you were still, fundraising for candidates? Like, what did you do?
I never left politics. I worked around Bernie. There's a group of us who started Justice Democrats. Yeah. And the initial idea around Justice Democrats was recruit hundreds of people to all run for Congress on.
This guy is also a Justice Democrat.
I know.
He's on the Justice Democrat lineup. Justice Democrats took a lot of W's.
Dude, that dude is sick. Hassan was showing a video about him, and he's so awesome. Casio the watches for the people.
Okay, that as well.
But that was the project through which we recruited AOC, ran her campaign in 2018 when she won as her chief of staff. I did the Green New Deal work with her in DC. And after that, I've been running a think tank called New Consensus, where we've been doing basically like I call it a sequel to a Green New Deal, but like a comprehensive, detailed plan for how do you actually build a new economy? How does like the nation intentionally build the economy it wants to build? So we call it the Mission for America. You know, part of it is like, we talk about the political strategy, we talk about the institutions we got to build, but we also talk about this whole other mode of governing you got to get into, that countries get into when they want to take this stuff seriously. So that's been the focus of my work for the last, since I left AOC's office.
Yeah. I'll be honest. There have been a lot of people on background that have vouched for you. One of them is my uncle. He really likes you, just so you know. Another one was my spy that I think at some point worked with you and had nothing but nice things to say. Eric Hovagim, who he's a Hassan Abihid who now lives in China, content creator. He's great. And, you know, it definitely, because when I saw that you were as rich as you are, and also on top of that, there was an instance where I believe you had fundraised against the DSA-backed candidate in San Francisco. I had
Yep, but very functional.
a little bit of fundraised against a DSA-backed candidate, and it was an instant. Now lives in China, content creator. He's great.
I'm not sure if his uncle giving a like recommending him says all that much. I mean, actually, you know what? It does say something because Cenk is he can be a little bit silly. He's kind of like the opposite. I feel like he can be a little bit of the opposite of like how all our old communists are like very sectarian and stuff. I feel like Cenk is sort of the opposite in a way. Has the opposite issue, but yeah.
And, you know, it definitely, because when I saw that you were as rich as you are, and also on top of that, there was an instance where I believe you had fundraised against a DSA-backed candidate in San Francisco, I had a little bit of, you know, I was a little bit worried. I mean, you seem very solid. What was the reason why you fundraised against a DSA candidate, which I believe was also endorsed by Nancy Pelosi?
Yeah, it's a confusing situation locally. I mean, long story there. Like the guy, I wasn't fundraising against him. I was backing this guy Bilal, and you know, I've known him. We worked on climate stuff together at the state.
Brown Boy Coalition.
It wasn't exactly Brown Boy Coalition. I mean, we did like
Brown Boy Coalition
in California. But the bigger thing is like I have the same housing politics as like Zoran, right? It's like I think we have to build tons of social housing. I think we need rent control, and I think we need zoning reform.
I'm just saying, there's a thing about brown boys like coming in and like, you know, making very positive, great changes.
And we actually,
I want this to be an actual trend, inshallah.
We need to make it cheaper and easier to construct, right? And in that race, he lined up more with my housing politics, so that was one reason. But I just want to put it in context because, as you mentioned, like I'm a centimillionaire, so I do support tons of candidates and causes every cycle. So like that cycle, the biggest amount of efforts were towards protecting people like Summer Lee and Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush, who are just getting this onslaught of AIPAC money coming their way. And it was also California Prop 5. I don't know if you remember that, but it was like a proposition to basically raise taxes to unleash tens of billions of dollars of affordable housing money. So
yeah,
we know when you support a bunch of stuff, you don't always line up on every single one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I have this theory that unfortunately blue safe havens, like blue strongholds.
I think I've seen this part, so I'm gonna go pray real quick, Maghrib prayer, and you know, you guys behave.
Like New
I'm watching
York
you.
And California have oftentimes created some of the most annoying neoliberals in the party that safeguard third way neoliberalism and centrism when there is so much more room to grow in terms of left position politics, left populism in general. Nancy Pelosi basically was the major hurdle to a lot of leftist politics being realized in the country. From her position, from her throne, really. I mean, she's still Speaker Emerita and has done things directly from a hospital bed when she was traveling, when she fell and broke her hip, to make sure that AOC was not appointed as the lead in the House Oversight Committee to become one of the voices of the party. What are some of the reasons why you feel best suited for this role?
The reason I'm running, ultimately, is because I don't believe the current Democratic Party is at all capable of doing anything in this moment. They're not capable of stopping Trump. They don't have a vision for what a new economy would be that would actually stop fascism from coming back anytime. And, you know, I did the Justice Democrats thing to try to push the party leadership. And my whole lesson from that was you can't push them. You have to replace them. We have to primary them. We have to actually do the political revolution and go in there and replace a lot of the leadership. I saw someone in chat mentioned that, I donated Chiose. Yeah, when Chiose popped up, he said he was going to primary Hakeem Jeffries.
You're giving all the bans to the Hassanabi heads, but not me, Hassanabi. What's going on?
If you run for office, Hassan,
I'm not.
You know where to come ask it. But look, I was disappointed she didn't end up running. But yeah, I basically think we've got like a 2 to 4 year period where maybe we can completely change the party and actually build an economy that works for working people. And that's possible right now. And that's literally why I jumped in, and you're seeing it all across the country, right? There's candidates popping up all over the country, people like Reverend Haynes here and Nida Alam and others who want to challenge the establishment. And I've been reaching out to them. I'm trying to organize with them. I'm trying to talk to them because I think there could be a team of us that actually make it happen.
I think so too. And that is what I'm trying to do. A bunch of other content creators are trying to do to the best of our ability with the limitations that we have, obviously. But I do think that there is an organic movement that's building, and not even because tens of millions of Americans in the countryside or tens of millions of Americans.
I'm back. Also, who is this guy? This guy is, I forgot his name. Oh, right, there you go. Saikat Chakrabarti. He is running for Congress in San Francisco to succeed Nancy Pelosi. He is his father, his family is from Bangladesh. His father immigrated from Bangladesh. Not from Bangladesh, from Bengal, I think, from Calcutta, from West Bengal, from what I can understand. And he's like a centimillionaire, so 100 millions. And he seems very progressive. He seems very cool. Hassan interviewed him, and I've seen most of this interview. So I'm playing this while I'm eating and stuff. But he's such a cool guy, from what I can tell. And I didn't see the interview super in depth. So we're watching this now while I'm getting food.
Rural areas have
he's a really cool guy.
Broadcast and become hypnotized with the socialism beam or anything. They're just recognizing that the contradictions are worsening. And they're recognizing that their material conditions are worsening, and the American trajectory is downward right now.
Yeah.
And when they see that, when they experience that, and then on top of that, they see state repression, whether it be unlimited tax dollars going to a foreign country like Israel, to wage a genocide, to conduct a genocide with no accountability whatsoever, and then the domestic repression that comes along when you protest it, or whether it be all the money going to ICE to build a Gestapo force for Donald Trump that's unaccountable. When people realize that, when people start experiencing that, they get very frustrated, and they don't really have a really good outlet to communicate their desires and communicate a positive change for themselves. And I think it's important for people like yourself, people like myself, to do our very best to lead lead people in a better trajectory, in a more politically advantageous trajectory where they have some kind of autonomy, they have some kind of political power.
And I just want to say, I've lived through a couple of these moments of change with the Bernie campaign and with Justice Democrats, because that was in this moment where Trump had just won. People were pissed. People wanted to look for some vision for the future. And there was this blip that allowed the squad to get elected, AOC to get elected. But it was still the case that when I was running those campaigns, the people showing up were lefty activists, progressives, and then a little bit of new people. Right now, the people showing up to my campaign, the people I see stepping up to run for office, it's everybody. The mainstream Democrats are realizing that this current party is hosed, and we have to completely change it and do something new. And so we have to jump on it. It's happening all over the world. I mean, it's usually right-wing movements that are coming to power, but not everywhere. There's Morena in Mexico that, came to power, made people's lives better, and now they're the most popular party in the world, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. A question I have for you is a question that I ask everyone that's running. I call it the Zoran method, but if you were to be defined by 5 policies, what would your top 5 policies be?
We'll say number 1 is we got to make the essentials affordable by just having the government provide them. So that means universal health care. Medicare for all is a great start, but that's not a healthcare system. It's a health insurance program. We got to expand beyond that to direct government provided healthcare. I think something like the Nordic country system or the NHS is really the gold standard here. It means public power, which they have in cities all around California. They pay half of what we do. Publicly owned broadband. It means building tons of social housing and getting private equity and hedge funds out of our housing market.
This is such,
number 1.
he was prepared. and give such a good response to this. I think Way to Cold. Did we watch this as well yesterday? I'm not sure. Way to Cold. Were you here? Because I remember you saying that the answers were really
and
good.
Political corruption. You know, if we're asking for the government to do stuff for people, you got to be able to trust the government. So that means no congressional stock trading, no revolving door between Congress and the lobbying industry. I like a fully publicly
these are all
financed
such
election
good,
system, so
like,
no
answers.
private money at all in our campaigns, and actually, you know, hold accountable all the people who are doing corrupt stuff right now, investigate them, throw them in jail. We have to actually hold powerful people accountable if we want people to trust that this stuff works. 3, we got to end all the freaking wars.
Leftists want to throw politicians
get
in
the power
jail.
of declaring war
Whoa!
back into the hands
I
of
can't
Congress,
believe this.
slash the military budget, and U.S. interventionism all over the world. We've killed millions of people over decades of failed foreign policy, and that's been a bipartisan consensus, right? That's been Democrats and Republicans doing that.
Like this
You have to
answer,
completely
what
break
he's
that.
saying here,
because right now we've created a
what he's
system where
saying here,
Trump is
what
now.
he's saying here, like that is so against the grain of like what what a vast majority of politicians say in America. Like a vast majority, like all politicians in America are pretty much like, oh, like they can never fully condemn what the US does. It's at worst like almost never. Like until like 10 or 20 years after, it was like, oh yeah, the Iraq War was not good. Like very lukewarm, very shitty answers. What the answers he's giving here, that interventionism has killed millions around the world. I don't remember what
and
exactly I
U.S.
said.
interventionism all over the world. We've killed millions of people.
Yeah, this by itself, like that, like this answer is like better than 90% of politicians, at the very least, across the entirety of the West. Like that is a good answer.
Over decades
That's
of
a
failed
really
foreign
good answer.
policy, and that's been a bipartisan consensus, right? That's been Democrats and Republicans doing that. We have to completely break that because right now we've created a system where Trump is now basically dragging us into World War III. I know the way to put this is like don't have World War III. None of this will matter if we have World War III, right? Number 4 is no one else really talks about this part, but I think we need to start planning for a publicly owned economy. And what I mean,
Hassan, look at Hassan is like over the moon, which I understand. Like, imagine anyone saying this. Like, this is insanely awesome for an American politician to say. Like, for a Western politician to say. Like, bro, yeah, he is so sick. Like, alhamdulillah. Like, I don't think that this guy is Muslim or something, but I don't care. Like, you know, he's a South Asian. He's my sibling. Like, I am so like proud. I am overjoyed. Like, look at Hassan's eyes.
By that is, I know.
Like, I feel the same. Look at the smirk. Look at that dimple, man. Dude, I'm so...
Not like news to you.
I can cry of happiness. Like, that's such a good answer from someone who's 100 millionaire class traitor. Inshallah. Like, of course he can turn around and, you know, be a dipshit. But like saying this shit, it's a little bit difficult to think that. And sure, like, of course you should never trust anyone beyond, like, you should never trust anyone to the point where they might stab you the moment you turn your back, right? Never do that. This guy has earned a lot of trust. Of course, never don't trust him to that extent. But, I mean, these are great answers. This is better than the most left-wing party in Denmark. This is better than the most left-wing parties in most of Europe. Like, the most left-wing parties in most of Europe. This is an amazing answer.
But what I mean by that is, right now, you know, we've got AI and robots.
Like, I don't know how much he knows about Hassan. He might even be, like, concerned. Like, he was like, oh shit, maybe Hassan doesn't like this answer. I need to, like, couch it. But, you know, I don't think he realized how happy Hassan is with this answer. Like, look.
What I mean. Okay, so what I mean by that.
So, like, he's, like, low-Kirk panicking a little bit because he was like, what does Hassan mean by that? Like, what is his reaction? Like, is this a negative reaction? And then he's, like, has to couch it, but... Hassan feels the opposite of what he might be thinking.
I know, this is not, like, news to you, but what I mean by that is...
Oh, okay,
right
maybe
now,
not. Sorry. It just seemed like it.
You know, we've got AI and robots that might be replacing a whole lot of work. And the way it's going right now is essentially, like, if you think about it, some of these industries, like, I mean, it's already happening, like the insurance underwriting industry, financial services. I'm a coder, right? So, like, coders might not exist in, like, a few years. These, like, AI companies are just going to subsume all these industries and end up owning a huge part of the economy. We're going to end up in this Mad Max dystopia where a few...
I'm just having this messaging more and more out there is winning stuff. 1000%, I agree. So totally fighting against anti-socialist propaganda. Yep.
few companies and people own everything and everyone else is in this permanent underclass. So instead, what I think we should do is try to create the Star Trek future, right? Where if something doesn't require work, we just
Star
provide
Trek
it as a public
future.
option,
He said
essentially for
Star
free
Trek
to the
future. He want ultra, fully automized space communism. Like that is such an, like that is a perfect example. That is sick.
public.
Like
and then number
if you
five,
know game, this is
I'd
game.
say
Like
a public
like,
option, essentially for
I-
free
I don't
to the
know what-
public. And then number five, I'd say it would be to enact a mission for America to actually build a clean economy that creates prosperity for all. And I've talked about how we got the comprehensive detailed plan over at newconsensus.com. You should check it out. But we need whole new institutions for public financing that we don't have. We need a different kind of political strategy, and we have to get into this different mode of governing. We've been calling it mission mode, for lack of a better word, that basically every country goes through when they dramatically transform their economies. And if I can throw in a number 6, it would be build the train. We gotta build the train. We gotta build the train.
Stop.
this is this is pillow talk almost. Like this is like bro. This is build a train, man.
Build high speed.
Alhamdulillah, mashallah. Like I'm speechless for how good these answers are. Look at chat going wild as well.
I mean, you're doing this on purpose. Enough,
So what's something right?
You're just. I mean, you're.
This guy is either Hassan Abihad or has a staff that is because that is a Hassan Abihad reference in 1,000.
You're.
I mean, every leftist loves trains. Like I feel
doing
like
this on purpose.
it's not just a Hassan thing, but
I
also.
gotta grab a drink. Hold on. God damn.
Build the train. Build the train.
Okay.
Hell yeah. Fist writing chat Hassan
Listen,
stand up.
I mean, everyone is
Dude.
already going crazy in the chat. That was really good. All 5 of those policies I'm on board with. You also mentioned social housing, which I feel like, and I try to bring this up with like electeds all the time. I feel like it's not necessarily at the forefront of people's minds for some reason, especially when they're campaigning. I think I know what the reason is, obviously, but how much of an emphasis do you have on trying to build policy initiatives, build policy papers? Because like you already have some structure of a think tank as well, so that like gives you a lot more opportunity, a lot more room to be an advocate for legislation, as opposed to a lot of congresspersons that just come in and even if they're like DSA backed or DSA endorsed or literally a part of the DSA unfortunately has limitations with respect to like policy papers that they can write and then like put in front of congressional representatives. And I think that goes a long way in terms of manipulating a lot of legislators because they don't want to fucking do the job. And to be fair, I also kind of understand because there's a lot going on. There's a lot of problems. Are there any initiatives specifically in terms of building social housing in this country? And what do you think some of the primary setbacks that will come up when focusing on building social housing?
Yeah, so at the think tank I run, New Consensus, we do have really detailed policy papers. I'd say the one of the most detailed proposals we have is for
I know learn more about
bringing
this think
back
tank.
something called the Reconstruction Finance Corporation. This is a state-owned corporation that existed during the New Deal and the World War II era. It was basically our
State-owned?
engine of growth and development during that whole period. And it's kind of like a public bank. I
State-owned?
think people know about public banks. Like it definitely can do low interest loans and do all that kind of stuff. But it had a more proactive role in the market than that. Like it had this proactive role where it would go out and figure out what's missing, what can we not do, and why is it missing, and what do we need to spin off to do it. So I bring that up because I think we just don't have that organ in our government at all. So the RFC could do things like directly finance affordable housing and social housing, but it could also spin off a public developer if you can't find a nonprofit developer to do it, to build the social housing. You could do things like, and it did do this during World War II, stockpile building materials to control for inflation costs. It's just this whole thing. And the crazy thing is it's not like, some new idea. Basically, every modern developed country has some form of public finance. And it really boils down to this idea that we should, as a nation, have national goals. This is why I think things like AI and where we're at are really forcing
National
this
goals?
conversation. But we should have goals.
Like a 5-year plan.
Yes,
Maybe.
we should.
I agree with that.
We should have goals, and we should use the economy to achieve those goals. Whereas right now,
Something as basic as a 5-year plan is so controversial because like, oh no, it's China, it's communism, etc. No, it's literally just thinking ahead, like just a little bit. Like a 5-year plan isn't even that far into the future. You know, like this is like he's saying all the he's agreeing. He's either saying or agreeing with all the best things.
Now we have is an economy that's driven just by we should
Like,
use
is
the
that chatter
economy to
written
achieve those goals.
right about
Whereas
right there, socialist-gasm.
now
yes,
we have
exactly.
an economy that's driven just by profit, and then the nation follows. It's the tail wagging the dog, right? But yeah, I mean, it is like the whole idea around mission mode that I was talking about is you make plans, not just passing. You don't just pass policies and take your hands off the steering wheel. That's
It's
how
just
we
let's
did
think
in
beyond
World War II. That's how
just
Europe
on those
rebuilt
ones.
after the
Exactly.
war. That's how all the Asian countries got rich. And you also have to have institutions that finance and coordinate those plans. That's what the RFC was for us, and we had a bunch of state banks back in the day too. But long story short, I think it's not just because a lot of people talk about the Faircloth Amendment. We have something called the Faircloth Amendment that prevents building new public housing in the country, and we absolutely need to repeal that. But it's not.
Imagine having state banks instead of private banks.
To create agency as a nation to be able to then go do it.
Yeah, that sounds great to me. What do you think about a federal jobs guarantee?
Yeah, I think we got to do it, especially in the age of AI. You know, we talked a lot about it in 2018 when I was in there with AOC. We're trying to popularize the idea.
Chad is just going, is he married?
I think a federal jobs guarantee has to be combined with an actual program of the jobs you're building, right? So that's why when I talk about like the Mission for America, I mean, I'd love to see a federal jobs guarantee as like the way we start retraining the workforce into some guaranteed job at the end, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean, the way
I specifically remember playing enlisted during this part.
I see it is we always have some pre-existing structures that we can point to as far as like
bro, some of these, because of the chat, I just made me think, and I don't want to like jinx this or anything. Imagine this guy being the president of America, like leading America, actually. Can you imagine that? Like, if he wins, he would be on the track. Inshallah.
competent institutions. One of those institutions is, ironically, the military.
Yep.
Except, you know, as time has gone on, the enshittification has also taken place in the military, like privatization and the major defense contractor bloat that exists, the expansive, the unimaginably expansive budgets for the military. That's like this unaccountable force that can't pass a budget ever. What's your solution? Because you talked about like ending all of the wars, but what's your solution to that? Can the military be restructured to work in favor of the citizens, whether it be citizens overseas, but certainly citizens here in the United States? Because it's a massive jobs program in the hands of the federal government.
And it's a very skilled workforce. So yeah, I absolutely do. We have some plans for doing this in the Mission for America, but we should repurpose a lot, like the Army Corps of Engineers, to be building infrastructure in the country, right? I mean, we did some of this during
answer, by the way.
During COVID,
Like-
right? Where like we built these military hospitals. I mean, they didn't get used, but they got put up really fast. But also the way we did the manufacturing miracle for actually mass manufacturing the vaccine was like, there was this general, I forgot his name, but he got put in charge of the whole supply chain. And he was literally like flying around the country, figuring out what the bottlenecks are and getting people to work together and then just solving this problem. And that kind of massive logistical support is something the military is good at. It's literally the same thing we did during World War II, where like, you know, yeah, we had the war, but we had to build this whole new economy at home to, create the arsenal of democracy. And FDR literally made this guy, Bill Knudsen, who was like he used to run GM, but he was like,
He's very good at couching this in American history as well, which is very important because a lot of Americans are, nationalists, unfortunately.
like a engineer. He made him a 4-star general, gave him a plane, and he would fly around, trying to get all these factories to get on board, building what we needed to build, sharing the IP, doing everything we possibly can.
Sharing the IP?
Yeah, we gotta reuse the military for good stuff, not just bombing countries.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Gates could never.
Speaking of the military and endless militarism, what's your take on what's going on right now? As it seems, Israel, after waging a very bloody genocide and taking over even more territory in both Lebanon and Syria, has decided to goad the American government or bring around the American government to its final ambition of completely
Everyone in chat is like post-champ. It's like, is he gonna answer correctly? Like, this is the last big one.
destroying the Iranian state. What's your attitude about that, and what's your attitude on Israel's genocide of the Palestinians as well? Because I think people will want to hear that as well, because I see it as a litmus test for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, I've made it I'll talk about the Israel genocide in Gaza first. I've been pretty vocal about this from the start of my campaign.
Immediately.
Israel is committing genocide in
Use the
Gaza.
word, call it genocide.
We should not be providing any funds to Israel because they're going to use that
Any
to commit
funds.
genocide in Gaza. It's against our own laws. It's against international laws. And of course, it's just morally horrific.
So you're also committed to no
arguing using international law.
You don't make a distinction between offensive and defensive.
Correct.
weapons.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Israel makes a
Chef's
distinction
kiss.
between offensive
Martial
and
law.
defensive
No, it
funds.
doesn't. It's fungible, and
Beautiful.
also
Like-
any dollar that goes into Israel.
Nothing to say, like,
means,
amazing.
It's a dollar that they use in building their offensive capabilities. It's ridiculous, unless
I mean, if there were any other country,
Alhamdulillah.
this wouldn't even be a discussion.
Yeah,
Right? If there's any other country committing genocide,
no one is
wouldn't be
being
debating.
no one is being like, why don't we arm the Russian civilian population with
Exactly.
anti-aircraft munitions?
Right. And like the thing is, there's also a real meaning to the word genocide. Like if you look at, when the word genocide got defined by the ICJ, we actually have a obligation to try to stop it. Right. So it's not just that we should stop funding the genocide.
This is where you should say, like, as a Bengali, or at least, like, as a Bengali, like, my siblings in Bangladesh, they know about what genocide is about. We fought against genocide. We had a revolution against genocide. Like, the National Day of Language, like, mother tongue, the International Day of your mother tongue. It started for Bangladesh. I saw on Twitter today, Hassan Lamdousan. I saw something about that as well.
Pressure we have, just like we did in South Africa, to stop the genocide, right? That's incumbent on us. But yeah, what's going on with Iran?
This is where you're supposed to say you're not suicidal. You have no fear. You don't own a weapon. You don't own a gun.
This is probably the biggest stream I've been on, so I should say that. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm not suicidal. I have a great life.
Yeah, same with me. Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah, but I mean, with Iran, this is deja vu all over. I mean, I grew up, I wasn't political, but like the first political event I really experienced was the failed war in Iraq, where I had no idea why we were going to war in Iraq. And it's ridiculous to me to see the same BS every time where, our politicians think, oh yeah, we're just going to go in there and decapitate this leadership and then democracy will rise, right? It never happens. That never happens. Like that happened in Iraq, happened in Libya, happened in Syria. And the same
All the examples.
BS is happening in Iran. Like Trump and Hegseth, they're out there thinking we're going to be out in a couple weeks. Of course not. The war is expanding well beyond the borders of where they thought it would be. We are about to engulf the entire country or the entire world into this. I mean, there was a boat that just got torpedoed off the coast of Sri Lanka.
Yeah,
My wife is from Sri Lanka. Like her family lives there, and now is Sri Lanka gonna get dragged into this freaking war? So it's awful. And the other thing I want to say is like, yeah, we're doing it at the behest of Israel. So this is going to be incredibly unpopular. And everybody in Congress, all the elected politicians know this is going to be incredibly unpopular. And so what you saw over the last couple of weeks was Ro Khanna and Tom Massey had the War Powers Resolution, trying to stop this war from happening before it started. And you saw the War Hawk Caucus in the Democratic Party, aided and abetted by Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, drag their feet on it just long enough to let Trump start this war. Because what they want to have happen is we get too enmeshed in there. The U.S.
Talking
gets
shit
too
about
enmeshed
some of the
where we
worst
can't
leading
get out,
Democrats as
right?
well.
And that's what we're seeing
Alhamdulillah.
right now with it, like there's a
so sick.
And it's also something that they fantasize about for many, many years themselves personally, and now Trump gets to do it, and they don't even have to withstand the negative consequences in terms of like the political backlash that the Trump administration is already receiving. It's interesting because they haven't even really,
Like,
made
martial
a
law.
convincing argument.
Like, this
beyond
guy's so
saying,
sick.
Oh,
Martial
it was
law.
Israel that goaded us into this and urged us to do this, but then turning around and saying, no, actually, I wanted to do it, but actually, no, it was Israel. Meanwhile, they're obviously activating ground units to the best of their ability to try to foment some kind of like ethnic tension in the country. And it's very clearly like a Mossad operation as well. They're not even hiding it. And
the crazy thing is, there's like part of this is all the Israel money that controls our Congress, and part of it is like an actual death pact, suicidal maniac philosophy that a lot
If
of
he was
Congress
being
people
based on
have
claim as a
around.
Turkish, you would not get to claim him. This is our guy. This is our South Asian guy. We have Zoran. We have Zoran Kamamdani, and we have I keep forgetting his name. We have. Why didn't they write his name? Okay, they should have at least written his name some way. They haven't written his name anywhere on this. Okay. Hassan said this. You're great, but please, you need to actually write his name somewhere. 3147. It's not an easy name for me to remember. Saikat. Saikat Chakrabarti. Saikat Chakrabarti. I don't know how to say his name. Like, this is my guess. So 31 to 27.
The country, and it's very
we need
clearly like a
representation.
Mossad operation.
You
as
have
well.
Hassan and you have Dr. Oz.
They're not even hiding it.
And the crazy thing is, there's like
That's
part
all
of
you
this
get.
is all the Israel money that
And you also sort of have Eric Adams.
that controls our Congress, and part of it is like an actual death pact, suicidal maniac philosophy that a lot of Congress people have around this being Armageddon and the second coming of Jesus. Like they actually believe that in Congress, right?
Yeah. There's also the
So
obvious
insane,
like
man.
imperialism aspect of it as well. 'cause, like
again,
previous
like what he says. Remember, this is the closest like NATO ally for all of Europe. This is NATO.
wars we've
By the way.
waged, like sure, Israel's been there as a consultant. Israel's played an important role in our regional design. Having said that, to act as though this is entirely in the hands of Israel is also silly. Just so people understand, this is something that our politicians are looking forward to, because this is something that our military-industrial complex is going to benefit from. Every single radar installation that Iranian Shahed drones have blown up is economic activity happening in the countryside, or at least that's the way they approach the subject. That means like, oh, all the batteries that are depleted in the interest of defending Israel, even after Israel started this illegal war, that's munitions that need to get stockpiled again. That means we're going to get another $10 billion from the federal government.
And this is why when you look at, we passed $900 billion defense budget at the end of last year, and we passed it right before we went in and kidnapped Maduro in Venezuela. Trump had been saber rattling about that for months, so it wasn't a surprise that he did that. And he had 115 Democrats vote for that defense budget. And if you look at who their funders are, it's the defense contractors, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and this is, I just really want to emphasize like how unpopular this is. It's like 16% of Republicans want a bigger defense budget, and only 3% of Democrats. And all these politicians know that. So like this delaying of the war powers resolution is just about, they don't want to be on the record because they saw what happened to everybody who voted for the Iraq war. And like, we can't, to do any of the stuff I'm talking about, to do any of the 5 things I mentioned, to change this, we have to completely wipe out like half of the establishment.
What is this chat doing? Look at this dumbass chat.
Change this. We have to completely
sitting, thinking, roasted chicken.
Wipe out like
Galore.
half of the establishment in DC, because there's no other way around it. We have to break that. There's no way to convince these people.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's more of a holistic problem, but I think there's a real understanding amongst many Americans and many people in the Western world that like the democratic process that was sold to them as this concept of theoretical democracy is not actually working. There has never been a greater point of disagreement amongst the masses and their elected representatives than at this very moment. And I think in order to claw that power back, people are going to have to run and be open and be honest in the same way that you are right now. Let's ask you some other questions. You've argued that voters chose Trump in 2024 because they wanted economic change. What specific day one structural changes will you fight for? Because I already asked you the top 5 policies, but I want to know more in detail about like what kind of legislation you'd push for day one.
Yeah, I mean, day one in 2026 is still going to be a Trump presidency, right? So there's a set of things where I think we actually can get wins, and then there's going to be a set of things where I think we have to really set up the fight and the entire grounds for in which the 2028 election happens. So the place where I think wins.
So he's thought about it. He's strategizing. Good sign.
There's going to be a lot of
But like, sounds like he's saying it. Like, it sounds like he's genuine about this strategy.
Corruption measures and actually foreign policy, because I think those are areas where there's a massive amount of bipartisan consensus, at least amongst people. And there's some bipartisan consensus in Congress, actually. Like when I did I tried to work on the stuff to get the U.S. out of Yemen back when there was a massive famine going on there. And we worked with like Matt Gaetz's office on that, right? So there is some of that in Congress. And the thing is, though, when you go to Congress, leadership doesn't want you to have a vote on these issues because they're covering for their members. So the way you force the issue is you use discharge petitions. That's the same thing Ro Khanna and Tom Massey did for the Epstein files. You basically force a vote. Leadership hates it. I don't care. And so that's what I'm going to do on, banning congressional stock trading, banning the revolving door between Congress and the lobby industry, trying to shrink the military budget, trying to get us out of war in Iran, which I don't know what the situation will be by that point. But then the other part of it is going to be the grounds on which the 2028 election happened, which I think is going to be, it's like cliche to say, it's the most important election of our lifetime, but it is going to be an incredibly important election, right? And that is going to be a combination of the ideas that exist and the political power that exists. I believe we build that political power by, racking up some W's in Congress with a team of us who are fighting against the establishment and actually making some wins. You turn that into hundreds of people running for Congress.
Someone in the chat, they're saying they should ask him about trans rights, and I'm honestly not sure, like, if he should, because of trans rights just kind of being like for some reason, because Americans and right wingers, just Westerners in general, are very wankers. So even mentioning trans rights, I feel like is dangerous. I think it's better like with the Zoran method, where he like, if he's asked about it, he will say he's pro trans rights. He's pro trans rights, and you'll see it in his legislation or whatever he does. But otherwise, like, not have it be as part of his message.
President,
and partially also I don't think he should talk about Islamophobia either, or racism that much.
Have a real vision to turn things around. But then I'm going to introduce legislation for things like recreating the Reconstruction Finance Corporation.
Focus on the economic policy and everything else around it that you can be supportive of. Just like your main messaging should be economic policy.
To like actually do public financing. I'm going to introduce legislation.
But hey, maybe I'm wrong on that assessment.
How do we start having the public ownership economy? How do we start maybe taking equity stakes in these AI companies? Or, an idea that we've been pushing at New Consensus, which might happen, is basically, what do you do when these AI companies, when their bubble bursts, right?
Well, there's something that I think was really interesting that Jeremy Corbyn tried to put forward in the Labour Party back in the day, which was through public finance banks, offering workers a first right of refusal in terms of bankruptcy. If a company was about to go insolvent, then the workers could set up like a cooperative corporation to seize control over the company and its
that is such a sick
entirety, rather than offer like some kind of golden parachute to the executive class and then like literally tell all the workers to fuck off, and hopefully they can get like a limited amount of welfare if they're lucky enough. I think this is a radical and transformative idea that could aid in workers taking ownership over their own work in many industries that are basically on the verge of their bubbles bursting, whether it be AI or numerous other sectors.
Yeah, I love that idea. I think an AI, like the thing that as we had in mind, and I'm curious to get your take, because part of this is like, these are all new ideas. We're trying to figure out what's actually going to happen in the future, right?
Yeah.
But imagine the AI companies, the bubble burst, and these companies plus their banks, it's a huge amount of our economy, and they're going to come to the government and say, give us a bailout, or because we're too big to fail. So in that moment, imagine that instead of bailing them out, we actually buy them out for pennies on the dollar. Similar idea to what you said Corbyn did,
bro,
except not
he's saying everything right.
Does it. Turns all
everything he's saying is correct
into essentially
Dude,
public
it's so
utilities.
awesome, man. I can't believe it.
Not-for-profit, mission-driven companies, and we open source the models and we use the compute power as our version of electricity. Like I think what electricity was to the 20th century, compute power might be for the 21st century, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then these essentially
actually no notes exactly
that we then use
like
towards the good stuff.
Amazing,
rather than making more slop feeds.
How do you feel about the nationalization of our extraction industry? Because you brought up the Nordic model quite a bit. And one of the biggest benefits is obviously like sovereign wealth funds.
I don't remember what he says here, but if he says like yes, we should do that, then like again, no notes.
That
like
are
like there's a certain amount of like positive policy that I want a politician to have before I go like, okay, I can support them as long as they don't have anything too harmful in there as well, right? I think that is in my view a productive approach to electoralism and just the world we live in. Because no one is setting off a revolution in like an armed revolution in the West anywhere anytime soon, right? The most you can do for that, if you want to do that, is to get a well-paying job and just donate to revolutionaries around the world. If you're not doing that, however, you have to, in my opinion, you have to either do like mutual aid in a either do mutual aid and or like you have to do propaganda in some way, and that's like through mutual aid or like doing what Hassan does, or support these politicians, like support politicians who are actually good, like this guy, and like just have some amount of positives, have like a few very good policies and nothing too harmful. That's good enough for me, because the world sucks. This guy is way beyond that.
Directly funded by the entirety of the extraction industries in Norway, whether that be oil, whether that be the forests, or virtually all of the natural wealth that natural resources the country has, in some way, shape, or form is controlled in the hands of the government, and then surplus labor value that they extract, they put back into the sovereign wealth funds. Is there any interest in doing something like that?
Yeah, so in the Mission for America, we have, it's like I think we're at 22 chapters now of like detailed plans for what to do about every sector of the economy. And one of the plans is for how do you nationalize the fossil fuel industry.
How do you not call yourself a socialist? You already wrote Das Kapital, it seems.
I'm just saying, like, these ideas, especially because in some cases,
I think
going
it's
a little bit
fine.
more radical than, say, like some of the lefty groups are. Like, I always get asked, like, are you for stopping all fossil fuel extraction? I say, no, I'm for nationalizing it, right? And
also, I mean, nationalizing it is the first step. But that doesn't mean you like improve or increase production or increase the productive capabilities. Nationalizing is an incredibly important first step to move into a radically transformative vision of what we must do.
It feels like Hassan pushed him on purpose in some points.
Like,
I do think Hassan does so, but that's also like part of his. I mean, that is part of his job. I think he does that fairly well for most politicians so far.
There's this other component to it, which is a lot of these industries, just like the military, have really highly trained workforces, right? So you don't want to just actually have them go totally bankrupt and have all those workers lose their jobs. They could be using those, the people working on offshore oil company, rigs should be working on offshore wind farms. The people who've been, fracking for natural gas could be working on plugging a lot of these methane leaks all over the country, right?
Yeah.
And so if you nationalize it, you can start directing it in a sane way towards what you want to do, and you can start winding it down in a controlled way, right?
Yeah, people always say retraining doesn't work, and I'm like, okay, well, people in Western Pennsylvania don't have like a genetic predisposition to working and fracking. The only reason why they work
more
there is
than
because
his
that's
job.
the
It feels like he's trying to confront him with
jobs
potential issues early
after
on so he can
industry
prepare
left.
himself.
And,
that makes sense.
And for years and years, they had no
I think you're right.
real good benefit, good wage jobs that were readily available. And now they know how to fucking frack.
Well, and the reason retraining doesn't work is because we live in this society where we can't imagine actually having
it's not retraining, it's just training.
It's just training. You don't have anything at the end of it. Like there's this great book called Janesville about what happened in Janesville, Wisconsin. That's where Paul Ryan's from, when they shut down the GM shut down their car factory there. And Obama, this is during Obama's era, they did all these retraining programs to retrain all the the car workers for into like electricians and all this other stuff. And at the end of 4 years, it turned out that the people who had done the retraining programs actually were worse off financially than their colleagues who just like went and got a minimum wage job at Walmart. And that was because there's no job at the end of it. You have to, if retraining works in the context of an actual plan of what you're going to do.
Yes. Training.
Also, I don't know how you do politics correctly around trans rights. To your point earlier, yeah, no, exactly.
Part of
I think the best way to do politics around trans rights and other like topics which only affect a small amount of people, but unfortunately is seen negatively by a lot more, is to just like kind of have it like do your thing, like be obviously be pro trans rights, but the way you do about it is just like not to talk about it too much. Like basically, if it's brought up, you like I'm pro trans rights, and then like but your main thing is just hammer the economic policy, hammer the economic policy about all this shit, like just like to just pull the searchlight, just pull that away from trans people, like just pull that away from the topic entirely, especially because it doesn't influence the lives of the most part. Exactly, this is our method. Exactly, this is our method. Like Zoran did really well on that, I think.
Like labor necessity exists is how you're supposed to do it, is how many other countries would do it.
It's very much a topic that we don't need the regular person's opinion on. Like with a lot of other topics in our world and like politics, I don't care about what the average person thinks about it. Talk about the people it affects, and you know, people like trusted scholars or like scientists, etc. on that topic. Those are the people I want to hear from, not every person, unless that person specifically, you know, is close with someone, right? Only people who are knowledgeable about it, so you don't care about our opinion. Correct, exactly. That is exactly what I mean. Unironically, yes. I don't care about the, like, this is also why I think like democracy is very much like, it helps capitalism in that it's very easy to just kind of like doing like carrot on a stick. Like it's like carrot on a stick and you put a saddle on a pig in Minecraft. That's what democracy is. Anyone if they have the carrot and a stick, they can just do that. There you go. That's what democracy is. Not a lot, everyone coming together thinking critically about policy and doing all this shit. Nope. It's just wealthy companies which have just built up wealth and will continue to just monopolize more wealth, dictating everything.
America, we don't do that. That's why for the longest time there was learn the code. Right? It became the rallying cry at first as like this affirmative vision, and then it turned into a very negative thing to be associated with. And we're also literally reeling from the impact of learn the code. At the time, I thought it was awfully suspicious that there was a lot of programs such as this one. And I thought like, oh, these are some good jobs that are readily available. But I think they're trying to, and by they I mean you too, kind of. I mean, Loki, you probably took advantage of this situation as well as someone who worked in these in the tech sphere. But I felt as though they were trying to lower, like by diluting the labor pool.
Okay, this is shit.
They were trying to lower the wages overall to make it like a much more
you suffered a serious wound?
Field.
I guess. I mean, I was one of the workers, so I think it would have been
Come
bad for
on.
me. But the
rubbish.
I honestly found the whole thing really cringe, and I think this is part of what comes from when you don't grow up in necessarily a white collar family.
How's the audio, by the way?
Think about the flip side right now, because like AI is coming after a bunch of white collar jobs first. So imagine if I just went to San Francisco and said, we're going to do retraining programs to turn y'all into solar panel installers, right?
Yeah.
Would that fly in San Francisco? Like
Oh,
people
nice.
would push back against that, right?
Yeah,
Like,
the
so
foot
it's
on
very
round.
natural.
Sick.
Like I think when you just go to a community
Actually,
and
that's
say,
not even true. It would fly. If you went to like some of the more underserved communities in San Francisco and you were like, we're building a factory here. First, we need working hands to build a fucking factory. Then we need working hands
Excellent.
to be trained specifically
also
to
tweaked it slightly.
retool solar panels.
Right.
Then it would work. If you offer them, 100,000 plus jobs, $100,000 a year plus jobs, they're gonna go there rather than working at Walmart. It's not like they're working at CVS because they fucking love the corporate brand and identity. They're working there because that's the only readily available
but
job.
I'm saying like not just to low income communities, like go into like the coders working fancy
Yeah.
jobs, right? And I agree, they would take it, but you have to have like dignity attached to it. Like people aren't just gonna, I don't know. It's like to me, it was such a pretentious kind of elitist push to be like, we're gonna go to West Virginia and do code boot camps, and that's gonna fix their economy.
I've always the reason why I brought up the Western Pennsylvania thing is because like at the time when I was doing this advocacy, renewable energies was a growing sector, like was a massively growing sector at a time when government subsidies by 80% was still going to the oil and gas industry, right? These oil and gas giants. We've completely dropped that anyway. We just decided China dominates that space. China literally now controls the future of energy. And we're just leaning heavily into this
this shield is way too small. Why is this shield too small? It's like covering half of it.
That's eventually we're eventually going to run out of. And also it's destroying the planet simultaneously. But if they were to have at the time like built solar panel factories or invested into R&D for like battery manufacturing and then educated people or trained people into working in said factories, we would have a much more robust manufacturing base in this country rather than whatever the fuck Donald Trump is doing with these tariffs and then Howard Nuttlick goes on television and he's like, oh, these
Howard
factories actually are not
Nuttlick.
going to bring real jobs. It's going to be AI and automated. So there will be economic
much for the
activity in your
tolerant
region.
left.
You just won't see any of the benefits of it. It's ridiculous.
So the thing that really pisses me off about
Because we're level
this,
rank 1 with the Woodland Realm, we
just,
now
like,
get
throw up our
money
hands,
from
like,
them,
oh, China's
which
won.
will help
It's like
maintain our army.
China 10 years ago, but I guess it was 15 years ago now, they decide we're going to build EVs, right? They made this plan. And at the time, all of the Western media was making fun of them because they're like, they'll never catch up. Our technology's too great. Of course, they're not smart enough, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And then literally like last
And then they
year,
just zoom
start
past.
building EVs that are better than ours. And we're like, wow, we're cooked. What is that? Like
Have you seen Jim Farley?
No.
Ford CEO Jim Farley
Oh,
went
yeah,
to
yeah,
China.
yeah.
His daily driver is a Yangwang. He brought back a fucking EV from China, and he openly says his daily driver is a Chinese electric vehicle. And he literally said, if these cars come here, it's over.
I've recovered
for
from a
Ford
serious,
manufacturing.
It's the
wound.
problem of like our industries are not innovating and actually.
Oh, sorry, it's a Xiaomi SU7.
Xiaomi, yeah.
I have a lot of, I have a lot of
But,
fans.
but I actually have a worry about this because if you travel around the world, you see Chinese EVs everywhere, right? Like,
Yes.
it's in America. If you're like, unless you're Jim Farley, you actually go try. I think the car manufacturers here, they have this
Still a while to get up
sense
until we
that
get upgraded.
They don't realize how bad it's gotten, so they have no incentive or any reason to try any harder because we've essentially created this completely
please.
protected ecosystem for them with the tariffs and the sanctions. And I'm not like, sanctions and tariffs and stuff matter in the context.
I'm a fan of trade protectionism by design, but I also believe that you have to make competent product and competitive products.
Exactly.
You can't just go to Laos and be like, you have to buy F450s.
Yeah, and
You can't go to Italy and be like, you have to buy a car that requires you to have a commercial driver's
surgery.
license that literally cannot operate on the regular roads in Europe.
It has to be combined with a real plan for how do you build your industry, and the tariffs have to wind down. Like that's what China did, right? They protected their industry for 10 years, and then they said at the end of that, you're gonna have to compete internationally.
The EU
And so
literally
they
put tariffs on
forced their
Chinese EVs because it
companies
would
to
have
be
gotten
good
them
enough to do
outcompeted. Exactly.
Yeah.
It is
the tariffs
insane.
are actually,
But they have removed that now, from what I
demonstrably
recall.
having a negative impact on American manufacturing anyway.
Like,
Not
China's
only have we
coming
experienced a lot of
in
job loss the manufacturing
2027,
sector,
I
which is
think?
hemorrhaging
2026.
regardless of what anyone says or does. But also beyond that, I mean, the way to restart American industry, if that's like an issue of national security concern, which I don't even care about, I don't, deal in terms like that.
It's
But
got
even if you wanted to
supply
build a
chains, building
robust
village,
manufacturing
yes.
base, like you need some level of central planning that puts the working class first.
I mean, and the thing is, like,
We can pull it up real
we
quick. Let me just make this big. Oh, why do I have Twitch open? Whatever. China EV. Wait, Lady Saffron. Wait, isn't this someone that? I think this is someone that Ray K recommended.
Over here.
Okay, I need to. Sorry, I just got excited because I saw someone on Twitch playing a Paradox game, and I want to collaborate. I especially want to play Paradox games and just like collaborate with other people who are strategy gamers, like brand strategy gamers. Just because it's very much a thing I enjoy a lot, and I'm gonna do an EU4 campaign soon. I think. Maybe I need to finish CK. I need to finish like some games, but we'll see. In any case, China EV ban lift EU. Paradox games, hell yeah. EU tariffs on imports of China-made EVs. Ban lift EU. EU. What is the name of the big Chinese EV company? What's the name? BYD. BYD coming to Europe. China's BYD to produce all EVs for Europe locally by 2028. Blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah. Tariffs. Lee said BYD will launch its luxury Yangwang brand in Europe in 2027. What does it say? Helping it avoid EU tariffs. Okay, so they're going to avoid the tariffs by building it locally, something like that. But yeah, if I get a car, it'll be a BYD most likely. I'm likely to not get a car for a while either way.
I've done this in the past. I mean, that's why, like, when I talk about the World War II example,
exactly,
you know, that we did that, and that, you know, like, you can call it whatever, like social. We didn't call it socialism back then, but it's just like the American system, and that playbook that we developed of, you know, making these plans for how to build up an industry, financing it, actually, you know, making goals.
Celebrating parties on his way to a village near Rindle Camp.
That, you know,
we'll
Germany used after the war, that South Korea used, that Taiwan used, that Singapore used, and that China used. The only difference is China just continued using it. They didn't decide, you know, after they got richer, they didn't say, all right, now it's time for private capital to run everything.
Yeah. And while there is the existence of, like, you know, private enterprise in China, there's still ultimately a lot of state control over every aspect of capital, including directly changing capital flows that go along with their goals, that go along with their trade agenda, or go along with their manufacturing agenda.
And I think like the first step is just like have the ability as a state to, you know, finance what you want to build, make plans for what you want to build. And that's why, you know, for me, like, building the train is not, it wouldn't just make my life easier.
Fake leftist, I'll get a train instead.
Because I'm going to be on your stream all the time, Hassan. But it's more that, to me, it's like this test of, can we do anything as a country? You know, like, if we can't build high-speed rail, we are hosed. And if you remember, like, when China built their first mile of high-speed rail.
Oh shit! This is an amazing place to hold.
2008, I think.
Yeah, it's like around there.
All arches hold here.
I had a
melee units hold there.
Soon after it got built, it was like all the news.
Closer.
And it was like a mile from the airport to the city center. And at the time, it was the most expensive per mile project in the world of rail. You know, and all the, you know, as usual, all the Western media, everyone was making fun of it.
Laughing at, like
and
the ghost cities.
Yeah, and their response was, well, we'll just keep going, right? And then over the next 10 years, now they build rail faster and cheaper than anybody, and they own the whole industry.
Why don't you want to spend all of that money instead on something productive, like dominating the periphery nations militarily, so that we can extract super profits for, you know, for a handful of people that are all mentioned in the Epstein files?
Yeah,
that's fine.
Well, I guess we tried that route, and it's gone.
Do you ever feel like real late stage capitalism hasn't been tried?
It's we're in the middle of it. Right.
Okay.
We're in the middle of it.
So it hasn't been tried. There's more room for growth.
There is more room. I don't know how long late stage capitalism keeps going. And
why do you hate wealthy people?
What's the one writer among
I don't
the
hate
enemy?
wealthy people. I think it would make
me either.
I honestly doesn't. You know, sometimes you ask me, like, why do you become a class trader? Yeah. It just makes no sense to me. Why you wouldn't? Like, if you look at the future of this country, like, why wouldn't you use whatever power and privilege you have to try to fix the system instead of just trying
all the
to
enemy units all over the place?
Because it's not going to end up well for anybody if we end up in this dystopia.
The way that a lot of people approach the subject with someone like myself, because, like, they have horse blinders on and they think I have the same level of wealth that you do, or Tom Steyer does, or Jeff Bezos does.
Which I totally understand, because after you get above a certain amount of wealth, it's all the same.
It does. But like, I think there's a big difference between my level of wealth and both of you guys. I mean, there's a big difference between you and Tom Steyer.
I mean, that's the thing that's really absurd about this, right? Is like, like I'm technically like closer to someone who's like working for money than Tom Steyer, even though it makes no sense. Like,
no, I exactly. That's how much wealth they have. It's crazy.
It's just like absurd.
But people
how much
think
wealth
you're like trying to run away. They're like, oh, you're. People have grown to be cynical about this sort of stuff because they just like
this map is a little bit broken.
Unlimited greed, endless greed from people who are wealthy.
Yeah.
And what they fail to comprehend, or at least like what the way I approach it is like, I've been outside of America. Like, I know that a better vision, or at least like countries that have at times moved in a better direction than the United States of America exist out there. So when you see that, you're like, yeah, I would love to live in a country where there's like higher trust and live in a country where there's like robust public transit, live in a country that's more cohesive, all over the map. Even has like somewhat of a national identity as a consequence of like being around, you know, diversity of thought, diversity of background, but also diversity of income too, because That's how you advance society. That's how you have an advanced society.
peasant
Americans,
woman.
I think, by and large, don't comprehend that. Where they're like, "Oh, if
Okay,
you're rich,
why
then
are you
you're
not
supposed to
shooting?
hoard all
Shoot your
your
arrows.
wealth." It's like, no, I'm perfectly willing to pay even more than
Nice.
I do currently, which is definitely like a much higher percentage of my income because I just run off of pure income. I'm a 1099 employee of Amazon technically. So, but even then, like I don't need
How
the
many more
money.
enemies are there?
I want to live in a nicer country. I want to
there's no enemies,
live in a country where the streets are clean. I want to live in a country where like everyone is
Yep.
is
That is
better
also what I bring
protected.
up
They
as
don't
like
have
the
to,
selfish argument
constantly
against
worry
capitalism.
about where their next dollar is coming from, where they're going to make ends meet at the end of the month.
Like as a rich person,
that is an infinitely
people
better
around
country to
you
live in, even as a
doing well, it's just
wealthier
great.
person.
Yeah, like why?
That sounds great.
Because
Hell
there's
yeah.
also the flip side of that. Like there are countries around the world that have way worse inequality than us.
Look at this.
where
This is so
there
stupid.
a small group of elite leaders who
Look at this
hoard all the
epic
wealth,
fight. Oh,
and
they actually got
everybody else
hit.
is just like on subsistence living, and
Oh.
I don't want to live in that society, right?
Yeah.
Like it's your life is worse.
Oh,
And
nice. I actually
don't know,
got
on
him.
a personal level. I just don't get the feeling. Like I mean, I told my dad's story, but like my dad. He like
I want
just
to live
getting a
around
visa to come to
people.
this country for him was a lottery ticket, and so
Yeah.
he spent his entire life, like in my
Stop.
childhood, saving every extra dollar, sending it back
Nice, we
to
won.
our family who was
Are
in
they not
poverty in
proud?
India, trying to give help our immigrant community in Texas. So like
Incredible.
if I get even luckier than my dad, why wouldn't
Nice.
I do everything I possibly can to fix this?
That's something that you brought up that I also bring up all the time, which is like luck. I won the lottery. I win the lottery.
So I can look
every
down on them
single
and
day.
be an asshole.
Like,
Thank you, Whimsical.
it
Very
shouldn't
cool.
Have to be that. Like that shouldn't be the only way that you actually succeed. And a lot of people, I think, a lot of people have deluded themselves into believing that the
6
concept of
rank points, 1
meritocracy
influence.
is real,
Nice.
and that is basically the thing that holds this entire
have
system
any
together.
sauce?
Where
Nope.
they have to believe in some ways that Elon Musk worked harder and smarter by 300 billion 400 billion times than the average than the average person to achieve the
Large
profound
bag of
level of
Ithilien
wealth, the
arrows.
unimaginable levels of wealth and
No,
power that
bro.
he's been able to garner.
I mean, having met a lot of people who've made a lot of money in Silicon Valley, I know for a fact that that's not true, right?
It's luck.
But
It's
also,
literally luck. It's
and-
such
but
a big
also,
part of it.
It shouldn't matter. I don't know the whole concept of meritocracy itself. Like, yes, we should make sure people who are capable are able to do the jobs that are suited to them. But this idea that only a small portion of society deserves a good life is fundamentally against my views, right?
Yeah.
Like, why that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why wouldn't
let's
we
not
try to
dance
make
on
sure
goblins.
everybody has a good life?
No, I 100% agree with you on that as well. Okay, I mean you've been knocking it out of the park for every question. What are your opinions on China? We got to find something that you're gonna have a bad take on. Let's hear it. You already said you've been to China, so I suspect you're probably not gonna have a negative
I
opinion
wouldn't say
on
I've
China.
been to China because I literally just had like a layover in Shanghai where I was stuck in a hotel and ended up watching a random documentary about New York subways. I have a really strange memory of that.
Would you
But-
commit to nuclear first strike mainland China if China militarily overtakes the Philippines,
This is a very good
South Korea,
question
and
by
Taiwan?
a song.
That's a joke.
I
That's
really
not a
want to
serious
know this.
question.
I mean, my position on China is we have to get to a point of cooperation and
Oh, shit,
stop
those
the
are-
freaking Cold War. You know,
that's
like,
a
they're-
troll.
Everything, from 2 points. Like one, we can't have World War III. We cannot have World War III. If World War III happens, everything else doesn't matter. You know, and the more that we our politicians, just keep like poking the bear, the worse it gets. And so yeah, and then on top of that, there's like these actual problems internationally that we have to work on. Climate change, the threat of existential or runaway AI. These are things we have to actually cooperate on. But like the thing that
Fun
that
fact
kinda
about the trolls
bugs me about how our politicians think.
Yeah, after
of
Kate's
any other
statement on that,
country,
yeah, no,
right?
that
Like,
was
whether that's China,
that
or
was
Iran, or
insane.
any of these countries. Where
I know
our politicians
why she
wanna
said
go to
that.
war and saber
Fun
battle,
fact about the trolls, it used
they
to be
think of
that-
the populations in these countries as
Look at all the arrows.
monolithic blocks, like they're not made up of
That,
thinking individuals.
The
And
hitboxes for the trolls
question I was
weren't
put-
really
like,
well
posed to
done
people
yet.
Is like,
weren't done yet.
How
or something?
What do you think we would do if?
In the
if,
earlier
like,
versions, the only way you could
China
hit the troll
came in
is like if you hit it
started
here
doing
on the crotch.
using the same rhetoric that our politicians do with
Just-
China,
just a little
right?
fun
what,
fact
What do you
for
think we
you.
would do if like
I use the alien force comparison.
Ooh, good
because,
quality
like,
metal.
Even
Yes,
the
nice.
gap, like the imperialism gap between us and China is so vast that like in order for a country to have been able to like dominate us as we have the entire planet, it would literally truly have to be a far technologically advanced alien force that that came outside of this planet.
But I think even in the
Nice, Iron
context
Horse
of, of
infantry.
like our current society and the current global arrangement, just take like one example, because sometimes I think the pushback that I'll get is from people saying like, well, we stand for human rights and we want to call out human rights violations, and I get that. No, I don't laugh at that. Like, I do think we stand for human rights, but I just say like, think
I
about.
think we stand for human rights.
Yes, like America has had its own human rights violations.
We stand for human
Hassan,
wrongs.
chill.
So,
You can only say so much,
yeah,
Hassan.
what
To be
moral
fair,
standing globally are we standing
chill,
on?
chill.
But the second
Don't
thing
try
is,
and get him into
like,
bad,
say I
bad
support Black Lives
position.
Matter, right?
Yeah.
Hassan's
then
getting
say,
too
like,
comfortable.
Xi Jinping is coming in and dumping a bunch of money to support Black Lives Matter and saying how great Black Lives Matter is. Does that help Black Lives Matter? Of course not, right? Like that doesn't actually help the movements inside the countries.
I wish he would give me money to help Black Lives Matter.
But what I'm saying is like we don't.
Dear leadership,
Ooh,
I'm
Lord,
right
so-
here.
Like
He won't
whenever
give me money, so maybe you will. Okay. I asked him first.
I didn't say no. I just said you got to run for office, and I will. But all I'm saying is like when like
Hassan getting even more like pressure to run
when
for
our
office.
politicians go and do the saber
Right,
rattling,
follow.
they don't realize that there are factions in other countries that then gain power, that then pressure the leadership into more hawkish positions, and makes the whole thing a tinder block. They are or not tinder block, but
Tinderbox.
Tinderbox. There we go. And we're literally like
Yep.
dropping bombs on this tinderbox.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think this was an argument that was presented back in the day. I've talked about it before as well. But during the time of the civil rights struggle, the USSR was actually, consistently cutting propaganda, talking about how, American minorities were getting fucked over. It was true. It was true. Obviously they had a lot more initiatives in terms of like defending anti-imperialist, anti-colonial action regardless. So it was in line with their foreign policy goals as well. But like even as a matter of, I guess, quote unquote, national security, these are issues that America has to solve.
I beat one of them.
If they don't want,
Will it give me something, or will it tell me I was stupid?
To the nation being born from within. And unfortunately, the only direction that we've headed towards, in the absence of any sort of material improvement,
you should train them all to remember in this series.
on either party,
Okay.
has
I'm
been
redoing this mission.
to consistently
Oops.
Advance this
My
like
game
white
accidentally
nativist
closed. How's
agenda,
that? Also, let's
anti-immigrant
not say
agenda, and try to divide the working class along these sectarian and ideological boundaries.
And that's the only thing that works when you have a shrinking pie. It's not the only thing that works, but it's the mindset that is easiest to pitch. And that's why I say, like, if we can't use democracy, if we can't prove that democracy is going to work to improve the material lives of people, then fascism will win, because that's an easier ideology. And I think it's no coincidence that, in the periods in America's history where we have had more inclusivity, it wasn't a utopia, but during the 60s and 70s, there were these movements like the civil rights movement, the women's rights movements, the gay rights movements. We were way more welcoming to immigrants. That's how my parents got here. That was in the context of us having had decades of wages going up. We had just put a man on the moon. We had
Also,
built
the Soviet Union
highway
being
system.
that, that's a very important thing.
So optimistic. So you have
it's
to
fair
do
that he
both
doesn't
of those
mention it,
things
but
at the same
it
time.
is a very
You can't-
important thing.
You have to be able to pitch
The
how
existence
we
of the
need
Soviet
immigrants in
Union
this country
forces you to
help
be
us
nicer
build
to your
and actually
people.
pitch a different vision of the future. That's not
Because people know that things can be
what
better.
I think Democrats do most of the time. Democrats adopt the right-wing frame and then try to like triangulate on like, if I just took the Republican position on this thing and then a different position on this, maybe I'll win. No, you need a different vision. That's a complete change of the status quo.
And you have to be unafraid to be bold and unafraid to lead on that. I think if there's one example that I always go back to, in spite of like the horrifying realities on the ground in Gaza, the gains made in terms of broad awareness initiatives that was able to destroy multiple billions of dollars being spent for a very sophisticated propaganda campaign that made Americans over such a short period of time change their attitude entirely on the issue of Israel. If that can happen, then anything can happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As long as you're bold, as long as you lean on the side of truth and justice, and you consistently engage in this advocacy, eventually people will actually pay attention. Eventually people will be convinced.
And I just want to say, that's happening. It keeps happening
Nice,
on
another
every
mission done.
issue. Like, we're in a politically chaotic moment right now, right? And that's The same reason, that's how Donald Trump suddenly comes to power. He changes the entire Republican Party. But we can do that too. We can do that for a better cause. And it won't happen if you're always waiting for the polls to tell you which way to go, because that just takes too long. You have to be able to jump on these moments and lead.
Last question.
Sorry, go ahead.
Would you fund an oil tanker that I will command to break through the unjustifiable American blockade and finally deliver energy, much needed energy to the island of Cuba?
We got to stop the embargo of the island of Cuba. I have to look into the logistics of getting an oil tanker.
Okay,
I don't think I have oil tanker money.
I don't think we can get OFAC clearance, but
a very good
maybe
answer.
for like a cool 20 mil, we can make it happen. Okay,
I don't know.
Cool 20
this is
I
beyond
didn't
my
hear
pay
a no,
grade.
chat. I'm just saying because I'm going to Cuba in
Ramadan
the end
camp.
of this month.
No,
with
we're not
Progressive
going that way.
International. I don't know if you're familiar with them at all.
Yeah, with Giannis Varoufakis.
Giannis and David Adler.
Oh, hell
He's
yeah.
great.
Yeah.
We have a bunch of medical supplies that we're going to be bringing with us, but it's more so just like a broad awareness initiative because once again, the real the issue. The major setback for the governance of Cuba and the sovereignty of Cuba, as it stands currently, is to cut through the noise of like the anti-Cuban government lobby that is like very powerful in this country.
Yeah.
Nowhere near as powerful as the Israeli lobby is, but certainly powerful enough to make people either oblivious to what's going on or oblivious to the harm that we've done to this island. And at first it's awareness initiatives, and then it's like material support. Hopefully,
it's horrible what we've done to that country for decades, and I think I generally hate all broad-based sanctions and embargoes because it is collective punishment for a whole group of people for
very good answer.
Leaders might have. It doesn't help, and it like entrenches that leadership in the country.
Wait, what is this mission we have from Grimborn the Old? He wants to kill someone. That one is a little bit.
There's of course
tricky.
black markets that the leadership controls when you do sanctions like that. But anyway, I'm glad you're doing that.
Yeah.
To
All
bring
right.
awareness.
One last question.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for taking the time out and coming on the broadcast. And this will be a little bit of a tough one. It's not a secret that there are a lot of Democratic Socialists in my chat. DSA affiliates, people in DSA, both in San Francisco and all around the country. Because of the thing that we talked about earlier, where your support against the DSA endorsed candidate, like how there's a little bit of distrust.
Yeah.
Now there's probably still a lot of people who you've won over so far with your advocacy.
I don't want to go to Syrian Dolan, damn it. Give me another question.
What do you say to the rest that might still have a little bit of scrutiny, given your tech background, given the wealth that you have? How do you convince those people that you're a real one?
Yeah, well, first I'd say, there are a lot of folks from DSA volunteering on the campaign. We got folks from a bunch of groups, but engage with me. I'm trying to run a campaign that's like as transparent and open as I possibly can. I mean, you probably got I just say what I believe and I'll answer every question.
And he's done a great job so far.
To that end, I do town halls every week. I'm doing one in every neighborhood in San Francisco.
Every
I do a
week?
voter call on
Nice.
Zoom. So if you go to my website, I don't ask for money. I ask for you to sign up for a voter call, and I do them every day. But also
every
I've
day
met with folks at DSA, and there's a bunch of stuff I'm going to work together with them on. I mean, I think there's going to be a
prisoners
public bank ballot prop in San Francisco this cycle. I'm going to work with them on that. And
the Woodsman
yeah,
Village.
I'd say please engage, and I'm happy to engage with anybody, DSA or not, in San Francisco and anywhere.
What are some groups that you're trying to secure the endorsement of, like unions and whatnot?
Yeah, I mean,
what have you gotten so far?
So far, it's been a lot of groups are kind of in the middle of their endorsement process. So so far nationally, I'd say Jamal Bowman's probably my biggest endorsement. I love Jamal. There's also No Dem Left Behind, Blue America PAC, a few groups like that. Locally, there's basically three of us in this race. So it's me, State Senator Scott Wiener, who you're probably familiar with, and there's Supervisor Connie Chan. And a lot of the unions have more of a relationship with some of the establishment folks. And so, I'm talking to them. They like me. I think it's a top two system. So in a lot of the cases, I might not get their endorsement now, but I will when I'm in the top two. But yeah, I'm hoping to get anybody. I mean, the way I think about this, like I'm trying to do essentially a political revolution kind of politics. And so when you do that,
Hell yeah.
you can't really rely on endorsements. You know, when I ran AOC's race, like nobody endorsed her, including like Working Families Party endorsed Joe Crowley, right?
Yeah.
And that's just kind of how it goes. So I'm gonna do what I can, but of course I'm talking to.
But you also need ground game, and I do feel like well, I can't speak for DSA San Francisco, but like that was a big part of how Zoran was able to overcome great odds.
Yeah.
Your situation is a little bit different because you have your own personal financial backing as well. You've been doing this for quite a while. You have existing relationships. You also have I will admit, out of all the candidates that I talk to, you have a profound understanding of policy, because this is usually one of the issues that I have. Like sometimes I have someone who's very radical but very green, and they don't have a working understanding of like how the legislative body works or how the position that they want to achieve, like what they need to do in that situation, how to sometimes play ball, where the areas of pressure are.
I don't like the game that's like, oh, I'm going to say you're some main squares, puts me here.
You know,
like,
you have
main squares should be where the
intimate knowledge with how politics works in America. But as far as like winning the immediate race, I mean, Scott Wiener is it's not.
Scott Wiener.
No disrespect, but Scott Wiener is going to present himself as a progressive, but we all know the last 2 years that he spent defending Israel, only to turn around and be like, "Oh, actually, I was just kidding when I was doing that." I'm not mistaken, right? That was
Scott Wiener. We did initially it was worse. Like we had a debate where there was a lightning round question. They asked us, "Do you think what Israel's doing is?" He just didn't answer. And then 2 days later, he's like,
everybody gets caught up on those paddles. That paddle system is so good for people like yourself, like for real left flank candidates.
Wait, what is the paddle?
Only to turn around and be like, "Oh, actually, I was just kidding when I was doing that." I'm not mistaken, right? That was Scott
Wiener. We did initially it was worse. Like we had a debate where there was a lightning round question. They asked us, "Do you think what Israel's doing is?" He just didn't answer. And then 2 days later, he's like,
everybody gets caught up on those paddles. That paddle system is so good for people like yourself. Like for real left flank candidates, the paddle system is like, boom, yes, every time. And then if you're like somewhat inconsistent, if you're like a neoliberal, or if you have like any sort of hang up on something that's like a very black and white issue, you get fucking cooked every time.
And what I said, because he tried to be like, well, it's a complicated. It's like, no, when you're in Congress, you vote yes or no. Like Rashida Tlaib has a resolution that says, "Is Israel committing genocide in Gaza?" What's your vote on that? Right?
Yeah.
You don't get to explain it. But yeah, on the ground game side, we actually have the strongest ground game of any campaign in the district, because I've been campaigning since February of last year.
But I mean, but it's never enough, man. It's never enough.
Of course it's never enough.
Especially considering your somewhat radical, even though very sane, policy positions and your consistent advocacy against Israel's genocide.
That's a very short escort mission.
A lot of moneyed interest.
There's gonna be a bunch of money that comes in after me, but I just want to say, like, this is what I see every single time, right? Like, if you actually are pitching real change of some sort, you attract a whole new base for your campaign. I mean, at every single event, I ask people, for how many people is this your first time doing something in politics? And it's like half the people every single time. But we've had over 3,000 people sign up to volunteer. We've knocked over a quarter of the doors in the district already. And every canvas, we get like 40 or 50 people, which is huge for San Francisco. And like, we did our office opening party in July. This is actually what made us start our ground game, because we did an office opening back last July. I thought maybe 100 people would show up, because up to then it was just like mostly a social media and press campaign.
Yeah.
And then like 500 people showed up, you know, and then it just kept going. Like we had 800 people at our first rally. We've got momentum, but it's not momentum from the existing like established organizations necessarily. It's a bunch of new people showing up. Same with Zoran. I mean, I went out to canvas for Zoran actually. At the same time, I went out to go meet Chiase and try to get him to primary Jeffries. But you know, at Zoran's canvas, I asked everyone there, like, how'd you end up here? Like, are you part of DSA? And yeah, there's some DSA people there, but most of the people were just new, you know?
No. The reason why I brought that up is because like it's very good to kickstart that process, because like I don't know at what point you were doing the canvassing, but like in the beginning when I went and linked up with him, like
it was all DSA. Yeah,
it was all DSA.
Yeah, no.
and it was all
Like, sure,
like
I'll
even the fact that I
like
went and talked
when
to him or
Zoran got
Chapo and all
traction,
these other
I'm sure like that there's a lot of people who are not part of the DSA who joined, but like initially I do reckon that there's a lot of DSA, and part of that reason for why then a lot of people are not DSA there is because DSA was there and helped him get to that level of prominence. He can't just rely on just getting that support out of nowhere. He needs a base. It doesn't have to be DSA. He needs someone, and DSA is just an example Hassan is giving him.
all these other leftist podcasts were invested in Zoran early on is because he had a lot of good people around him that were vouching for him. Because, like, I'll be honest, like, I watched his fucking Gravel video about social housing in Red Vienna many, many years ago, but I didn't remember him from that at all, right?
Yep.
But that was what it was. It was like a lot of very good people that I trust, that I believe in.
Slides
that
into
were
escrow
vouching.
to yes,
Yeah,
please.
and I
And some of them have vouched for you as well.
because
so.
it was the same. A lot of them worked on the AOC race in 2018. So
Yeah.
I don't know. It's really. I mean, DSA in New York has built a real machine.
Yeah.
Which is awesome.
It's fucking dope. I went and I saw the slate
his armor is so
in New
sick.
York, and I was like promoting the slate that they have. It's excellent.
I
We
want
gotta
some
build that
heavy Gorgon armor.
operation virtually in every state, especially red states. I think there's a real opportunity, given the weakness of the Democratic Party machine in red states, that you could actually take advantage of their lack of interest. I mean, even with someone like Tallarico, who just kind of came out of nowhere, really. I mean, he was not like a known brand at all, and he was able to carve out a space for himself with a fairly uniting message. I think he still needs work on the some aspects of his policy. I think he's like a little bit more restrained for some reason when it comes to leaning into socialized medicine, and I think he has room to grow on the issue of Israel. He can speak very convincingly and very empathetic, in a very empathetic way about these issues, but like I think he needs to go way beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, when we started Justice Democrats, the project initially was called Brand New Congress, and we were actually trying to recruit people everywhere, like in Republican primaries and Democratic primaries. This is before Trump got elected, and I'm very I've been I mentioned I was trying to reach out and talking to a bunch of people and like have a relationship with Graham Plattner. I've been supporting Dan Osborne for a while because he's trying to do that in
Graham
Nebraska.
Plattner mention.
And I want to give a shout out to Corbin Trent, who's out in Tennessee. He's got an amazing blog called America's Undoing. We work together on AOC, and he's trying to do that.
America's
in Tennessee,
Undoing,
right? Like,
that's a sick
the
name.
thing Democrats don't realize is in a lot of these red states, people, especially the ones that are economically doing very badly, you kind of need to have a more radical
We need
message,
some
right?
missions where they want
the reason they're
metal.
voting for Trump is
A
because Trump
thing
just
to
stands for
deal?
change.
No,
Like,
I
he
can't do that,
embodies
no.
like rip off the Band-Aid and change, right? And so you have to have that level of energy for something positive, for like what you actually want to do that'll improve people's lives.
All right, well, Tricot, thank you so much for coming on. This was
Is it
incredible.
really Tricot?
And,
Is that really how you
we will
say his name?
continue doing this. I mean, I'll be up in San Francisco, around that area, doing a bunch of colleges. If you want to put together something,
Yeah, I'd love to do that.
you know,
we'll definitely do that.
and we'll link up and do something there.
house.
All right.
But thank you for coming on.
All right, thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right.
That was a very cool. That was a very, very cool. What do you call it? Video. He's a very, very cool candidate. I'm a big fan. Himbo is not live yet, I don't think. Let us check just to be sure. It was great, yeah. He's very great.
Welcome in.
Jess is back online. What's she up to?
Maybe.
Wait, I'm gonna ask LHS.
My name is mine.
Oh, she's live to watch a movie. Okay. I can't really...
Can't wait to see the Women Day plans.
I don't think I can watch a movie, so...
I've experienced with the age gap thing. It did seem normalized,
Unfortunately, that's not an
dynamic in the
option.
gay community in the 90s.
Sag. Okay. What else? How is the war playing out in Iran? Inside story by Iran. By Iran. By Al Jazeera. I don't want to... That is a cool topic that I do want to cover, but I don't want to have it like, in the top corner. I think it's better to watch it directly when that is the case. What's wrong with American aviation? That looks fun. By Good Work. They put out a lot of videos. They put out a lot of videos. Very cool. Oh, oops. I did not mean to do that. I misclicked a lot there. Never mind that. Right, we're pinning this video. Oops. There we go. There we go. Be sure to watch the video on the side to support Good Work.
The United States of America. Me and my countrymen absolutely love flying. We fly planes over the top of our most important societal rituals to bless the proceedings. Our most talented artists signal their ascension to the top of the cultural mountaintop by taking to the skies. And of course, our national symbol combines flying with our other favorite pastime, being white. The bald eagle. But over the last few months, my country's long-standing relationship with flying has descended rapidly, with horrible tragedies, repeated communication failures, and various other terrifying things dominating the headlines and our social media feeds. So is American aviation going down in flames? Or will we once again take to the skies like soaring bald eagles, pop megastars, and glorious warplanes buzzing low over a bunch of jacked up big boys in tights about to concuss themselves in front of an audience of rabid Budweiser Vikings?
Is American aviation going down in flames? Yes. Wow, that is loud. That is very loud.
It's been rough times in American skies lately.
Good grief.
If you haven't heard about it, I will now reenact exactly what it feels like my social media feed has turned into. We had the worst commercial air accident since 2009, killing 67 people. 2 days later, the Federal Aviation Administration, or
I forgot to bring prisoners, dang it.
nationwide safety notification system went out, causing delays and cancellations. Then the Trump administration started firing FAA employees, including air traffic controllers, before being like, never mind, we will keep the air traffic controllers. Planes caught fire on the runways at Orlando and Denver. A plane bound for Edmonton got a bunny rabbit sucked into its engine, causing it to emit, quote, giant fireballs. A plane aborted its landing after a close call at Chicago's Midway Airport. A DoorDash driver accidentally drove into restricted areas at Chicago's O'Hare Airport. A flight from San Diego got evacuated after a passenger said the person next to him had a bomb. This plane come from Minnesota got to Toronto and then flipped over. There was a full radio communications blackout at Denver's air traffic control tower. There were multiple similar blackouts at Newark's air traffic control tower, which currently employs only 22 of the 38 controllers that the FAA says it should have working, leading 5 Newark controllers to take trauma leave and 1 Newark controller to do a steamy photo shoot and interview with the Wall Street Journal, where he said he doesn't want to be responsible for killing 400 people. And all of this is happening in the midst of a nationwide shortage of air traffic controllers. Only 2 of our 313 air traffic control towers have met the staffing targets set by the FAA. This means 98% of our air traffic control towers are currently understaffed. So basically, 100% of our air traffic control towers are currently understaffed. Now that's all pretty daunting stuff. A systemic crisis in our country's aviation system with profound ramifications not only for American business, but also the safety of American citizens. In fact, the issue was so daunting that I decided to grant the wish of a young transportation enthusiast who's a huge fan of the show, and finally let him call in.
First off, congratulations on the beard. How long is that? How long you've been working on that for?
This is about.
Yay, we got him. We finally killed him.
Now, month
Yay!
and a half, maybe.
That's great. I'm going on 14 years, so it's good to know.
Good stuff.
Keep working on it. This could be your year.
Clearly, he was in the palm of my hand. But it was time to stop beating around the Buttigieg face bush and get back to business.
Are things more bad than they used to be in terms of aviation safety, or do we just now have more coverage of these issues, which makes it seem that way?
So from what I've seen so far, a lot of this is that we're just paying more attention to it. America went years without a fatal airliner crash like the tragedy that happened in Washington earlier this year. It remains the case that flying is dramatically safer than pretty much any other way we know
Is he
getting
lying?
around. That being said, I mean, these issues are real and serious. I mean, you should not have that level of understaffing that we see right now in places like the tower that serves Newark, and we should not see the kind of
Supply
technology
chains
glitches that
are
happen
bogus,
at
please.
Newark, Denver, and a lot of other places.
Thanks, Peter. One thing you may not know about me is that I'm an enormous fan of spam emails. Every morning I put on a pot of coffee, I crack open my email, and I just can't wait to start reading my spam. There's just something comforting knowing that no matter how many spam emails I read, there will always be more waiting for me. So you can imagine my disgust when I recently learned about something called Incogni, a data privacy service that makes it
Ethical
absurdly
reacts,
easy
ethical
to
reacts,
eliminate
ethical reacts.
spam emails from your life. What is this bullshit? Apparently the reason why I get so many incredible spam emails is because data brokers are constantly selling my contact information to businesses and marketing agencies, who then put me on their email lists even though I didn't sign up for it. So what the evil people at Incogni do is reach out directly to data brokers on your behalf, and they make the data brokers remove your personal information. You don't even have to ask Incogni to do it. Incogni does it automatically. Then the data brokers can't sell your information to the talented artists who want to send you spam for free. Those bastards. What's more is that if you have an annual subscription to this Incogni, Incogni will keep your data
We need
off
to
the
buy
market
some
forever
food from
by doing
Beyond the
repeated
Witch.
removals, constantly making sure your personal information is out of the hands of data brokers. Plus, with Incogni's unlimited plan, you get access to their custom removals feature. This lets you share links to websites that have your information directly with Incogni, and Incogni will take care of it. All this adds up to an inbox remarkably free of spam. And if that's a world you want to live in, then be my guest. All you have to do is use the code
Turn those
GOODWORK
holes. Yes, sure, why not?
incogni.com/goodwork, and they'll give you 60% off an annual plan. But if
That's a
you,
long
like
ad.
me, want to go hog wild for the beautiful literature that is spam emails,
You
then
can-
I recommend you
you can end
disregard
now,
this
please.
advertisement, and
Here's
certainly
your
whatever
food,
you
dude.
do not use the code.
Okay, that
GOODWORK at
food mission is worth it. Okay, we get money for it. Nice.
And they'll give you 60% off
That's a
an
decent
annual
mission.
plan. My name is Dan Toomey, and I choose spam. And all of the other aviation geeks that I spoke to for this investigation said variations of the same thing. That the recent slew of scary stories is less a reflection of a dangerous system and is actually
Ooh, they
an
have a lot
illustration
of
of how safe things have been
prisoners.
in the 21st century. We've had so few incidents that anytime
But then, like, spam?
anything
Yeah, no, it's messed
happens,
up.
it creates a massive, hypersensitive media cycle that does a horrible job of contextualizing
Alright, archer
information.
stand. Archer stand here.
Kinda
Infantry
like
stand here.
how I did about a minute ago. Here's Lori Aratani, a longtime transportation reporter for the Washington Post.
There is a group of veteran aviation reporters that did a lot of their work in the 70s and the 80s when they talked about covering air crashes, you know, every other month. There are a few of them still around, and they kind of chuckle that everyone gets all stirred up when there are these incidents because they're like, oh, back in the day, you know, this was happening all the time.
It's statements like that that make me happy that I am not alive back in the day.
That's not to minimize the fear, because I know that there are a lot of people out there who are very nervous about flying. I mean, this terrible accident,
look out
this
wolf. Hard and
terrible
worried wolf,
collision
yes
that we
please.
had, near National Airport
And a bunch
here
of
in
prisoners.
Washington, DC,
Oh shit, we can
right?
actually
It's scary
do
and
another
it's
mission.
terrible and it's sad. But that was the
Woodsman
first
Village, is that where the
fatal
lady was? I think it
passenger
was.
crash we've had in, I think, since 2009, when the Colgan Air crash happened. So it really is a safe farm.
And here's Captain Steve, an active pilot and a rising internet star, making videos educating the public about flying.
And it's Steve.
Rule, there you go. I wrote you 5% in case 5 were not enough.
Steve, Captain Steve.
It's
Wait,
important
that's
to get
it?
these things right, people.
Only 2
It's
rank
just what a
points?
professional like me does.
The last few months.
That is BS.
they've
It
been
is so
kind of
difficult
unprecedented in
to get
terms of
prisoners some parts of this
visibility
game.
and
Ah,
aviation
that's
accidents,
disappointing.
incidents, mishaps. Part
Whatever.
of it is, I think the aviation industry has become a victim of their own success in the last 10 to 12 years.
Cargo supplies need to be delivered to Lorien Law
So
Marseille.
when the DCA
Nope.
crash
Not
happened,
gonna do
that
that.
was very tragic and awful and caught all of us off guard. And then it brings it into the public attention again, right? You're seeing the normal day-to-day stuff, an airplane that pushes back off a gate and something happens and people have to evacuate, or an airplane that skids off the runway someplace, or a small single-engine airplane that the pilot loses control and it crashes. Those things have been happening. They just didn't make the national news, and it was all started with that one event back in DCA.
And last up on the runway is Dan Bubb, an aviation historian, former pilot, and current professor at UNLV.
One of the questions I'm frequently asked but at the end of media interviews is, would you put your family on a plane? I say, yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't give it a second thought. What I really would like to emphasize to everybody, air travel is very safe. You should feel confident getting on a plane. At the end of the day, we're safely going to get you to where you're going.
All right, Bub. But that being said, there are real problems lurking in this system that are becoming more clear the longer they go unaddressed. And these mostly boil down to the two things that Pete mentioned earlier: technology and understaffing. And while these problems don't mean that everybody should stop flying out of safety concerns, they do point to a potential slow erosion of our aviation system into one that's full of delays, cancellations, and dysfunction.
We are facing a massive shortage of air traffic controllers. It's been going on for decades, and we're about 3,000 controllers short of the number they need to consider the system fully staffed. People do a lot of overtime, right? So what might normally be, a 5-day-a-week job for 8 hours becomes a 6-day-a-week job for 10 or 12 hours, right? There are strains in the system, and the controller shortage is real.
The number of air traffic controllers working in the United States has been on decline for years. Under Pete's tenure, that decline stopped a little bit, but we are still way below the staffing levels that we need. The current Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, has picked up where Pete left off, launching new incentives to try to get more trainees into the air traffic controller pipeline. Still, my sources told me that they are optimistic about the plans to get more air traffic controllers trained, though they also pointed out the high washout rate at air traffic controller school due to how rigorous the program is.
I think we're about 3,000 air traffic controllers short, but they're going to build up pretty soon because I think they've got 7,500 who are going through testing right now. There's about a 20 to 30% washout rate in air traffic control school, but if these folks can go through and they pass their tests and we can train them,
fighting in these environments is very annoying. I kind of wish I was in
air traffic control towers
what do you
with
call
the
it?
Smartest, hottest people
In
then it does.
human lands.
Sorry?
Western human lands.
Well, I personally feel safer just knowing that, we got some tents
all
up
the way
there.
over
But even
there?
if we're
Damn.
able to fill all those air traffic control towers with the smartest people around, there's still the problem about the technology they're using that predates the Dust Bowl. And for those of you who don't know, the Dust Bowl is that time in the 1930s where photographers took all those photos of those poor, sad people.
The modernization of the air traffic control system, we're still talking on radios to communicate back and forth. Now, back in the 1930s, that was the state-of-the-art technology, was wireless radios to talk back and forth. So now you've got, 100 times more airplanes flying in the same airspace that you did 50 or 60 years ago. And everybody still has to press a microphone, key up a mic, say what they're going to say. Then they have to get a response from air traffic control. It's very slow and archaic. And then you add to that 2 or 3 pilots that might key the mic at the same time. They block each other. Then the air traffic controller says, sorry, didn't hear you, say again. Then they do it again. It's an out-of-date system. There are much better systems. You and I are used to picking up a device and doing like this with it and texting one another. That same technology, data link, exists for aviation, and it's used in most other places around the globe. In the U.S., there are little spots, little places where they're experimenting with it, but it should have come online 15 years ago, where I can get the same instruction I would get over the radio that I have to respond to with a radio call.
Ooh,
I can get that
easy
text to me
peasy.
on the airplane. If I like it, I simply hit an accept button, and that tells the air traffic controller I'm going to comply, and then I comply with it, and no talking is required. So it's much more efficient, much more technologically advanced for sure. But it's safer in the long run.
This technology has been showing its age for a long time. Several things have made it
cannot promise not to be
change.
rage bitten right now.
One is that there is a 0.000
It depends on how long is the video?
level of tolerance for failure during any kind of transition. The system has to work 24/7 by 365, so it's not something.
If it's not too long
it's
on
not like
video,
a
then
website
maybe.
you can take down for 12 hours overnight while you're trying to redo it. And the truth is,
Okay, we need
any
to sell
kind of
some of
big
these
capital
low-grade metal
project,
scraps.
especially a big
Actually,
capital
not to
IT
the
project,
elves.
which even for
Few to
corporations
the
is one of
elves.
the hardest things you can try to do, is that much harder when your board of directors consists of the United States Congress.
That's right. All annoying and frustrating things in our society lead back to one place.
Like 10 seconds? Okay, give me a second. I shall have a look.
I'm sorry, I spaced out. What was I saying?
If I can amplify a point, the real holdup to this has been the Congress.
Congress! That's where all the annoying and frustrating things in our society lead back to.
Okay.
As you were, Monsieur Bub.
It's been a source of
What is
frustration
this
for the FAA.
video? Let's have a quick look.
So, because
What is abundant apples sharing with us? Abundant apples, more like abundant apples. Okay, I don't know. Okay, I don't want to know more about like this. Okay, this will be the last one from this guy. Hello! Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, Celticness. I hope you're doing well. We're going to now, because Abundant Apples linked it, watch a video by Mass
Sickness
Strange,
just
who's
became a
like
follower of
a
Shimonis.
dipshit, I think libertarian type. Oh, of course he's doing this video with like Ramadan Mubarak and shit behind him. What a dipshit. Okay, I'm being rage baited. Right now in Iran, there's party on the streets. There's a lot of places where people are partying in the streets. Because normal Iranians are celebrating that the Ayatollah, with the 36 years, who stood on packing, who's been packing women into into scarves against their will, hanging homosexuals from cranes for the public, to massive repression amongst the public, just as now has been killed. Well, where I'm standing on the red square in Nørrebro, which is like the immigrant place of Copenhagen, there was yesterday night there was a memorial where people hailed him. And honestly, if you as an immigrant genuinely prefer these values, also this is a lot longer than 10 videos. This is a lot longer than 10 seconds. Abundant apples. Then you should maybe just travel back to the Middle East. This person's a dipshit. A lot of people you may think it's wrong that people are, remembering the Ayatollah, but he was literally a religious leader and the leader of a country. If you instead attack people for, doing a memorial for him, instead of the murder of over 100 children, you post after every word. Okay, yeah, fair. You got a good point. Don't link me videos about this wanker again. Actually, I mean, I guess you can. I just, this person is such a, I guess it's a good time to say, focusing on that some immigrants care about their religious leader or the leader of a country versus instead, condemning the over 100 school children or thousands of years old artifacts or being destroyed, or the killing of the leader, the legitimate leader, whether you like it or not, of a country, of a sovereign country. If you condemn immigrants instead of that, then you are a dipshit, and you should go, I'm not gonna say it, but you're a dipshit, and this person is a dipshit, which makes a lot of sense, because they are of the Liberal Alliance, which is the ANCAP part of Parliament. And a lot of these people are wankers in the comments. If Israel all these people are wankers.
Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia.
Hardcore neoliberal, ANCAP type person. Just a wanker. His last name is Strange. I know, it's very weird that his last name is Strange. Or Strange. I don't know how you'd even say that in Danish. Would it be Strange? Is that how he calls himself?
Had been working on this new program called Next Generation. They
Back
call
to
Next
this.
Gen for short. Invested hundreds of millions of dollars into it, beta testing it, ready to install it. And it's just been an incredibly slow process because of politics. Because Congress is allocating funds for other initiatives, not allocating enough for this. And as I've told other
also like shout out to
Celtic,
Celticness.
time to stop playing
Almost
politics
forgot.
with this.
Celticness is a very cool
and
dude.
Get it in place so that things can function more smoothly.
Now, in addition to his air traffic controller incentive, Sean Duffy has also recently asked Congress to sign off on a comprehensive plan to modernize huge pieces of the aviation system, including air traffic control. The plan builds off of proposals
shout out
that previous administrations and the FAA have been trying to get passed for years. And the CEOs of all the major U.S. airlines support Duffy's plan.
Celticness is a very cool Irish streamer. They do a lot of politics. Very cool dude, very smart. You guys should follow them in case you haven't already.
Out-of-date technologies, writing in an open letter that the current system is failing Americans. Duff hasn't specified how much money he'll need exactly, but he has said that he needs the money up front, and it's gonna be a lot, which is fucking baller. So baller, in fact, that I suspected this guy can't have the background of a normal politician.
Slay a bunch of orcs, of course, and also escort supply train to airport. Where's the supply train? There it is.
He is a TV guy, right? He was on Real World, and he worked on Fox News, so he is very good, and he's very smooth about delivering the administration's messages. He does understand the mission. He does understand the importance of ensuring people that it's safe to fly, investing in infrastructure, right? One of the things that has always happened is, traditionally Democrats have wanted to spend on infrastructure and things like that, and Republicans are like, no. And so it's sort of a weird thing where we've got a Republican administration pushing for this.
What are your thoughts on what the Transportation Secretary is proposing to help modernize the system?
I think it's good. The only thing I want to make sure of is that they implement it fully and they've tested it thoroughly so we don't have any kind of wrinkles. But I think it's great. It's long overdue. I don't think it's helpful to blame any administration at this point. I would just rather see you focus and move forward. Get Congress on board, fully fund this thing, get it implemented, make sure it's thoroughly done, everybody's properly trained on it, and then let's go.
Now, we went to Congress actually about a year ago now, asking for funding for the fiscal 25 budget to change the way that these tech upgrades
fine, great magic.
They still haven't passed a budget from when we gave it to them last year. So you have these kinds of headwinds. But let me say this. Like the tech proposal that they've put forward, I mean, it's pretty broad and it's a little hard to tell some of the details, but a lot of what I saw, I really like what's in there. In fact, a lot of that is stuff we were doing too.
Booty jugs.
If he can actually go faster,
Dingus.
what they're claiming that they will do,
Dingus pants be punched. How are you doing?
To be cheering them on, because not just as a transportation guy, but just as a member of the traveling public. Like, we should all be rooting for the Secretary of Transportation to succeed, whoever he or she is, and whatever party they belong to.
Now, folks, with all this info blasting we've done so far, I hope you'll give me a chance to
do I want the dwarf great massive?
But we live in an age where everybody absolutely fucking hates each other.
Kind of
Everybody's always saying that we're all going to finally come together on something. And let me tell you, it sounds great, but they're always lying. Maybe, though, when it comes to our aviation system, we've actually found something that
I'll buy this. I'll buy this weapon.
Together on.
I need 15 strength. Okay, I don't care. We'll have that eventually. Doesn't matter.
Getting their flights constantly
we'll
canceled or delayed. And when it comes to giving the FAA the funding they need to fix this shit, listen, I know.
Dude, I want the army full of long extras. Look at this armor, it looks so sick.
Asks you to write a blank check. You do not write that blank check. Jason Cornwell, you son of a bitch, I should have known that your trampoline park was going to fail. But in this case, Congress, I think I speak for all of us when I say the perfectly rational sentence, please give MTV's Sean Duffy all the money he's asking for to save lives and to save our skies. For good work, I'm Dan Toomey.
Do all pilots have this natural manner of speaking that's very soft
I'll
and
just
calming,
stand here, and everyone else stand here and stand closer.
That's a great question. I've observed
let the enemy come to
Can
us.
you hit me with like an example announcement you would make as a pilot, just so I can get a hit of it?
Absolutely. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Air Vegas Flight 334 with nonstop service to Grand Canyon.
Wait, what?
You know, Captain Gary is on board with First Officer Dan himself. Flight time today is going to be about 48 minutes. We'll be cruising at 15,000 feet.
Welcome aboard, my airline flight 123 to London today. I'm Captain Steve, and we've got a great flight ahead for you. I'll introduce the flight attendants. I'll say they're the best in the business. They were personally handpicked by me for this flight due to their fabulosity, which is not a word, but I made it up. I think people get a little giggle out of that.
Current weather conditions of the Grand Canyon.
Oh shit, how many units are we losing?
42 degrees with winds out of the west at about 10 miles an hour. We're anticipating a smooth flight, but if there's anything we can do to make it more comfortable and enjoyable for you, please don't hesitate to let us know, and welcome aboard.
Ouch.
No notes on my end.
Wait, what? How many units are
You've
there?
got 4 things to look
Okay,
forward
this is
to on today's
BS.
flight. Number 1 is a Michelin
Bullshit.
star meal, or
I'm
depending
doing
on
that.
which cabin you're in. You'll get to watch a movie.
This sounds the
or two,
screens of the
probably
flight
when you go to see it
announcement.
theater. But what the heck? It's no extra charge. Why not? You're going to get a little bit of awkward rest along the way, and you might even make a new friend or two. So, all in all, not too bad.
Steve, I'm ready to cross the pond with you.
Okay,
Yeah,
you
let's do it.
stand here. You guys stand here. You guys... Wait, why are there so few of my units? Oh, I'm down. And my camera is messing up. Okay. That is for BS. We have... Okay. That is very annoying. Let us move our most veteran troops to the top of this thing real quick. So that only our best troops are here for this fight. It's incredibly annoying. Okay. Let us do this again. Oh wait, the video ended. Shit, sorry guys, I did not notice. I did not realize I was locked in. Let's say. Let us put on some stuff. There we go, perfect. Himbo is on.
Interesting interviews. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to. I have some very cool ideas on what I could do in the future. One of them is obviously.
Actually, we can put on the graphics a little bit because I'm playing it.
Governor Gavin Newsom. Some interviews with foreign leaders as well. This is something that I really want to do. So it's something that I'm working on right now. Also, living La Vida Loca as always. Worked out this morning, feeling pretty good. Did you change the camera? Or did you get pretty? I changed the camera. Interview Adam Friedland. No, it's my #1 op, ladies and gentlemen. That's my #1 op. How dare you? Anyway, it's 70 degrees here in California, Los Angeles, stolen Tongva land. You already know what it is. Did you listen to the Harry Styles album? I do not listen to music, obviously. So no, I did not. I did not do that. In any case, be on the lookout for a Pedro Sanchez interview in the future, and also be on the lookout for a Claudia Sheinbaum interview if possible. We're trying to do it, but apparently she's
okay. I will say that. Okay,
streamer,
I'm gonna keep saying coming this because this fight is such
she has
BS.
in the past talked to Reina.
If I have so, I'll keep saves coming this. I don't care.
That was before she became the president.
Like, it is incredibly bullshit, this fight. Come on! Like, are you shitting me?
Democracy, perhaps even.
I get like less than half of my troops on this battle, while the enemy gets a shit ton of like high quality troops. And I get a bunch of like shitty peasants.
And the reason why I'm throwing this out there is because
also the walks are still broken.
Orbit in the Morena party. That's close enough.
Like they just like distract all my AI units.
Maybe there's someone out there.
Like all my units. The AI also can't use its spears properly, I guess. I love this mod, as you can tell.
All right,
really enjoy it. Having a great time.
Well, how much are you tweeting?
Okay, how many troops did I lose? Thank you, game, for not even bloody not even. It didn't even tell me. Great.
My Twitter feed is full of Turkey and Spain Brotherhood memes. No, Turks are obviously very on board with the sexy ass Pedro Sanchez. Turks are getting peace'd, as I say.
Who?
I forget how you're supposed to say it. Turks are getting peace'd right now, but Turks
Wait, where's this guy going? Supposed to go?
Because of Pedro Sanchez being
Thranduil's Hole. Oh,
European
okay.
leaders
Oops.
that's actually
what else?
sincerely pushing
Escaran,
back,
Escarath. Okay, that's my mission. My Turkish spears would never miss.
In any case,
I doubt it.
ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and
At the server course,
we're alive.
supplies
I've had it
at
in
Beyond's
Glad
house.
War.
We are going in that
Congratulations.
direction for sure. Why
What's your
not?
thoughts on the Palestinian? The PFLP. The Popular Front of Liberation of Palestine.
WPLFP.
My grandpa was part of them, and I recently learned that they're Marxist, and it's hype. They are incredible. I love them. They're fantastic. They're goated. DFLP had a factional infight with PFLP. I believe like it originally is all under the banner of PFLP, and then
DFLP is like the Maoist.
Because they're Maoist, right? If I'm remembering correctly.
I hope they don't actually fight each other.
Funny.
I actually use the company headset now.
I mean, it doesn't matter. They're all a part of the fucking.
Can you turn up him a little?
So it's like they're all good, right? Like they're
How's
all
it now?
Working for the same goal, which is the liberation of Palestine. But there is something very funny about like being a Marxist-Leninist party that gets like maybe 2% of the vote of the entire Palestinian population, and then going, you know what we need to do right now? We need to
split.
We need to do an ideological
better.
factional,
Okay, good.
Separation. Okay?
Yeah, I don't know why. I'm curious of why that is, but you know,
there's
hey,
nothing
whatever.
funnier than that. From my assessment, there's literally nothing
I don't know anything
funnier
about the
than just
history
being
behind
a
that, so
party that
you're welcome.
has, like virtually zero electoral viability and literally constantly engaging in infighting.
Okay, Scout Del Cultura. Yeah, we can do that.
And factioning off, only to
Beyond's house.
work under the banner of Hamas.
We're doing that anyways.
Oh yeah, it is a designated terrorist organization for the record. The Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine is a designated terrorist organization for those of you who don't know. But, you know, I mean, I don't give a shit. So was the fucking PLO. So suck my dick. Yeah, they're fantastic. I mean, but I'm not one of those guys. I'm not one of those like vulgar Euro communists that thinks like, oh, I will only support the PFLP because they're not Islamists like Hamas. Yeah, like I don't give a shit, right? Like I'm not one of those guys at all. I think it's
if anyone is like that, they are a wanker, certified a wanker,
wonderful ideological
a
diversity
dipshit
of the beautiful Palestinian population.
who doesn't
It's
actually
great.
care about liberation.
Whatever.
But cares more
Omer
about
Israel, the greatest terrorist threat to the entire planet, considers them to be terrorists.
I'll just say they don't care enough about liberation as much as they care about their own
if you know what I mean. That's like
superiority, arrogance.
Yeah.
We wanking? We're not wanking. Unless, I mean, if that's your thing.
They got the Ghost of Kuwait? They got the Ghost of Kuwait?
You're just not allowed
Bro,
to.
no way, brother.
Be too
no
public
way.
about
It was
it.
actually the Ghost of Kuwait. That's crazy. Okay, we'll look at that in a second.
What we are doing. Also, hello, Machine Gun. I hope you're doing well. We're playing the Last Days mod from Unblade Warband.
Ambassador, ex-porn star,
I'm watching
what the fuck?
him,
Dude, are you the one talking about someone's sexual record? Get that rapist ass. Call Shibuya. Chat's not on screen. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you feel unrepresented?
Tectone angry about the new Switch ambassador is a porn star.
That you're not on the screen at all times? That's
Front-facing
crazy.
himbo.
I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Sometimes it's gonna happen to you. Okay. I think you'll get over it. Here, you can build a bridge.
Well, let's just
and
shake.
Get the frick over it. In any case, there's a lot to talk about, ladies and gentlemen.
We love our handsome
there's not a lot
himbo.
to talk about in my
Much
life.
love
'Cause
to
I'm,
him.
like I
He does.
said,
He puts in the great work.
whole-ass Loser. Very boring. I'm going to Chicago tomorrow.
Also,
to
ultra
deliver
rare.
a
Like,
speech at Northwestern
dude, how can you be
University,
mad
and
at
on
Kao?
Sunday,
She's
I
so
will be
nice.
hanging
Yeah, I
out
mean,
with the
it
mayor
is.
of
It is
Chicago and the
Tech
Jam
Zone, otherwise
Podcast
known as
boys
Rape
as
Zone.
well.
So you know, it does make sense. Someone who's literally threatened,
outside of that,
like to
I'm working
throw
on
like
a lot of very interesting
like
dynamics.
call his dad up, like his rapist dad upon others.
Foreign policy
Like,
related
it's not that surprising that one of the most disgusting people who I don't even know if he's on Switch, but he shouldn't be if he is. It's like that.
I'll tell the mayor peace.
When I was at 8
Call
rank
Brando.
points and 1 influence.
I'll be like, yo, Brando. Sorry.
Can we get a
I gotta
special
hang out
item
with
yet?
my
Nope.
one chatter. Yeah. Do not call it Chirac. I mean, I call it as a joke. Like, I don't.
Okay. Oh, I did not mean to visit the Great Gates. Oh well.
Did you see the president
Gander
of Finland
upon the
saying the world
Great
needs to be
Gates.
more like India while speaking straight to
It
Modi?
looks
I just
so
learned a
sick.
lot about Modi and his past.
I
and his
wonder if
current,
there'll be
horrors in
defensive
India.
units up there.
Yes. I didn't hear about that, but I did actually read something from Malcolm X about India versus China. And I think I had never heard this before, but yeah, there's a Jewish Insider hit piece on Zoran. We'll obviously talk about that too. This fucking bullshit. But you know, curious to know
All
how
these
plays Demsmatic
so sick.
Gav for
Long axe dwarfs. We definitely
talking
need them.
to a leftist instead of Nazis for once.
Oh shit! I keep clicking the wrong thing. Aero barracks need volunteers.
MAGA loves this war now because they're cattle. Left flank rising. Okay, buddy. Later. Jewish Insider keeps crying about Zoran. Modi is a Nazi. Yes, Modi is a Nazi. Hezbollah smoked Smotrich's son. Yeah, Bezalel Smotrich's, I assume, fascist son, because he is a fascist, got smoked from
Oh no!
one
How
of the
terrible!
operations that he was participating in, but we don't know the full
How
details.
horrible!
thus
Oh
far,
no!
So I just don't believe the.
All right, let's go.
I don't believe necessarily
Bezalel
Smotrich at all. Like, I feel like he could just like greatly overemphasize the involvement, make it seem like to garner sympathy. He's like that kind of guy. So who knows? But we'll take a look at what's going on there. Okay. Okay, bad damage at U.S. Base in UAE.
Same.
I know. We're going to monitor the situation. Do not worry. Fear not. Fear not.
We're getting better with our archery, slowly but surely.
Hassan, do you wear wigs? Yeah, I have
Do
a
you wear
wig
wigs?
on my head right now, which suspiciously looks like a perfectly aged hairline, like age appropriate.
What?
You know.
Why did it stop moving?
Like a little bit recession, you know.
And the camera's doing the thing again. Oh, we're underground. Literally.
Shit, you know what I mean? Like, it's not 50, but it's like 49, but it's not like 47. Because if it was 47, it's like it's bedlam. Everybody automatically remembers that we're a nation led by pedophiles, right? But yeah, this is Then will you wear wigs? What? Why are you guys saying that? Where's that coming from? What does that mean? Is that
Hassan is such a rumor.
Anyway, do you wear contacts? I don't know what this is. I have no idea what this is. Anyway, give me a blast off meme.
It's a meme about Elijah Woods. They're
he doesn't know.
From a prank of his.
What? They're memeing. Guys,
Cool.
I'm 34 years old, and I think many of you are
Oh
as
my
well,
fuck.
and that's why
Okay.
you're
Hassan,
getting, like, a
will you
super
wear
old-ass
wigs?
fucking meme with someone saying Elijah
Okay.
Wood, probably from 20 years ago. It's unbearable how unk style you guys are. I'm actually a fucking cool zoomer. I'm a unk that's tapped
Copy
in
link.
as a
Okay.
34-year-old unk that's not chopped
Hassan
and
Abi,
not tapped in.
it's
I don't know
from
your
this.
old ass memes, so very sad, very chopped.
He
All
does-
of you
it's
are
insane. He
chopped. You're
doesn't know.
chopped. You're unk. You're busted. You're washed. Yeah. Look at the.
Aren't
Listen to my fucking cool ass soundboard
Cool.
and recognize that I don't do stuff like that because I'm not.
I'm pushing
I'm unk that's tapped in. I'm 30 and tapped
30
in.
Oh,
All right. Anyway,
I'm not gonna do
your
that. I don't
cortisol
want to
is
get banned.
spiking, unk. Never. All right.
I don't want to get banned.
Blasting off. First and foremost, one of the things
Right.
I would like to talk about.
Back upgrading units.
You're pushing 40 wearing big baggy pants. Yeah, and your mom loves it.
Whoa, shit! He got Okay, do we want long beard axe dwarves or
Okay,
long
tap into
axe
shit. I
dwarves?
tapped your mom. Don't come at me today. I'm in a good mood.
Spear
Yeah,
dwarves.
so one of the things I wanted to start off with, one of the things I wanted to start talking about is like all the chirpers. There is this like contingency that doesn't exist
David is
in the real
18 years
world
old.
at
Damn,
all,
yeah,
and,
no,
like,
I feel
does not
ancient.
reflect the polling data at all, and is
Where are we?
increasingly
Oh,
getting
there we are.
less space even in mainstream media that I
Right, we
attribute
need to
to
go
like
through
the
those
Never Trump
holes.
Republicans. Like Never Trump Republicans in
Oi.
Trump 1 were always getting
Oh shit,
represented
we are
by
very slow.
mainstream news.
Finally, we
but they
oxiding
weren't, like, a
prisoners.
real
Ricardo
robust
Morales
constituency.
increased.
But if you watch like
Shit.
MSNBC or if you
Why
read
is our
the New York
party
Times,
so slow? It's because I'm wounded.
you would think that like there
Maybe.
are, you know, dozens when there's like 4, right?
Go,
This
let's shut down.
version, this iteration.
How long
of
until
the
we get
Democratic
another
Party
level and get a
has also
promotion?
created a
21 with the dwarves and 8 with Lothlorien and 6 with the Veil of Anduin.
Group of people. I would say like the Bulwark people are not even fitting that bill of rhinos any longer. Like I think Tim Miller is better representative of like the anger and animosity that the average Democrat feels than the people I'm talking about. The people I'm talking about are even a smaller group of people. They are the pro-genocide Democrats. Okay? Like, if there is a group of
Do you want
people
any tasks for me?
that
Get close enough to government time, dispatch the scouts. I'll
still
give you a few
holding
recruits, but you
on
should not send them out on their own.
to this
Okay.
idea
What level
that,
do the
like,
scouts have to be? I
Israel
need to
is
check that.
not committing a genocide. Israel is a good country. It's a liberal country. I'm a liberal.
Let's see. No.
And what you're doing is ridiculous. And,
Dispatch the
by
Scout
the way,
Party.
make no mistake, you know, I am
One
sorry to
Greenwood
say this,
Archer.
These
I
guys
think we
often
do
are
have
not
that.
of the Christian variety.
Don't we?
Okay, I
Yeah,
will
we do.
say that
Yep.
because like there are a lot of
So let's do-
anti-Semitic,
what's it, Goblin Town?
pro-Zionist,
Okay, we can do that.
ultra-Zionist Christians out there.
We also need to go to Beyond's house.
What I'm talking about oftentimes
Let's go to
are liberal
Woodruff West
Zionist
Camp and then
Jews that have not
do that.
shed the like they still want to vote for the Democrats because they can't get themselves to vote directly for Satan, right? But at the same time, they also hate people like myself. Like they cannot deal with it. Like they cannot deal with it at all.
Supply train to Syrian Dolan. You know what? We'll do that.
Okay.
Don't really have any missions on the way back, so it's no worries.
It's very funny. It's very funny, and I've been seeing quite a bit of their. I've been seeing a lot of their chirping on the timeline. Many of them are freaking out about this Gavin Newsom situation, as you guys
Message
know.
from King
Yesterday, amidst the broadcast, I found out
Rivendell
that
Camp, yes.
Gavin Newsom, as a matter of fact, was interested in potentially coming on the stream. I'm going to start there. And we'll move on. By the way, this is the Blast Off meme. Please repost it. blasted off into orbit, blasted off into the smithereens, you know.
Into the smithereens.
This is real, by the way. This is actually real.
Why do we have so much money?
Did Connery's pants hook you up? No, he didn't. Even though Gavin seemingly loves Connery's pants.
It's funny. That's quaint.
Like, that's not even a joke. Gavin has a very soft spot for
Gavin.
Connor. Oh my God, this is on Forbes? Oh my God. Oh my God, this made it into like actual breaking news. What the hell?
Wait, what? Okay.
Oh,
okay, shit. I guess that'll be quite a big deal.
Like,
no wonder he's
on situation between me and Gavin. We're gonna fuck.
Okay, chill.
Actually, like, we're just, you know, we're gonna tear the house down, dude.
He's going wild. He's a little bit excited about it, which does make sense. It is a governor of his state, and also
anyway,
like notorious, you could say, figure.
That's what I call him now because we're besties. And
cringe.
I like
cringe.
He's ever
He's
done,
being cringe. He's being very cringe.
He will ever say.
I wonder if Hassan is aware that he is cringe maxing right now. Okay. You follow my lead. We're going to the Banning Village over here, and then I'll drop you off there.
Interview in New Hampshire with Jack Cocherella. He's great. He's a great.
Gavin and Hassan are both selfish jobs. It wouldn't work. True. Hello, Hatokiari. How you doing?
He's not. I don't think he's like a communist by any means, but like he is pretty chill. Like as far as everything I've seen, he's not like one of those guys that's like, I love Israel. He's not, right? And he gets yelled at a lot as well because Gavin Newsom went on his show and did this whole thing with him in New Hampshire, and Jewish Insider was like losing their minds over it. They were like, "How dare you, Gavin Newsom? You went on the show of a guy scouts who has said fuck Israel." Now Jack is also part of Midas Media Group, which I'm fond of. So anyway, let's watch what Gav had to say about potentially coming on. I had texted him. Shout out to everyone involved in this. I've had it, ladies. Ms. Welch specifically connected me with Jack, and Jack was like, I'll ask him. So what on stage, he just straight up says it.
And like I said, I want to do a little bit more future given where we are.
He said it in such a scared way as well.
I wanted to get back into what you had to say about kind of, not in the spirit of that question, but reading the room when it comes to, or understanding what makes, and we've had conversations about a guy like Steve Bannon, right? And Steve Bannon kind of helped build Donald Trump, his facade. Again, these things are lies. But what in this moment, when you see so much of the right turning on itself, do you think, and it is, Trump was going after Tucker Carlson, he's going after Megyn Kelly. Well, what do you think when you sit down and have a conversation with someone like Ben Shapiro? Like, what was your takeaway from that in terms of what do we need to be talking about? What do we need to be saying? Certainly not on the policy. In the framing and in the reaching people and the organizing, I kind of want to get back to that. Like, as you look into the future, what has been your takeaway of a conversation with Steve Bannon, a conversation with Charlie Kirk, a conversation with Ben Shapiro?
Guys, you can't get mad at him for having a long and convoluted question when I'm your favorite content creator. Okay, this is literally the Hasanabi method. Okay, yes.
Also has most favorite
the world to basically ask the fucking question. What's going on in your head when you talk to Ben Shapiro? Why do you do that? Okay? I do the same exact thing. It's fucking annoying. It sucks. I know it's not the best to watch from afar, but don't yell at him over this. This is he's green just like I am. I'm not a very good interviewer, okay? It's a horrible trait that I have where I want to get in everything I possibly can before asking that question. And I think part of that comes from over-explaining everything because I have so many fucking clippers. There's so many goddamn clippers. That's what it is. So it just like has broken my brain. I need to like over-explain everything. Anyway, let's continue.
And the guy who tried to recall me, Newt Gingrich. Frank Luntz.
Ooh, wait, before we send out scouts.
Those are not the only guests I have.
Let's save. Send out scouts. There's a Greenwood
Never
Archer.
has me on the show, Gav.
Yes, you got your
it's
orders.
fine,
Goodbye.
It's fine though, because we're good now. We're besties now. We're kissing.
By the way, I say this to folks all the time. No one has
Okay,
to
and that's
tune
our
in.
army much smaller.
You know, I'm just
Oh,
trying
we can
to.
get some very cool
I
units.
sincerely
Collateral
trying to
Warden.
understand motivation. I'm trying to understand what we're actually up against. You know, I've always believed, and a big part of this book, I'm a small business guy, started right out of college, pen to paper,
Small
part-time
business
employee,
guy.
Pat Kelly, and I grew the business, about 21 small businesses, about 1,000 employees. I say that.
What is this? You over-explain everything no matter what the subject, even when it's like technical stuff like cameras and the other person has no idea what you're talking about? Really? Do I do that?
Come on. Okay.
To
What's
not
up, these
impress
guys?
any of you, but to impress upon
So those
you
are these
this
half
notion
men?
of my passion for entrepreneurship.
Do you
That's
think he
a
was serious?
grudge.
He sounded very unserious about coming on. We shall see. Oh my God! Oh my God! Iran hit an American Patriot missile site in the
Oh, shit.
UAE. No injuries reported. Photos provided by a source. That's really funny, Ryan. Photos provided by a source. Thanks, Ryan.
A source.
I call that a. That's not good. That's.
Good grief! Look at
The
that.
question I have is
That is at least a
are we
hospital.
Is that what's going? Because everyone keeps telling
Goodbye.
me.
That's one less American hospital. Not that you would ever get that publicly funded, but there you go. Source equals a yeah. A little bit told me.
Like things are going as great as.
Okay, you guys need to be less funny. I need to be the funniest. It's very important. Otherwise, it's very important for my self-image. JK.
Awkwardness.
You guys can be a little bit funny.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
are
the only
generating
people that
content
are
for
winning
me.
this process are obviously the fucking defense contractors. Let's
You're
be
doing
real.
unpaid labor for
They are
me
the
by
ones
being
who are looking at this
funny.
and going, that's economic activity, baby. That's units.
Technically
That's
true.
inventory that just got burned.
You're doing
Okay?
volunteer
That's
work.
inventory
Oh
that just
shit.
got
Okay.
burned. We
You
gotta
guys sit
replenish
there.
those stocks,
Put
baby.
these guys here.
So, anyway, let's get
Everyone
back to Big
fired
Gab
Will.
for now, and then we'll talk about monitoring the situation in a second. I'm just gonna hurry this up and skip to the part where he came out and said that he was willing to talk to your boy, right? So Jack is having a conversation about talking to people in a broader coalition in the Democratic Party, and he basically asked him this question dead on.
TwitchCon. I'm meeting with gamers and streamers. I'm doing Fortnite Fridays.
Would you go on Hassan?
He loves Connor, by the way. Is kind of crazy. He loves Connor. He goes Fortnite Fridays. Ha!
Would you go on Hassan's show, Twitch? Speaking of which,
might, yeah,
Hassan
yeah.
Pike, you might.
Yeah, which I've said in the past. And the point is, I'm just.
Infantry charge. Yeah, he said it in such a scared way. It's very funny.
Jack sends me
Unpaid, you say? We're just maxing, I guess. You are just maxing
right?
for my entertainment. Thank you.
And that's it. That's the whole thing. And the problem here is when Jack asked him, I thought he asked him in private after they were done. I didn't realize he put him on the spot on the stage. And I certainly didn't realize that his response was, yeah.
Yeah,
So
I'll
he
go on
got a
a
little
sound
bit
stream.
baited.
Yeah, no, that's
But
that is
now
literally
the
how he
media is
reacted.
picking it up,
True.
and the media is talking about it as well, which is fine. I mean,
Oh,
this is like
it's becoming a big deal now, which is small businesses go to the US made more sense once it's go. The US legally defines small business as anything under 500 employees. Like unless you're a billionaire business owner, basically any rich capitalist in the US can call themselves a small business. So that is insane. I did not know that. To me, a small business is like,
I am the largest,
you know, like
leftist content
10
creator in North
employees
America,
max.
Man. What are we doing? Like
Battle
we
one.
can't-
Look at this walk.
as
It's
the
very
Democratic
confused.
Party, we can't be like,
Sorry, but
what
we are
happened
making
to
you into
Kamala Harris? Oh,
grill.
she didn't go on the Joe
Barbecue.
Rogan of the left, or she didn't
Lost
go
one
on Joe
apprentice
Rogan.
wolf, one
Do we need a
hardened
Joe
wolf
Rogan of the
warrior.
left? Oh, who's the
Sad.
Joe Rogan of the
I think we're
left
still
for,
considered
like,
small
a year
business
plus?
under 50 employees.
And then,
See, that
and
is,
then
I
he's
think
like,
that's a lot
yeah,
more. That's a lot fairer.
Like that's his answer. It's crazy.
There we go. Killed some orcs.
You
Good
have
day.
to play a game with him and he'll come. Sure.
Next
That's Adam
dwarf.
Friedland. You got your chain snatch, little bro. I think Adam Friedland and I occupy very different lanes. Okay, like Adam is great. Obviously, he's doing a fantastic job. But it's we have very different roles to play. Everyone has a role to play. You all have a role to
we
play.
are agreeing with Master,
Adam
we
and I
don't want
are
that just yet.
playing a very different ballgame, which is precisely the reason why he has no issues going on Adam Friedland and still seemingly can't get himself to talk to someone like myself. But I think like, but yeah, we'll see where this goes. I think he will get a lot of press off of this, though. Like, this will be a major press event.
I think Hassan is correct in that. I mean, everything is pointing towards it since more and more people seem to be like reporting on it. And so it might become a fairly big deal.
He could
a lot of people watching it.
Me,
a lot of journalists might watch it live. And there's separate designation for micro business on the same place. Micro business. Interesting. I've not heard about that before.
We can have a lot of areas of agreement and some significant disagreements. But like ultimately, I think what
for my
matters
lead
is like
or micro business
conversation. Like, you gotta have that conversation, right?
What
but
missions do we
case,
have? Damn, these guys have a lot of prisoners.
Onward,
nice.
A lot of the liberals saw this, right? And they lost their dang minds, right? They lost their dang minds, and they've been losing their dang minds, and they haven't stopped losing their dang minds. I wonder when they will stop losing their dang minds. And what I mean by this is,
mine's not. I need 8 units of usable metal scraps in a lot of days. Okay.
I mean, this guy's
that is a difficult mission for me, but we'll try.
On the centrist side, and Republicans are losing their fucking minds on this. Why is Gavin Newsom going on a live stream of an individual who vocally supports the Ayatollah and said the United States deserved 9/11? This is the equivalent of a Republican going on the
Supports the Ayatollah. That's so funny.
Liberals are
a Republican going on the Nick Fuentes show.
Open fascist, but interviewing Hassan Piker is a step too far.
This is insane. Okay, American liberals.
They don't have an issue with like Jeffrey
I have issues with European liberals. But American liberals always somehow manage to one-up it to become even more obnoxious or just shitty in some other way. Like, kind of impressive, not gonna lie.
Are doing a handshake.
Mirkwood Forest. I'm not going in there until I have better equipment.
Liberals who are also very offended at this prospect, and it's really
there you go.
Interesting.
We've scouted the local dude.
Some might say this is Hassan derangement syndrome, and for some it really is, right? For some it truly is.
Book stragglers, yes,
like
please.
A.G. Hamilton. For guys like A.G. Hamilton, again, another like centrist, center-right, right-wing figure, they're primarily focused on one thing and one thing only, and that's Israel, right? Because I need you guys to understand.
You guys stand here, and you guys stand there.
There are people like Jose and all these other guys who are like Democratic Party champions, and they'll
use
like ride for
F1 to
whoever.
order select divisions, keep everything's based select division.
But for
divisions to
many
target.
others
Oh,
on
interesting.
the right, the reason why they're very much against this is because they think
I remember
Gavin
there was something
Newsom's
about
platforming
remembering
me
group positions.
if he comes on my stream, right, and offering me legitimacy, not realizing that I've had people that have a higher significance in American politics than Gavin Newsom on with regular frequency, including last week, right? Like including a couple weeks ago with Bernie Sanders.
I thought Hassan is correct on this,
these
but
guys don't realize
I think
that it's not actually
he
Gavin
doesn't
Newsom platforming me, it's the fucking other way around.
I think the reason
right?
for why this is,
so that's
like
number
why
one.
liberals are
Number
extra
two.
annoying about this, about Gavin Newsom going on Hassan, is because I
They
think the
just
most annoying
cannot
liberals
stand
like
that,
/ support Gavin Newsom. Because they're very into politics, and Gavin Newsom
approvals, right?
is very empty. It's just very empty politics.
Trying to understand why that's happening, and this is part of the reason why a lot of people don't fuck with Israel. It's just like the sheer arrogance, the endless amounts of the endless demands that people make. The endless demands that people make, the Israeli government makes from the American taxpayer, and the consistent, arrogant, entitled ways in which they
Look at all
say
that
you
green.
have to shut the fuck up about this, and
It's
the
beautiful.
permanent victimhood complex. It's frustrating for a lot of everyday Americans who probably would have turned a
I've only
blind
killed
eye to
one
the
enemy.
atrocities.
My aim
Right?
is so shit.
If it wasn't for the fact that there's so much domestic interference that starts pissing people off, you cannot say you're going to give me, billions of dollars and then you're going to shut the fuck up about it, and I'm going to demand that the American government silence you.
Damn, he didn't even let me kill that one.
Over again, and then not
Rude.
expect Americans to go, yeah, actually, I don't like that at all.
The one unitine tracker. Well, I guess I fear more of them.
And what's interesting is A.G. Hamilton also says this is the
Nice.
equivalent of a Republican candidate doing
useful
extremely
scrap.
candidate, so was Nick Fuentes. Democrats can't lecture the right about their issues or they have zero standards for their own side. This kind of stuff is so silly because Gavin Newsom has literally spoken to Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, and Steve fucking Bannon. But of course, those guys are establishment and pro-Israel enough not to be a real problem for the likes of this dipshit, right?
Yep. Okay, where's my...
And he's also very much anti-Zoran as well. AG is very anti-Zoran as well. So the people that I'm showing you...
Leftists in the Assange chat have also been annoying about these interviews. They think that Assange should only do interviews of approved leftists. Yeah, no, that is very obnoxious as well. It's like
directly work in the
why,
Hosperus machine.
Like, they can't explain... what explanation would there be for why it's bad that Hassan is interviewing Gavin Newsom? Hassan interviewing Gavin Newsom is not going to give Gavin Newsom any more prominence. He has plenty of bloody prominence as is.
But then there are some who are actually liberals, and I'm going to show you the liberal version of this as well, which is ironically identical.
Like, he's not, like, if anything, he's platforming Hassan.
This is
and Hassan also asks good questions to these guys. Sure, his interviews are not perfect, but no interview is going to be perfect, and you shouldn't expect that anyways.
That's precisely
but I'd say that's pretty damn good.
Should come on the stream, don't you think, to convince someone like myself and my audience to actually vote for him, to try to identify what the rooms of disagreement are, what the areas of disagreement are, what the areas of improvement are. Maybe he convinces me that he has a much better alternative, a much better vision, right? And it's so strange because these are also the same guys that constantly say you got to moderate and pivot to the fucking middle to win voters that will never vote for the Democratic Party.
Even though Camp was a messenger,
the
sure.
Independent
That's a nice easy mission.
Really looking for a diet version of the same fascism that Republicans offer. And it's very interesting to see that from Democrats, right? Because the Republicans are always going to go like, these guys are anti-Semitic. These guys are anti-Semitic. Fuck them, fuck them, fuck them, fuck them. Why are you talking to these anti-Semites? You're a fucking asshole, whatever. Jose has retweeted every Hassan hate post in the last 24 hours. Yeah, he's mentally ill. He's a mentally ill person. You have to understand. Like,
I would love it if you could interview some Democrat liberals because he asked the question that other interviewers I never asked. But no chat would have been part if he brought on someone like Gaspers. Yeah, no, exactly. Like,
I love when
like this is literally what we want from a lot of people. Like asking difficult questions. So people like Nancy Pelosi.
A
lot of chatters, a lot of leftists in general are just like reactionary in their behavior. Like they don't think beyond anything. Like Hato Chiari, have you seen like sorry, I keep saying your full government name or whatever. The full username. Chiari, have you seen the message by a Chinese chatter? Like a comment by a Chinese chatter, which perfectly summarizes what it is, like Hassan's method is.
Those to the far right say I'm a terrorist that wants to destroy America, that want to do a 9/11 every other week. Everyone's got a piece, right? I
didn't see that. Okay, we'll put that on real quick.
People get so fucking mad is because I am not only considered a radical, understandably, by many who participate in like the neat little confine of American politics, because I am further to the left in that.
Okay, we can just, we have heard Hassan say this a billion times before. We'll just, have skip this real quick. Oof, that food looks good. It looks sick. Okay, right.
What is
I uploaded.
What is this? This is from Bidi Bidi. Chinese netizens understand me better than my own chatters do. Socialism for all is going to make like 5 new videos. Hassan feels that majority of people in the United States currently lack even a basic understanding of class concepts, let alone the ability to establish proper revolutionary political parties. Therefore, he believes his task is first to make Americans reflect on why they are so anti-left and to give them a foundational education in socialist knowledge. In his view, using existing major media outlets in the U.S., even those run by liberals, to widely disseminate his ideas is the best way to do his best under the circumstances. Oh my God. Common Chinese W. Oh my God. Oh my God. Common Chinese W. Look at that. Look at that. What is this? This is from...
Okay. I think basically this shadow very perfectly says what Hassan's method is. I'm very, very, like, I see that and I'm just like, yep, that is the method. That is literally the method in a society when you live in the Western world where most people are just like so indoctrinated in like in the propaganda about like, oh, neoliberalism, capitalism, etc., etc. Like it's just the norm, and everything else is just, especially communism, is just like evil and bad. This is the method. This is what you can do. You can do a lot of different things, but like this is how, like, I think this is a very valid way. Like, I'm sure there are more ways of going about this, but I think this is one of the very valid ways to bring about, you know, socialist ideals. Also, I linked the video. You guys better watch it. Just pull it up in a video, a thing, watch it, like it, to help me on TikTok.
Terrorist is just like utterly incorrect. You literally.
Speaking of, I need to upload some clips on TikTok
with regular frequency, while also enjoying being, enjoying like a broader approval from mainstream.
I can't on this PC. It's all good.
But of course,
it's all good, friend.
It's funny to have.
I think I linked it on Discord as well.
Unique space,
but
where
if you can't be asked, that's fine.
That is pro Israel.
I shall
from
find it in my heart to forgive you.
To obviously ultra Zionists, and then I piss off people who are anti-Zionist sometimes, but like very marginally, because they're offended because they think I'm like secretly doing the bidding of Israel. It's fine. You know what's driving me crazy is I can protest to fight back because I know there's not freedom of speech in Jordan, and the regime.
That's very nice of you. I know. I'm the best. What can I say? Why am I still coughing? I want this cough to go away.
Thomas,
I've been coughing for 2 bloody months now. Come on. Like ever since coming back from Bangladesh. Maybe not 2 months. 1.5 months.
In any case,
it's so bad. Also, I have cold coffee.
I think it's also silly.
I don't think Hassan's Chinese shadows are very self-selecting groups, so he's more likely going to get leftists who are better educated in this. Side people who would actually search for Hassan. Basically, all of Hassan's Japanese shadows are active JCP members who know multiple languages. Okay, that's sick.
We will always ride for them.
JCP is the Japanese Communist Party, right? Like the revisionist one, but you know, whatever.
Human need, okay?
Every leftist thing that has any traction is revisionist.
People who are
in the West
to colonial occupation, imperialism. We will always
but it's that one, right? The one he visited?
Those who demand that freedom, okay? We will always ride for justice. So.
No supplies, barracks, lawmaster. Wait, what?
It's pretty funny, though, because this story is not just about me. It's about Zioran Masadani as well.
Weapon maker, there we go.
AOCIA, and also now gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom, who I haven't been able to figure out a funny name for, because Gavin Newsom also had a little oopsie moment where he said something along the lines of, the academic and human rights consensus that Israel is an apartheid state.
Oh, nice. We're getting
Which is just the truth, by the way. Israel is an apartheid state. It's been an apartheid state for 80 years.
Okay, good on Gavin Newsom. He may be like just going wherever, you know.
Arabic for catastrophe.
He may be not much more than a populist to some extent.
750,000 Palestinians,
but,
indigenous Palestinians that
at
were
least
pushed away
good.
from their lands, never to be able to return
to their lands by
what then became the nation state of Israel.
Nice. Okay? We'll never say no to free units.
And it has never really stopped displacing, dispossessing, and destroying the lives of Palestinians.
They want to be on the video on TikTok for some reason. It says unavailable. What?
Is not anti-Semitism.
That's wild.
As a matter of fact, it's the fucking bare minimum. Really. And Gavin Newsom did that.
It's all good. Screw it.
And
doesn't
everyone
matter.
got very mad at
Gavin will keep
for that
trying to keep me down, but it does not matter. I will succeed. I am inevitable.
Conversation.
Someone made the joke the other day because I have a lot of rings.
Since then,
they asked me if I was Thanos.
Since then, everyone's been yelling at Gavin,
which I thought was amusing.
Everyone,
they were like, I don't mean it in a mean way. I was like, it's all good.
Rags have been losing their fucking minds.
Okay, we're at level 16. Is it now that the war starts?
And everyone
I think it might be changed to the options. Yep, war starts at level 16.
All right. What Israel has done.
The video isn't available in your country or region. What?
Because they can't
Wait,
put the
what?
toothpaste back in the tube.
Wait, have they limited it? No. Okay, no wonder it did so poorly.
They can't.
That explains everything.
It's over.
JCP is a Marxist platform and internal talks in Marxist position and advocate for certain policies to the wider public. And since CIA destroyed lives in the 60s, we don't throw Molotov cocktails anymore. Yeah, no, that's fair. I think that's completely fair. You are in Japan. Japan is not exactly like
in the Western world.
I can't see it on your page either.
Tomorrow, Israel will be less.
Okay, that's
popular.
insane.
Okay.
Also, I needed forgot to minimize the sound. Oops.
Yesterday,
There you go.
Israel was more popular than it is today. And these institutions that were designed, that have been around for almost a fucking century, not a century, obviously, but like for 80 plus years at this point.
I'm trying to
Right.
slay a bunch of enemies.
All of these institutions that are tasked with defending Israel and doing advocacy for Israel, doing Hasbara, from liberal versions of the same institute
West
to
Mnet.
very
Ooh.
far right versions, they're all losing their fucking minds.
We could
They're
do
trying to
that,
hold
but I don't
on
want to go
this
to West
grip
Mnet right
of
now.
Influence that they've long
It's a little bit.
enjoyed,
It's very too
but
far.
it's gone. It's over. And
We have to go
so
all the
they're
way over here
just
to Rohan.
wildly
Where do we want to
slinging
go
at
at some
anyone
point,
and
but
everyone
not
they
yet.
can. Here is ADL Washington.
All right,
After
this is
a
the rest of
Jewish
the map, by
Insider
the way.
article came out of Senator Chris Van Hollen, who took aim at AIPAC during an address at the
This part of the
opening
map is
plenary
so
of J
empty.
Street's convention in Washington, accused it of being
Like just
un-American.
wasteland, pretty much, except
Another
there
one
were
of
a
my
guy
ops,
in the camp.
Gabby Deutsch, national correspondent of Jewish Insider, reports. Now, what's really funny about what Chris Van Hollen
There we go.
said here is
The
that
dark shadow
this
finally
doesn't
broke into
even meet
storm,
my
and evil
fucking
hordes started the
standard. Like,
march
I really
on the
like
free
Chris Van Hollen.
free people of the Middle Earth.
I think
Mordor
J
against Gondor in the
Street
south,
is
Isengard
still
against
a
Rohan in the
liberal
west,
Zionist
Dol Guldur
institution.
against
I
the
believe
elves. Even in the far
Zionism
north, there's a war of
a
its own.
fascist ideology. We
Alright,
must
a peaceful
rid
village not far from
ourselves
Westfold.
of fascist ideology, whether we are, God-fearing liberals or card-carrying communists and
Incredible, look at the
Marxist-Leninists alike.
cinematics.
We must always
The war's
oppose
upon
fascism
Rohan. No.
and liberal, watered-down versions of a fascist ideology, of a racist ideology is still unacceptable. and
R.I.P..
Hopefully one day we'll get there, obviously. Chris Van Hollen goes to J Street, which, again, I don't find to be as offensive because I think J
Minas
Street
Tirith, the White City.
is a farm operation. For,
Oh shit, they
young
updated this map as well. Of
anti-Zionist
course they
Jews.
have.
Come in, they're like,
This
"Oh,
looks
I'm a
so
liberal
sick.
Zionist. I
Oh,
want a
that
more
looks
tolerant
beautiful.
version of Israel." And they
Damn, they've done them.
recognize
They
the
made all the maps so
contradictions and
much
decide
better.
whether
That's
or
so
not they want
sick.
to lean into the Benny Morris side of things, where they just become a totally aware of all of the violence and say it's a necessary violence, or
The
they
White Tree
become
stands
anti-Zionist.
as a
Like
line of
Noah
the kings
Cohen,
that failed.
good friend of mine, friend of the show, host of the Blowback podcast, is a version of this, right? He was a J Street guy when he was at Berkeley, and he talked about BDS being
The
anti-Semitic.
shadow
And
grows
now,
ever stronger in the
as
east.
you guys know, he is an
Oh shit, you can also see, I think, is that the
warrior.
wall? No, okay, that's the lake.
So,
Minas Morgul, city of the
you're being charitable
Nazgul.
more than you've been in years with libs right now is because of a possible Newsom convo. Wait, what? You've shit talked Newsom so
I hope
much?
they've
Why are you
improved the
changing tone
cinematic,
so
'cause
strongly? I don't
usually
think
it's a
you
little bit-
understand. This has nothing to do with Newsom.
Oh,
we moved past.
yeah, this
that point.
cinematic is
We're
also better.
fucking talking about
A
Israel's
little bit.
propaganda war. and how
I
it's
love this
losing it.
old school PC game aesthetic. It reminds me of Morrowind a lot.
So
Yeah, no,
Chris
it's really
Van
quaint.
Hollen comes out at J
Yeah, that
Street
cinematic is better. It
and
used to be a
says,
much
"I
fewer
put
troops,
forward
which looked
months
a
and
little
months
bit
ago a proposal that
pathetic.
said, with respect to any country that receives U.S.
There you go.
military assistance,
New
has to
quest taken.
receive,
Go to
number
your
one,
faction
comply
leader.
by American
Quest
law
log has
and
been
by
updated.
international law.
Oh
You
shit,
know
who's
who came
that?
out against that? AIPAC came out.
I would
against that,
coincidence
Van
running
Hollen
into you,
said.
Shem Dwarf. You
I
might be
will
not
tell you
able,
that
you're
AIPAC
not,
may
but you're
call
not unknown
themselves
to me. I'm on my way to King Brand,
They
but
may
I have just
call
come from King
themselves
Dane's Ironfoot
pro-Israel,
and names
but
come
they
up.
are
King Dane
neither.
Ironfoot is coming in these
And of
perilous
course the
times.
crowd
And if you
celebrated
hadn't
that 'cause,
had
you
thoughts
know,
to
like, it's
pursue some
AIPAC,
distracting course of action, you might wish to
liberal
reconsider it
Zionists,
and
they were like,
focus
yeah,
on
fuck
aiding
AIPAC is the
Aragorn to your
right-wing version of
utmost capabilities.
J Street is
Who are
the
you?
liberal Zionist version,
A friend
right?
of King Dane the Second Ironfoot and the people of Erebor. Now hurry, monitor all its wicked things and dark powers,
I don't even
bending
fully agree with
all its
Chris
will
Van
to gather
Hollen
them
here. I
here.
think
Time is
this
running
is
out
too
for all that's good
tempered.
in
This
this
is too
world,
soft of an
unless we
approach,
make
but,
count
it is what
our
it
every
is. I
action
think
to
it's still,
oppose it.
like, far,
What should
better
I
than
do?
the average
Find King
congressperson.
Dane
He's done
Ironfoot's
quite a bit,
whereabouts
so I'm not
immediately and speak
gonna,
with him. Good luck.
Aggressively attack
Okay,
him for this
who
because
is
I'm
that?
not fucking
Like usually it's
insane
Gandalf
the
who
way
does
that,
this. Like that's what it
many
used to
others
be.
are, who will
I
say
wonder if
this
it's a
is
different
the
character.
reason why you're a fucking Zionist.
Is
That's
it
on because
Lone
anything that
Rider?
moves the needle in the
Yeah,
appropriate
it's
direction, I
Radagast.
will
Oh
take.
shit.
Um,
Okay, that's cool. So I guess maybe
because
if you
that
play on
opens
this
up
side
the
of the
door
map, They send
more
Radagast to instead of
conversations about
Gandalf.
what's going on,
That's kind of
right?
cool.
That's just how
Course
it
of
works.
Erebor
It's
rally, they're
pulling
not
the Overton
average.
window back to normalcy and truth and justice.
Nice.
for
It just gains
Palestinians.
faction strength.
I'm
All
gonna
right,
do
every
that.
mission I think
So-
I guess faction
The
strength.
very fact that Jewish Insider wrote this hit piece on Chris Van Hollen after.
It's a little
Chris
bit
Van
ironic that they
Hollen
do this.
took this very normal, very popular approach.
Like
liberal
every hit piece
Zionist
against
approach.
people with a good take just
Right.
reduces the power of these
Is-
like
is showcasing
institutions.
how
Damn, I don't
off
have enough
their
money for the strong
rockers
room and elbow.
Jewish
Sad.
Insider and Zionist
Also, guys, if I speak
Hosper's
over
newspapers
Hassan
are,
too much, feel free to
right?
let me know. I do
It's
know that I
clear
yap. And we
that
are watching
for the
Hassan together, so...
remaining, like, you know, 8
Like, I'm
people
gaming,
that
but we are
read
all
these
watching Hassan together
newspapers
right now, so...
sincerely, their job is to make them more fucking hysterical, make them...
Do not be
like,
afraid to ask
basically
me
give
to.
them adult onset schizophrenia, that, like, there is this
Yeah, bless.
anti-Semitic boogeyman in every corner, like Chris Van Hollen is an anti-Semite, Gavin Newsom is an anti-Semite. Like, I can understand why they would consistently say,
Karskeladhan?
I'm a
Yes.
fucking anti-Semite, because they're like, oh, well, Hassan has said, you know, there is a emancipatory need for Palestinians, and part of that is like
They're
militant
reaching the way to
resistance
Beyond's house, they'll be moving
80
slow and such
years
a
of
moon.
apartheid and
Defend wants to
occupation.
reach
Like,
this nation.
I-
Alright,
it's
defend
not
refugees.
true, but I can understand why they would try to
With
put
the
crosshairs
more
on
Scout
someone
Panic,
like
make sure you
myself.
know,
But like
so
when
it's
they
right before
do
the
this
Battle
kind of
fans.
thing, when they
This
do
was
this kind
Scout
of thing
Camp.
to people who are literally still saying like, I love
British.
Israel. Israel's my favorite country. I just want it to do a little bit better. Like,
Rescue 12 prisoners
they
supposed to
look
morale of
ridiculous.
troops.
They look utterly fucking ridiculous.
Sure, I'll do that.
And they're flailing.
That's a lot of missions at once.
And they're coming after
Oh
people
my shit,
who
that
are
is a lot of-
objectively more popular than they are. They look like Deborah Messing. They look like Rabbi
Traveling to Beyond's
Shmuley.
house.
They look like Michael fucking Rappaport. It's the
Oh my
same
shit.
thing that I've
We have
mentioned
a mission to go to
before. When you
Karskeladhan.
after
Come
Miss
on.
Rachel and you say, "Miss
Don't go this
Rachel
way.
said, no children should die. That's deeply anti-Semitic. Why are you criticizing Israel?" And everyone goes, "What the fuck? She just said children shouldn't have to die. Why are you telling on
Raiders.
yourself? When did this become an
Said a word,
association
we'll
with
join him
Jews?
shortly.
What the fuck's wrong with you?"
I started with Skyrim,
A
missed
lot
out
of
on
people
Morrowind.
respond that way. They go,
It's
"What
never
are
too
you
late to
saying? What are you
return.
saying right now? Are you saying that like baby murder has something to do with Judaism?
Well,
What are you
I
fucking
let them get
stupid?
to
Why
the
would you
refugees
come
and
out
then
own that?
rush the
Why would
enemy.
you come out and conflate, as a Jewish Zionist, why would you conflate the murdering of children with Judaism? It's the most insane thing. You look hysterical, you look crazy, and you're honestly fomenting anti-Semitism with this insane conflation. So it's that same predicament for a lot of these guys. And, you know, you want your enemies, you want your ideological enemies to fail. And although the job is very difficult, the job of defending Israel, very difficult job, these guys sure as shit are not doing a good job regardless. Jewish Insider also is very funny because like they are some of the most paywalled articles of all time, so it's like almost impossible to read them. But yeah, in an ongoing congressional race in New York City, Representative Dan Goldman, who's going after Brad Lander, right? Brad Lander is taking Dan Goldman's seat, and he's gonna take it. Okay, Brad Lander also liberal Zionist, right? I have my criticisms for Brad Lander as well. But he's going after someone who is an ultra-Zionist, Dan Goldman, right? Dan Goldman is very racist towards Palestinians, and it turns out might be racist towards black and brown people as well, judging by the conversations that he
No
might have
way.
had
I can't
with
believe a Zionist,
his
an
wife,
ultra-Zionist
who's
is
also a public
racist?
figure.
I can't believe
Now,
this.
while that scandal is
No way.
ongoing in New York politics,
Also-
of course, Jewish Insider comes out with an attack ad with a hit piece on Zoran Mamdani. Josh Krauscher reports, scoop, Jewish Insider via Will Brederman. Will Brederman, by the way,
All million
is
units
actually
charge.
a good journalist. And the reason why, like, being a good journalist doesn't mean you're going to be an honest one. Being a good journalist doesn't mean that you're going to, like, he's skillful, okay? He is skillful in pushing the right kind of buttons, which is why he's dangerous. He's more dangerous, in my opinion, than, like, Gabby Deutsch and all those other guys. It's actually very frustrating to see someone who actually
didn't
does
lose
have
anyone.
talent
Nice.
in, you know, what's it called? Muckraking. To engage in these kinds of
Okay, so
like
loot.
horrible attacks, cynical attacks. He is a fucking weasel, which is good to, you know, it's a good quality to have in a journalist. Like he is, if he was this devious and was doing this to, you know, a Zionist, you would love it. Okay, but he's getting paid probably a nice little salary over at Jewish Insider, and
more review.
you know, I hate to see talent go to waste like this.
Oh shit, that's a lot of enemies.
Anyway, so What is this? So what are you, a pro-gaff for president, Democratic shill now? Says Freddie Engels.
Okay, that chat has to be joking. You know if there's similar mods for Bannerlord? Not yet. Not yet. I know there's one in the works, which I've been following, but I think it'll be a while. It'll be a while yet.
Think that we are all like this. Okay? Like, this is what I used to warn people at the peak of, like, you know, woke 1.0.
I did too. It was before my time. Later was not enjoying much.
Time, like, you got to dial it back. You can't literally look at the cartoonish depiction of what the left is supposed to be, this SJW that's hysterical, and then lean into that and be like, no, actually, I am that cartoonish depiction. You're doing that right now. You are looking at the way that your enemy defines you and saying, actually, my enemies are right. I am fucking stupid. Please stop. Please.
I'll just hold this position.
We got to do away with this kind of mentality. In any case, as I was saying, First Lady Rama Dawaji showed support for far-left orgs applauding the Hamas rampage. That's the article. Okay, that's the hit piece that came out against Zohran Fahmy Mamdani.
Okay, let's see if I can get close to the enemy, because I think those are just a load of archers.
So I'm going to get back to Gavin Newsom, clarifying his comments after he got attacked by the same Zionist Hasbros newspapers.
Right.
Okay.
I want to do a little forward looking at the same time as we do a little looking back, because I think so much of the book is kind of intermixed in the conversations that you've been having about so much current news going on. One of which you gave an answer talking with good guys at Pod Save America when you likened the Israeli government to an apartheid state, and there was a lot of conversation online about that. I think some people said that. I saw some headlines that were saying essentially Newsom is kind of reading the direction of the room. He's, you know, licking the finger, seeing where the wind is blowing, seeing the polls, seeing that.
Okay,
the genocide that is being carried out by the Israeli government is incredibly unpopular with every single American broadly. And they're saying you're just reading that and you don't actually believe what you said there, or it's kind of like a shape-shifting move by you. But it made me think back to 2004 when we
are mostly just destroying the enemy, which is
talking
nice.
About and moving forward.
But we are losing some units, it
marrying
seems.
gay and lesbian couples in San Francisco, and how
black and white movie days.
But how party leaders didn't want to talk to you because of it. You kind of you'll read it in the book, a little skirt. President Obama didn't necessarily want to talk to you.
He became a rock star and champion on it.
But you also mentioned that Senator Dianne Feinstein, who was one of your political mentors, how after the 2004 election kind of blamed you and said that you restarted this conversation, and it kind of history echoes a little bit. In the same way, 2004 DNC, you're a rising star, weren't invited. 2024 DNC, we let every group talk except for Palestinian Americans.
We have a lot more cohesion of the enemy, so that's nice.
Saying that it's their fault, and not realizing, talking.
Obama didn't want to talk to him because he had Kirk on. That's funny.
About reaching out to
that is
people
funny.
Who are seeing their
oh
entire
shit, we're losing a lot of troops.
And what every expert has called a genocide, and now they're saying Newsom's just reading the room. So what was your reaction to seeing that?
Is a BS.
Of Newsom's just reading
that is bullshit. I'm not.
I didn't. Thank God I
accepting
don't
our fate there.
I would literally be.
He's like, I can't read. I'm just like you. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that because Gavin, that's my boy. That's my freaking boy right there. Is Jewish Insider a real publication? Is it more like New York Post?
Don't get involved yet. Let's upgrade all our troops.
Jewish Insider is like the farming operation for New York Post and all these other outlets that will get the ADL talking points. Jewish Insider's job is basically to take like whatever ADL's like attack lines are. ADL's a think tank that's like the pro-Israel think tank. It's no longer a fucking civil rights organization. Let's be real. That's not the case. I'm not going to even dignify that. It's basically like an oppositional think tank for prominent anti-Zionists at this
sorry,
point.
I have a lot more depth than most, because sorry, I'm doing the thing Morrowind fans and famous for one shilling it. Morrowind does seem like a cool game.
The talking points and turns it into a news article, and then the talking points are distributed across the board to New York Post, to National Enquirer, to California Post
and
now,
follow me.
And numerous other properties like Fox News Digital.
Okay,
and stuff.
I really
Sometimes they can actually hit though, and if they do, it crosses over.
I
to,
really
like,
don't
serious
like
news
that I'm
outlets,
not a cavalry
but,
unit
their
on
job is
especially
to
on maps like this where we
be
start so
more
far
than
away
a
from the enemy.
blog for the ADL, right? Their job is to bridge the gap between New York Post and all of these
Also,
other like
let's just fix the camera. There we
right-wing
go.
dish
Much better.
rags that are doing real journalism, but it's not real journalism at all, as you know. And their job is to just like pump it out there to be a bridge between the ADL talking points and the New York Post and Fox News' digital team or the Free Press. And then the goal there obviously is to mass disseminate this kind of hit piece and to get like a New York Times reporter to like bite on it so that someone asks, "Oh, Johnny, like, what do you have to say about your wife liking these posts or whatever?" Right? Like that's the goal. Oh, Gavin Newsom, what do you have to say about like all these other organizations, all these other newspapers are calling you out for saying it's an apartheid.
In some locked room right now, if I did. But if you read the book, you'll also understand my connection to history. I grew up, many members of my family.
The consensus among Marxist-Leninists that you're an opportunist, especially after you butchered Lenin on stream.
True. Factual.
Oh no. Oh no. What will I do? My Marxist-Leninist reading group no longer offers critical
spread
support.
Out a little bit. Maybe you shouldn't spread out.
Not the Marxist-Leninist reading group. I lost the Marxist-Leninist reading group. They don't offer critical
Complex
support any
formations on the
longer?
battle menu ranks with their strips of front shield wall, ranks with their shields front along opponents and back. Wedge with this shield wall.
What will I do? I got kicked out of the Vanguard.
Shield wall.
What
Not
will
the
I
MLs.
do? Hassan Piker, the butcher of Lenin.
Everyone, stop firing at will.
Certainly,
hold your
I've
fire.
never been called a revisionist before. Listen. All I will say, as long as you don't call me an anarchist or a trot, I'm fine. Go ahead.
You
didn't answer my question. Are you pro Gav now? Oh my God. Brother, I did answer your question. You're just too stupid to understand it.
My aunt, Cindy.
I'm not gonna lie. When I do see stuff like that in the group chat here, I do understand why a lot of liberals think we're like fucking stupid. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I get why they think we're insincere and kind of dumb, and will be relegated to the dustbin of history for another 1,000 fucking years, unfortunately, which is not the case, of course, and it won't happen. And I will never let that happen.
Ouch!
But some of you are going to have to
Okay, that was
pull with
annoying.
me along for the journey. And
Okay,
hopefully there
everyone,
will come a day
fire
where you'll go,
will.
okay, I get it now. I understand it now.
Kill their
Or maybe
archers.
you won't. You call for a socialist alternative and they're literally trots. What are you on about?
Look
No,
at
the reason
that.
why I say that is because I know a socialist alternative is a trot party, but Trotsky is an incredible writer. Okay, well, his earlier work especially. He has a lot of concepts that aren't necessarily bad in terms
Forces
of
arrived, enemies arrived. What?
in terms of like mass dissemination. There's a reason why a lot of the fucking pamphlets and a lot of the websites that you see that are like Marxist websites are almost entirely comprised of trots. Okay? the reality of the matter is, I mean, don't look at the lay stuff. The anti-communist garbanzo is reactionary. It's devastating. It's horrifying. I'm not getting into that, but like, there are a lot of things that there are a lot of
All right,
there are a lot
charge.
of marketing techniques that I think are appropriate to use when disseminating the gospel of socialism, and you know, saying we are demanding an alternative to liberalism, a socialist alternative, is not necessarily a bad thing. I think it's just, you know, I'm using language, right? I'm using the English language to make a point.
Oh, come on.
You gotta start calling more people stupid, Hassan, and tell them why. For too long, we've let these people roam thinking that they're smarter than they are. Why do you pose the Marxist-Leninists to the liberals and mainstream media if you if to your own chat you ridicule it? I'm not ridiculing Marxist-Leninism, you fucking idiot. I'm ridiculing people who say that like there is like my methods of talking about
the Master Archer was killed. Are you kidding me?
Cutting away at the revolutionary potential because they're
come
childish.
on, man.
They don't recognize where the masses are.
Also, do the dwarves spear units only have a spear?
Okay, that's it. That's my fucking job. My job is to help organize. My job is to engage in mass awareness.
And
you should ridicule
nice. My units are stupid. No, so this guy died. Good job,
no,
idiot.
Marxist-Leninism is not a, Marxist-Leninism
Ignore the enemy coming up right behind you, whom you can hear very loudly, and get killed.
What do you mean Marxist-Leninism is the most failed ideology? The only successful development
Greenwood veteran Archer has been killed.
By way of communist parties have come from Marxist-Leninist movements. What the fuck is wrong with you? That's ridiculous. That is a ridiculous statement.
Finally. 9 units killed. We really better be paid a lot for this mission.
Do you think Trotsky would have fared better after Lenin as opposed to Stalin?
Those are the most skilled. I'm gonna end you. Don't say that. I'm gonna immediately remove your mod privileges.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Do not dare say that in my presence.
There are normies in here who want
Those
to
are literally the best. Hands down.
Sectarian infighting. Shut the fuck up. There is no socialism in America. There is no communism in America. Shut the fuck up. Okay?
What did just click?
Shut up. Shut up. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to have these sorts of fucking constant back and forth. Like,
yep, I agree with Hassan. Don't do that. It's stupid. Waste of time.
America is a
running from raiders.
Right
what
now,
raiders?
And all of these dumb folks. While I'm trying to talk to liberals and trying to educate them on like, I try to give them the political education, the language to comprehend exactly what's going on. And you dumb fucks have to literally engage in a 100-year-old theory battle. This is what I mean. I wish the DSA would never reveal their internal communiques. This is what I mean when I say like we look unserious. Okay. It's embarrassing. We look unserious. We have no like understanding of how to market our ideology. It's frustrating. No, it's not fun. It's fun because you're fucking annoying. That's why it's fun for you, because you're an annoying person. I need you to understand. Like constantly looking for areas of disagreement because you think this is going to develop the most pure version, the most successful version of Marxism is idiotic. Okay.
Nice, we have nearly no range units left.
Lock in. We're here. I'm gonna jiggle the keys in front of your eyes again. Once again, I'm gonna talk about
you guys
Israel.
stand there and infantry just
American
like charge
and American fascism, so you can just like lock the fuck in and shut the fuck up about like anarchism versus Trots versus Marxist-Leninism. Shut the fuck up.
Big agree.
Okay.
It is genuinely so exhausting and stupid and such a waste of time to debate. Not like debating in a friendly setting, that's one thing, but like attacking each other. Like this is an issue all over Europe, I'd say.
Iran will drive the young left and the young right
among the
away
left.
From Israel. The die has been cast.
I hadn't had anybody, as far as I can remember, coming into chats and asking about Trots versus Lenin or anything like that, and suddenly over the past 3 days, they're everywhere. Wait, really? Over the past 3 days?
The reason why these guys are like fucking posturing the way that they are, like Jewish Insider and all these other Hasbro
Okay, this
operations.
is
Like the reason why
bullshit.
they're posturing the way that they're
Bullshit. I
posturing
hate
is
this
because
mission so much.
they kind of see the writing on the
I
wall.
hate this
and they're very
mission so
frustrated,
much.
And they're flailing around hysterically, trying to hold on to some semblance of influence. Like, oh, if we just like get 10 new people to believe this person is an anti-Semite when he's clearly not.
We'll just
well
we'll
then
abandon
you know
that
we've
refugee
gotten our
train.
job across. That's 10 people that won't listen to this guy sincerely.
These, I mean, honestly, these
And
guys. You know what?
Ultimately, the reason
This is
why I'm
stupid
covering
mission.
all
I
this
hate
is
this
because
mission so much.
I think
This
we
is
should
dumbest
treat
mission I've ever
these
played in this
people
game. Like,
as
come on.
irrelevant. And
Like,
by that, I don't mean everyone in this audience, because you guys already know that they're like fucking hysterical.
you know what? I'm
weirdos
just
that
gonna
are
give up on this mission.
pro-Israel
I
and
cannot do this
pro-genocide.
mission.
But
It's
I mean,
incredibly
like,
stupid. It's an incredible waste of time. I cannot do this with my units. Screw that. Good luck. Wish them the best of luck.
Articles and go, wait a minute.
Okay, who was it?
I don't
Carousel
understand. Is
Ladhon,
this-
Dylan
oh,
Messenger,
people are yelling
Haldir.
at me. Maybe I should reconsider what I said.
That's
Maybe I
all
should
about.
shut up about my opinions.
I think probably every
right?
time Hassan interviews a more mainstream liberal individual, that would make sense, I guess. I mean, they are incredibly obnoxious, so I'm gonna serve a course. Actually, which place wanted us to bring them a bunch of usable scrap? I'm not taking on that mission again. Like, this is the worst mission I've ever played in this game. Like, are you shitting me? Defend 3 groups of refugees. The refugees have no
Hassan
useful
Parker,
units,
streaming all
or
day,
very
Jewish
few
with
useful
Zoran
units.
Mamdani, the lefty
What do
media
I have?
machine.
I literally just have
Oh, yeah.
myself.
We did an hour-long
And I have to
interview
face,
with
like,
Semaphore.
Walk
But
right,
this
like
is,
half
for the
walk
media
right is
heads,
half
you know what I mean?
archers
This is,
from
like,
the enemy,
straight
all
up, like,
upgraded,
you know,
no like
media
chaff or
diet
anything. If it was
consumption,
chaff, that's one
where
thing.
American
This mission
culture
would be
is
fine,
going.
but like this
If
mission
we have
is
some time, maybe we'll
unplayable,
go to
like
it in a
literally
little bit.
unplayable.
But,
I
like,
cannot do this.
I love
Like
doing
in no
podcasts like
fair
this,
expectations, I'll be able to like do this mission.
specifically because like all
Sly
of the
Wood of
industry
South Camp,
professionals
okay.
tune into this stuff, and that's like you know that's.
I think
that's
they
where
pop up
get
every
their
time.
notes
Oh
from,
yeah,
like,
right.
this
You always
drives
said that.
discourse.
I don't know what happened.
It's good.
It's because
It's a good
what happened, Machine and Kitty, is because it's confirmed that Hassan is gonna interview. Well, he's been interviewing a bunch of people lately due to the the elections. Some of them not leftist at all, and he is going to be interviewing Gavin Newsom at some point soon. To an admission from me.
One example is
5 more
Ramadan, who
war parties.
supported
Nope, I'm
vociferously
not
during
doing
his
that.
successful bid for New York City mayor last year. During the campaign, Mamdani's opponents emphasized that he and Hassan Piker had in common and played up Piker's partisan commentary. They decided to be like, Hassan is this dangerous radical and you're associating with him. Why won't you denounce him? Piker recalled, I don't even want there to be a conversation around stuff like that. I should never be the conversation. Piker
Destroy
also
enemy
chatted
scout
with us
camp
about
near
how he managed
Lorien.
to stream so
Wait,
much
where's
and why
that
there
scout
isn't
camp?
never a
Oh,
better
there
time
it
to be
is.
a bigot on the internet. You can listen to the full interview on Mixed
Quest
Signal
failed,
74
defend refugees.
Media,
How
wherever you get your
sad.
podcast and watch it on YouTube. So
That I don't
this
care.
is
Talk to Lord
this is, like,
Elrond to
very media
explain the
focused. This is a
situation.
very media focused
Screw you, game.
conversation.
It's such bullshit. I'm
There's
so
also
annoyed
another
at the
really
game
good
right now
article
for
that
giving me
came out
that
as well,
stupid mission.
On The Observer, which had a banger quote that I like a perfect way to describe what goes on in the chaotic scenes of my stream from a journalist who I forgot I had actually interviewed a long time ago, who finally came out with this article. And I want to give you that choice quote before we move on to other stuff. Before
Wait,
we move
what?
on to
I thought this
monitoring
guy
the
was-
situation. Where is it? Hold up. Let me see if I can find it. Does anyone have the
I'm going to rage with the game very soon. I'm being very annoyed right now. I'm being incredibly annoyed.
The left should be better at manufacturing outrage. The Joe Rogan for Progressive talks politics to his
I think the
loud
Lavdas are on too, so that's what they do. Is just laugh. Yeah, no, they are incredibly obnoxious about everything.
The photos are great, all this stuff, right? But the funniest, the one I liked the most was, where is it?
Weapon
Not all flag is
makers.
coming from the right. Some on the left hate the fact that he's made a fortune from streaming about social inequality.
I feel like
He
his
owns
interview
2.7
controversial
million
because
house
before,
in
but I
West
suppose
Hollywood,
Gavin Newsom was
whatever,
in
all
his
this
own
stuff.
kind of level. Yeah,
Then there's the
maybe.
the edginess
Damn, rage
factor.
quitting without abundant apples is crazy.
Wait, was that? No, that's not
Yeah.
the.
Okay, everyone, hold here.
Where the fuck is it? Where he was talking about. I read the article earlier. There was a point where he's like listening in to what my stream looks like, or what my stream sounds like from the out to the outsider, and I thought it was like at the end maybe. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay, here it is. Here it's the last two paragraphs. Last weekend, as the U.S. and Israel started bombing Iran, I tuned into Piker's stream to hear his reaction. In contrast to his mood in Minnesota, he's very animated. Unsurprisingly, Piker is not a cheerleader for the strikes and has many derisive things to say.
What just hit me in the head? What the
actions. He describes the unfolding conflict as World War E for Epstein. He says that even compared with previous attempts to justify attacking Middle Eastern countries, the Bush administration makes the Trump administration look like fucking savages. At least the former had a sophisticated propaganda apparatus that tried to package an illegal and unjust war.
Go a little bit further in
Israel
front.
for killing an 86-year-old man, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was in his fucking home tending his flower garden or whatever, and he feels that Israelis in cities being targeted by Iranian missiles are getting a taste of their own medicine. In response to a meme about enlisting Trump's youngest son to fight Iran, he yells, "Send Barron, strap him to a fucking JDAM, Joint Direct Attack Munition." At one point, while my attention is elsewhere, I hear him shouting, "Khrushchev was a fucking lion," referring to the Soviet leader.
That's an awesome article.
When a commenter asks Piker if he thinks any good will come as a byproduct of all this violence, he says,
make this a little bit
one day,
bigger.
if the American empire falls as a consequence of spreading itself too thin all around the globe as it tries to maintain its dominance, it will be very painful for those both inside and outside the imperial core, he acknowledges, but eventually change will come. One can hope. And that's where the article
That's so
ends.
funny. I didn't have any pop up with Zoran, but I'm sure they were in Hassan's general population. Yeah, no,
I love that.
it was very. Right, who wanted me to destroy the scout camp? It is Eladan.
Yeah. Oh, for that one chatter, Iran's supreme leader was
Eladan,
not in his
he's
bunker
here.
when he was killed last week, and a senior Israeli official told Fox News. Even as the operation was unfolding in real time, dozens of planes were making their way.
Why
to
lose faction strength to the destruction of
circle
this
didn't
camp?
grasp what was happening quickly enough to move him underground. The official added.
Do any
In
missions?
parallel, there was a deception campaign orchestrated by American and
to
Israeli officials to trick Iran
Galadriel,
into
sure.
thinking an attack wouldn't happen that morning. Yeah, that's called perfidy. Like, it's illegal. It's a war crime. They were literally amidst negotiations. And I love that Israel will, like,
Enemy commanders bring it to me. I can't do that.
immoral, unjust,
Want to ask,
disgusting,
where's
grotesque,
Elrond?
whatever you want to fucking call
Wilderness
it.
should be
turn it
close to
into
Gladden Fields outpost.
incredible operations. Okay. Ooh, we tricked them. Yeah,
Gladden
you tricked
Fields
them into
outpost?
thinking that you were not an
over there.
animal, but a human being with a conscience. Okay. Wow, great trick. What an
King
incredible
Theoden
trick
Rohan
you
was
pulled
defeated in
off.
battle.
It's called lying. It's called not having any interest in actually negotiating with a country that you want to destabilize and destroy, and then blowing the
A few
negotiators
minutes from
up.
3 cents on my YouTube
Incredible
comment. I'm not
stuff.
sure if they
Thank
appeared
you.
in his chat.
The top commanders
TBH,
of
especially
IDF
electoralism
went to their
bad
homes
because of
for
easing
Shabbat
people's
dinner on
material
Friday
conditions
night,
makes
just hours
houses
before the
last
strike, in an
longer.
attempt to
I hate
deceive
those
Iranian
people.
leadership, the official said.
I mean, I get it. Like, yes, capitalism is built on skulls, like mountains of skulls and bodies and corpses and blood.
Yeah.
But like,
we did it.
If you're an accelerationist, I
gonna
hate
ban you
you
for that
unless
one
you are
again,
literally
Ankh?
picking
Wait,
up an
which one?
an AK-47 yourself.
Ban me
Like,
for what?
unless you're literally out there,
Saying that a war
like
crime is a
gathering and
fucking
leading
war
the
crime? That's
vanguard,
so
then I
dumb.
don't give a shit. Then I hate you.
Ah.
If you consider yourself an accelerationist, simple as.
What animal? No, I didn't package it with like an ideology. Don't worry. It's only, it's not a TOS violation if I just call someone an animal, dumbass. I mean, well, I shouldn't say dumbass. I think you're just scared that I'll get banned. Also, if I do, I'll go to fucking YouTube.
Okay, good on Hassan. Oh, the YouTube threat. Nice.
Anyway.
If I get banned, I'll just move to
Where were we?
YouTube.
Oh, I
Hell
was
yeah.
talking about like Zoran getting attacked, and how ridiculous it is. But the reason is here. We'll read through this article real quick. We'll talk about the Zoran situation, and then we'll move on to monitoring the situation. Okay, because there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to monitor.
When these branches will drown for months now with these kind of arguments.
But
it's carrying members away. The people abroad have literally told me that's why they didn't join.
First lady,
There you go.
Mamdani's wife, apparently liked some Instagram
You are
posts,
providing
right?
an exception, like a perfect
from the most radical
what do you call
elements of his leftist
example
movement, but an examination of his wife's social
for
media
how
activity reveals
and
she liked
why
multiple Instagram
leftists
posts
are
cheering
very
on Hamas
obnoxious
October 7th,
and how it hurts us.
2023. The post liked by Rama Dawaji, a Syrian-American artist, unambiguously
I'm sorry to hear that, by the way. That sucks. It is such a pain to deal with.
Thousands wounded, 251 civilians and military personnel kidnapped, and numerous episodes of sexual assault. The Instagram post shows stills from participants' live stream footage of the attack. First, a bulldozer that terrorists used to breach the barrier separating Israel from Gaza. The second of attackers riding on a captured IDF vehicle. Now, if they wrote this article before the election cycle, if they wrote this article in like December of 2023, this would destroy Zohran Mamdani's political career, right? It would be a very difficult thing for him to overcome. Writing this article after the genocide unfolded in 2026 means nothing. It's utterly meaningless, and the reason
it's unique for us when they've done great work locally in the past. We should be focusing on community and not theory arguments. Exactly. Get out there and do shit instead of bickering.
2023.
If people want to do something else, like, screw it, let them.
2023. The overwhelming majority of Americans were oblivious to the ways in which Israel maintained its apartheid. Okay? That's the difference. 2.5 years after genocide has unfolded, people now understand why October 7 happened. This was what I was trying to communicate to people on October 10th, on October 8th, on October 9th. I was trying to explain to people that 75 years of military occupation, death, destruction, and displacement was inevitably going to yield a violent response.
I don't know, Lazarus was defeated in battle. Okay, not great.
People like Zoran's wife clearly understood.
No, I'm not escorting a supply train.
And you can get mad at them, or a lot of people did get mad at those who understood the broader situation, the broader context of blowback, the broader context of basically what amounts to a prison break, a Warsaw Ghetto uprising, right? But the issue is, at the time, most people were oblivious to it. But due to
we also have a lot of
advocacy, due to the steadfast,
like I'd say, I like my organization, but
okay,
it's becoming increasingly difficult as I understood, as I've learned more about politics and like just what I reckon is more productive, like productive
combing through
practices.
Instagram likes,
it's become more and more difficult for me to like just dealing with my organization, I guess, because there's a lot of still, just like what I'd say reactionary.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Like methods.
It was horrible. I say
for working
horrible,
against this shit.
Course.
Oh shit!
But the problem that many people don't understand is that
this
an Instagram like of that sort is not an indication of a clear-cut statement, right? Do you see the job reports? I did.
What just happened?
America is winning.
Charge them. That's not why.
At fucking job loss. We're number one at job loss, baby. Anyway.
What just happened?
How are they even finding her likes? They're just going back. They're going back on the Wayback Machine, probably, if she didn't clean up her likes or whatever. But yeah, I like breaking news posts all the time that are really fucking bad news. Does that mean I like the fucking news? Yeah, exactly. It's idiotic. Like policing is a remnant, a relic at this point of woke 1.0. This kind of stuff was all the rage in like 2016, but people have already developed a negative association with things like that anyway, right?
Oh shit, we have cavalry. Horse archers, even.
Yeah, and the post itself that they are talking about, this is apparently the post J.I. had a stroke about, a post that rightfully lists Israel's crimes against Palestinians. Yeah. As all eyes around the world focus on Palestine, keep in mind that these walls were built to separate along ethnic lines, the very definition of apartheid. Gaza has been aptly described as the world's largest and longest standing open-air prison for millions of people who have committed no crime and have had no trial. Access to and from Gaza is nearly impossible, and most residents are violently forbidden from visiting family outside of Gaza, rebuilding their homes, fishing, or farming. being employed or doing business outside of Gaza, or even crossing outside the walls. Nearly 40% of Gaza's population lives in poverty, isolated and segregated, intentionally kept in poverty, blockade, occupation, and often heavy military attack. That was the post that she liked. Trying to turn this into a news story relies on people's lack of knowledge of the conditions of Palestinians in Gaza. But the cat's out of the fucking bag. Do you see what I mean? This is precisely the point I'm making. You could get away with this when the overwhelming majorities were completely oblivious to the everyday living conditions of Palestinians in Gaza under brutal and ruthless military occupation by Israel, a complete blockade, hermetically.
I did try and reach out to PSL, see if I could help get a branch out here, but they never got back to me. I don't blame them. People flag unfair flags here, but if DSA found a foothold, I think PSL could too. Oh, for sure.
Utterly repulsive.
I don't know what the difference between the PSL and DSA is. I think I don't know. I'm not gonna tell you what you should or shouldn't do, but rather, like my recommendation would be, if it's okay, if you don't mind me giving a recommendation, is that you try to like just fix your local DSA, but that is of course much easier said than done. It's very difficult to sort this shit out with leftists. The nearest PSL branch for me is about a 4-hour drive. Oof. Something you could do is like ask if they have like an online group. Ask if you can like help with like that kind of stuff. At least for my organization, I want to set something up like that, because then you know it helps with like doing graphic work and website work and a lot of backend stuff.
Your goal is the continuation of violence. You want every single Palestinian to be executed ruthlessly in the streets. How do you think this happens? You think these people are just like, oh, we were violent because we want to be violent? Or do you think it's because you have entrapped them, you have bullied them, you have subjugated them? 2 million people live inside of Gaza. They're not even people in the eyes of Israelis. The average age is 18 years old. 57% unemployment. They can't even get concrete inside of Gaza so they can build water salination plants because 97% of their water is toxic. They're dying of mass starvation. You cannot push people into a corner their whole lives and not expect them to fight back at a certain point. Look at this guy. That was on October 12th, 2023.
W. Hassan. Again, Hassan's coverage over the course of the genocide, like the intensified genocide, has been excellent. Like, no notes. I mean, maybe there's some notes, I don't know. But, like, for someone with his platform, like, insanely good.
It's funny. Still, there are chatters calling you Zaya Piker. I mean, it's laughable.
Are they being stupid? Oh, cook arrows. Give me those arrows.
Let's see a chatter check to see where that chatter's at. Ooh. Oh, wait. We don't have his name. Oh, Zride. Z-R-Z-Ride. I mean, they're probably banned, but... Wait, oh, they changed their username, maybe? Z-Ride. Because it says this user has not chatted in this channel.
Okay, what is the enemy doing? Why are they not attacking me? You know what? Everyone attack. Everyone charge. I don't care.
Yeah, this was posted on October...
It is time.
This is something I said on my October 8th, 2023 stream, one day after October 7 when I went live, and it was posted, I believe, on like October 9th or October.
I wouldn't be surprised if the chatter changed their username. They probably got a ton of backlash. Actually, I don't. It's difficult for me to like to guesstimate that. They fear the dwarven superiority. True.
Maybe they're actually anti-Zionist, and now they're telling me I'm a Zionist. What is this? Old. What the fuck is this, man? I don't want to watch this right now. We'll get to it during OK Buddy. You're firing off early on. It's painful you.
Yeah, we are owning them.
Painful for you and us to be right.
Finally, a nice battle.
You just have to write it out.
Okay, one where I'm winning.
Everyone understands. Yes, it is not.
We badly need cavalry.
It is not painful to be right, but too early. Okay. Because at the end of the day, you have to understand what you're advocating for. Okay, we live incredible lives in the Imperial Core. Okay. Think about the fucking victims that you are speaking for. Think about the voiceless that you're offering a voice to. It's nothing. Oh no, people are calling me a terrorist. People are sending me death threats. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, like
compare that to the conditions the average fucking Palestinian living
he said something
under
similar.
Israeli blockade.
I think he said something similar to this when he read 100 Points Insane post. Man's big for organizing either way. Hopefully you can settle those issues 1000%. I've been wanting to look into orcs in my country, but the left is so pathetic here, which is ironic given that we're socialist ones.
You're doing this
says,
so
were
you
you the chatter
communicate the
who
truth
said
to
that
people,
they're from
and
Bulgaria
you stand on
or
those principles, and you
it's
engage in
another
this
country?
advocacy, so more and more people finally realize, from Palestine all the way to Havana, Cuba.
I mean,
Okay.
I know I
In
have
Gaza,
comrades in Romania.
Palestine,
For what
all
it's
the
worth.
way to Havana,
I want
Cuba.
to said earlier,
We
people who obsess too much about the
dominate
exact
entire
label type of
fucking
social and
planet.
that's
We
also to anyone
subjugate them.
outside that label
We
are so annoying.
humiliate them.
I agree.
We do not allow
They
them
are
to
so
have
obsessed with having the
autonomy.
perfect theory rather
And
than
of
actually
course
doing
I'm
anything
gonna
about
fucking
helps
speak
one.
for those
Yep, I agree.
people. Those people
And
who never
just
get a voice
when they do something,
in
it's
Western
in a
media.
very, it's very often in a very
And you
unproductive
should
way.
too.
I know.
And you're not fucking doing that so that people go, oh my God, you're brilliant. You're so moral.
Nice.
You're doing that because
Ooh.
it's right. You're doing that because,
There we go. We got a
because
bunch
you
of
want
low
people
grade
to
scrap.
understand. You want people to come to your side. You
Useful
want people
scrap.
to also advocate for these people. You're doing it. You're playing your part in changing people's minds. You're playing your part in reaching broad awareness.
Notes.
Who gives a shit? Imagine if I just had this morally righteous attitude all the fucking time. Imagine if I just postured at chatters who were going on their own ideological journey all the fucking time and just like humiliated them to be like, oh,
I've brought more
you're
medals, so
fucking
units of
stupid
usable medals
all the
class when you
time.
were costed 8.
Imagine if I didn't have an understanding
And I
approach.
get a shitload of
White
money.
Savior
Nice.
complex for real, fa. Okay, shut the fuck up.
Do we
up,
do?
bitch.
Do you want the Mirkwood bow? It would be better than a current bow, more
You
accurate
do
and
call us
longer
stupid.
range.
Yeah, because you do sometimes say stupid shit.
Okay, yeah, you know what? We'll take the Mirkwood bow.
To
Would
be
have
fair, you do yell
sword.
us a lot, and it hurts my feelings. Okay, well, I'm sorry.
Oh, I do appreciate shadows who are just like, it hurts my feelings. I'm
Sometimes
sad.
I do gotta tell
Which, you know,
chatters who think
valid
they
sometimes.
have the better approach, and the better
Torch.
method, who just who demonstrate their
I'll shoot a few
inability to
emails in the near
understand what I'm
future. The
trying to
annoying thing is
do.
that everything is in the council, which is not near me, but maybe some online help. I have free time at IT skills. I mean,
You cannot win them over. This is, by the way, this is anti-Maoist. Even though it's from Huey P. Newton, it's an anti-Maoist line of demarcation. It's you cannot win them over by drawing the line of demarcation, saying you're on this side and I'm on the other. That shows a lack of consciousness. After the Black Panther Party was formed, which is Maoist, supposed to
Master
be
Range
Maoist,
of Honor,
I
or
nearly
Knight of
fell into
Honor.
this error. I could not understand why people were blind to what I saw so clearly, and I realized their understanding had to be developed. It's a great line when you are engaging in mass awareness, but there are also instances where you can draw that line of demarcation. You know, it's okay. It's appropriate to show people who your enemies are. You don't need to worry. What is this, son? I'm crying. Oh, the Dubai influencers. I don't think you realize how much you do scream at us. It's not just about being left in us, unless it's the line overt Nazi. Usually you're screaming about us as not being normal. Yes, I do. When I yell at you, Zirda's new stream username is yesterday. Oh, you found it.
King Dane
You fucking
Ironfoot.
found it. Is it
My
actually
king.
him?
My high king. I'm here to join you.
In
this struggle. I will not be an annoying leftist about it, I promise. I will not ask. I will not question you about how problematic you are.
Oh my God, you did.
I'm coming to good
10,000
hunt soldiers with me, I'll join
You
you.
know what shouldn't happen? Killing 260 people at a music festival. Yeah, they deserved it. Smooth brain day. Fuck off. Y'all throwing shots at the goat.
Message to
Wait, let's see where they're at
Grimborn
now.
the
Hold
Old.
on. Holy, you found it. Asmongold is, in my opinion, a closet Groyper accelerationist. Kai doesn't deserve that. I don't like you at all, but I don't want to watch you die. Gross. BB and Trump aren't too different. No more war, please. John Fetterman shudders.
Okay.
24 can't be a day over 22. I love this guy's energy. Cat 225. He's still in here.
That is
still
funny.
in here, and his position
Okay, wait,
seemingly
where's he
has
going?
shifted.
He's going that way. Right. We need to go to Bjorn's house real quick.
Look at
Real
that.
quick. Never mind. The mission we had here might not be able to do. I'm going to serve a course.
Look at that.
What of West Camp? Nope. We can't go there right now. Wait, actually, it's right over there. Whatever.
He's still fucking annoying. Don't get me wrong. Clearly, from the way he talks, I still get that vibe from him. But having said that, look at that.
What did they say?
October 7 lever returner once again. Look.
That's funny. Okay.
Biker Broadcasting Service.
Damn, we are low on troops. Where's Stain? Where's the king? There he is. Company.
The gag reflex can only stop you from the red pill for so long. What?
What? Okay, where's he going?
Did you see the response from City Hall, the Jewish Insider? Yeah, so the last part of the Zohran Mamdani story that I want to get
Stragglers,
to.
sorry, not sorry. We need to.
Again, an
these
act of
guys.
desperation. Like, you can't read this as anything but an act of desperation. The extensive caption on the post lament said, if and when the occupation forces to retaliate against this resistance, Gazans will be punished for wanting freedom from apartheid. Dawaji, who met Mamdani on a dating app in 2021 and married him early in 2025, liked this post and others using a personal account in her own name on which she's posted her often political illustrations. Dawaji did not respond to multiple requests for comment, and the mayor's office would not answer questions regarding his feelings. So,
why would the
they did
mayor's
ask
office
Zohran
respond
Mamdani,
to
and
that?
Zohran Mamdani did reply, "My wife is the love of my life, and she's also a private person who has no formal position on my campaign or in my city hall," Mamdani says, when asked about this story just now. Says it's his responsibility to answer his thoughts, policies, and decisions. So what's frustrating about this is, like, it'll turn into a larger story probably. They're going to still keep, like, hammering him with this shit. Why did you kill your dog?
R.I.P. Kaya turned into rotisserie chicken.
I was angry, and I couldn't control it. I couldn't control my anger, so I just zapped her too hard, and now she's dead.
R.I.P. Never forget.
It's really fucked up, I know. Now she's roasting in that light like a gas station hot dog. Yeah.
Bastards.
I love how Kai sleeps peacefully while you yell. Well, considering that ever since she was a little lady, like a little tiny baby, even though she was never quite tiny.
We are Kaya, we carry the flame. True.
She's gotten used to
Factual.
me fucking screaming into this whatever this is.
Iron
from
Horse
her
Infantry.
perspective.
Ooh, nice. We have some
she's
cool
very
dwarf
used to
units.
it.
More cool dwarf units again. Nice. Okay. Rune Raiders, they're running from me now. Good. Let them. they are undecided on whether they want to attack me or not.
Yeah, so they're just mad. Basically, they're just mad that the New York Times did an expose on the social media profile of Dan Goldman's wife, and that's the reason why they had to do the same attack. It's a classic right-wing method, right?
My dog's been panicking for you like a son does. Kaya's bomb-proof. Yeah, no, for real.
Put people on a defensive posture.
Oh shit!
To
It's
get
quite the
people
weather.
to engage in a defensive posture by being like, "No, you," and they do it all the time. Republicans do it all the time. Reactionaries do it all the time. And Jewish Insider is a
All right.
reactionary paper
Infantry,
because it is
stand here.
a Zionist paper. And Zionism is racist.
Everyone,
and Zionism is fascist.
hold your fire.
And therefore, of course, they're going to do the same exact thing.
Why is my inventory
Frontal
not
camera
moving
angle
over
is better,
here?
in my
I told them
opinion.
to move
agree.
over
It's
here.
like it's a little bit darker, and it looks better. I know. So. That's,
all right, everyone,
that's,
fired.
that's
Will.
the story. They're trying to hit a no you basically because of the Dan Goldman story that came out that was very embarrassing for those who have the capacity to feel shame. Zoran is not going to come out and be like, my wife is
I condemn my wife. My wife is
like whatever the
Hamas.
fuck she wants to, because you know he has a very careful approach to this kind of thing. He's too afraid. He's too afraid of the backlash, and you know.
Yeah, I think Zoran.
Well for him, I guess.
Zoran,
there are instances
IMO
where
should
I
be
do
bolder.
get
Like,
frustrated with him.
especially because Zoran is a force to be reckoned with in New York now, from all I can tell. Like, he has so much popular support that any attack against him, like any position where he has that's like half decent, people will rally around him and hate whomever did the attack.
Mayor Mamdani has been clear and consistent. Hamas, a terrorist organization, October 7th was a horrific war crime, and he condemned that violence unequivocally as City Hall spokesperson. See, this is what I mean. Like,
Yeah, that's a weak response.
This is what I mean. 2026, like
come on, Zoran. You need to. You need to be a little bit bolder. Like, you could just not call them a terrorist organization. Like, you could just be like,
really fucking frustrates the likes of Squirrel and everybody else.
Yeah.
I am, I guess, more forgiving.
I'm also more forgiving, because even though it's disappointing, I do get where it's coming from. Like, it is a very scary thing.
He used to have those conversations before he became the fucking mayor. And having that expansive conversation unironically allowed more people to see the truth.
Ooh, large pack of arrows.
Do you think it's understandable to be frustrated even if we share our understanding? Yes. You keep attributing to fear what
I need
could
volunteers,
be attributed to
please.
simply wanting to
Give
avoid
me
distractions and blatant cynicism in favor of focusing on delivering. Has he addressed this with you? I've never.
Greenwood veteran scouts. Yes, please.
I mean, I haven't like personally been like, "The fuck are you doing?"
I'm unlikely to return them. Sorry
about this kind of stuff.
Okay, where is Thranduil? I need to find him for my damn mission. Whenever the war starts, the leaders are so difficult to find because they're always constantly on the field. They're constantly on the field somewhere, getting their asses handed to them by the forces of darkness.
Anyway, we're tight, but we're not that tight.
Okay. How many more tribal warriors do we need to kill? A fair few. You in 10 rank points.
Yeah.
Because completed follow King Dane, 10 rank points. Nice. Zoran got a lot of support from Trey Otaku here when he decided to be sworn in as a mayor in a subway station. Wait, really? That's awesome. Okay, one more point to the, and I'm come known to the Vale of Anduin. One more point with Lothlorien as well. Ugh, one more point. Damn it! I should have checked the reports before I left the areas.
I can't believe this guy's going to be a congressperson. Oh, we're going to talk about this guy as well. I know. I asked earlier, but
And also, I feel like dwarves and elves, like, I just think the parties of dwarves and elves should be able to walk faster. Because dwarves can, like, march forever, and elves can also just, like, walk forever, I guess.
Azerbaijan may attack Iran or join the coalition against Iran.
Whoa, Azerbaijan will join Israel? No way. When speaking with my Bulgarian friends, I like to use them, like the Bulgarian liberation movements would have been considered terrorists by the Ottomans. Ironic given that I'm Turkish. KW. Hey, you gotta use whatever tools you have on hand. Whatever tools you have on hand, including rhetoric. Okay. Infantry here, archers here. And the formation orders, memorize division placement.
Utterly ridiculous.
Movement, formation orders, memorize division
Financial Times reporting
placement.
that ships are declaring themselves Chinese to dodge attacks. Dude.
That's awesome.
Ships in the Gulf.
That's very funny.
Ships in the Gulf.
They are actually in the Chinese era.
They are behaving just like your boy, okay? All right.
Now to that breaking headline on the jobs report.
Let's talk about the jobs market before we start monitoring the situation. Yeah, you found me at a very Chinese time in my life, says the shippers.
Victory!
Power make American leftist politicians docile is pathetic. Look at Trump. It's much more difficult for there is no
nice. You brought us a note to Lothlorien. Nice.
Politicians. It
Finally,
doesn't exist. People are not comfortable with the idea, and left flank politicians are also not comfortable with the power that they've been able to scrounge together, and they worry every single fucking day that they will lose it, and they will lose this movement, and they will lose the momentum. So they act accordingly. They run from a place of fear all the goddamn time. It's a major issue that I have.
Supply train. Let us just kill that real quick.
You know, that's why I urge them to be more bold
riders
and
and
more brave
berserkers and
all the fucking
skirmishers. I don't
time,
care.
and push back and fight back against both the Republicans, the fascists, but also fight back against reactionary forces within the Democratic Party as
Okay,
well.
the positions have been memorized. What the shit?
Let's
no,
look
that
at
is
the
not
jobs
the
market
position
real
I want
quick,
you.
because U.S. employers cut 92,000 jobs in February.
Okay,
Gas prices
infantry,
continue to
you
rise.
stand here.
You're
Archers,
winning.
you stand
You're
here.
winning so much. We're winning so much.
Elizabeth Schulze has been tracking all of this and gas prices. Elizabeth, break this down.
Hey, good morning, Rachel. This is a very disappointing report.
Everyone, formation orders, memorize placement.
The report just
There we
released
go.
shows 92,000 jobs were lost in the workforce in the month of February. Economists had thought about 50,000 jobs were added last month. The unemployment rate also ticked up. It now stands at 4.4%. So that means it is harder for people looking for a job to land one. When you look inside the details of this report, we did see job cuts in healthcare, which has been powering a lot of the growth until now. The tech sector, manufacturing, federal government also lost jobs.
Oh, there we go. There's first signs of the enemy.
There have been signs that hiring was stabilizing. This report does put that in question a bit at a time when
I need you guys to understand something. These numbers are an undercount. It means it's far worse. This is what they can get away with claiming is happening. There is a very high likelihood that this is an undercount.
We are seeing
Ouch.
new concerns for the economy.
Why do they keep...
in the form of
I need a helmet so badly. I need some armor. It's getting so up.
in just 1 week.
I'm getting very annoyed by being just kirked up all the time. They keep cucking me.
It will exceed $5 in California.
Why
The
is the
Trump
enemy so
administration
far
now scrambling to try to
behind?
ease this sharp
What
increase in
is going
prices
on?
at the pump. Gas prices are the highest.
Like, they're
they've
just
been at
stuck
any
on the
point
end of the
in
map.
Either of the president's 2 terms in office. So the administration announcing it will
That's so annoying.
and allow India to buy some.
So units
Russian
have
oil
to go
30 days.
all the way from here
Energy
to
Secretary
all
Chris
the way
Wright
over there.
tells ABC News that this is a move
I need to
try
change
boost
the
global
AI
oil
settings to make it so they always attack.
This is
I think I need to do that.
change in policy. Just
Wouldn't
to keep
happen
oil
if you had a
prices
few
down
inches
little
more
bit
height.
better than we could
I will
otherwise. So there's a bunch
literally
of floating barrels just sitting
delete
there. We've reached
your
out to our
country
friends in
from
India and said,
the face of
buy
the
that
earth
oil, bring it into your refineries.
and turn it
But the
into
reality
a
is
giant
administration's options to influence global oil
like
prices
a
are
giant
limited.
outhouse
As
with
long as that
dwarven
critical
soldiers.
Strait of Hormuz, where 1/5 of the world's oil flows through, is at a standstill. And this morning,
They will
we
shit.
are seeing oil
Those
prices
will
spike
take their
again. We're now
stinky,
closing in
massive
on
dumpies
$90 a barrel.
on
At this time
whatever
last week,
countries
they were
you
closer
hold
to
dear.
$65.
Do not
meaning
test me.
higher energy costs can also quickly ripple into other prices in the economy as
Do
companies
not. I will
promote
write it
fuel,
down in the book
they
of
can pass
grudges.
those costs down to consumers. Rachel.
And as you said, the White House really limited in what they can do here. All right, Elizabeth, thank you.
We're not yet a week in, but there's
Roman news gas station changed ownership and we're getting legit Japanese products now. I got some Japanese candy. Hell yeah, that's awesome.
From what's happening in Iran.
That's great.
You know, just to kind of update.
Okay, there's one dwarf just like running all the way up here.
What has been
I really hope he does not die.
The kind of horror story that economists have been telling themselves.
No!
for decades
Rest in
and decades.
peace. He'll be avenged now, though.
Guys,
Nice.
I'm beginning to think that the campaign
Not the Book of Crutches.
Operation Epic Fart is
Operation Epic Fart
is not as successful as America was presenting it. I wanted to believe.
Why do we not get any
in the
loot?
might of our weapons. I am.
We killed
hooked up
40
on,
enemy units.
pro-American
Why is there no
fumes. I
loot?
was like, America, fuck yeah! They're
What?
gonna find out once again why we don't have any healthcare. Haha. And
Camp. Okay, I'm gonna save real quick. Camp, change to the
feel like,
options.
they're dumping all the healthcare over there, and it's still not.
Campaign difficulty, it's
Still
fine.
not achieving the results.
Gameplay tweaks.
I
Battlefield
don't
AI
know,
tweaks.
It just kind of feels like all of the bombing campaigns, like and the naval asset
Agents
that they
become
blew
slow
up,
and
the
wounded.
Iranian naval ship that
Sure,
they blew
why
up that
not?
was like doing a symbolic
Horse animal companion spawn in
event,
battle.
after they
Archer
were
meets
invited by the
horses
Sri
named
Lankan government. You know, that wasn't necessarily.
Oh.
That was
Okay,
just a war crime.
influence
for
gain
the
rate.
sake of
We
doing
could
a
be
war
putting
crime,
that and
kinda feels
rank
like the
gain rate
government is
up
actually
to
hyping all of those
200%. This is
moments, like
getting.
aura
This
and
is
hype
very very
moments,
slow.
by the
Compatibility
Indian government off the
tweaks.
coastline of Sri Lanka. Kind
What
feels
else?
like
Well, the
those
chocolate is
hype
so
and
much
aura
better.
moments
Ooh.
are because they
I mean, I
just
have heard
haven't
that
achieved their
that the American chocolate is like
military
uniquely bad.
results on Iranian soil.
Preferred
as
camera.
far as,
Let's go with
degrading the
fix
Iranian launch capabilities.
Default camera is fine.
So yeah. Yeah, it's very
Prevent
weird.
AI
It's
from
very
taking
strange. How could
defensive.
this have happened,
Yes.
is what
Yeah,
I'm
control
asking
troops and
myself,
players
'cause I
KO'd.
thought
No.
mightiest
Can
military
confirm
of all
US
time,
chocolate is
most
terrible.
expensive military
I've heard
of all
that
time.
like American
And,
like
yeah.
Hershey's chocolate like tastes
There's,
like
consistent
puke.
video footage showing Iranian ballistic missile strike on Prince Sultan Air Base
Okay,
in Al
we
Khalij,
can't.
Saudi Arabia, with the
We need
missile
to
impact very
find
close to,
Chief
several US
Grimbom
service
the
members
Old.
faithfully said to have resulted in only minor injuries to personnel.
Scratch
at
Scout.
Prince
Wills needs to find
Sultan.
King Thranduil.
There's
Wills needs
impact,
to. What other one
happening
can
at the
suck it?
UAE. Iran hit an American Patriot missile site, lighting the entire stockpile on
Fine, not
fire.
bad. Hershey's is probably one of the worst. It's very grainy.
Hezbollah is
Grainy?
pummeling northern Israel.
Okay, let's see if we can find this one leader of the.
Very strange,
guys.
strange things taking place. Because I thought that
Oh,
their
stragglers.
capacity
Yeah, okay,
was degraded by
Might as well
70%.
go kill them.
Iran is launching fewer missiles now compared to the first 1 to 2 days after it started. Undisputed that their capability has been degraded. Saying otherwise is not true. My friend, you fundamentally do not understand how the Iranian missile strike
Okay, my
capabilities
units taking
operate.
correct positions.
Okay.
Oh shit, they are
You're
actually.
wrong.
Nice.
You're objectively wrong. And I keep trying to explain this to people over and over again. And for some reason, a lot of people just watch the Os and Andes that keep telling them over and over again. They're like, no, any day now it's gonna be over. Okay? Listen. Iran's missile stockpiles and their manufacturing capabilities are deep underground. So underground that even bunker busters and B-2 bombers cannot actually destroy them, as far as we know. What
Yeah, foreign
we
chocolate
are
has
doing,
much more
what the
texture.
American
Hershey's
and
like
the
sandy
Israeli
chocolate,
strike teams are
and
doing
it's unbelievably sweet.
with the
I see.
unlimited striking capabilities that they have.
Like the only bad, like when I
is
just
basically
tried what
fly
I'd consider
over
bad
Iranian
chocolate, to me it
soil,
just tastes like
look for openings
kind of
in
meh.
those
Like
caves
it tastes
and
like
blow them
just
up.
kind of pukey. I get like maybe not pukey. It's just like it just tastes like.
Iran's
I guess pukey is a
own
way how is how I
anti-air
describe
defense
it.
systems
I know
are
how else to
also
describe.
underground. From what I
Describe it.
understand,
Like one more spear dwarves because we want them to become spear dwarf, pack dwarves, and then long axe dwarves.
Their anti-aircraft, their anti-aircraft weapons
archers,
only get
rangers
circulated out whenever they are launching.
Just eat Kniff instead. The best asset ever made. I would if I had some.
Under normal
if you bring me some, I will eat that.
You would have stationary anti-aircraft weapons, right? Israel has stationary anti-air munitions. America has stationary anti-air munitions. If you have stationary weapons
like this,
they are easy to destroy.
I'll hunt down some goblins.
I mean, I'm sure they have some stationary ones. I think
actually I should have saved before taking that mission.
12-day war, as a matter of fact, right? But basically, what is happening here is both the Iranian defenses and the Iranian offensive capabilities are deep underground. So what they keep doing is they take out the TELs, they erect their launcher systems from outside of their caves, and they launch their missiles, waiting for the American and the Israeli Air Force to come in, bring out their anti-aircraft capabilities, and try to blow up as many drones as they possibly can, or try to blow up the fighter jets that are flying over Iranian soil, and then hope that doesn't get, hope that their entire anti-aircraft systems get destroyed, and then they bring them back underground. This is why the American air superiority over Iranian airspace.
It's already make one to Turkish store in the Turkish store here, but that's the best I have locally. No sure I can cook it from scratch. I mean, that still sounds delicious. Maybe. Depends. I guess. I mean, that sounds potentially delicious. If it has reached that before beating my panic attacks.
It's actually very consistent.
Fair.
They don't have permanent air superiority over Iranian soil right now for a multitude of different reasons.
And look at those enemies getting owned.
It's difficult to gain air supremacy over Iran because Iran is massive. But it's also very difficult for Iran to defend Iranian soil consistently.
Right. We need to rally.
Because again, mountainous and massive. So they're using their mountainous terrain to their advantage.
Oh, good grief.
It's very difficult to implement a no-fly zone over Iran for both of these parties. For both the American and the Israeli parties, and for the Iranian government as well, for the IRGC as well. Okay? The population is dispersed across mountainous terrain. It's very difficult for them to put, I mean, it's also stupid for them to basically put stationary anti-aircraft systems out there because they're sitting ducks. Israel can just come in, fly in, blow it up one time, and it's over.
No, some ones are alright, but you gotta find a restaurant for them. They need the right kind of oven or some ice cream on top. That sounds so good, man. Okay, we're still only getting low-grade metal scraps, which... However, I wouldn't mind if it wasn't because of the fact that this we get so little
Iran
of
is
it.
Winning currently. There is no winning in this situation. Iran is getting bombed into fucking oblivion, so it's not like a victory necessarily. But
I mean, yeah, Lateral Roller Warden. Yeah, let's get one of those.
Like here, you are correct. This is them trying to destroy the same missile city for like the 5th time. This week in failing, they have not destroyed any on camera yet. Yeah, breaking. Iran's underground Damavand missile fortress just got obliterated. The IRGC secret ballistic missile and air defense base east of Tehran, buried deep.
Okay, everyone over here.
The mountains
Archer stand over here.
By relentless U.S. and Israeli strikes. So,
Archer stand over there. Infantry stand over there.
But one thing I have learned from covering these sorts of incidents is the most effective way to stop artillery, the most effective way to stop munitions, the most effective way to stop bombs, basically is dirt. Okay?
Yep. Lots and lots of dirt.
It's undefeated.
Works surprisingly well.
It is the most undefeated. It's just ground. It's gravel. It's terrain. It's the most
rock and stone.
Undefeated thing of all time. Okay? It is so difficult to actually successfully penetrate bedrock and get to the weapon systems underneath. You have to consistently keep bombing it over and over again with bunker buster bombs with the hopes that you can, with the hopes that you can actually engage the deep penetration necessary to get to the munition stockpile.
No!
This is the reason why when you go to an outdoor shooting range, there is usually a mountain behind it, right? There's like a mound of dirt behind the targets, because the most effective
How many
way to
more
stop
enemies?
a bullet, or the most effective way to stop
yeah, this map is broken.
A bullet, or the most effective way to stop
It's
any
not
sort of
ideal.
munitions is literally just the side of a fucking mountain. Iran has plenty of mountains. And this is precisely the reason why their munition stockpile is deep underground. And it's also the reason why they can't fucking get to it. Okay? Rock is even better than dirt or sand, which is something Iran luckily has 55% of its territory made of. It's a uniquely resistant territory. Exactly. So,
yep.
The reason why I'm mentioning all this is because you
yes,
said, like,
some things are just not the same. We don't have Turkish ice cream here,
It's
sadly.
objectively true that they're degrading Iran's capability. Yes, Iran is not capable of launching missiles with the same frequency that they did in the first couple of days, because obviously some of those cave openings have closed. But all they need to do is to dig themselves out. They can kill the people that are capable of digging themselves out.
Well, that was
Iran
close.
also has 93 million people, so they have a fuck
everyone
ton of
charge.
people in the IRGC. So they got plenty of people, and they got plenty of dirt, and they got plenty of rock, and they got plenty of terrain, and they have plenty stockpiles. And not only do they have plenty of stockpiles, but they also have a logistical supply chain that is also very difficult to intercept on the eastern side of the country. So they have a direct line to both Russia and China if they want to. Maybe they have a direct line right now that America can't infiltrate either. Pair that up with the fact that they have their underground like manufacturing capabilities are also deep underground, and you arrive at a situation where it's like Vietnam on fucking steroids, right?
Vietnam on steroids.
This is the difference. It's a country that has designed its entire defense and offensive capabilities for this very moment, and you're seeing the results of that right now. That's why a lot of people who are used to America dominating, America fucking shit up, are having a hard time coming to the recognition that, like, this fortress design of this country is actually capable of withstanding a metric ton of damage, far more damage than America and Israel have actually been able to
the second I look away
to throw in the ways of all of their other enemies, right? Like there is there's no similarity between Afghanistan and the Taliban. There's no similarity between this and like Iraq.
I knew this is good at messing shit up. Doesn't mean we've run anything since World War II. Yeah, the thing is, like, messing up dirt is
also another war of attrition of a different sort. But like this is very
a little bit tricky.
If we're talking about like maintaining air superiority,
okay, what are you doing?
If we're
literally, what are you doing standing there, you idiot?
With the weapon systems that America has, with the virtually unlimited offensive capabilities.
Did they actually spend all the arrows already?
They should have completely destroyed.
Just charge. Everyone just charge.
Stockpiles, or at least like their capacity to do damage to the Gulf and certainly to Israel as well. But they haven't been able to do that, right?
Haven't been able
One
to
must
done
ask
that.
the question, why?
Oh come! They are so stupid. Come on.
Serious question. Iran is
literally just like walking up to the enemy to get killed.
Also, due to
luckily did not get killed, but
limitations, ironically enough.
Only knocked out.
They are a self-sustaining country. I don't know like what natural resources they lack. In times of conflict, I suspect water would probably be a problem. But as far as like their agricultural output goes, like unless America starts literally blowing up their agri-production, which they could, I wouldn't put it past them to do that because they're fucking disgusting. I suspect that they're fine for the most part. But do you understand why I say that? Like, while it looks to be like while the frequency of their missile launches have diminished from the first day, and if you ask the Iranian government, they cope and they say, oh, it's because like we used up all of our newest, we used up all of our older gear on the first day or whatever, and now we're using up like our newer stuff, and that's the reason why we don't have to like launch as many missiles or whatever. I think that's a little bit of cope. But I think America is also coping when they claim that they have been able to deteriorate the Iranian strike capabilities by 70% to 90%, depending on which estimate you're looking at, because the results show a very different reality. If you look at like the Gulf, the Gulf base is still taking tremendous damage with new radar facilities being destroyed every single fucking day. Okay? Every single fucking day.
12 rank points to influence because we increased it. And we leveled up. Haven't task? Nope. I want to ask only one location. I'm going to bomb the old ship close to airport at the moment. Okay.
Okay, we'll do that later. We'll do that later. Oh, that's awesome. Fuck Rick Scott. Yeah, Iran is blinding the U.S. and Israel, taking out the THAAD radar in Jordan, in the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, perhaps KSA, and Kuwait. This is the reason why Israelis are reporting that their response time, like their in the alarm system that they have, the response time has gone down by like half an hour, pretty much. Back in the day, when Iranian missiles were being launched in Iran,
did we not accept
you would have like a 25-minute response period to get to the bunkers. Okay. Now, from what I understand, it's gone down to like 1 minute or 2 minutes.
Wait, what?
The reason why it's
Didn't I
no
just get a
longer
mission?
25 minutes or 15 minutes or 10 minutes, but it's 2 minutes.
Deliver a message to Grandpa on the
radar
wait, what?
capabilities have diminished. They have been successfully
12 years of
destroying
supplies to
this
Escarot.
entire
Okay.
network,
I just saw that
these
message.
that work
mission wrong.
alongside the aero systems, that work alongside the Israeli defenses, that work alongside
supply trains
all
to
of
Andolan.
these,
Nope.
Like this is a sophisticated
Fine dwarf sword.
network of eyes, basically eyeballs that warn ahead of time. Early advanced warning systems. Iran has been
we'll take that.
steadily destroying these multiple billions of dollars worth of fucking radars with their Shahed drones that cost $20,000 a
What's
pop.
Northman round shield? Looks like a Northman round shield.
And you know, that's the reason why Israel no longer has the same defenses. This will chip away at the confidence that
we
the
need to
Israeli
sell some of
public
this
has,
scrap.
which currently is at like a 90%
maybe
approval
not.
rating for American
Quite
and
yet.
Israel strikes on Iran.
Stay indoors for a little bit to heal.
Iran is blinding the U.S.-Israeli defenses, taking out THAAD radar in Jordan, UAE, says Mark Ames, Bahrain, Qatar, perhaps KSA, and Kuwait. Iranian intelligence and targeting is the big surprise of this war so far for the arrogant, overconfident Trump meatheads who wildly underestimated their opponent. Yeah. Third time this evening, there has been a missile warning of incoming fire from Iran towards Israel, and no sirens have sounded in the Jordanian capital. I have no idea if it's related to this. People more expert than me can say. The radar for a THAAD system was struck.
Okay, it's my lunch break. Gonna go shower. Have a lovely shower.
Radar systems may have been hit in the UAE. Slowly but surely, while the American and the Israeli side keep saying over and over again that they have actually diminished Iran's launch capabilities, Iran has been taking out piece by piece
Only Longbeard, do you
all
have
of
a
the
mission for
different
me?
eyes and ears that they have in this region that play a very
Led Bath after
consequential
Woodland
role in
Row has been
Israeli
defeated.
defenses.
That's not you,
Okay?
help. Okay.
Do you understand? They're not lobbing missiles and lobbing Shahed drones for no fucking reason at the Gulf. This is why it's laughable whenever, you know, Arakshi goes on NBC and NBC's like, why are you attacking your neighbors? Muslim
Short resource
countries
points
in the
and
month of
will
Ramadan.
soon
It's the
result
holy
someone
month of
strips away
Ramadan.
from
It's
your
like,
body. No!
I wonder why they're doing
Don't do that.
Perhaps it's because all of these other countries
King Crandall's host.
have
Nice.
American military
Found
bases, and those American military
Finally.
bases have equipment that plays a role in undermining the Iranian offensive. It's war.
What?
It's also very
America's at
expensive,
war?
for the record. It's not like
Huh?
they're not just
No way.
they're not just blowing up these systems to engage in a war of attrition where you know, for the
Education
ROI
ambushes.
favors
Thank you
the
for your
Iranian
job.
response as
Welcome.
opposed to the American defense. Like, that's not the only reason. That is, you know, obviously helpful if their goal is to apply pressure to the American government to
Elder, how can I sell
withdraw.
a course?
It's certainly
with
helpful in
food.
that regard. But that's not the only reason why they're doing it. They're doing it because they want to shut off the defenses, the Israeli defenses, so that it makes it all the more difficult for Israel to continue its endless offense.
You train some troops for you. I will train them in the field.
You're buying into Western propaganda. Iran is launching fewer missiles because they have to make their stockpile last for months. They can't just fire 300 missiles every single day. That would be like 10K missiles a month. No, dude. I know.
There we go. Easy peasy.
I'm saying that the reason why they're
okay, it's annoying that it's like leave the arena instead of like just have me speak with the person immediately afterwards. But I thought it was a very special military operation, very sarcastic. Yeah.
They are like the American and the Israeli side are capable of closing up these tunnels. Okay, that's just the truth.
I want you to eliminate 8 Kundabat scout parties. No, I will not do that. I hate those missions.
Have the launchers.
They're really annoying missions because you'd have to like run around the entire map trying to find these, and it's just impossible.
Air defenses and the radar capabilities of the American
oh shit!
and the
Oh
Israeli
shit!
side.
Oh shit!
That is the achievement here for the Iranian side. Their goal, their military goal right now, is very clearly to destroy American and Israeli defenses slowly but surely.
Other task you gave me, you don't dispatch the scouts.
But it takes a while for them to reopen those tunnels. That's my point.
Destroy scout camp.
I'm sure that if they wanted to, I'm sure if they didn't get any degradation whatsoever, they would probably be launching even more missiles at Kuwait, even more missiles in Bahrain, even more missiles in the direction of those radar systems. And on top of that,
oh shit, that is a lot of enemies that we will not, that we will avoid.
Their older munition stockpile is probably still pretty large.
Superior orders were able to resend troops. One spear dwarf. No!
The reason why their capabilities of this conversation started because I was literally telling a chatter that their capabilities have not degraded in the way that the chatter thinks, because they're like, oh, they're not hitting Israel as much. Like I was explaining to him that that chatter that like no, their capabilities have not degraded by the estimations on the Israeli side.
What is that range?
Wait, I don't get it. You're saying their capabilities are degraded, but you're saying they're not degraded? Their launching capabilities are always going to receive setbacks after every single Israeli and American bombing campaign. Okay, that is true. However, their strike capabilities have not degraded by the American estimates.
Charge. Okay, the
locals say they're not.
The aim is so shit. Come on.
New strike reported near the U.S. base in Kuwait. Cluster munitions were used early this morning in Kuwait with another wave of attacks about an hour ago. Source told Drop Site. Many locals believe the fighting had eased after Wednesday. Saw little activity across the Gulf, but the past 24 hours have been as intense as the first.
Haven't I enabled the thing which makes them not aim at above their heads?
Circulating satellite imagery. They
come on.
Shows Iranian strikes hitting and destroying communications radomes, protective shells that cover the radar or satellite communications antennas at Camp Arifjan, a major U.S. base in Kuwait.
Dumbass units.
What is this music, bro? This
I'm gonna be starting that battle. That is the dumbest shit. I'm gonna be rage quitting a lot. Me too.
Regardless of capabilities Iran has, this policy, I don't know if it's stupid or too dogmatic, of maintaining the moral high ground. I don't know if that's wise in the inhuman, i.e. humans who have forfeited their humanity with actions that are incompatible with life, U.S. Israelis. I don't know where the Iranian military doctrine is at this point, because, you know, there is one thing that America has done, which is chop up the top of the fucking directory. They have killed a lot of the generals. Perhaps that was a mistake. As I said, literally before they did the decapitation strike, maybe it's not the best idea to kill all of the people that have consistently shown strategic restraint. If you recall, I said that before they did the decapitation strike. I was like, maybe America won't be dumb enough to go and do a decapitation because the Ayatollah and the leadership of the IRGC, as it stands currently, are some of the more restrained people. The IRGC has always been less restrained than the Ayatollah. The Ayatollah is the most restrained party here, but basically,
what's the most restrained party?
The people that refused to attack Israel after Israel violated the long-standing red line that Iran and the entire axis of resistance had, which was if Israel invades Gaza, they do what they're doing right now7 that invasion, right? They had this capability after October 7th. Like, I need you to understand, Yahya Sinwar was aware that Iran had this capability after October 7. And time again, the Quds forces, the IRGC refused to abide by the long-standing red lines that they had declared, as Israel violated those red lines over and over again. Israel kept slowly but surely degrading the Iranian axis of resistance. This is the real deterioration.
Look at all these arrows just wasted, shot at above their heads.
Restraint applied by the IRGC.
Alright, done. Alright, Thranduil, give me my points for helping you.
They allowed the entire axis of resistance that they designed in this fucking region over the course of the last 20 years to get blown into fucking bits, including the assassination and the decapitation strikes against Hezbollah. That was very effective.
Okay, what does a party consist of?
All the fucking older dudes that are in the IRGC and all the older dudes that were in charge of this, this process
more
kept
else,
thinking,
maybe.
oh, we can
Never mind. I don't mind me saying that.
We can negotiate with the West.
We
Well,
might need more archers.
look what that got you. Death. Now you're dead. And the people that remain are the people who are like, well, they're killing us, so I don't think we can negotiate any longer. And this is the results. I'm telling you, like, the American and Israeli doctrine of death and destruction has unironically caused this massive economic collapse.
Thranduil, if you could stand still for just a second.
Are the reason.
Second,
you know how
that would
America
be
said you
sick.
can't negotiate with terrorists? We can't negotiate with terrorists. That's what Iran should have been saying from the start.
It's about what is the worst single thing that can happen to the global
I'm gonna
economy.
go pee.
Well, it's kind of happening right now. So the Straits of Hormuz are
everyone,
effectively closed. I'll show you a chart on that
this
in a second.
position.
You've got the world's biggest oil terminal that is basically down, Ras Tanura in Saudi Arabia. You've got the world's biggest gas terminal, Ras Laffan, that is down as well, all because of drone attacks from Iran. You've got tanker attacks all through the Gulf and particularly around the Straits, but including in the north end of the Persian Gulf. Like I say, this is the kind of thing that scary scenarios built by economists have been kind of talking about for years. But what's the impact? And this is where things get kind of interesting and nuanced, because you might have thought with that happening, the oil price would go crazy. And it's certainly gone a lot higher. Look at that. Up by 15% in the last
Why do several of my shots not do any damage?
It hasn't gone up as much as the gas price. And here's where things get kind of interesting. So this is the gas price, actually in the UK. And that's up by 70%. And actually at one point, you can see the line's just about to come down. At one point, it was up by 100%. So it doubled. So why is there that difference between oil and gas? Well, in part, it's literally just a physical thing. It's quite hard to store gas, and so your kind of sensitivity to what's going on in the market is slightly greater. But to some extent, it's also something else. So if you look, for instance, at the oil market, it's quite well stocked at the moment. What do I mean by that? Well, this is showing you demand for oil in recent years, and projection there. And then look at supply, so this red line here. And you can see supply recently has been running above demand.
Okay,
This is old
infantry
news.
charge.
We're over 90 now. When is this from? It was 15 hours ago.
Extra green with Archer.
Flowing out there. And
I hate these range units so much. This, like not like these like
So here's the thing.
what are they called so much?
They also stopped
Walk riders. That's what they're called.
In order to kickstart, they're
so annoying to deal with.
The stockpile that they have. They're gonna burn through the stockpile that they have.
Like one thing is like units which are scary and strong, has a lot of armor. Another thing is like these guys which will just run around and just be incredibly obnoxious.
There's like a
very annoying enemy to fight.
Constraint here as well.
Yay, victory! We lost 5 units.
Which will, of course, certainly hit the.
Ooh, we got a rank with
which will inevitably increase the barrel prices.
Stocks, oil stocks. Every country around the world has some degree of oil storage. It's easier to store, like I say, than it is gas. You can store gas, but it's just a bit harder. But oil stocks have been rising in the run-up to what's happening now in Iran. So there's a little bit of reassurance there that, look, for oil, you know, we're kind of relatively well equipped as things go. However, it should be said, okay, so this is oil stocks mostly outside the Middle East, outside the Gulf. It's a totally different story if you're looking at oil stocks.
USS Gerald Ford passes the Suez Canal and enters the Red Sea. Here come the Houthis. Oh, shit.
Uh-oh.
What is this? Yes, a bit spammy. I know you're featured wearing your Zhongshan suit in a video about hate towards the Adidas Chinese jacket. Why Chinese netizens
Lembas
hate the
consumable.
Adidas Chinese jacket? Wait, is this person saying this sucks too?
Okay,
I know why the Chinese netizens hate the Adidas jacket, because it's not even like traditional Chinese gear. It's
what
from,
other missions do we have? Scouting
anyway, whatever.
sound.
What am I doing?
Load
What am I
bar,
doing?
rescue
ADHD,
prisoners.
Within the Middle East, here oil stocks are kind of a problem. Different countries here, now these are all oil producers, so it's a different thing, have a certain amount of leeway,
Okay,
a certain
why are
amount
they
of storage,
running?
that they can put their oil into if they can't get it out. But it's not that much. So Iraq, 6 days,
Okay, we're gonna
Kuwait,
save.
14
We're gonna
days,
just
UAE,
stay
19,
here.
and
Nice.
so on and so forth. And why does this matter? Okay. Well, have a look at this. Okay, so
come on, at this point,
The
the Houthi
Wolf
probably
long
won't join the
axe.
fight. Are you fucking insane? The Houthis absolutely will join the fight. Are you out of your fucking mind, chatter? What are you saying?
That's funny.
The only
Funny,
reason
silly
why
chatter.
they haven't fucking joined the fight thus far is because, from what I understand,
We need the
China is
dwarf long
trying
axe
to
so
keep
much.
things together between Iran and Saudi Arabia. But as soon as the Americans come in, if there's one group of people that want the fucking smoke in the region, it is the Ansar Allah movement. Oh my God, you're so wrong.
Yeah, do not mess with the Ansar Allah movement.
A population like the fucking people of Yemen, brother. What are you saying?
Speak the cap chief. I'm gonna serve a course. We need food. Alright, I'll bring food for you.
Yemen is already 2-0 against American forces, the American Navy. They've caused them to retreat
Actually, let's see. How much food do we have? 11. I'm not gonna give them all our food.
What is this? Oh.
There are barracks. I need volunteers.
What is this? Okay, I'm not gonna show this, chat. You're gonna get me fucking banned, okay? The Yemeni people are a very musical people, okay? They love their musicals, and I will say, I love their musicals too. But unfortunately, due to the fucking censorious nature of this platform that I'm on, I am incapable of showing you.
I will not return you guys in one piece. I'm very sorry.
Yemen so completely embarrassed the U.S. that the U.S.
King
directed
Brand,
the Saudis
was
to
it you I
resume their
need to
genocide?
report to
No.
during tasks?
No, the Saudis don't even want to fuck with the
West Camp and make
what?
sure it's
No,
arrested
you're
or something.
wrong. The Saudis literally cut a deal
Yes.
with the
if it's the
Saudis literally
correct
cut a
one,
deal
whatever
with
it's
the
camp. Okay, it's over
Houthis.
there.
You're
We can do
wrong.
that. Actually, wait. Before we go, where is... What's another location
Why
of
do you put the
Lord
Houthis and Yemeni
Bard?
people in the same
Well, then
boat
should we close the main
and the
room camp?
Iranians with the
Okay.
IRGC? These are not alien
That's Lord
entities,
Bard.
man.
Perfect.
These are not alien entities. These are
Well,
not
sounds
people.
indeed, I've got a gold.
These are not people that are like totally separate alien life form.
I'm not gonna capture
Where the
an
fuck
enemy
do you
for
think
you,
the
mate.
Houthi movement comes from? They
That is
are
impossible for me.
Zaidi Shia Yemenis. What the fuck? Does it help you? Does it make you feel indifferent Does it make you feel indifferent to the violence that America is subjecting these countries to when you make it feel like it's an alien life form? You know? Is that what it is?
Guildmaster, how can I say of course? Come on, give me some
between a
quests.
Sunni, Yemeni, and a Shia? Do American bombs distinguish between school children and IRGC commanders? If no, then there is functionally no reason to not cover it in the same exact way. I mean, they do think differently.
Of course,
you're missing the point.
Supply train,
this is like saying, why do you say Palestinian and Hamas as a collective unit?
Oh, what do
you need? What do you need to see? It does not matter if there is an ideological diversity or even friction amongst the masses.
Battle. Oh shit!
When American bombs blow up your home, they don't distinguish.
We need some more soldiers.
Gay Yemeni or homophobic Yemeni.
Import.
They don't distinguish between IRGC commander and regular Iranian citizen who actually hates the IRGC.
Still, barracks need volunteers.
The same
Just give me
for
whatever
the genocide
cheapest
that
units you
Israel
have,
committed
honestly.
in Gaza. There is no difference. So what is the difference of you and another American? None. None. What the fuck do you mean? Yes.
Give it to Dale Bowman, actually.
Yes.
Okay, you will be in that group.
If an
messenger.
alien life form came down and invaded the United States of America,
wait, what is
you
the
say
mission?
You are super different in many ways, brother.
Notes.
You are missing the point. If an
Go to
alien
a
life
faction
force
leader.
came down to
Sea
Earth
battle.
and destroyed
Here's
the
the
United
Lake Sound
States
speaks
of
a good
America
mother and your
and
aid to
killed
the
my
local
family
garrison.
members,
Okay.
they would not make that distinction. Okay, just as American bombs do not make that distinction between the ideological differences between the
Caravan,
Yemeni
it needs to go
population
stand
or
as
the
whole.
Iranian population.
Smithy, infantry sword.
Technologically
It
advanced
is.
societies,
If it wasn't
the
shipped,
weapons
it'd be
of
better than a
destruction
current
would not
weapon.
make such a distinction between me, my positions, my interests, and any other American.
So 12 units of supplies done. I'm gonna serve a course.
China
Nothing. Okay.
were to nuke the United States of America right now, if China were to drop a fucking North Korea, they won't. I'm not saying this is a
We've seen
likelihood
Lord
at all.
Howard,
I'm
we've
just
come to
using this as a
join our strengths
hypothetical
to
argument.
yours.
I'm not engaging in this like idiotic fucking
I need a
thing
Cape
where it's
crewman.
like,
Are you
"Oh,
ready to
you're
go to
gonna nuke us
ships?
or whatever."
Yes.
I'm not saying that.
Go with them, destroy their
But in a
fleet.
hypothetical situation where like some other country, some foreign adversary nuked Los Angeles, California, I would be dead. They wouldn't think, well, Hassan actually has a profound understanding of Chinese development in the People's Republic of China. I'd be dead. My loved ones would be dead all the same. This is the same kind of moronic chatter that would come in here defending the IDF for targeting only Hamas for 2 years while they engage in a ceaseless genocide without restraint. Exactly. How much extra time do you get on tests? Yeah. The difference in opinion amongst the masses is utterly irrelevant. It's not even a fucking talking point that I entertain in the situation because we bomb them all the same. Okay?
Okay, all units. Charge. Ah, the camera.
LMFAO, I think they're different.
No, my pack dwarf
does not matter. It is utterly
I hate the AI so much.
Because
the
you
pack
are
dwarf
not
was like alone in the middle of the enemy with
Mark
3 allies
9
like just
Reaper
wanking
drone.
next to it.
Okay? You are not a bunker buster bomb. You are not a Moab. You are not
And why
a
are they
BP bomber.
only armed with a spear?
When you bomb Iran,
Like, what is this
you bomb all of
society?
them
Come
all the
on,
same.
man.
No, you're fucking delusional
Okay,
enough
you
to
know
think
what?
that they have
I'm gonna
specific targets. Yeah, there you go.
that's
Thank
battle
you.
because that's
Thank you for
that's
finally
very annoying.
Thank you for finally arriving at the talking point that we know you were trying to say, but you were too pussy to fucking say it outright.
Okay.
Unless you personally believe that the little schoolgirls that were killed, 150 of them, were actually a direct military target. I bet you P sitting down. Aw. Aw. Do you personally feel like American force projection capabilities are diminishing, and that makes you feel less confident in American military superiority, even though American military superiority actually never did anything to materially improve your existence at all? Does it suck to finally come to the conclusion that all this endless death and destruction campaign is for virtually nothing? You can just chant USA, USA because you're the most castrated slave of all time?
Castrated slave of all time.
I say. They're going to find out later why we don't have health care, but one day they'll find out, just like the Ansar Allah movement was going to find out one day why we don't have health care. Bitch, you don't have health care. Get health care. Fight for health care now. Yeah.
All right, let's go up and kill
Look
those
how
archers.
Fast this dumb fuck gave up. He tried to come in here and be like, why do you say this? Why do you not make this separation about who's getting bombed? Which, you know, makes me feel a little bit better. Like, those guys
Maybe
deserve it,
reinforcements
right? Like, we're
arrived?
not killing
Where?
innocent children, right? I mean, even though we very clearly are. There's a current ongoing investigation that has basically revealed that America did deliberately target a fucking school and kill a bunch of 7 to 12-year-old girls, as a matter of fact. You know, we
Hope you're playing
went
video games
through
locked in
the
your room while your
dialogue
father's
tree,
yelling
you
on the other
exhausted
side of
all
the
the,
door.
options, and now you've arrived at the ultimate conclusion. USA, USA. I have health care. I thought Iran
True and
said
factual.
they did it. You don't think. You don't think at all.
So dumb.
This is cope. It's also.
Yay,
you
we
know,
won.
it's
I
also
wish the game would actually
propaganda
tell
that
me how
you
many units we
willingly
lost.
Sucked up.
Did we not lose any
Because
units?
you can't
I'm
comprehend
pretty sure
that
we
America
did.
could do such an evil thing because you've been
Well, whatever.
sold a lie your whole life.
Yay, we did it. Victory. Quartermaster, do you have a mission
Anyway,
for me
let's
now?
take a
Nope.
look at people that are, you know, people that were very
Right,
much
deal.
anti-IRGC. CBS has reached out to a man inside of Iran who took part in the massive anti-regime protests, says democracy has to come from the people and not foreign powers.
People in Iran, like any other
As I say, the American were defeated. 26 rank points and 4 influence with Dale. Nice. Okay.
we are not looking for war. There was a lot of issues
Well, to show the county that we're correcting with. Okay, no.
with their policies. They
When do you think people will learn?
I do like that there are new
'Cause, like,
missions. I just would like
this
that
last 2.5
if some of the missions
years
weren't BS, like the
of
refugee one.
genocide
Like that
and
one is.
how much
That
people's
one was
conscious,
is way too
collective
difficult.
conscious shifted from the
Dale bow
diametrical
is
opposite
oh
position
my
of
shit.
being,
That is so
either
much better than
indifferent to
the
Israeli violence
Mirkwood bow.
to
Is it?
supporting Israeli violence to now finding it to be morally repugnant.
96 accuracy,
If
93
you
speed.
had that ideological
So
journey,
less speed, more accurate, and a
why
lot
do
more
you
damage.
still come
Oh
in
wait,
here
it doesn't pen.
and
It doesn't.
try to
It
repeat
does
the
cut damage
same
and
fucking thought process
penetration damage.
now
Interesting.
with yet another instance? When will you fucking learn? Why? Why do you want to be the most castrated slave of all time? Why do you want to delude yourself into thinking that this guy Hassan, he must be anti-American. He's just probably
Give me a mission,
in
damn
support
it.
of the IRGC. He probably is getting paid by the Iranian government. Does that make you feel better about being wrong all the fucking time? Wake up. Why do you think there is a consistent instant vindication?
Oh my shit! The Dale
faster than
prison
ever
train,
before?
nice.
I told
Very
you
cool.
that the Iranian population, of course, once they got fucking bombed, would turn around and say,
Host.
please stop bombing us. Because
Wait,
those
is that
bombs
Grimborn?
do not distinguish between
Grimborn, stand still.
those who are anti-regime and
A
those
message
who
from
are
Lady Galadriel.
pro-regime.
You're welcome.
Okay? We are destroying
Dirty
one of the
Toss.
oldest cultures.
Thornstone
and one
Home,
of
which
the
are becoming the
oldest
Grey
cities
Mountains
in the
Gateway.
fucking planet. It's
Yes.
disgusting.
Kill Dale Caravan. Done, and we get to level up again.
Diaspora population
And now it's
and their
strength
advanced
15,
campaign
so we can get more
in the
HP
immediate
and some other stuff.
aftermath of the decapitation strike
Power throw,
was gonna look
power
really
strike. Let's actually go with that
shitty
instead.
in a matter of weeks. Turns out it has happened in a matter of days. Okay?
Wait, where's the messenger supposed to go?
So why? Why do you still do this?
No,
Why
it's
do you
called the messenger to the
still-
Wood Elf West
Why
Camp.
can
Okay,
you not let go of this
go with
mental
that.
block
pretty nearby.
that
Met with Elder, I
stops
can
you
save
from
a course.
seeing
What else? South
Something
Camp.
that's like super easy to understand.
No.
You cannot bring about liberation to a people by
That
blowing
is
them to
too
bits.
far away from where we're going.
It's that simple.
Yeah, they only impose their penetration damage instead of cutting damage. Which is why it's less, but that's fine because penetration damage goes through armor more.
This is delusional thinking.
In our childhood and my young ages, actually, best years of my life, we could have had better lives. What you had in US or what you had in UAE or any other country with the resources. I mean, the country.
Are you a
so
dwarf?
rich.
Of course I'm
Why
a
we
dwarf.
should
I'm
live
dwarf
like
maxing.
this? So that's
I'm
the reason I
dwarf.
say that they ruined our lives. I was in the protest, but I am not going to allow anybody else to come and destroy my homeland.
See, that's a real Iranian. I imagine a vast majority of Iranians feel this. Like, talk shit about Iran's government all you want.
They are trying to
they
this person
do not want the
most
country to be
sympathetic
colonized.
Iranian to the diasporoids, by the way.
Go another mission
I'm
done.
willing to bet.
Yeah, diasporoids will go insane over that. They will go insane over the fact that someone has a reasonable take.
An anti-IRGC Iranian living in Iran right now has way worse thoughts than this person. This is the nicest. This is the
They're blowing up heritage sites and civilian infrastructure, but be for real, this person. Exactly. Like, dude, it's like one thing, like, okay, murder of civilians, messed up. Killing the leader, like, okay, the top three, like, the trifecta. Killing the leader of another nation, this, killing hundreds of children, and destroying heritage sites. Thousand-year-old heritage sites. Or like 100-year-old heritage sites. Just anything. Why? Because they wanted to hurt. So much for helping the Iranian people. Like this is so shit that it's difficult to even meme about
There's a
Trump.
famous Chinese saying about this that encapsulates
To me,
the philosophy
which
behind Chinese
usually
non-intervention
requires
policy. Wow, this is
like that is a
fucking bar.
lot. Like that is.
If an egg is broken by an outside force, life ends. If broken by an inside force, life begins.
I saw. Okay, I
Great
see what
things always begin
the thing
from the
Hassan is
inside.
saying. I've seen in some TikTok or somewhere. Also, we can find a World Matok. I just realized. Hell
I
yeah.
agree, but I have friends who are for this war. They argue that bombing can bring peace, and they say, look at Germany now or Japan. I know, it's cope. It's cope.
That is
it's cope,
insane.
It's cope.
Japan and Germany
cope.
weren't colonized like in the same way. Like no, actually, yeah, they were not colonized. They were made into satellite states,
Okay. And are
but they were
in
not
Tehran is the
colonized. They're
real
not made into
question, but,
colony satellites. They were made
if
into
they're
just
not
you
in
know
Tehran,
like
then don't
like
listen to them regardless.
vassal
And even if
states.
they're in Tehran and they're saying no,
Like
these
they're
bombing
just they're
campaigns,
just like
Trump,
okay, they're
Donald
under the
Trump,
control of America, but not just all
bombing
the resources have to be
Tehran.
taken from the
people
countries
that
and
are
be brought
inside
back to
Tehran saying
America.
that,
That's where
the
Iranians
numbers are going to
faces when their
diminish
countries
as
want a
the
piece of
bombings continue.
piecemeal from America,
And not
banking
only
separatist
that,
groups. Yep.
But there were voices inside of
Japan
Iraq
literally dodged
that were
colonization by
celebrating
closing
the
up
American
colonial powers.
military
Yeah.
occupation.
I mean,
Those
they also
voices went awfully quiet.
I mean, it was also just
Some of
like
those
because they're
people took
afraid
up
of the
arms
communists.
against
It's
the
just like, oh,
American
so they went ultra
okay?
lenient on
The American
Japan,
occupation.
which is just stupid. Like
It's
they,
that simple. Like it's just so stupid.
the Japanese would have like gotten rid of their monarchy as
Look
well,
at
but nope.
Russia's intervention in Ukraine. Look at Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Look at Russia's bombing campaigns in Ukraine. Eastern Ukraine was quite sympathetic to Russia before the invasion. They're not sympathetic any longer. Why the fuck do you think that is? Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that they got bombed. They got killed. I've brought this up over and over again, and people simply do not understand.
Mr. Storm Stonehelm. And we also need to go to a faction leader, anyways.
I would
Rescue
love for people to post
prisoners,
like this to, on their social media
defend
to go live under bombs
refugees,
for a
supply
few
great
years or a
mountains,
few
get rid of
days, and then we
enemies
can
of
revisit the
food.
conversation about how scary
Right,
bombs
we
are
need to buy
comparatively.
food.
Bombs are frightening, but for Iranians, the regime itself has been far more terrifying. Like this is cope. This is just propaganda. This is just pro-Israeli propaganda. And it's very shitty propaganda because if you just like fucking close your eyes and think for 3 seconds, you will realize there has never been an instance where bombing has brought about like a democratic process for the fucking population. Even the most sober assessment, well, not the most sober assessment, but even the most pro-American assessment has to openly reckon with the fact that American regime change that has come
Matt
as a consequence of bombing campaigns
I'm
has led
dwarf
to worse
maxing now, for
conditions
real.
overall in an infinitely larger amount of times, then leading to liberal democracy. Okay? That's why you have to go back all the way to fucking, well, Nazi Germany. Again, military occupation. And even then, there was no denazification that took place regardless.
Yeah, and
Or
look at where
Japan.
Germany's at now.
Again,
Shithole.
military occupation.
It's in the sense of, like, you know, with the amount of Nazis being propped up. Japan and Russia, but don't worry, the shitty AI line is coming to save you. Yeah, dude, that shit was so cringe. I hate that. Like AI art. Ugh. I used to want to live in Germany. Yeah, no.
Yes, we have
It is
problem.
insane.
We have serious problem. But I am
You still
not
middle script.
going to resolve those problems.
Save those building scouts.
So they have to leave it to ourselves. That democracy, you know, can happen, but it takes time. It comes from the people. They have to demand a democracy. It's an internal issue, and if somebody from outside is going to put some people in charge for any reason, even without considering people's interests, they are not going to bring us freedom. They are not going to bring us democracy. I never cannot believe that an external power can bring democracy into Iran. Although that I'm extremely unhappy with the regime, with the economy, all these things, I'm not supporting them, honestly. But missiles and rockets are attacking Iran. You know, it's my land, it's my homeland. I mean, it takes decades and years to be repaired. People were crying, some of the innocent people were injured. When there is missiles, jets,
Not just some people were injured, like literally killed. Again.
Oh God, ew.
Then, you know, the economy would be damaged worse than what currently see. We were the people who tried to build this country, irrespective of all those restrictions internally and.
I'm sorry, the amount of fucking drool on the ground right now is a puddle, okay?
Oh, Kaya. Okay. Alright, some scouts, yep.
Oh. Holy shit, she just
One
spat
queen with Master
everywhere. She
Archer.
got so excited. She was just literally fucking drooling like I was like a goddamn puddle.
That reminds
next
me,
to
I'm gonna drink some water. Just a minute.
Why did they do that? Why do they want to eat it out of your hand so much? No, it's not that she wanted to eat it out of my hands. She wants to pick it up gently.
We were very much Bashar Soul, like a few days before the war
So
started.
she's like demonstrating restraint.
When US refueling
And the
planes
problem is while she's demonstrating restraint,
station
she
here,
can't
they're still here.
stop
The
her
Iranian
drool
embassy even
from
called us
fucking
out.
flying everywhere.
Yep. Unironic, and that
Ugh.
ironically makes you into a target. Why the Mirkwood foragers going into the Rune War Party? You know what? Okay, screw it. We're rushing to their aid. At least this is a decent map against a cavalry force, but damn.
Freedom into Iranians' life. I believe the country with bad regulation is better than a country with chaos. Now we are going into chaos. To me, it's very dark. The future is very dark.
Okay, station you guys like so.
My husband told me he saw people on the internet that your dog died. Why do people think that? Why do people think that? Because they're fucking stupid. Like, I don't know. People lie. People lie about me all the time. And this is another one. They've just decided. They've realized that.
The enemy cavalry is very confused.
What happened is they realized that most people won't check, and most people don't give a shit. There was a tweet with like 70,000 likes saying you killed her. Yeah, that's what it is. People are like incredibly fucking easily duped.
Infantry,
and
where you
incredibly
at?
Gullible and incredibly dumb. and there is no.
Okay, everyone ceasefire.
Like, in the current misinformation environment that we're in, in the current misinformation, no, they're trying to bother you. They know it gets back. I mean, it doesn't really bother me. I don't give a shit. Yeah, my dog is dead. You know, what do you mean? I don't necessarily think they're like duped by it. I'm sure there are some people that are duped by it, but like for the most part, I think they're just trying to like cause derailment.
Okay, waiting for the enemy to approach a little bit.
Oh yeah, I was gonna show you the Iranians inside of Iran reacting to the diaspora Iranians celebrating and dancing. This is a video I was gonna show you as well. Let's take a look.
What is this? I want to see this. I doubt they're even Iranian. Your own parents are living in this country. Are they Iranian? I don't know what these people are happy about. They're ignorant and senseless people. They're both traitors to people and traitors to their homeland. Dirty people. All the pressure we're under comes from hypocrites and internal agents. People like those who sit in foreign countries, living their comfortable lives, chanting slogans that they're patriots. We are Iranian. They're killing 100 students. They're killing the people of Iran. The real patriots are those who come out into the streets on cold nights for the Islamic Republic and sit here mourning the father. Do you expect a country that has brought prosperity to no one to bring it to you? Ooh, that's a good one. Why would you think something like that? Do you think a country that brings prosperity to no one to bring it to you?
Only, I have no
that
clue
is
what's
well
going
said.
on. They're just literally repeating the Hasanabi lines over and over again. Why do you think that this bombing campaign is going to be good? How can you say that about your own people? How can you claim to be a fucking patriot? Bro, they are also supporting IR.
They've spun up, they blew a school for kids and reload our kingdom. The empire cannot suck up America's ass. We don't want masses to enslave you as well. It's to spit. I'm Australian. Our media hardly even covered it. Yeah. Danish media also sucks ass. Like genuinely like Zionist freaks. Like actual like racist wankers. Like insanely racist.
Who the fuck do you
people
think
like they're just liberals. Like your average European liberal. Like most woke European liberal.
People who support the Iranian
Look at that. As soon as we told the units have fired Will, they're just destroying them.
Are you fucking stupid? What do you mean? You left out the part where they support the Ayatollah. We are just saying, look at both sides. Why don't you go to MAGA and ask about America? Are you fucking dumb?
I mean, MAGA would be 100,000% justified in defending America if something similar to America were to happen. It will never happen, of course, but you know, let's say in a scenario where the MAGA are Iranian or whatever, that is justified. Because they're defending their country versus a colonizer. Also, what is going on with the camera?
If an alien life force started
okay, Hassan is literally saying the thing that I just said.
Would you turn around and go, well, these guys are MAGA. Let's not hear from them. Like, this is fucking
Please, let's give you
idiotic.
even more money for submarines that haven't even arrived. Oh yeah, shit, that stuff as well. Where are our archers?
It's so
what are they doing?
strange to me.
There you go. Damn, he got kirked up. He got kirked down.
The IRG supporters are a minority and they don't want freedom of religion. I don't think their opinion matters. Of course their fucking opinion matters, you moron. A lot of people are happy. Oh my god, you're so fucking stupid.
Alright, archers go a little bit back. Infantry go over here.
You are deluding yourself. You are deluding yourself. This conversation didn't start and begin and end with the IRG supporters.
Their positions.
No, it doesn't. I need you to understand something that I keep repeating. Americans deserve nothing. Holy fuck.
Infantry
I agree.
charge.
Holy shit.
That's why Hassan has so much patience. He really does.
The Ayatollah, the people who support the IRGC are still.
And he's not even using the
Iranian
soundboard.
people.
The soundboard is wild. Oh shit.
That's number one.
So heavy cavalry.
I don't want MAGA to fucking die in a
Losing a
nuclear
bunch of
holocaust,
units.
just as much as I don't want anyone else to die in a nuclear
We're losing a bunch of units, but that's fine. We'll get a bunch from the
I'm
thingy.
anti-war, and I don't think the war will bring positive change. Okay, I'm glad. I'm glad that you're anti-war and you don't think the war will bring positive change, except you're literally trying to fucking cope and delude yourself into thinking that, like, no, Iranians are actually celebrating this. I'm anti-war. Iranians are actually celebrating this war, though. So we must celebrate it, too. Girly pop, I'm Iranian people. I don't care that you're girly pop Iranian people. This is a ridiculous fucking
girly
statement.
pop. I'm Iranian people. Okay, then you're okay. Even if that person is literally living in Iran, they're an idiot. Like, congratulations.
It is no different than
I say that from one brown person to another, or about another.
It's dumb as
like,
fuck.
okay, fine. You're an idiot. You're an absolute dipshit who loves your people being murdered.
Do you not understand? I don't
If you can even
care.
call them
It
your
doesn't
people.
matter to me at all if you're
We just heard from
Iranian or
Iranians to
not.
see these people
What
trade
matters
us.
to me
Yeah.
is what you're saying. If you
Ooh,
come
nice.
in
We
here
got
and you
14
tell
rank
me,
points to
oh,
influence
well, some
for
Iranian
this
people are celebrating it. Okay,
rescue
I don't
mission.
give a shit. Who gives a fuck? It's ridiculous. I hate the diaspora celebrating. Okay, but like, what do you mean? You said you hate the diaspora celebrating, but then you also said these guys are, well, there's people in Iran that are celebrating. Okay, who gives a fuck? There were people in Iraq that were celebrating the American intervention. How'd that work out for them?
And prisoners. Oh my shit. Come on. Why can we only have 5 prisoners? Shit. War Rider of Rune, Rune
It's just
Swift
like the Cuban
Horseman.
diaspora in the U.S. I had white Cuban friends tell me why they think Cuba should be on the receiving end of the same shit, and they cannot grasp the idea that
Veteran
they are
horse
from
archer,
capitalist families
veteran
that were doing
swift
great under
horseman.
Batista. It doesn't matter. Even if someone was from a fucking poor family, even if someone is like a Afro-Cuban
Only one high quality scrap.
How do you say it? Is if
Okay, we
someone is a
need
black
to
Cuban,
increase the
poor
amount of
Cuban,
prisoners
doesn't
we can
fucking
have.
matter to me. Anyone that says this is what
For the
Cuba
next time we
deserves
get into a battle
is
like this.
fucking insane. Okay.
Bow Dwarf, yeah.
Afro-Latino, Afro-Cubano.
Galadriel, Royal Warden. With Master Archer.
This is what I mean when I say, like, it's utterly irrelevant what your background is. What is relevant is what you're saying. If you are justifying through standpoint of epistemology American intervention, American bombing campaigns, then your opinion is wrong. I will have that conversation with you every single day of the week if you want to, and I do seemingly have this conversation virtually every single fucking day.
Yeah, units are quite expensive.
Most of these countries will be hoping to get their oil, and this is what has always happened.
Right, let's go to
You
Arable.
drill your oil, you pump it out, and you ship it onto tankers
shit, Mirkwood
through the
Foresters.
Straits of Hormuz. That's the way things work.
Only one
But if
unit
you can't
left
do that, if you
of
can't
those
get
Mirkwood
the oil
Foragers.
out, then you have to do something, and you basically kind of exhaust all of that storage time. So in the case of Iraq, 6 days, in Kuwait, not much more. Then after that period, you have to do radical things like starting to shut down your production. And when you start shutting down production, that's a real problem for oil facilities. Sometimes you can cause long-term damage that basically means you're just not going to get as much oil out in the future. That's kind of what's happened in Venezuela recently. So there's real profound questions about how long this lasts and how long the Straits of Hormuz is essentially closed.
I published an op-ed in The Guardian today about this, exactly this, from a Cuban American. Cosmic Yawn.
Ouch.
You know we have the same friends, right? Oh my God. That's crazy. As you link this to me, one, I already saw this. Two,
Nice, we got
Good
some more
op-ed.
rank points, saving them just in time.
and three, literally as you were
Thorns
linking
Stonehelm.
this to me, other people were linking it at the same time. Some of our mutual friends were linking it at the same
Thorns
time.
Stonehelm is over there.
And yes, it's a good op-ed.
Guess you dodge a bullet, but careful, Maus ist überall.
Yes, I've been on
Why
your
would
stream
you
before
say
with the
that?
Cuban doctor. Yes. I know.
Okay, where is Mr. Stonehelm? Torrance Stonehelm, there we go.
Anyway.
I bring a message from Chief Grimborn.
We'll talk. We're gonna get
to
to Cuba in a
task.
little bit. Let's finish
When I
this.
say
Are
essentially
you up for a
closed,
fight?
Well, as we always talk about, is it closed, isn't it closed? Well,
Don't really want
this
to. You know what?
shows
Fine, we'll do it. Captain
Tanker
and
going in
Commander.
and out
Kill
Straits
Power
Times
and
in
Ryan. It's so
recent
funny. There are
months.
hogs everywhere of any type.
Attacks
I was
begin.
really annoying
Look
once
at
when
what
some of
happens to
Hassan
those
shadows were
flows.
surprised to find that there are hogs in China. It's like,
I mean,
of
it's
course there are humans with
basically
individual thoughts,
It's
not a
basically
monolith.
closed
Yeah,
in pragmatic terms.
exactly. Well
And
said.
that has serious consequences.
King Dane
that
Ironfoot.
will kind of
Ah,
mount up
Schremdorf,
the
it's
more
good to have you.
time elapses.
It is good you have come.
But as I was
Or was
saying
it
a second
also
ago,
we need to
it's not
capsule
just oil and
alliance
gas.
for?
Okay, so
What's
obviously we
going
focus a lot on
these
oil and
gathers?
gas, but there are products that are made from oil and gas that are also
About the
incredibly
longest fight
important.
lines of
Think about
people.
like jet fuel, kerosene.
Okay.
That is up
What's
by
Surreal?
52%.
Fascists will only initiate sieges when they're strong enough. War cinema is going to be siege if the factions weaken though enough. Usually the capital will be sieged last. If faction loses the capital, they'll be defeated. Factions gain strength from victories in the field and from holding certain key settlements. Factions lose strength from defeats in the field or from losing settlements. So quest events can affect faction strength. You can find current faction mentioned, so you can see that from
pragmatic question about how much storage of this stuff
Oscars and
do
those
we
who
actually
recently
have.
so far that was no
Fertilizer. So a lot of fertilizer
You
kind of,
I need a good warrior to find me 6 enemy prisoners, then may
that
question
also
them.
comes from
Of course.
the Gulf. It passes through the Straits of Hormuz.
Can I give him like
Anticipating that
6 prisoners
the
right
prices are
now?
up by 30% since January. And if you look at other things, so this is rather more obscure, but nonetheless you'll see pretty important. Helium. Who knew? Helium. Actually, for the most
You don't
part,
understand,
it's
China isn't
made
allowed
in
to
the
have
process
hogs.
of kind of refining natural gas.
The MAGA
And so a
diaspora is
third
so
of the world's helium
exhausting.
comes from Qatar. Well, that's not happening right now. It's not being produced because Ras Laffan is down, so you're just not getting that. 1/3 of the world's helium. That is significant not just for party balloons for kids' parties. If you want to run an
I'm part of the Iranian diaspora, and I agree with Hassan. This war isn't good and won't help anyone. Iran will become Syria if it's lucky. I've been able to contact my family back home, and they fully support it, which is really hard to process, knowing this could lead to their demise. I've never really liked the regime and have been harassed endlessly by the morality police, but the war isn't the answer either. Yes, I think that's the important part. There's more than one way to accomplish a goal. This isn't the best way, and the intention of the U.S. and Israel isn't going to bring democracy or peace. It's to destabilize and destroy Iran. Exactly. Okay? Iran, like, this is literally what I talked about with a Iranian professor at UBC, a professor from Fordham, right? This is exactly what I talked about. Remember? American sanctions and American destabilization has set back Iranian efforts in having any sort of popular mobilization or having any sort of real democratic process in Iran. American destabilization is what has caused the Iranian government to engage in even more repressive forces over and over again. This is how it works in every country. In every country where America has a grand design, this is what happens. Some are fortunate enough through hard work, through resilience, through not having the same like geographic limitations, are able to overcome that. China
Right,
is
we
one
want to
example
recruit
of
this healer
right?
person.
But other countries are not so fortunate.
Daniel, how it been? I might be using a company.
Iran's
Fan uses battle, I don't care.
misfortune is the
what?
fact that it is in such
That's
close
what we get. Wait, what?
proximity to Israel.
Oh, do I not have good enough relations with Dale?
Unlimited appetite for death and destruction. Cuba's
that's a
biggest
waste of time.
misfortune is its close proximity to the United States of America.
Green
China's
Mountains
biggest fortune, on the
Gateway.
other hand, aside from the resilience
Chief,
of the
yes, you
people,
have 11
is
units of
that it's
food.
very far away from America.
Capsmiths, find wolf sword.
$100 what matters. So this is Hassan's motive. As much as he acts like he's on the peace side, his main intention is that Muslims shouldn't lose their power in the Middle Eastern diaspora, and Iran is the main propagator of Islam that funds other countries to convert their people. If Iran loses power, Muslims lose power,
What the
and therefore
shit?
Hassan Abi as a Muslim guy has no relevancy to act supreme over the American government.
Okay. What? Okay, that's
Brother,
a funny
you know I'm
shadow.
Turkish, right? Or maybe you don't. Or maybe look into the
Yeah, Muslim. Yeah, true. Iran is upholding Muslim power across the world,
some kind of like
as we all
religious reason
know.
for this. But it's
And Hassan is a
funny 'cause,
Muslim
like,
sleeper
there are
agent.
Religious, still a Muslim. Yeah, I know. What you're describing is racism.
That's exactly how a running guy no talk to me. Wait, really? like that chatter?
It's a very low IQ trait
That's awesome.
to have. It's a very low IQ way of thinking in general. But it's also the wrong kind of racism anyway, because like I'm Sunni.
Islamophobic is already not permissible since post 9/11. True. He called me an Islamist, although I've never even mentioned Islam once.
It's all the same, but it's actually very different.
I mean, these people are very stupid. So unfortunately, it does make sense to me.
At all.
Oh shit! Woodsman Village is under siege. Uh-oh.
I'm a firm and committed believer in secularism.
Isis Gilead has been besieged.
Yeah,
okay.
No, it is.
By the Gondorians. I mean, W. Yes, sir. I'm your escort. Are we close enough to the settlement now?
It is.
Yes, we are. There we go.
And it's not even like the advanced racism necessary to comprehend what's going on here.
Whether it goes to communism, Islam, immigrants, etc. Yup. Always the same shit. Notes. Bring 6 prisoners. Capture enemy commander.
I don't think you'll be able to comprehend it.
Rescue 12 prisoners.
Stop reading
rescued
them
so
out
far.
loud.
7.
No, I enjoy
Defend
it.
refugees. Okay.
He called you a secret Korean in a Muslim way. Yeah, he's doing Japanese style racism, but even then, he's not doing it correctly.
I think today.
Gotta save the Muslim Brotherhood, brother. Do you think the Muslim Brotherhood, the Muslim Brotherhood is Sunni? Okay. Iran is Shia.
I can't wait till we get some heavy armor, by the way.
They're not super fond of one another.
Whips Nagamora, if you're in battle, was clear has been besieged. Okay, rip.
Hamas is one of the only.
War
Hamas
party.
started as an Islamic charity. Is a Muslim Brotherhood cutout.
Okay,
or
rip.
was a
We did
Muslim
not make
Brotherhood
it.
cutout. Not that it fucking matters, but
Go.
Hamas is the only Sunni group that Iran has offered support to.
Take a quartermaster. I can say, of course. Trains to Thranduil's horse. Sure, why not?
He's rage baiting you. I mean, he's not succeeding because I'm not raging.
Barding Bowman. Okay, here you go. You can have your units back. Northman Auxiliary. We can have some cavalry. Sure, why not? Dale Sergeant.
Anyway, racism or bigotry? I mean, it is. Racism is a bigotry. Say it in Turkish so he thinks you're cursing him. No, it's.
Hassan Piker killed his fucking dog. I don't care what the cause of death actually gets confirmed as. No, Hassan Piker killed his fucking dog. Hassan Piker killed.
What is this?
I mean, that is funny.
Kaya is dead.
That must be a
Yes,
joke.
it's
That person
shocking.
must be joking.
The whole Shakar thing was such an obvious op by right wingers, and so is this. There's literally one tweet posted randomly by some dude, and people think his dog.
Okay, this
actually
person
exists. It was
surely
literally
aren't
on
they
stream hours
memeing?
ago.
Like, surely they're memeing. It can't be that. It can't be that stupid. I see
This
that
is where
someone
it's
found the
coming
pray to
from.
Allah.
Spreading
Shimon
misinformation
Perez.
is fun.
Yo, what's up, Dumpling? How you doing?
I see
Shimon
why so many
Perez.
people do it. The appeal of spreading misinformation in politics. Misinformation
fucking
has
dog.
become a significant
shit, we
challenge
don't
in
wanna
today's
sell
political
these.
landscape, captivating the attention of many.
I've been wanting to say that for a while.
What?
Well, I'm glad you're able to get it out. I need to choose what my favorite nickname is between,
the appeal of
or
spreading
like,
misinformation in politics.
what my favorite, the favorite reaction I elicit, like from my name.
What the fuck?
That my name elicits. I need to choose what my favorite
Ludwig
one
died?
is. Whether
He
it's
killed Destiny?
Shimon
When did this
Perez
happen?
or Dr. Yasman, who keeps saying Shimona, which someone in, like, I remember there was a guy in public school also used to do that.
This Groper got
I don't remember if he was annoyed by it back then. I'm not nowadays.
Misinfo right wingers spread that a week ago.
I don't mind that
To
stuff.
check if it's true. It started on Twitter by a Groper, if I recall correctly. Yeah, who gives a shit? Whatever.
MRI scanner, you need helium. Because what's helium really good for? It's good for cooling. Cooling things down to kind of near absolute zero temperatures.
Shimon and
is
Bengali
exactly
type
what you need for
Pokemon,
an
my
MRI scanner,
Shimon.
'cause it needs to run these superconducting magnets. You can't do anything superconducting. You can't run quantum computers. You know, the future.
The
of
worst I'll do
computing,
is not acknowledge
you
it.
need helium for it.
Mainly
And a
because
lot of
that is kind of
helium,
funny.
all of a sudden,
It's kind
is
of
not
funny if I
available
don't acknowledge
anymore.
it.
You see where this is going. All of these unexpected knock-on
Usable metal
consequences
scraps. We're keeping a
from
bunch
what's
in
happening
case
in
we
Iran
have
at
a
the
mission
moment
for
and in
it.
the Gulf. Sulfuric acid,
I'm gonna serve a
again, even more
course.
obscure, I'm afraid.
Refugees to Thranduil's halls. Yep, we can do that. I
Sulfuric
hope.
acid production,
I
that
think.
comes
Cool.
from the Gulf, and without sulfuric acid, you can't make explosives. Without sulfuric acid, you can't refine things like copper. And so all of a sudden, copper prices are going up as a result, or at least are likely to go up because the cost of refining it is going to go up too. So it's not just oil.
I want to get some
it's not
traits.
just gas,
That would be
and
sick.
Also, it's not just the things that are made.
I mean, I have to keep standards here. We cannot acknowledge every version of it. My Shemper.
This is one of the world's biggest
Shemper is something
just outside of Dubai.
I have like used before I even started streaming, just because I thought, you know, video games. Oh shit! Alright, refugees. This is the other way. No, we go the other way.
And then passes through to
Don't. Okay, run over here. Run this way instead.
And it's
Where are my refugees? Where did they go?
For those who live
Where my
within the
refugees
Gulf,
go?
Because this was the main place that was receiving all the shipments of food
come on.
and grain that can no longer
Rubbish.
easily pass through the Straits of Hormuz. So it's not just a problem for those of us who live outside the Gulf. It is a big problem, maybe even bigger, for those who live
Right, we need
within
actually
the
more
Gulf.
soldiers, I
Because
think.
you've got questions of whether you can actually get that stuff.
Not Lookout
and you've
Dwarves.
got
We want
questions of
Warrior
what happens
Dwarves
to
and
the
whatnot.
wider
Iron House
economy.
Warrior.
A really good way of kind of illustrating this.
Arden
is
Warrior
thinking
Dwarf.
about the
No, we'll
airports,
just take the cheaper
there.
ones because we
You
can
might
train
have
them.
travelled via Dubai Airport. It wasn't that long ago that it was relatively small compared with the big
Actually, I
beasts
want
of
to
the
remove our
airport world.
soldiers
Just
here.
showing you the size of these airports. You've got Heathrow at the top there. Paris, Hong Kong, Frankfurt, Amsterdam. But look, over time, we're passing through from the 2000s to 2010. Over time, look at how Dubai Airport overtook everyone and established itself as comfortably the world's biggest airports. And remember that.
Dead.
You're dead. You're dead. You died. Kaya, you're dead.
Okay,
You're not
wait, do we have two
dead.
caravans? Oh,
What
right,
are
we
you
do.
doing? It's the ghost of Kaya. Oh, someone wants more treats?
Oh shit, Gundabad Raiders are killing Dale Foragers. Let's see if we can save them in time.
You want a treat? They're dead killed.
Kaya, SMH, pay attention.
No, you want a
True.
treat?
No. So cute.
Oh shit. Want a treat?
I mean, we no, I already read that.
What do you
Enemies
want?
over there.
Would you like a treat? What are you smelling? Oh no, that's just the trash.
Okay. Put an infantry here, archers here, cavalry here. Gotta move on.
Oh, okay.
Did it not move my infantry? Come
I'll
on.
give you another one. I'll give you another one.
I told
How
you
old
to
is she
move
now?
there.
As of yesterday, she's 3 years old.
Also, shield wall.
Okay, now that you had your burger, you can have a sweet treat. Okay, no, back up. Oh God. Oh, nasty. You are a nasty girl. Okay, sit.
Okay, you
Kaya,
guys
sit.
stand here. You guys stand there.
Girl. Kaya, down.
Oh shit! They have a troll.
Roll over.
The troll has a shield and a sword. When did they add that?
Okay.
I was buying Terror Roasting for faking out offers of treats, constant mania. True.
She's so fat.
Literally starving
She's
her.
the fattest girl in the land.
Can't believe she's fat shaming his dog. It's so messed up. Why are Northern retainers not... Okay, cavalry charge, infantry charge. Oh shit! It knocked me out. We killed it! I'm annoying, I did not get the kill, but whatever.
She always looks back
It'd be
at me
like
when I
that.
give her this treat, like as though she's like, this is shameful.
Okay,
like, I'm not
archers,
supposed to be
could you
having
like
this. It's too
spread
good.
out
It's
so you don't
decadent.
stab stand on each other's asses.
This one fucks her up.
Trying
This
to
is
fight the
same as
enemy.
Yesterday.
Like, could you not?
Yesterday, she was literally leaning.
New enemies have arrived? What? Now they're not even firing their arrows. I'm getting so annoyed. They have a cave troll, yep. Then the cave troll came out of the cave and knocked me the shit out.
Oh, dude. She's savoring it. She's savoring it. Oh,
Okay,
God.
idiot. Look at this idiot. Getting knocked out by a bloody
I ain't
orc.
fucking with that ghost dog shit bug. I agree. It's messed up.
Ghost dog.
Ghost dog. All right, let's fucking skip this video. The rest of this video.
We begin this hour with the worldwide impact of the
I
war.
kind of want to get
in
an
Iran.
energy
The
drink,
US
but
and Israel
I'm not sure that's
continue
a
to
good idea.
strike new targets throughout Iran.
But also-
and that country's most powerful ally, China, is calling for peace talks.
Okay.
China is by far the biggest
Liberal, liberal, liberal, liberal, liberal, liberal, liberal, liberal, liberal, happy fun, la la la, human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia.
Good morning, Adriana. That's right. China is sending a special envoy to the Middle East in the hope
So I'm just going very
of
smelling
trying to
food.
de-escalate tensions. But when
Steal it.
President Trump arrives here in Beijing in just over 3
Anti-missile ships launched against Abe Lincoln. Moment the Iranian Navy launched anti-ship cruise missiles at aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln. Unknown date. First attack claimed.
Okay, I'm
was
redoing
with,
this battle. This is
anti-ship
the
ballistic
dumbest shit
missile by
ever.
the IRGC. Second attack claim was withdrawn
I
by
do
the
not
IRGC
recognize
again,
this
likely
battle.
Qadar
That's being real.
380. I mean, I don't know. We have to see.
weeks, energy security will certainly be top of the agenda for President Xi. Under bleak winter skies, thousands of
following me
delegates
and
arrived
hold
in
your fire.
Beijing for one of the most important dates in China's political calendar, the National People's Congress. But overshadowing proceedings, seismic events about 3,500 miles away.
Okay,
as the
their
war in
outfits
Iran
are
continues
fire.
with no end in sight. Are you concerned about the war in Iran and how
Like their
it will
clothes
affect China?
look so cool.
Do you think that this is part of President Trump's plan to contain China? The US-led war on Iran has exposed China's Achilles heel, its reliance on oil and natural gas from the Persian Gulf. China is
China's
the largest
Achilles
importer of energy
heel?
in the world, and
I
buys
don't
nearly
think it's gonna
all of
hurt China
Iran's
as much as they're
sanctioned
saying,
oil.
as much as it's gonna
Right
hurt
now,
Japan and
its
stuff.
energy supply line
China
is
has a
being
shitload of
severely
renewable
disrupted.
energy and other alternatives.
China
Like,
is
do you
also
reckon
one of Iran's
it'll hurt
closest
them?
allies.
But I don't think it'll hurt them that as much.
Inside the Great Hall of the People, Chinese leader Xi Jinping watched on as the premier delivered the annual report and his country unveiled its new 5-year plan focusing on becoming technologically self-reliant. Well, the 5-year plan
Everyone fire
is
at
critical
will.
in setting out China's strategy. The outcome of the war in the Middle East could have a much larger impact on the long-term future of China's economy. Facing a growing rivalry with the US, China is continuing to spend on defense and is aiming for global supremacy in selected
Okay,
areas of technology,
can we like aim for this
including AI and
orc
quantum computing.
that's running into our
Beijing's
lines?
own vision for the future. Now, China is doing everything it can to shore up its
Don't let it fire. Nice.
stockpile of oil, but
Okay, good.
there could be benefits for China
Inventory
if this
charge.
is a protracted conflict. If the US is draining all its resources.
Wait a minute. I thought this was really bad for China.
Right, archers, fire.
What? But all the OSINT guys are telling me this is really bad for China. China gonna learn why we don't have health care. You know? What happened? What the fuck happened?
Its military hardware, and also then losing
Come
focus
on,
its
man.
greatest power
Also, what are my
rival.
units
It
doing?
could, in fact, benefit China, Vlad.
Yeah, Anna, we've just
Thank you guys for holding the line formation.
of what's happening in the Middle East is the China angle, which you've been covering, and I know it's not easy to cover
Like-
the news from Beijing. So thank you very much.
Why is that unit so fucking broken? Come on!
I know it's really
And-
hard to
okay, the
cover
camera
from
is a little bit
Beijing.
frustrating
yeah, she's
as
having
well.
A really hard time in Beijing. It's so bad. It's so bad for her. Her steak too.
What did he write?
Juicy, her lobster too buttery.
It knows how strange everyone news media is so strange. If they can't get jobs in country, China's building for the future, unlike us, have to be the West sort of mercenary. Yep. Pretty much even on more crimes for America. Yep. Must be nice to have a military industrial base where one screw isn't $2 billion priced by war profiteers.
Because the power really is centralized at the top. The question is, when do they come to the table and start to say this is really hurting our economy to the United States? What is the end game here?
Well, and as you heard, a less than 5% growth target. We haven't seen that from them. Then you have to pay for more expensive oil. It's going to put a crunch on them.
Yep, it's going to hurt. All right, Anna Corn.
How many units did we lost? 8.
Oh, this part of the story, you know, I gotta flex a little bit, okay?
Oh.
The
Battle
other
one,
side
finally.
of the story is, of course, the
2
Trump
Iron Homes miners dead. 2 Lookout Torch dead. 1 Northman Auxilia dead.
also sees the same reports that we're seeing, right?
1 Dunedin
Probably
Ranger
a
and 1
much
Galadriel
better
Warden dead.
assessment
Okay, it's
of
not
how
too
things
bad
are
in terms of
going.
casualties, but
And yet-
not great either.
It's interesting the way he's trying to, you know, the way he's trying to communicate, like, who's on the winning side here. And part of that has been for Trump consistently claiming that Iran is desperate for a negotiation, with the Iranian government over and over again repeatedly saying in American news, that's not the case at all. I don't know where the fuck you're getting that from. And then I think some of you are silly. Yes, this will hurt. This will hurt for Chinese. The oil supplier is tanking, and the oil price is skyrocketing. Similarly, how it hurts us, but we're less dependent on Gulf energy. It is bad for China's economy, but good for Chinese military interests. Yes, I'm talking about the broader picture here.
Nope, we're not
Because
going
at the
there.
end of the day, while it will have an impact on the Chinese economy, obviously, if it didn't have an impact, they wouldn't have fucking immediately sent their envoy to the region immediately, trying to come to a reasonable conclusion. And that conclusion is going to be...
The government's rescinded funding to Islamic communities because they were mourning Khamenei, yet they invited an international war criminal and led him to our national security agency. Joke country, yup.
Through the Strait of Hormuz. But it doesn't even matter.
There's no hypocrisy like
once the
Western
reserves are
hypocrisy, like
gone,
genuinely. It is
if
impressive.
this continues and the reserves are depleted, then it's fucking major crisis time.
Oh. Rune Raiders.
I don't know what the actual runway is, but I suspect what was the previous guy on Sky News saying? Like they got like 30
Wait, why
days
is it
maximum,
this map?
and it will
We're
still
right
obviously
outside of
increase
Dale.
the price regardless.
Okay. Lots of cool improvements for this mod. Lots of
crisis management.
Lots of changes I also don't get.
It's been wonderful seeing. Like this hurts America more than it hurts China because America's entire worth to the
Do you
planet
see that? That was
is
sick.
its hegemonic power status. And if America cannot force project, be everywhere all at once, and deliver the mighty blows that it is capable of delivering all the goddamn time, then all of a sudden, what good is allowing American military bases in your country if America can't fucking defend you?
I really need to get some armor. It's making me slowly go insane. Also, when you pull up the amount of money stolen by Australian taxpayers against Israel, it's just, there's no words for it. Yep.
Fucking people. Okay, I've been talking to a lot of people that talk to the people in the Gulf.
Alright, we got some prisoners and Dale
The
Billmaster.
assessment there is very different than what you're hearing in the Western world.
Good quality
and in
metal.
Western
Nice.
media. I promise you. Their attitude here isn't,
Okay,
oh
lots
my
of
God,
caravans
Iran is
coming
fucking
out all of a
pummeling
sudden.
us. Fuck those guys. We have to double down on our support
More
for America.
Warlords,
It's the
more
exact
green
opposite. And
with
people
Mars
don't
archers.
want to fucking hear it. If you are an oil-rich region, if you're an oil-rich nation, and you have unlimited funds, and you have dumped billions of dollars into American partnerships, you have allowed America to have military bases in your country, and those military bases have turned
It's weird you
into
mentioned
missile
Australia.
sponges.
It's weird you mentioned
And
Australians being
America
everywhere.
is not even remotely interested in defending you.
On top of Joe
because
Connor's, the top guy at the Gaza border peace is a Bulgarian. I'm finding them everywhere in streams recently. That's funny. I mean, it does make sense as, you know, they're English speakers,
going to do
but
going
it's still
forward?
amusing.
If you thought the Europeans were vassals
soldiers
when
stationed
Donald Trump
here,
said we're
these
going to
guys.
invade Greenland and we're going to militarily annex it, and there was a real shift in the middle powers, trust me,
Dale Archer.
you have no idea where the fuck
put
the
them
Gulf
here.
is going to go after this, okay?
Need
Because
some
at the
soldiers.
end of the day,
Apprentice dwarfs, warrior
the
dwarfs.
Gulf does have power.
Iron Horse miners.
They have oil, okay? This is a mutually
Horse
beneficial
warrior.
relationship until it's not. Okay?
North American Auxiliary.
They have the oil. If they can get better security assurances from Russia or China,
Personal attacks
all of a
slightly.
sudden,
That's amusing.
if Russia and China showcase stability, specifically China, is capable of showing stability in the region, creating real long-lasting stability in the region, why the fuck would they be dogs to America when America is run by a bunch of psychos who literally only care about
America's
going along
run
with
by the
whatever
Epstein
Israel's
class.
ambition is?
Like, okay, we want
It's
to.
JD Pondam,
I want to
baby.
upgrade us so we can
Long-term
have more
consequences of
prisoners.
this will be felt
We need to upgrade the charisma
for
so we can have
American
more prisoners.
superiority.
Basically.
Long-term consequences of this are unfolding in real time, in broad daylight, and Americans are hopped up on fucking copium. They literally think this is fine.
Okay.
Everything is good. It's
The game is
business
just
as
like, yep,
usual.
we're
It's
gonna kill some
continue
units
going
with
the
the
way
order
it's been
assault.
going.
Thanks,
You're
Gabe. Very cool.
wrong. You're not seeing. You're missing the fucking forest for the trees. You are not seeing exactly how these guys are thinking. You are refusing to reckon with that. I'm not being smarmy. I just think it's really silly whenever someone comes up about an issue China is facing. Everyone just denies. Even when the Chinese themselves say there's an issue, not everything is a contest.
Escaroth supply train. Yep.
In the short term, considering that the overwhelming
The Asian help
majority
was
of
there
the
like, we need
energy
a
that
third
China
party
gets
to come
and
and handle
Asian
it.
countries get Asian partners, by the way, outside of China.
My
Asian
blood caught
partners of
fire at hearing
America
that.
outside
Yeah, the
of
guy,
China
if you can't do the job,
their
get
oil
out.
from the Strait of Hormuz.
Let's keep going on with joke, but it's represent how Indigenous Australians represent always white people do absolutely nothing to help them.
America's energy production
That is-
capabilities as hard as it hurts China.
That unfortunately does
But
not surprise
any
me.
Any kind of manufacturing problem for China is going to be felt by America as well. America is stuck. They have to put an end to this conflict that they fucking started at the behest of Israel. So anything that hurts China hurts America tenfold no matter what. It hurts America with the long-term consequences that America will face in terms of all of their allegiance in the Gulf, but it hurts America in the short term as well. Every single Asian country would be hurt by this. If you say that it isn't true, they're prepped for all this. You're not thinking 40 to 50% of the comes from the Gulf. It's not shitting on China to agree with the Chinese government that this will cause a problem. Oh my God.
Sure, why
The
not?
argument isn't that this is going to hurt China in the short
It's
term. The
not
argument is that
that
anything that
far
hurts China
away,
in the
I
short term
guess.
hurts America way worse, also in the short term. Anything that hurts China in the short term is still far more consequential for America in the long term. That's the argument that
What
I'm making.
is this?
That's all, man, I'm not
Oxtrapolis?
talking to you.
No, that's fine. Rescue prisoners.
As America and Israel continue their aerial assault on Iran, the Shia faithful gathered for Friday prayers outside the Grand Mosque
Following
in Tehran.
Calderon's house. Okay.
A huge turnout, some draped in the regime flag.
Wait, what just happened? Moro's
Their
taking
late
West
leader's
Australia from
message of
Gondo.
death
Oh
to
shit.
It's kind of crazy that the
And a
only
bunch of
article
Lothlorien
that
people were
fucking
just defeated in
literally
battle.
says the truth on this matter came from the one Financial Times report, by the way. It's wild that the
Eisenhower
entirety of the Western
raised West
media is
Emnet.
running
Yep,
on
that's bound
fucking
to happen. That
fumes.
happens in every game.
Copium fumes. They're overdosing on
RIP,
copium.
we'll never get to see
Every
that
article,
settlement.
article after article. The Economist, Wall Street Journal. The Gulf is really mad at Iran. They want to punish Iran harder. They want to do more.
Shit.
Um,
Why can't they see me from
wanna
that
do
far
more to
away?
fucking,
Shit.
help America.
Okay, at least
They're
the
doing
the,
secret
the
backdoor deals
caravan
with
is
America.
faster
They're
than the
demanding America nuke
enemy rule
Iran.
party.
Bullshit.
So I'm
Are
gonna
they
just
mad at
hope
Iran?
that they make it
Yes.
in time.
Are they more mad at America? Abso-fucking-lutely.
Warrior dwarfs and hardened warrior
Okay.
dwarfs.
You'll see. You'll fucking see.
Azan. Iceland
This
card.
is a piece from the Financial Times exclusive. The official said 3 of the 4 big Gulf economies, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, and Qatar, had jointly discussed the
Made
strains
it, and
being
we
put
looked
on their
up.
budget and their economies, but they declined to name the states. A number of Gulf countries have begun an internal review to determine whether force majeure clauses can be invoked in current contracts, while also reviewing current and future investment commitments in order to alleviate some of the anticipated economic strain from the current war. That is a nicety. The way they're talking about this, the way that this article is talking about the situation, is the nicest way to present it. Okay? It's the nicest way to
Oh, right. The party skills other people can
threat.
learn, right?
Oh,
right.
This is impacting our economy. That's why I want to pull out. The reality behind
Looting is
closed
a party
doors
skill,
is
trainer,
they
personal
want to
skill,
fucking pull out because
tracking.
America's not defending them.
Tactics is a leader skill.
You cannot keep treating these countries that are oil rich as purely expendable American missile sponges at the behest of Israel. You are definitely not correct on this. You are not considering how disgustingly capitalist the Gulf states are. What are you talking about? It's not communism. It's not communism to think, oh, I've given America billions of fucking dollars. America uses me like a fucking fleshlight. And then it turns around and says, sorry, Israel wanted to blow up the major fucking regional sovereign country. And we're not going to defend
Supply
you.
trains with Randall's horse.
It's literally capitalist. They are protecting their capital. They're not going to ally with China.
I'm
You
back.
think
Welcome back, Machine Gun
countries that
Kitty.
ally
How you
with
doing?
China are communist? Are you fucking? Oh,
We're gonna
God, this is
recruit
the Turkish
Dimborn.
chatter again. Miyavlamak. Yeter çok miyavladın amına koyayım.
I like trees about Uncle needs me here.
Can you
Cause
point
plus
to
one
the
Yes.
communist countries
Yay,
around
we got
the
our
world in
first
general,
we got our
let
first
alone
companion.
the communist countries that are
Dimborn.
aligning with China due to communism?
Oh
How many
shit.
fucking communist countries exist? How many trade
Oh
partnerships
shit,
does
that's
China
a
have?
lot of units. Let's see if we can
Are you fucking stupid? The answer is yes, you are stupid. Yeah. When
Let's find
Canada
this
wanted
battle.
to leverage their relationship with America by
Him
you
Landers
know,
just got owned as well.
creating,
Bear has been
more
summoned to
economic
battle.
opportunities
What?
and more bilateral
what?
trade negotiations with China, they became communist overnight. It was Marx Carney that did that.
Okay. All right, everyone charge.
Anyway, a number of Gulf countries have begun an internal review. They added the move was precautionary measure that was the result of the budget strains these countries are facing due to reduced income from energy, due to the slowdown in output or the inability to ship, and from the tourism and aviation sectors, in addition to the increase in defense spending. An advisor to a Gulf government said the prospect of an investment review by wealthy states had caught the White House's attention. They manage some of the world's largest and most active sovereign wealth funds. And Saudi
Bear,
Arabia,
good
the UAE,
grief.
and Qatar last year pledged to invest hundreds of billions of dollars in the U.S. after President
His
Donald
mouth
Trump
looks
visited
funny.
the region. They
Good
are also big backers of
grief.
sporting events around the world.
My
and
guy
have
plays
all
too much
been
by four things
investing
countries aligned
heavily
based on ideology.
domestically
That's funny,
to
yeah.
develop their
One maybe
nations
it's
and
Cuba, the only
diversify
communist
their
country.
economies.
Maybe DPRK.
Any move that affects investments in the
Uh,
U.S.
I mean,
or other Western states may raise
there's
the
no
pressure
communist
on Trump
country.
to
There's-
seek a diplomatic strategy to
But I
bring
do
the war
think,
to an end.
yeah, Cuba is
The oil-rich Gulf
socialist.
states have been dragged into the
DPRK,
conflict, and
I
the
don't
US
think
and Israel,
I don't think I'd call it
into the
DPRK
conflict that the U.S.
socialist.
and Israel launched against Iran,
And then China,
with Tehran unleashing
I'd
a
say
ferocious response
socialist.
against Washington's regional allies.
Well, maybe not
The war has caused
socialist,
shipping
but
traffic to slow to a halt through the Strait of Hormuz.
mostly
crucial
does say
waterway,
socialism. Or why is it like
through which a
state,
fifth
yeah,
of the
something
world's
like
oil
that. I
and
don't
gas
know.
passes, with at least 10 tankers being struck in the Gulf.
They're the government's
If America
closest
were
to
to
it.
turn around and go, oh,
Right.
well, we're
This
energy
war
independent, we don't
party,
give a fuck about the Strait of
they're running
Hormuz.
from rules
What
host.
do you
Very
think
good.
that makes them think?
Perfect. We can join this fight.
Think for a second.
Browsing the EU force already to hear players piss and cry about the Ottomans joining the Reformation for the 100th time. That's funny. Joining the Reformation? Wait, what? Big trees block out the sunlight.
America just says, sorry, fuck off. You're just a missile sponge and you're going to sit there and you're like it and you're going to give us more money. That's not going to happen.
Hold your fire.
The money only flows. The trade negotiations only happen if
Not
American
everyone
military
followed me.
bases create stability and not instability. If American military bases create protection and not turn these countries into fucking missile sponges. That's it.
The enemy's just standing in a huge line for some reason. Alright, let's get closer to them.
And anyone that
I look forward
is
to when
remotely
our characters a
competent
little bit faster.
could have seen the writing on the wall. I am a 34-year-old American Turkish citizen with some degree of education.
Because our religion is
in this
about power and
field,
the status quo, and they all want to see
with a lot of
Austrians
experience doing political
decline, so they
commentary.
back the Catholic information.
However, I'm on the outside.
Oh, you mean like they joined the religious war? Is that what you mean? Like they joined the 30 Years' War?
So if
Because like historically, I don't know if they joined like directly, but they did back one of the sides due to, you know, the politics of it.
Over and over
Austrians,
again for the
dude.
past couple of weeks.
I agree.
When the buildup of the Armada was taking
You
place.
didn't write anything like beyond Austrians, dude, but I agree with the
American government
sentiment.
is incapable of seeing this? No, they are capable of seeing this. The problem is,
Okay, I will not have any of my units fired
problem
just
is,
yet.
at the
Okay,
top,
what is that unit over there? It just ran up there so quick.
directly
Night Stalker of
letting
Mirkwood.
Israel do whatever
Oh,
the
it's real.
fuck they want. And he's dumb enough to get duped. Or maybe he's a
Okay,
pedophile
infantry
that's being
stand here,
blackmailed.
cavalry,
I don't know,
care.
It doesn't
Archers
really
stand here.
matter because the outcome is the same. Do you understand? Like, there are people who are like, oh, no, it's because, like, the Epstein blackmail, Mossad blackmail, he's a pedophile who's blackmailed.
Is Rule just
Sure,
running in there by
fine.
themselves?
Maybe that's the reason.
I think they are. Alright, whatever.
Or maybe
Everyone fire.
he's a fucking moron who doesn't really trust Benjamin Netanyahu that much, but even then, he's a little bit of a Philo-Semite who thinks that, like, you know, Israelis have the special Jewish hypnosis powers and special Jewish espionage capabilities, and he literally has that, like, 67 mindset that a lot of fucking boomers have.
Rule is just
where
killing
they
so
think,
many of them
like,
by themselves. Is that an
Israel
ogre?
literally, like, the most powerful
That's an ogre.
tool of espionage
We are
that
moving
has
away.
ever fucking existed.
We're running.
And Benjamin Netanyahu can just be like, no, you will be seen as a fucking legend. You killed the Ayatollah and everything is going to be good. And now he's just in this quagmire, just stuck.
Okay, good thing we didn't
Can't
run any
fucking pull
closer.
out.
I did not notice that there was an ogre there. Which is now, I think, just looking at
If this goes
Muriel.
on too long, this may change the
Whatever.
calculus for Gulf states about fitting into the U.S. security arrangement, kind of like when Israel bombed Qatar, showed them the limits. You're already starting to see the shifts like Saudi making a defense
Headshot.
pact with Pakistan
Did
and
0
Turkey.
damage.
The U.S.
Nice.
protection is not what they believed it was.
There
Exactly.
are more trolls.
Exactly. That's it.
Okay. Archers hold here, infantry hold here.
This is the sort of thing that Trump cares. Oh, also, this is the other side of this. And I do think that the best possible outcome of this will be Donald Trump.
Shit! Ouch!
The number one dick rider
Ouch,
of
ouch,
Israel
ouch, ouch.
outside of Brandon, right?
I don't need to rally a troop yet.
Finally,
I
cutting
don't.
Israel out of the equation because he is.
Okay, why
nutty
are they
enough
not
to
doing shit
possibly
against my
rip
allies,
apart
but they always
80
beat the
years
shit out of me?
Of our most important allegiance.
Alright,
in the
infantry
fucking region.
charge.
He is crazy enough that if he feels the panic, and if he feels the
come
fires under
on,
his ass, and
man.
he feels the heat set in.
Ah, whatever.
He could literally say, you know what? I've realized these Jews, they're not reliable. They did it. They did it, not me. And just go fuck them.
Okay, why are my archers not firing?
Straight up. Unleashing the biggest wave of
Spread out
anti-Semitism since
and charge.
Nazi Germany, for the record.
We did it! I played a bit. What are you guys saying? Did it with France also like order is image the AI on no charge. I'm constantly saying my guys to shut the how come standing lines in this. Do you have Mumblade too? Me, yes, haven't played much. Oh nice. I wonder how the Japan mod for 2 is going. I played a bit but I'm waiting for the Master Series. Turkey's greatest export. It really is.
So the only thing, the only positive outcome out of
You
all
and
of this
rules host celebrate your
would
victory
be
against
that.
total dur.
America cutting Israel loose, like
And
America
almost
cutting
no
Israel
loot,
out
okay.
of the equation completely, at least for the time being, at least for the interim, saying nope, we're done, you're out.
Okay, what quest do we have? Capture enemy commander. Blah blah blah blah.
Because right now,
Let's go to Baron's house.
this is not going to cut it.
Oh,
Okay, Trump
That's a lot of
administration
people.
announcing a $20 billion reinsurance program
Can we
aimed
get
at
a
reviving
quest?
shipping in the Strait of Hormuz.
Nah, for danger, no
Not gonna
encounters
cut
where you
it.
small outside the windows and demonstrates rumors for now.
The
How
other
can they speak
countries,
before?
the other
Count on me,
shipping
madam.
magnates don't
Where
believe
is the
this.
troll? Dispatch rate
Okay?
control. The
It's
Woodolph
not
West Camp.
the insurance.
It's over there.
First of all,
Right,
$20
that's
billion
fine. That's a good
is going to
mission.
melt. That's more. That's
Can
20
task for me,
billion
Mark
additional
Gunderback and Scout Company
dollars
by make sure you're not seen destroyed
that
before
are coming out of your tax coffers. That's going to this fucking
Fortified
idiotic
Scout Camp.
equation. $1 billion in operational costs every single day. $8 billion worth of damage thus far. I think the most conservative estimate is like around 6 or 7 billion. But again,
6
on top
7.
of
Get
that,
guys, get it.
we're on
6
the
7.
seventh
6
day,
7.
$1 billion
6 7.
a day. Then you add another
6
fucking
7.
$20 billion that is going to light on fucking fire the first time a Shahed drone swarm destroys one of these fucking tankers. He's literally lighting more piles of money on fire right now in order to continue this idiotic campaign. It's insanely
everyone
cheap for Iran
charge.
to continue doing this, as opposed to how much money America is wasting here. Okay? It's ridiculous. It is.
Wait, does he not have a weapon?
ridiculous.
Does he
At
not have
some
a
point,
weapon?
He's gonna have to read the writing on the wall.
And why?
And
What
cut
is all my
Israel
other
out of the equation. That's the only way out of this
dumbass units?
quagmire. That is the
Sometimes
only
units
way
are
out.
very stupid.
Either we just keep printing money at the behest of Israel
Right,
and
kill him.
America collapses. The global economy
Time
collapses.
not even Abi
America
put out Agabe.
collapses.
That's some deep
We
knowledge.
go up the escalation ladder.
I'm glad you
and
guys are making
engage
friends.
with
I don't know what else to
boots
say.
on the ground, which will also lead to
Yeah, we raised it. Oh
a
shit, I need to do
complete
Duolingo. It
devastation.
is.
Okay.
It's Duolingo o'clock.
Or at some point, he's gonna get too many fucking phone calls, and the panic is gonna set in, and he's gonna say, "All right, we're cutting Israel out. We're doing a negotiation. We're really sorry. We will do whatever you want. IRGC #1, America #2." At that point, you better hope that Ali Larjani or whoever is in fucking charge is willing to come to the fucking negotiation table. God knows what happens after that. He's too stubborn for that. Well, okay, the escalation ladder is boots on the ground or a fucking nuke. So, you know, either the entire world ends or the American empire ends completely, or the American empire gets a lifeline for, you know, another couple decades as Donald Trump is whipped around a little bit and has to eat it. And he has eaten it in the past. He's eaten it with the Houthis. Remember? It's Taco Trump. Like, we think Donald Trump
Taco
is stubborn,
Trump?
but Donald Trump also does respond to capital pressure. Okay? So I don't know which way he goes.
Yes, yes, Duolingo. Give me a second.
Ironically enough, another way that China wins big here also is that this accelerates the timeline for energy independence with renewables. There's also
Right,
that.
3 lessons.
It already
and
happened
10
in
minutes
Cuba
learning.
by design, due to the fucking blockade, due to the oil sanctions
C'est
that
un
have
grand danseur.
improved the Cuban
C'est
solar
un grand-
infrastructure
C'est un
directly
grand
coming
danseur.
from China.
C'est un grand. Il cuisinait dans son
If I'm
restaurant
Japan,
célèbre.
I'm flying to fucking China right now saying, I'm
C'est
so
un ami
sorry, Taiwan is
fantastique.
yours. Give me every solar panel you possibly
C'est ma
can.
meilleure amie. That's
He
funny.
responds to capital pressure and also
Il est
he's
agréable
quite
et
honest
j'aime
in how
beaucoup
much he loves
travailler avec
making
lui.
deals. Yeah. That's another way that
Il est danseur à l'Opéra
China
de
is
Paris.
winning big here as well. Because remember, oil
Il est danseur à
oil
l'Opéra de
dependence
Paris.
is
C'est une grande chanteuse.
slowing down the
Ce sont des collègues
renewable
paresseux.
energy boom.
Une autre poissoir mort. celle-ci.
America has
Another
been very
something
open
dead
about how they
got
want
killed.
to
Yeah.
roll back
French.
the renewable
Elles sont
timeline
indiennes.
to the best of their ability. That's
Elles
all
sont
they fucking
indiennes.
talked about at Davos. If you remember,
C'est
that's
une
all they
chanteuse
talked about.
française.
Why would you do renewables?
Française.
Are you fucking stupid? That's China. You're going to become Chinese. We don't want you to become Chinese. We got oil. You don't have the capabilities of developing batteries. You got to get it from China. You're going to have an over-reliance on China. You should have an over-reliance on us.
Dust bites one.
Why? Because
Oh.
we have the GCC on
Another
our side.
dust
We
bites the
control
one. That's
OPEC.
fine.
Well, if you don't
Il
control
se
OPEC
souvient
any
de toi,
longer,
Duo.
and on top of that, the world realizes that the only way out of this fucking
Il
crisis
se
is
souvient
by
de toi,
moving,
Duo.
accelerating the reliance they have
Je
on
vais
China
venir
by
te
moving in
voir.
the direction of renewable energies. All of a sudden,
Mamie, où
ironically
es-tu?
enough, the IRGC is moving in the direction of a green
Elle
revolution as
revient du
well.
Mexique.
So again,
Ma tante
this
se souvient
accelerates
de
the
beaucoup de
timeline
choses.
for Chinese energy dominance.
Nous devenons fous quand nous regardons un match de
Because
football.
energy independence,
Nous venons vous voir
energy
bientôt.
independence, moving away from the petrodollar, moving away from
Les
American
adolescents
hegemony,
vont bientôt
is
devenir adultes.
tremendously beneficial for China. It's
Papa,
not
tu
do
deviens
nothing
fou
win.
quand
China
tu
is doing
conduis.
things all the fucking time.
Vous devenez triste quand
That's
vous
like
regardez ces
super
photos.
long-term
Je n'ai
stuff,
pas
though. I'm
l'américain.
talking about in the interim, in the short term.
Je n'ai pas.
We're just literally taking shovels of money and
What does that
throwing
mean?
it
It's
into
like
this
I
massive
don't
fucking
the American.
massive
I think
oven,
that's what you
okay?
wrote.
And
I
lighting it
don't
on
the
fire
American.
because we want to continue the Israeli campaign
Ce sont des
on
étudiants
Iran.
responsables. Ce sont mes collègues.
All Iran has to do is wait it out.
Ce sont mes collègues.
If this goes on longer, I wonder if it could be as
Il est chanteur
geopolitically
et
impactful as
il
the
est
1973
fantastique.
oil embargo, one of the biggest events in modern geopolitics.
Ce sont des collègues paresseux et ils
Again,
ne m'ont
it's
pas
entirely
travaillé.
dependent on just sitting around.
Ce sont des
Sitting
ingénieurs
around and
français.
fucking waiting. Because what is
Il
Trump
est
going to do?
aidant et il est
Implement
très
the DPA
agréable.
in America? Change the
Collègue.
American factories into
Ils sont
a full
aidants.
war economy? Force them to start building
Ils
more
sont jeunes
munitions
et ils sont
rapidly?
très
What's the
agréables.
timeline on that?
Ils
How
sont
long will
sérieux.
that take? You are not going to be able to feed back into the defense fast
Right.
enough as the munitions.
Now we just need
as
to
the munitions are
delay
diminishing.
max.
As the
Okay.
the
Can we find
capabilities
the allied
that the Gulf
armies which were
states have
here
are
somewhere?
gone for defense. America literally
Oh my
cannot
shit.
defend them.
What?
And
Oh,
even
rip
with
those
Israel, like,
raiders.
you
Rip
need
that unit.
so much more production.
King Theoden of Rohan
instantly.
was defeated in battle. The people of Rohan are just eating shit right now. Not gonna lie.
Are we really going to
R.I.P.
do World War II style industrial boom in order to defend Israel? Is it going to be successful? I don't think so. We don't have the
I'm
the
gonna serve a
timeline
course
for that.
escort train to Grey Mountains Gateway.
New reports are they
I
might
do want to do
unsanction
that.
Russian imports. Of course they're going to. This has been incredibly.
It's funny
beneficial
finally
for
hearing
Russia
someone
as
study
well.
language and plug in the accent. What do you mean by plug in the accent? Yes, I'm your escort.
Bro,
We're
you're making me
going
wish
to
Obama invaded Iran. The future
Grey
sounds
Mountains.
incredible. I mean, we live in America. It's not going to be good for us in the short term. Let's be real. What if we just keep attacking everyone?
Smithy.
Oh, eventually you're going to run out of fucking weapons. Brother, that's not the super long term.
Not
The
even
moment
eventually
FF stop
already.
being,
Most people just read it with a
subsidized,
normal
it's
accent
over
and
for
won't really
them.
try.
Renewables are more
I
economically
see.
viable, setting aside their biophysical
Yeah, no,
necessity.
I
When
try my
mass
best to
die-off
like
events occur from this,
do the accent well.
with this coming super El Nino in like 2027 or 2028, more radical
I've been told
factions
my
will
French
emerge
is decent.
who
My
destroy
French
fossil
accent.
infrastructure using stochastic terror. I mean, there's.
I hope that's true.
I'm not even talking about that side. I mean, that's insane. I think. I mean, who knows? I
I can
don't
tell
know.
you it definitely helps a
I'm not
lot
gonna fucking try to
being like
predict like weather events that will. Be
like growing up with
catastrophic
three
for the entire
languages.
planet.
It sounds good.
I have no
Thank you.
idea.
It helps a lot growing up with three languages. It helps you a lot with pronunciation. Like three
Like,
very
oh,
different
yeah, if there's
languages.
a fucking super El Nino, then
at
the
least
world
like
will
one of the
collapse.
languages
Yeah,
is
no
very
shit.
different
Okay,
from the
that's like
others.
saying.
Cherchez les
that's like saying if
bibliothèques.
Yellowstone is
Cherchez les
triggered or something, you know
bibliothèques,
what I mean?
mate.
Okay.
Cherchez les bibliothèques, mate.
I don't know the likelihood of what you're.
I think it's very funny.
Is. I
I
have
think
no idea.
me learning French has like helped me in also making a French accent. Like I
Isn't it
can
extremely
speak in a
dangerous to
very
decouple from a
good
nuclear armed
French
partner in the
accent.
middle of a war? This
I
might
it also
corner
helps
Israel
that
into the
I've
Samson option,
spoken with a
right?
lot of French people, for better and worse, mostly worse.
There's always that problem.
Donde está la biblioteca? Wo ist die Bibliothek?
The nuclear option is everything is over. You know, at that point, everything is fucking over. So
Que tu fan in
I guess we all die because
I don't
we
know what that
decided
means.
That a bunch of fucking
Defend
sociopathic
refugees,
fascists
failed.
needed
Okay.
to get
Dispatch
a nuclear weapon.
Muriel.
And then we
Right,
gave
we
them,
need to
you know,
go over
maximum
that.
leniency in terms of waging war all around the fucking region.
Green Mountain's
at that
gateway is
point,
no
we
longer
kinda
under siege.
deserve
It
it.
was
Like,
under
if
siege.
Israel takes out the entire planet. Israel doesn't have any nukes.
Yeah, so this.
Sure.
You just said us. Don't tell me what it means.
Oh,
I didn't. I
Got
refuse to believe you. JK, it's the same sentence in Turkish. Okay. Turkish is such an anime language. How would it do?
Seriously, the more I learn about this war, the more I'm confused why they started it. If you're not invading with ground troops and not going for a full regime change, what are they hoping to achieve here? A bunch of bombs every day and oil hitting 120 by the end of the March? Brother, there's a reason why they didn't go in with fucking boots on the ground, okay? It's not what you think it is. If you're confused, well, here's one thing, okay?
Oh,
Number
Rush
one,
Cyrillic.
Israel is insane.
Could you-
Number two, America is letting Israel run the show.
Wait. Oh, sorry. It's not. It's in
Once you
Bulgarian.
figure
Sorry.
that out, it
I
makes
was
a lot
thinking
more
like.
sense.
No, that's not
Because
Russian.
all of the other
Like I
things that you're
recognize the
mentioning
Cyrillic, but
are
I didn't realize it was
correct.
Bulgarian for a sec. I was like, that's a
It helps
weird way of
nobody. This is
writing
just
where.
insane. It's just a way for
Gadier,
Israel to eradicate the one
Kidier
fucking
je
country in the
biblioteka.
region
Damn, that was very good. Thank
is
you.
showing exactly why
Очень
Israel
спасибо.
wanted to eradicate it.
Здравствуйте. Как дела? Что ты делаешь?
But it's like
Товарищ.
saying, why did the Nazis
Меня
fucking
зовут Шимон.
try to invade Moscow in the middle of the winter? They're
И-
psychotic. It's a fucking
У
death cult.
нас-
Fascism is a suicidal ideology.
Uh,
They're fucking insane.
Больше хуй.
I hate this kind of analysis normally. I hate this kind of analysis.
Those who
I've
know,
never done it. I didn't do
they
it with
know.
Vladimir Putin.
Those who
where I
don't,
was
they
like,
don't.
there's- You know, these guys are
Is it
rational
у нас?
actors.
Or-
There's no way they would
no,
do it. And
sorry.
I was wrong with
У меня
Vladimir Putin's
есть
invasion of
больше
Ukraine, which,
хуй.
ironically enough, also accelerated
Bullshit.
the timeline of American demise. but
Cyrillic
that's
looks at
besides the
alien,
point.
then you
I'm not
spend
gonna
10
get
minutes
into
looking
that
at
right
it, and then
now.
you just get it.
But what I'm
It is,
saying
yeah,
is
it's learning Cyrillic.
sometimes people are fucking
Because I've learned
insane.
Cyrillic phonetically.
Fascists are
Not that
insane.
difficult.
Israel is a fascist country. 90% of Israeli society loves
Surprisingly,
the Iranian
not that
attacks
difficult.
right
Like
now.
I think it took me less than a
90%.
week to just sit down, to like just go through the alphabet, just write it down, do some basic exercises for me to learn learn it. And it helped a lot when back when I was playing Daisy with my friend.
No, they're getting oil from Azerbaijan.
He was not my friend anymore because of the dipshit, but I digress. Right, we need to go to the Woodolph West Cap. Yeah, I think it's easier for English speakers.
Oh, wait, hold on. Did Trump talk about the DPA? We just concluded
it's
a very
played
good meeting with the
FSB.
largest U.S. defense manufacturing company where we
FSB,
discussed
like the-
production and production schedules.
Like
They
the
have agreed to
Russian
quadruple
Internal
production
Services.
of
A
the
fellow DayZ
exquisite
player,
class
yes.
weaponry
I
in
used
that
to
we
play, like,
want
I
to
played the
reach as
standalone.
rapidly as possible the highest levels of
Played it with a friend of
quantity.
mine, and
Expansion
knowing
began 3
Cyrillic,
months
like
prior
when
to the
after I
meeting,
learned
and plans and
Cyrillic,
production of
like
many of these
phonetically,
weapons are already
it made it a
underway.
lot easier to
We have
navigate around
virtually
the map.
unlimited supply of medium and upper medium grade munitions, which we are using as an example in Iran and recently used in Venezuela. Regardless, however,
No,
we have also
German is
increased
always
orders
difficult.
at these levels. The companies represented were the CEOs of BAE Systems, Boeing, Honeywell Aerospace, L3 Harris Missile Solutions, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, and Raytheon. The meeting
Ooh.
concluded with another meeting scheduled in 2 months. States all over the country
damn it.
are bidding for these new plants.
Woodolph West Camp. Where is this enemy? Oh, wild goblins are killing these.
You're
Blackwood
so
scouts.
stupid. First of all, what good does that do if the stocks are depleted far before those plants start running? Like, not even
I missed what
built,
Hassan was
by
talking
the
about.
way. What good does that do if the price of a fucking oil barrel is $150 by the end of the month? It's so fucking stupid. No, there's no way. This is climbing up the escalation
I'm healing so slowly.
ladder is idiotic in this situation.
Oh shit! I completely forgot. We need to actually give Dimborn some bloody weapons because he joined our party without any weapons.
Wars and all this stuff.
German has added communication gender nouns. Deutschsprache,
it becomes unsustainable.
Not sure about Russian. Bulgarian's very phonetic, so read it the way you write it. Kind of like German. I'd say the Russian I've seen, I've read, is also quite phonetic. I Survive was nice because you could set it for the city with English letters that had similar shapes and it would find it. That's cool.
Right? One of the main points that he always says against inflation is oil prices. Oh, the price of gas at the pump is so low.
All right,
it's
Dimble,
so low.
let me see your equipment.
$2. Okay, bitch.
Literally has nothing. Okay. We're giving him a sword.
I mean, I guess he can just like tell
Giving
the
him
American
bow.
producers something that Brandon was never able to
Giving him
do,
shield
which
would be
is,
ideal.
You know,
Okay,
produce
tell me about your
more, I
skills.
guess.
Okay, strong. He is fairly agile.
Try to keep the
Looting
prices
is a
as
party
stable as
skill, so we
possible,
could
even though the
make him
American
our
oil
main
producers
looting
can be
guy.
like, "The fuck, this is great
He
for
might
us,
do
I don't
that
give a
actually.
shit." Also, the other
teaching
side of
and
the
writing.
story
I'm
that
not sure if we
is,
should do that.
once
I kind
again,
of want to make him like just
going
like
back to China,
an
the
unmounted
other
like
side of the story
berserker
that's
type.
idiotic
You know,
is
shice when you
China
mean
at
to
some point could
shiz.
just, you know, talk about export controls once again. And when the conversation gets to export controls on the Chinese
I have the option
side,
of buying these elven
there is no
helmets,
more
but I really don't
production.
want to do that.
Okay? Because as it stands currently, every single one of the companies that they mentioned and every single piece of the munitions that they're talking about still heavily relies on rare earth minerals that come from China.
Actually, we could buy him some stuff from here.
If China says,
Robust wooden
"Yo,
shield.
you're doing too much war, man," in order to create stability, we have to put a
give
stop to
him
this
a
war, and the
spear.
best way to put a stop to this war, unfortunately, is by, you know,
Speak Elder Happiness, of
limiting
course.
the quantities
Slinging these
of rare
38
earth
tribal
minerals
orcs
that
and
you're
hoping there's a
getting.
key in the way from time. Would you be able to do it?
What do you
I'm
build
not gonna
at
do
that
this now.
point?
I don't want to deal with that. C'est une étudiante Indian. C'est une
I live in Michigan.
étudiante.
Gas was $2.99 last weekend. This morning it was $3.29. This afternoon it was $3.59.
Yeah, we did it.
What a lot of people don't factor into
We
this
did
equation
it.
is that, like, it takes time. It takes
Where does
time
this? All right, this one wants to go to
these
edible.
fucking munitions. It takes time.
Okay, you there. Actually, just stay here for a
re-up
while.
the supply.
I
It
need
takes
to look
time
for
to
this.
build the factory. It takes time to increase the
Moria have
manufacturing
raised
output.
Serindolin? Oh
the American
shit.
economy
Okay, things
has-
are
has-
not going great.
has been so bloated for the longest fucking time. Like, sure, we build the weapons. We're still good at that's the one thing that we're good at, which is like building weapons, building munitions, shit like that. Well, some of the weapons.
was
I
the
mean, we
Wood
were
of
not very good at
West Camp,
artillery
right?
production, so we had to like
And then it's a
increase
troll
that
raging
for
its outskirts.
Ukraine.
Okay, what is Wood of West
And
Camp?
that also obviously takes fucking time. So in the interim, we went to
Don't
South
call the
Korea and we were
Raiders.
like, "Can we get your artillery?"
Can we,
And
let's
then
just
North
scroll
Korea
these
was
guys. come on.
delivering artillery
Actually,
shells
no, let's go over
to
here because
Russia,
there should be.
and South Korea was giving artillery shells to Ukraine.
Quest
That's how
failed.
fucking stupid
Wait, what?
war is in general.
Oh shit! It's annoying. Load this. Okay, we're just gonna go terrible.
But you can't outrun economic collapse, especially when there
Torrance
are
Stonehome, King
when
Dane.
there's a
All
lot
right.
of there's a lot of
Let's see if we can get a
domestic
mission from Dane.
pressures.
I'll have to look what the second one meant.
But once again,
I don't know what she's
I
meant.
described all of this
Means.
in great detail
I'm not sure if I want some.
for the past month or so.
You need
So if I can
reinforcements.
see it, how
Actually,
the
I'm not
fuck
gonna
was
give you any
Trump
reinforcements.
incapable is the question you should be asking yourself.
Let's request a special item. Okay.
But
nothing's
what I
good.
did not foresee was
Shit
how
and shoot.
much success early
Notes.
on Iran would actually have. I will admit.
Torrance
I
Stonehelm, do you have a
genuinely
mission? Okay,
thought
wait.
coming into this,
You already
that
gave us a
America
mission?
had
What?
more defensive capabilities. I did not think that.
What was the mission?
That Iran would be able to overwhelm the Gulf
Capture an enemy
nations
commander. Okay,
instantly.
right.
Okay, that was
Moria have raised
a
Resident Dolan.
massive
Yep.
blow to the confidence that I think everyone had in American force projection capabilities. The $2 billion per day estimate in the news for this war looks comically underpriced. There's still the $20 billion bailout for oil tanker insurance, the untold cost of
Elder Happiness, of
replacement radar
course.
systems destroyed by
Stay
Iranian
at least
drones,
38 tribal
the
orc
eventual
warriors. You
boost
know
in
what,
VA
sure.
benefits,
We'll travel
etc.
through this
Oh, I
region
will
all this
say,
time, so That's fine.
I don't think we're replacing those.
This is a decent mission.
I think every single radar system that was destroyed in this war will never be replaced. You can fucking bet on it.
Wait, why are we so slow versus these guys?
I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think
fine.
I don't think any of those radar systems are ever gonna be
What
replaced.
is going on
I
here?
think they're gone for good. Why?
Charge the enemy.
Because I think America is gonna collapse if Donald Trump doesn't fucking pull
bears
back
were
out of
summoned
this,
to the battle.
That's why.
Good grief. That's not spelled like that. It's Scheiß. Scheiße, Alter, was ist denn ihr los? I should not just randomly read up things
because, like, the
that you guys are
GCC is
writing
not
that I
gonna
don't
allow
know what
those radar
means.
systems to exist on their soil. That's
I feel
not
like
what
that's a
I'm
recipe
saying.
for disaster.
Getting out of this, even in the best case scenario where America retreats, getting out of this, America's capabilities will be severely diminished. Okay? And it's so funny to
Why
see
the ox
a lot of people
knocked
running around
unconscious?
being like, oh, I bet you're fucking mad that the Ayatollah got killed. Stupid. America fucking...
I am mad that the Ayatollah got killed. I think it's insanely messed up, insanely illegal. Also, considering that they killed several of his family members along with them, it is incredibly. It is just an illegal, cowardly, messed up thing to do.
I don't even know. I didn't
Straight
even
up.
look further into
Shit,
it.
dude, what is going on here?
Viral in, like, the
Scheiße, Alter, was ist denn hier los?
Twitter, where it was like
Damn, one of
some
the
Chinese guy was
oh,
saying,
nice, we knocked them out.
You know, as long as the
Good job, everyone.
America's the war waging capabilities are entirely determined on their willingness to deal
Good to see you, and
devastating
thanks to
blows or
heavens for
something.
victory.
And they were like jerking themselves off, being like,
We got a
"Yeah,
prisoner?
The only thing holding us back is these
let's go.
fucking pussies at
We got a
home,
lot of
bro."
prisoners.
Which also obviously corresponds to
Let's
the
go.
Pete Hegseth narrative, right?
Okay, right, we need to
The
get
Pete
rid of some of
Hegseth
these.
narrative, which is the
Noble Rider of
wokeness
Rune.
was holding us back this whole time. Hold me back, bro. We were
Warlord
fucking
of
being too
Rune.
politically correct in Vietnam. Really? We were being politically correct in Afghanistan. We were being woke when we were doing Afghanistan. We were doing Iraq. That's what was holding
Yeah, they
us
were
back,
wokely
you fucking
committing
idiot.
war crimes constantly. They were
There is
wokely
this-
terrorizing the population.
There is
Two
this,
axe
like,
dwarfs. Okay, actually, a lot of good
insane
troops.
cope that
Ravonian
you
Marsh
hear
Warden. Ooh.
From American military
axe
might
dwarfs.
Andes. This
Two
unimaginable
hardened
fucking
warriors.
cope.
Okay, release these apprentice dwarfs.
The idea that the thing that stopped us in Vietnam was actually the anti-war initiatives back home. Okay? That, like, and you see different versions of this in throughout American history. Okay? You see different versions of this cope where hello. Oh god.
Rescue 12 prisoners. Done. I just doing my hair with the broken finger. I don't know if this works. Gam, are you okay? What happened to your finger? You alright? More warriors.
Well, you
Doing
can't come, you
Ranger.
can't come over here and get a treat every time you feel like it, okay?
Yes.
We can't spoil you that hard.
Hardened warrior.
I'm
axe
sorry.
dwarf. Yes, axe dwarf.
Look at this. Look at this. She's look at that.
We're dwarf maxing so hard, guys.
He's
It's
like,
going
if I-
great. I'm less regretting it. Our decisions right now. Doing a task with me, then I'll hunt him down and execute the law.
What?
Okay, we have the traitor to kill here.
What?
In
What?
Dale. My cat tripped me
you
yesterday and I caught
baby?
myself by punching the nearest cabin. Oof, that
You
sucks.
big baby.
I hope you recover ASAP.
As I was saying, there's this cope from
The
Vietnam.
quartermaster doing supplies.
You
Elden
might have
Waddle
heard the
South
stories
Camp.
of,
Nope,
like,
I can't go down that right now.
America
Visit the Dale
refusing
Barracks.
to, like, the American Air Force, like,
Some of the
refusing
soldiers in
to-
my
to,
group better served here. Like this
bomb
Ravanian,
certain areas and shit,
Ravanian
like,
March Warden.
or what is it? What the fuck
Nice.
was it? There was this like classic take
Okay.
from Vietnam where they claimed that, like, the American Air Force was not allowed to, like, blow up Vietnamese planes or something.
Just walk to the main square and find
I
this
think that's what it
wanker we
was.
need
What
to
are you
take care
doing?
of.
Where are you going? Okay. All right, bye.
Trader should be around here
Bye.
somewhere. I think it's
Bye-bye.
that guy over there with the hoodie.
What is this? Dolchstoß Legende. Every major military nation develops this after a defeat. I think you're also coping. Coping on what? Manpower is a huge factor. Okay, dude. We
Trace of
believe
fleas
you're not
catch him.
shocking her. I am shocking her.
I do not have a chance
the
of catching
time.
him. Like, at all.
It's the dog that I killed, yes.
Which probably just say some popsicle sticks to it this weekend. O dia volitje pratlje. Ko stava tuka.
I want to find the thing that I'm looking for.
What did I say?
Something interesting that comes up a lot more than you might think when studying the Vietnam War is the concept of fragging. Put simply, fragging is when a soldier or a group of soldiers decides to kill the guy in charge of them. What they'd oftentimes do is take him out into the woods, pull the pin on a grenade, roll it near him, and then just let it do its thing. There were a lot of reasons for fragging, right? One of the big ones was if a unit leader would consistently put their unit in really risky situations or work them too hard, disregarding their lives to chase
What is wrong with that?
things like this. And fragging is
Animal?
more than just an
You
action in the
okay?
moment.
Bro,
It was
you
a
alright?
threat against every officer, against every single man in the chain of
If
command.
almost
A threat
remember
that said
the same
you can only
sentence
push
Cheetah
the people
wrote.
under you
Or
so
not, I
hard
heard the first
before
part
you put
peachy.
your own life at risk. Now, in the Vietnamese context, fragging is very interesting because you had soldiers who went through
Where
basic
did they go?
training, essentially learning day in and day out that Vietnamese people are subhuman, that they're not really people at all, and that it is ultimately okay to kill them. That was really the hallmark of U.S. training in Vietnam, and you can see in situations like the My Lai massacre and countless other massacres that occurred throughout Vietnam
Where did that
during
wanker
the war,
run off
during the
to?
invasion, that realistically that training worked.
Oh.
But if nothing else, soldiers were unwilling to take
What's
risks
the latest
that might
from
stop
behind
them
here?
from being able to return home, and thus you saw the murder, the calculated murder of officers throughout the
Mind
US
your
military.
manners. I'm
But why
sure
am I
I'll do
talking
that.
about this? Well, it's interesting to me that given all of the dehumanizing training and rhetoric, that U.S. soldiers, if for nothing else than self-preservation, were still willing to frag their officers.
We did
who
it.
committed
We still got
egregious
knocked out, but we did it.
actions. Right, and yet
It goes to Castle.
simultaneously in the Israeli
Goes to
context,
Castle. I
we
think
really
it's
haven't
part
seen
of one of
nothing.
the
When
information.
Israelis are going
Tries to
into
read
Gaza,
something
even when
unknown.
they
What
are
is
dying,
has made you
even when they are being killed
say
in
less?
these
I trust
risky
this. Did not.
operations that are
It's not
putting
making me
you
say
directly
less.
in the line of
Also, I don't
fire,
think Twitch.
they're
I
not
mean,
turning on their officers.
I will not
seemingly,
do. Obviously, I will not say
just
slurs in
targeting
another language. At least not on
Rather,
purpose.
they're
But
continuing their
I also
genocidal
don't
activity.
think that
They're
Twitch
doing
gives a
everything
shit
they
if
can.
I
This is
accidentally did.
Cool. This is Tim Cool.
Like, I will still be careful, but it's because
Impact
Says
on
is like,
Tel
you know, a
Aviv.
regular
Confirmed
channel.
impact somewhere
I'm
around Tel
trusting
Aviv and
them.
lots of interceptors.
Messengers of Bayon's house. Sure, we can do
That's the
that.
story. That's the cope I was looking at. The story is that they couldn't bomb planes on the runway, so some guy would kind of land, touch, and go to stir up the hornet's nest or some shit. Heard it a million
We've
times from my
upgraded in
grandpa.
Dale. Very cool. Do any tasks for me. Eliminate 5 Gundabad supply train parties. That would help us gain the initiative. No, we will not do that.
Yeah,
Dimborn has
the
leveled
U.S.
up.
pilots were forbidden from bombing the MiG airfields because they didn't want to kill Soviet/Chinese advisors. Yes, that's the other one. Yes. Rolling Thunder being constrained.
Wound treatment. Oh,
That's the cope.
decent actually.
Like we were holding ourselves back because America was too afraid to go hard enough. Every single conflict that America is engaged in that has turned into a massive
if I should type in this price in another language.
Kind of like,
At the time I was able to get a slow through in another language. Coincidence had another channel that could read it and letting me know. We're still English, let us know. That's interesting.
We could have used nukes.
But yeah, Switch did not catch that.
That's like we didn't go hard enough.
I feel like
in
it's
North Korea,
especially with like foreign slurs, and because Switch is a very English website.
Vietnam, we didn't go hard enough. We didn't do
I think
enough
it's just
war
like
crimes.
it's kind of
And
not the priority
obviously,
and stuff.
That's all fucking bullshit. And
That's
they
my
say the
assumption. At least
same thing
I have to deal with
about
people throwing
every
slurs
single
casually. Really
previous
hate
war
that shit. My
ends up
country's
with
very problematic.
spectacular
Sadly,
fucking failure. Okay?
I cannot believe that a country in
And it's
Eastern
funny
Europe
that Hexet
would be
is doing
problematic.
that
No way.
ahead of time,
I
okay?
refuse to believe it.
Or
I don't believe
rather,
you says.
Speaking about that and saying those setbacks no longer exist. Those setbacks no longer exist. And now they're going to suck our dicks. Okay? They're going to suck our dicks. We're going to go super hard this time. We're We're gonna
Right,
show
go
the
on,
world. We're gonna
Smiths.
shock the world with how hard we're
Masterwork
fucking
Dwarf
everybody
Long
else,
Axe.
Okay,
Oh,
it's bullshit.
I so badly want that.
fucking
I'm so
bullshit.
annoyed. I can't have that.
It's leaning
Please,
into,
I
like,
need
pure
it. I
military
desperately need it.
cope.
I need it more
The
than anything
idea,
else in my life.
The idea that like America has this like force projection power and the only thing holding it back is woke is fucking ridiculous, especially when you look at
Is there a country that is not considered problematic? I mean, there's some countries which are considered more problematic, I would say.
Fucking Agent Orange.
Dwarf Battle Axe. Okay, this Dwarf Battle Axe is
Massacre,
a lot better than my previous. The country ruled by the Emperor.
That's the
True.
only reported incident. It's famous because of
For
all of
when
the,
we eventually do EU4, what kind of like thing do you guys want us to do?
Brilliant work of
Like, should I
Seymour Hersh
just do a
and
custom
numerous others, but,
nation,
like, that
or
happened a
like
lot
do you want
more
us to
than just the
mod it, or
My Lai
like?
massacre. We were
Do you guys have any
woefully bombing,
preferences? You can let me know
fucking
now.
Cambodia into oblivion.
Okay, where's this caravan supposed to go? Notes.
We were woefully doing Abu Ghraib.
Grey Mountains Gateway. Okay, there we go.
It's fucking bullshit. We were not woke at all in any of those wars, and we still lost. Okay.
Boucher Emperor. Yes. Thank
bullshit.
you.
It's cope. And that's precisely what's going on here. Yeah, Laos as well, obviously.
Release Bulgaria from the Ottomans and place that? No, thank you. I would like a fun playthrough. Did they update the things they're selling the second I was? Still need some better armor as well. Airboat kill most conserve course. Finally, 11 years of good quality metal in 20 days.
Ravashi on Friday said European countries that join attacks against Iran will be legitimate targets for Tehran.
Nearly impossible. But you know what? I'll try it. I'll try it.
What is cope? Cope is the idea that
Alright, we'll sell
America
more
is
of
holding
these.
itself back right now, especially.
Nobody gets released on the Ottomans under my watch. Fair, I betrayed my ancestors, SMH.
Boom.
Boom.
Is the Iron Dome entirely depleted? No, but it is diminished because Iran has been able to successfully close its eyes and ears in the region. There is a network of radars that are all around the region in all of these Gulf states that have American military bases with radar facilities, advanced early warning systems. Iran has been steadily destroying them piece by piece. Okay?
Damn, I did not know that.
And when Iran destroys them, it actually diminishes the interception
where
capabilities
the
that
shit
the Israeli defenses have.
Is
and therefore,
our leader.
they have a much
Captain
higher
enemy
hit
commander,
rate for their
done. We
missiles
need to
when
find
they do
Thorin's
wobble.
Stonehelm now. Score the missions of Bayon's house.
Now that network is diminished dramatically,
Supply train,
which,
dispatch
again,
rate
is another
control.
fucking major misstep
Bring 6 enemy prisoners, so
by
we
the
need
Trump
12 enemy
administration
prisoners.
that thought that they could just like get away with using the GCC as like bullet sponges, and then things would be fine. Not realizing that, like, you're also, if your highest priority here is to defend Israel unconditionally as Israel wages war, you're still
Always take all the
diminishing
prisoners
Israel's
I have with me.
capabilities of defending itself when you let go
Oh, well, I'll
of,
take them.
you know,
Okay, no, I
defending
don't
the
want
Gulf. The very fact that that calculation had to happen is already a clear-cut sign that American force projection capabilities are nowhere near where we thought they were. If having an American military base on your soil doesn't actually offer you the protection that you thought it did, then why the fuck do you have an American military base on your soil?
I need volunteers. Actually, let's put off. Review the soldiers stationed here.
Do you think that all military members
Miner,
should die
warrior,
just like
dwarf,
Frogan does? That's not what
ranger.
Frogan thinks.
What?
That's not what I think either. But I don't think you care about either of our opinion. I think you just wanted to come in here and stir shit up. If I wanted American soldiers to die, I would be super in favor of this war. I'd be like, oh, hell yeah. Let's go, baby. Oh, America, go invade.
Yeah, America, go invade. This will go so well.
Let's
Yay.
invade Iran, baby. Let's go.
I'm definitely supportive.
I would tell you, Israel, final nation. Israel, our greatest ally.
Go. Alright.
You know?
Going to Great Mountains.
That's what I'd be saying.
Camp Smith's Airbus Circuit male. Ooh, that might actually be some decent armor for once.
To what we're doing here.
Symbol dwarf nasal helm.
It's just, I have a lot of respect for you.
Light helm.
You've always been very nice to me. What a stupid question that is to be asking at this time. We're talking about something else. Can we keep this maybe a little...
He's mad as fuck, bro. Hey, yo. Oh, shit. Oh.
Deliver supplies of Burning Elder in Burning Village. Yeah, sure, we'll do that.
Bread for me. Oh my god, seeing him so butthurt and so mad, just in a panic fucking state.
Get up those mountain boys, get into those deserts.
Victim of his own initiatives, by the way.
Right, done this mission. I'm so glad I changed the settings so that we get double rank and influence points. It was so slow. And United States. Give him more looting. There we go. No, we don't need to be very good at looting.
Oh, it's so fucking good.
Okay.
The question was, what do you think about Russia cooperating with Iran or something? And he's like, why are you talking about that? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna come.
Notes.
Oh my god.
Escort the messengers of Baron's Hulk. Right. Actually, before we do that,
you can tell he desperately wants to taco,
Camp
but doesn't
Chief
quite know how this time. Go
wants
back
another
to the
location
days after
of
the tariff
King
chart
Dane
reveal
Ironfoot.
and see how he spoke
Is
about
around the
not backing
foothills of the
down
Grey
for
Mountains.
days on end before finally relenting.
So, where the shit are the foothills of the Grey Mountains? Is that like here?
How does he get out of this?
Was our mission also to Dane?
You know what the funniest part about this is, by the way?
Throne
And
Stonehelm.
This is, you know, not as
We're also
significant
living
of a
with King Dane
factor here,
Ironfoot.
but we do have to live with these fucking morons. 84% of Republicans love this.
Throne Stonehelm is also around the foothills. Ruined
I can't
Dwarf
stress
Hold.
this enough. We are living with some of the dumbest cattle of all time, okay? We have to share space with some of the stupidest motherfuckers you've ever encountered.
Okay, we really badly need some better abilities to
Before
look
the
around.
Iranian strikes, the appetite for Iranian strikes was at, I don't know, like what, 30% in the base or something?
Supply train.
Post-Iranian strikes, now it's at 84%. Just remember that little piece of information.
Oh, Throne Stonehelm, finally. That's one of the people we're looking for.
Who keep telling you like, no, we're gonna
What
win
task
these
gave
guys
you?
over by
I
being
captured an enemy commander
reasonable.
for you. 24 rank points and 4 influence.
We're
Oh,
gonna
that's
win
nice.
these guys over
And thanks
by
to
moderating
You've
to
done
the
fine
center.
work, huh? Certainly,
You
sir.
know?
Do you want to task for me? Lord Halbert,
Just
who should be
remember that.
currently be at Dale. We will pass by
Who's
Dale.
going to be the leader?
We're also looking for King Dane Ironfoot.
Venezuela, as we've now
Here you go, my king. I brought you 12 prisoners in case 6 are not enough.
I asked him, well, okay, but in Venezuela you have
Do you want to task me?
Delcy
Nope.
Rodriguez, and he said she's doing a very good job. I said, well,
Can
would
be
you
rebought
okay
cooking
with
cauldron.
a religious leader in Iran? And he said the answer is yes.
Do you
it
want to
doesn't
buy that?
necessarily have to be a
Yes.
democratic leader in Iran.
So recall
It just has to be
correctly.
somebody who
Yes, it gives a plus
treats
20
the
to
US
party
and
morale.
Israel fairly
It's a
as well
very
as
special
people
cooking
in
cauldron.
the countries in the rest of the Middle
Finally
East.
done with my shift? Hell yeah.
No Wolf is who's next.
Why are they besieging this with like... Oh, there's so few units. Notes.
JD is going to inherit the
Beyond's
shitstorm,
house.
and he'll have to negotiate it out with the UN.
Glad Vathor.
Oh,
Smash Mission
it's
Control.
not getting the JD Vance, I don't think.
Halbert. Rescue 12 prisoners. Deliver 14 units of supplies
NBC
to Peony
exclusive. Trump has
Village.
privately shown serious interest in U.S. ground troops in Iran. His comments have been focused on the idea of a small contingent of troops that could be used for specific purposes. Oh! Oh! It's over. It's over. It's done. It's done. It's so over. It's so
Now I
done.
can actually
Oh my
follow what
fucking
Hassan
God.
says.
Yeah. Habib Rettig America went to war with Iran because Iran made itself a Chinese weapon. I explained in detail in my piece.
What?
In the...
Okay.
Is this the
While my
the free
troops will
press?
own
Okay.
this enemy, also, you would
America
just stand
didn't
over
do
there.
this to invest so much in political capital and military firepower just to shore up second-run Israeli operation, nor is it reasonable. You have to be an idiot to believe this, says Sammy Gold. Habib Reddick Gore only exists to be a flunky for Hasbara, and even he is bad at it. The U.S. was actually focused on China's growing role in the Middle East. They would be instead trying to delink Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states, ostensibly our close allies from good Chinese relations. Even if this were about Chinese influence, purposely depleting our munitions in the Pacific is pretty hazardous to that line. Yeah. Sammy is
orders
going on his own
memorize
ideological
division
journey right
placement.
now. He still has that like NATO Atlantis' dog in him a little bit. That's why he's still talking about like depleting our Chinese, depleting our Pacific munitions and stuff like that. It's over. It's done. It's over. It's done. Draft Barron, draft Asmongold, draft Lindsey Graham, draft Kai Trump or whatever the fuck her name is. The girl that was posting it in front of the American helicopters. Send Burn Peanut to the front lines. Okay. Draft Rape Tone.
Trump somehow actually if Trump somehow actually succeeds with the regime change and the leader is still a theocracy, then that would be the biggest fell foot again reward for the Iranians to support this. I mean, no matter what if they succeed, like no matter what, it's just gonna suck.
Every Zoomer's gonna want to be
for the regular
drafted.
Iranians. Damn, we own them. Once again, we've owned them.
What will you do without freedom? Mavericks inbound.
We need some good quality scraps.
You can't conceive of what I'm capable of. Finishing this fight. Yeah, I'm thinking on.
What is this?
Truth and justice in the American way.
I am the danger. Time to find out. Maximum effort.
Okay, when I see stuff like this, I do kind of feel. I can't speak on.
I've never
what
been
we
so glad to have an
deserve.
incurable disease that describes me.
But we
This
are
squad,
kinda
it's
getting
made
it
for
right
military
now, you know
service.
what I mean?
Understandable. I mean, I don't think like if they institute a draft, I do think it's gonna be insanely popular, like way too unpopular.
Oof.
What is the sound watching? I don't know.
Oof.
I didn't like
We can't even make good propaganda anymore. It's like
What
all
is this?
fucking slopaganda. It's just
Yeah,
so
that,
ass.
I mean that
Everything
was
is
like
ass.
that was like a very ancient meme they tried
Oh
to make
my
propaganda out
God.
of.
Ugh.
Burning Elder, I'm here to deliver supplies. And we leveled up. Yay. I'm gonna save a
Oh, I need to
course.
bleach my
They need
eyeballs.
food. No, I'm not gonna do that mission for you right now.
Ay.
Yeah, even if I did not have the disease, you would see me outside the US
I
in
can't
an
even
undisclosed
fucking
location.
sit. I
Understandable.
can't even sit in the glory of vindication too. Like I can't even sit here and be like, see, I fucking told you. Look at how it's unfolding. What a disaster this has been. Because
Green
I
Hood?
know
Yeah,
what's
we can-
coming next.
okay,
and it's
yeah,
not going to
let's
be
buy
good for
Green Hood.
Americans either.
Unconditional surrender is when he, as commander-in-chief of the United States military and the leader of the free world, determines that Iran can no longer pose a threat
Leader of
to
the
the
free
United
world.
States of America
It's always so
and
funny
to
when
our
they say that
troops
shit.
and our personnel in the Middle East. That is, again, the ultimate goal of Operation Epic Fury, to annihilate their navy, to take
Epic
out the
Chungus
ballistic
Fury.
missile threat,
Right,
which we have
I'm gonna
largely
piss real
done
quick,
in the
so
course of
BRB.
just 6 days. And then, of course, to ensure they can never
Oh,
obtain
oops.
a nuclear weapon, to significantly
Hold
weaken
the
their
wrong shit
proxies in
around.
the region
There
that
you
have
go.
killed and maimed hundreds of Americans throughout the years. We've seen the Houthis and
be back.
Hezbollah have hardly put up a fight over the past 6 days. So we're already well on our way to achieving the objectives of Operation Epic Fury. And when the president determines that Iran no longer poses that threat, that's when that unconditional surrender will take place. As for the next leader of Iran, the
It's going so good. Things are going so well. Operation Fortnite Epic Chungus is fantastic. Operation Epstein's Fury is going so good. You guys, you don't understand. We love burning through $8 billion worth of fucking radar systems in a matter of a week. Peppered with $10,000 drones. Just flying lawnmowers over and over and over again. Ballistic missiles every now and then too. In between the barrage of Shahed drones. It's been so good for us. It's been so good. Guys, I know you think things are bad. But what if I were to tell you it's actually really good?
The president has said, of course, it's in the best interest of the United States to have a leader that is no longer chanting death to America, that is no longer conspiring behind our backs and lying to the American people and to our government about proliferating a nuclear weapon, which Iran has been doing for decades. It's unacceptable to the president. That's why he decided to launch this operation, and that's his goal, and it will continue to be moving forward.
Nah, it's fucking awesome. Things are going great, actually. Yusuf Munayar says, so in the first few days, the admin repeatedly lays out 4 goals, even though with various timelines. Now Leave It is cleaning up for Trump's post on unconditional surrender, which would be a new objective, so they have to dial it down. Shit show. It is a fucking shit show. Speaking of shit shows, Candace Owens, as a clandestine operator, I wanted to check in with Candace Owens to see what she has to say about the Iranian retaliation. Charlie Kirk was the first casualty of the war in Iran. Never forget what they did to him.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. By your logic, it's a waste of time. President Trump rules out ground action at Iranian soil. That was yesterday. Today's news is different. He's saying he's not ruling it out. He wants it to happen now. President Trump rules out ground action on Iranian soil. In an interview with NBC, the U.S. president referred to the possibility of ground action.
Guys, we're all Charlie Kirk.
Time. They lost everything. They lost their fleet.
Found their so button. You saw Yugoslavia right now, chat. Castle Necromancy spawn. It was great.
I think he ended up saying the only thing they have that remains is their guts or something.
Incredible.
Which is, again, kind of a cool thing to say about your enemy. But
he's back. Abort.
Felix says, Operation, you're the
Why
real
you guys
drug
running,
addict.
go?
Your ass should go to rehab, and not me is coming
You
to
stay
a close.
right here.
Operation, it would be gay and boring to beat your ass, and I have better things to do, such as have sex with adult women is just beginning.
Game points.
It's awesome. We're doing so good. So good.
America still ringing out in these streets loud and clear.
We will not give up this revolution. We will not give up the blood for our leader. Every single son of Iran is ready to fight America and Israel.
Oh, we found the Raging Trolls finally.
God willing.
Wow.
In the skies above, Israeli warplanes in flight over Iran to strike
Everyone
what
get
the
into
pilot
your
here called
designated positions,
targets of
please.
Historic consequence. Taken out overnight by 50 Israeli jets, Ali Khamenei's underground military bunker, hidden deep beneath a residential area which the IDF said they'd ordered an evacuation of ahead of that strike. The Pentagon releasing video of further hits on Iranian targets, including this on an Iranian drone carrier.
That's what. Wait, no, shit, it's not
through
down.
the US crosshairs. This war is having terrible real-life consequences on multiple fronts across the
Oh
Middle
shit, I
East.
killed it.
Hundreds
Nice.
of thousands displaced now in Lebanon, and
Hell
more
yeah.
than 200
Why the shit did they
killed.
stop shooting though? If I didn't shoot it... By the way, we have
Huge
lashes on.
smoke the
Thank you.
Beirut skyline as Israel continues to hammer Hezbollah
Shit, where's my
targets.
mouse?
And Hezbollah hits back. 8 Israeli
Hezbollah.
soldiers wounded, including the son of Israel's far-right finance minister, who not 24 hours earlier had said that parts of Beirut would soon look like Gaza.
Demon.
We're striking the enemy, both at its leadership, its
Demon
oppressive
karma.
regime, and at various targets,
That's all I have to say to
including
that.
in Lebanon. First,
I keep seeing a lot of posts saying the IR shut down the internet in Iran. Is there a reason for this? I don't think they have, but maybe. I don't know.
Kill 2 white trolls. Very cool.
I mean,
I just need to find whomever gave us this mission.
Diaspora people, but I don't think that's the case. I think there's like
Muriel.
electricity issues from time to time, but I'm pretty sure the internet is still
I'd like
around.
to extend my best wishes for a full and speedy
Find
recovery
Northman
of
bearded
our
long
wounded,
axe.
including the son of our friend.
Update from inside Iran is that since the internet is cut, Iran is completely unaware of anything going on outside and only hear bombs. Yeah, I mean, it could also be infrastructure damage as well, but I doubt it.
Burning
We can't
heavy
call our
armor.
families. They have to call us via landline. Well, you wouldn't hear from people in Iran if it was out. Bro, it's cut off. What are you on about? Haven't talked to friends for a week?
Let's buy some crown rations in
No,
case
the
we
internet
get a
is shut down.
mission.
Hassan, I can't talk to my family. Don't spread misinfo. I didn't know that.
Supply trains of food off South Camp. Nope. Beyond's hole. Is there someone in here? Nope. Okay. Scout camp.
I think
Ladder
people.
Throw.
I think people have like periodic access. It could be Starlink too, though.
Yes. This is.
I talked to a few people in Iran.
The
Some people have
Starlinks
been able
with,
to message me on Telegram
I
for,
guess,
like,
Dutch
30 minutes
diplomats
per
have
day.
brought in. Local raiders are attacking this caravan. Oh.
Starlink is
Rubbish.
banned there. No, it is, but people still use it. Updates. Net blocks is blocked 100%. Update. Best show Iran remains in digital darkness after 6 full days of under internet blackout with 1% connectivity at the 144-hour mark. Meanwhile, the regime continues to promote its agenda through whitelisted networks, cultivating media assets at home and abroad.
You guys stand there. Cavalry stand here.
My sister's fiance's family's in Iran. Yesterday was the first day they heard from them for like 4 days because no internet. My mistake, chatters. Every home has a satellite receiver. They're aware to the international media. Yeah, I think there are ways in which they're getting information, but I think they have like their means of communication over the internet is limited.
Sorry, I'm eating a little bit.
An Iranian journalist in Iran struggles to connect to the internet, but CNN's journalist is filming and uploading footage with no issues. CNN uses satellite comms gear standard for war zones, BGN VSAT uplink to transmit, not Iran's public internet. This is not a gotcha moment. All major outlets in a war zone use satellite uplinks. Attacks on CNN for being on the ground in Iran right now is wild. Why? It's easy because the people who are super anti-regime and want like American and Israeli intervention don't like that there are people on the ground. What told you? What is this? Exiled Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi says he accepted the role of Iran's transitional leader. Wait, what the fuck? This doesn't.
Public has launched missiles at the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, Oman, Jordan, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia.
I don't even see the enemy.
Have a popular base of support. Like, who gives a shit that he's who cares if he's accepted it? He's not. Okay, yeah, it's like Juan Guaido had a better shot at being the transitional leader in Venezuela than this guy does in Iran.
Our Arab neighbors. These violations of their sovereignty are unacceptable, and we condemn them. But this is nothing new. This is who the Islamic Republic has always been, and this is why it must end. For nearly 5 decades, this terrorist regime has sown chaos and bloodshed across our region. It propped up Assad, turning Syria into a graveyard. It planted Hezbollah as a state within a state in Lebanon. It armed the Houthis to destabilize the Arabian Peninsula. It empowered militias in Iraq to undermine Iraqi sovereignty. It attacked the economic hubs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
He's very concerned about Iraqi sovereignty, you guys. Very concerned about it.
None of this has ever been the desire of the Iranian people, but rather that of a regime occupying our country. Now, however,
Pahlavi announced today that he is leading a 1 million Shah march in Tehran and is getting Iranian expats on the buses to drive into Iran next week. Shut the fuck up. You're joking, right?
The landscape has fundamentally
I mean, that would actually be bold of him. You know?
Assad is gone. Hezbollah has been decimated. The regime's military nuclear program has been set back. Its economy is in a free fall. The pillars of this regime's...
First of all, why is he saying this in English? Like, dog, why is this in English?
Yeah, I wonder why that is.
Question you should be asking yourself. Like when
the Americans want to do a serious civil war in Iran. Oh yeah.
Speaking in Hebrew.
They want to do Libya. He's not stepping foot in Iran. He's a coward, and he does mention it. We know why. Yep.
Because if he was speaking to his, legion of fans inside of Iran right now, he'd probably be speaking in Farsi. This is for us. This is for the Americans. Did anybody offer it to him after a long period of contemplation? I've decided to accept the position as Dakota Johnson's husband.
There's an enemy here.
Aggression are crumbling.
Oh.
The Iranian people have paid the...
It's really funny that he's doing this for the American audience. Only
Hello, Rav. How are you doing?
Like,
we know you're addressing the Japanese people as soon as be emperor of China.
Like even the Donald Trump already hit him with the Maria Machado line where he was like, I don't think that's gonna work. He's like, he's like, no, thank you, Mr. President Trump. Thank you very much. I will be the interim president of Iran. President Trump, thank you.
Price in blood to reach this moment. The regime massacred tens of thousands of my compatriots in just 2 days.
Compatriots?
But it didn't
Bro, you aren't compatriots or shit.
Instead, the regime itself.
How many of the enemies do we need to kill before they begin
Today,
moving towards us?
History reminds us of our future potential. Before the revolution, Iran worked closely with Arab leaders, from King Faisal to Sheikh Zayed to King Hussein to President Sadat. In Oman, my father helped
Hassan is more Persian than Pahlavi. True, unironically, yeah.
Insurgency. We were true partners then. We will be true partners again. The Iranian people have called on me to lead the transition after the regime is gone. I have accepted that responsibility. Part of their great mandate to me is to return our nation and our foreign relations to normalcy. I will do exactly that. My commitment is to ensure the transition is orderly, the country is stabilized, and Iranians determine their future through the ballot box.
Shit.
We will not
I'm stuck.
the mistakes of past transitions. We will avoid de-Baathification scenarios and maintain as many bureaucrats and public servants in transition as possible. Iranians have made their choice at an enormous price. Now I ask our friends in the Arab world to join us, to prepare to recognize and engage our transitional government. We will rebuild our nation not for expansion, but to serve the Iranian
just
people.
everyone charge. Screw it.
We will base our diplomatic relations
Also, why are
not on
all our units
exportation
placed
of
like that?
ideology, but on mutual respect and shared.
I don't know what the game is doing, but I don't like that it keeps resetting the precision of our units. Also, everyone you can some enemies of Lincoln battle.
David would have a better
Firewall.
shot at least like getting Trump to think he would be a better
I think,
leader for
unironically,
Iran.
yes, I do think so. Patrick Bet-David can at the very least speak a little bit. He can do some public speaking, even if he's an idiot who called him, even his mother rejected his claim.
I think
That's
it's
funny.
time. Like, I think it's
How you
time
doing,
we
Raf?
valuetain the Iranian people.
Hope you're
Donald
well.
Trump could be like, all right, you're better than this fucking guy.
All right, my Dawi. Oh, that's not a Dawi. What are you doing here?
Interesting that if this message is for the Iranis, that he's not speaking Farsi, it's not for the Iranians. It's addressing the Iranians, but it's in English because
It's
it's
actually
for the
doing
American
decently.
audience.
Increase prosperity for the citizens of all of our nations. Standing.
I don't like him, but is he not the best option to stopping Israel and America to stop bombing Iran?
That chatter is not.
Bro, they're doing Democrat mindset. They're doing harm
bro.
reduction Democrat mindset to fucking install the Shah in Iran.
I mean, some chatters are just gonna be stupid, and you know, it's like a lot of people are stupid. Most people are stupid, right? This is just extra.
Thank you. Thank you, chatter. That was awesome. I needed that. I fucking needed to hear that today. I'm glad
Hate
you
rank
were
points to
here.
influence
I'm
people
glad
about
you
real nice.
exist.
Why are we
Motherfuckers
not
have
getting
harm
any good quality scrap?
reduction.
Damn it!
He's lib maxing in the chat in ways that
Oh
previously
shit, he's leveled up a lot.
were impossible.
Why?
This level of libbing the fuck out has never been seen before, especially considering that this would be militarily installing a puppet leader that doesn't have a popular base of support in this foreign country that we're fucking nuking right now. Hell yeah.
Liberal.
Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths. Forced government situation. La la.
Chopping up children's genitals.
La la la la la la la la la la la la.
Chatter's gonna get to the point of the
Me and y'all,
Iranian
we need that
Revolution
emote.
in his history book.
His chat is so shit.
That we literally did that.
I wouldn't say that his entire chat is so shit.
We literally
It's
did
just a
that
big chat,
before.
and so you get to see. And because Hassan has like an eagle eye,
Hell yeah.
when it comes to seeing chatters, you just get to see it. You know.
It
We
worked
need Dutch
so
emote.
well
All right, I'll
last
add it.
time. That's why this guy lives
Actually,
in
wait, it's
Maryland
called. If you
now.
open what's it called? What's the name of that website called? Fidelity TV. You should be able to log in and add emotes. I added you as a
fuck it, I
moderator
can't-
thingy.
Who gives a shit? Fuck
You
this
should be
guy.
able to go in there and add that emote.
Yeah, let's take a look at what the opposition party is doing, by the way. Cory Booker getting intercepted by Mike
His
Goldman,
eagle
Dave
eye is
Benjamin
indeed
of Code
impressive.
Pink.
Yeah, it is rather insane.
What do I do now? I mean, I don't like your position on Israel, but I assume in the case.
It's so funny
Escrow Patrol.
that
What are you
when
doing
they
all the way
see
over
that
here?
pink outfit, this is every politician's nightmare, okay? Medea Benjamin, my queen. The
Oh shit! Code
speed-walking
Pink
goat,
W.
Okay? Every politician sees her coming and shits their fucking pants. Every time. They're like, oh, here we go. That's another fucking clip. That's another clip.
case of Iran, you've got a good position. What did I do? Boy, I thought Cory Booker was a public figure who liked to talk to the public.
We don't
Cory
care about
Booker.
war, reckless war with our taxes and American style.
Have you been speaking out about the unprovoked war in Iran? I mean, I assume you're going to vote the right way, but we want you to speak out, Senator.
I have a real treat for you guys.
I hate Cory Booker. I hate those Democrats so much.
On the trip to Cuba.
Oh hell yeah! Wait, really?
so
Oh,
excited.
that's so sick, dude. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That is so sick.
Creating chaos
Running rider.
in the Middle East. And Cory Booker won't say a word about it. Senator Booker, you have to speak out. You see what's happening in Iran.
All right, we
the
can
whole
level up.
region?
Ah.
Wow, such a cool guy.
Man, such a cool guy. Such a cool guy, but won't say anything when we ask you about Iran? That is shameful.
Killed in schools.
No more spoilers? No, I'm gonna give you spoilers. I'm gonna give you spoilers all day,
Weapon
every day,
Master.
baby. Don't even.
Yes.
Is this too on the nose? Israeli agent? Oh, yeah. Wesley Bell. Unseated Cory Bush. Democrat, by the way.
Congressman.
Again, dude, just fucking
Ew.
bought and sold, baby. That's how American
Disgusting.
politics works.
Missouri's first
Disgusting.
district, and I'm
Absolutely
proud to
disgusting.
Stand with our Jewish brothers and sisters
Ew.
and support Israel, particularly in a time
No,
that has been
scout camp.
very
Played with
tumultuous.
Muriel.
When we see what has happened in the last few years, I think it's even more apropos for us to stand with our friends and
Airbus
and
code
being
over
one of
mail.
our greatest allies. And
Salvador
oftentimes
Mill
what gets
Trustees.
lost is that yes, we support Israel, but Israel also supports us. So from our national security standpoint, Israel is a key strategic partner, and so it's important for us to stand with our friends. And I'm proud to be here.
What is that
standing
music?
with our Jewish brothers and sisters.
Alright, finally we're getting better armor, everyone. Going from 12-4 to 21-13.
Yeah, he's fucking not even like, he is barely sentient, dude. He is barely a fucking human being, okay? He is just a vehicle to deliver
I'll give you
talking points
food.
directly. That's the only reason they spent
Issue
$30
14 is
million
food.
to get him elected, as opposed to Cory Bush, punishing Cory Bush for the crime of being, correct on the issue of Israel, but too early. Obviously, we're gonna unseat his bitch ass. He's done. He's over.
Inshallah.
In the midterms, I'm gonna be working with Cory Bush.
Hell yeah. King Dane Arford has been defeated by
We're gonna be
no.
linking up and all
That's
that good
fairly
stuff.
expected.
So, but he is definitely done. It's over for him.
Hell yeah. Good.
Incredible.
Towards supplies. Oh. There's no
Yeah,
supply.
Houthis already threatened the other countries, saying, should Arab countries join the war, we will not leave Iran alone.
Bro, the Houthis are just like... Wait, is that... Bro. The Houthis do not mess around. They do not mess around.
Missouri thanks you greatly.
Good
of
grief. I mean, hey, critical support. The only ones actually fighting against the
course.
genocide.
The Israeli army tried to do special forces in North Bekaa, far from the border.
That's all I have to say about
There
that.
are reports that the occupation army special forces tried to make a landing in Bekaa and are now pinned down by Hezbollah. Hezbollah conducted 20 operations today and wounded over a dozen occupation soldiers. They are trying to actively go back into Lebanon, but the ATGMs that the Hezbollah has keep fucking lasering their tanks. And not only that, but I think one of the operations literally led to I suspect a minor injury for Bezalel Smotrich's very own son. So you know how I always say, like, oh, draft insert politician's son. Well, Bezalel Smotrich's son is is on Pack Watch, I think. Not sure. Not sure if it's actually like significant. I'm not sure if it's serious, but
I'm Russian smoked
but
fish.
there is that as well. Where is it? New from me. Senior reporter at Jewish Currents, Alex Kane. AIPAC is unequivocally backing Trump's war on Iran. The candidates they're backing in Illinois Democratic primaries, not so much. It's a sign of how unpopular the war is and the tightrope AIPAC and centrist Democrats are walking. The two-party ironclad pro-Israel consensus will be dead in the United States in the next 10 to 20 years. I think it's going to be dead in the next couple of years, by the way. You know, I'm working on it. Yeah, Jim Scudo says Russia is providing Iran with intelligence about the locations and movements for U.S. troops, ships, and aircraft. Say multiple people familiar with U.S. intel. The first indication that Moscow has sought to get involved in the war.
Oh shit!
Confirming WAPO.
FBI has been summoned to battle.
On
Okay.
CNN says the U.S. also has intelligence suggesting China may be preparing to provide Iran with financial assistance, spare parts, and missile components. Multiple sources tell us. Though Beijing has stayed out of the war up until now, China relies heavily on Iranian oil and has reportedly been pressuring Tehran to allow safe passage for vessels through the Strait of
Travel or killed by bear. Travel or killed by bear. Travel or killed by bear. Good grief.
They might have already been, you know, providing some strike targets. Who knows? Maybe it was the Iranian ingenuity that was able to figure out
not very
where
fast.
American troops are staying, but
look at the massacre caused by the bear.
Foreign minister had to say when asked the question.
Good grief! It just went in here and destroyed all of them. Simple evil mace. Wow.
Do you have a question? Yes.
Sorry, I thought you were calling on someone else. Russia and China are supporting Iran politically and otherwise.
Iran?
The exact hotel rooms they just guessed, of course. No. Iran has surveillance capabilities. Iran
Okay,
has
I want to know
very
where...
good hackers. Handala is very good
Lord
at cyber warfare and stuff like that. So it could be Iran's own teams that have been able to pinpoint exactly where the U.S. military, like the troops that have, and the defense contractors and CIA operatives that have like left the bases or left the fucking
Westworld is no longer
left
siege.
the embassy
That's good.
compounds and whatnot, like where they're staying. Because like all of those, if you notice, there has been some civilian casualties in the Gulf.
Supply chains of bands houses, please.
And yet, they keep fucking striking, you know, hotels and whatnot. Why the fuck are there no one? Why is no one dead inside of those hotel strikes? Well, that's because the suspicion is that they're defense contractors that die or get severely injured in the process, and the American government is not revealing that information. The American government can't hide active duty service, like line of duty deaths. They can, but it's they have some like it's much harder to hide active duty line of service deaths than it is to hide defense contractor deaths. They do it all the fucking time, and you'll never hear if a CIA officer dies in the line of duty anyway. So there's reporting requirements in line of duty service member deaths. No such restrictions exist for defense contractors. And America heavily relies on defense contractors in the Gulf anyway. So the suspicion is
okay, a bear has been summoned to battle. We're just gonna charge in there. Like,
that's ridiculous. Oh, okay.
Do they just summon a bear in every battle?
I'd be shocked if that was
It's
the
a little
case.
bit OP. I'm gonna say a little bit. I mean, very OP, but you know,
okay.
whatever.
You can't hide 500 soldiers. The number being 500 means it's not just defense contractors anyway. It would mean like actual uniformed service members dying as well. So my suspicion is,
there you go. The bears made contact.
I have a headache. My suspicion is that there are defense contractors that are getting hit, and they're hiding the casualty reports because they can with defense contractors, and
I've been saying that was killed by Orc.
and
No.
that's what the
Anyways,
those strikes are. Because otherwise, they're literally striking hotel rooms with Shahed drones, and then those hotel rooms are just fucking empty, right? And that seems a little ridiculous.
okay, they're still doing a lot of damage to us, which I don't like.
Hotels and some civilian areas, and there are very few casualties, even on like the Gulf National side or the Gulf Residence side. Implies that they are hitting something. We just don't know what they're hitting, like who they're hitting. Why is it hard?
This Iron Horse miner got a lot of kills.
There's like
Iron
reporting
Horse miner.
protocols for if people die in the line of duty.
One
Like,
Iron
they have
Horse
to
miner,
inform
one
next of
Rowan,
kin, things
Rwandan
like that.
rider.
Obviously, the American government does hide it, but I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that there's oversight
There you
around
go.
that sort of thing.
Good grief, that is.
I mean, you can't even.
That
hide
is
the
an
fucking,
emote.
Contractor deaths either. To be fair, like for example, there were diplomatic cables that were intercepted by Washington Post, and those diplomatic cables showed that like some CIA assets were hit, and we learned about it because the Washington Post reported it. This is something that I brought up earlier. Yeah, Washington Post State Department cable relays that 2 Pentagon employees were injured in an Iranian strike on Bahraini hotel. That was on March 2nd. An Iranian drone strike on a hotel in Bahrain injured 2 U.S. Department employees.
Train, actually.
Now, the question is, does
Wait, I can
Iran
do what now?
internally have the capabilities of figuring out where these guys are?
If you would follow me on
or are
Freya
they
Bears and
getting
learn things about
paid
leadership from you, then we can discuss this
from
again.
a
Sense of the
much
Bill and
more,
gather boards to lead against the enemy.
powerful
What?
government with
Oh, that's sick.
incredible surveillance capabilities. Iran vid 30,000 dead. What the fuck are you talking about?
What is? We need to go. Escort supply chains of Bayon's house. Right. Good about raiders. Oh shit, that is a big battle.
So, one of the ways that they definitely were surveilling,
We just ration maxing with the
American defense
kisses.
contractors in the region was
I
their
don't know what that
applications.
means.
One of the ways that they were surveilling.
What is a
active
similar
duty,
scouting party? Nope,
service
I'm not
members
gonna do
was
that. I don't have
through
any of
the
your
apps
troops.
that they use on their phones. Because U.S.
Can you
CENTCOM
task
a
for
couple
me?
days ago
Let's
sent
get
out a mass
close enough to
notification
total do it and find out as
all
much
of
as you
the
can. That I can do.
all of the active duty
Close host.
and all of their assets in the
You have any
region
questions for me? Nope.
to stop using their applications on their phones, like to stop ordering food on like whatever the fucking regional Uber Eats is, because there was a suspicion that there was a leak from those apps, and that is yet another point of confirmation. That was yet another point of confirmation that they were very precise in their targeting, because at the end of the day, they have, like, the Iranian side here has a lot to lose.
Just
by
Google
like,
Brezhnev kiss. It's all right. I don't
striking,
need to.
Random civilian
I'll
targets
take.
in the Gulf
I'll.
without any.
I will
reason,
assume.
right?
I don't even know what I'll assume.
Like, they could.
I'll take
I'm
your
not
word
putting
for it or
past them,
something.
and there could be collateral damage as well. But I suspect that those
Spread out a little bit
targets
more.
are very precise. And the only thing that the only reason why I feel this way, the only reason why I'm speculating, is because of bits and pieces of information like this. Obviously, we'll never fully learn the story. We'll never fully. We won't fully understand exactly what happened in the early days of the
Formation
Iranian
orders,
operation,
memorize division placement.
specifically the drone strikes.
I wonder if I have to memorize
on,
more stuff.
The
No,
Gulf
does not seem like it.
soil. Oh, the airports is easy. Is the easiest way to understand. You attack the airports because you want to, one, stop the troop evacs, like medical evacuations. Again, war crime. But also, the legal reason is because American military aircraft also land in those airports. They use the refuelers. Like the legal justification for why they're striking the airports is because the civilian airports are dual use, because it plays a role in the logistical chain that America, like when America is putting their refueling planes, like landing their refueling planes in a civilian airport, all of a sudden that's dual use.
Yep. And that makes it a valid target.
Once again, ironic to even bring up the fact that there is like this is a war crime because
come on, only low effort scraps.
We're talking about America and Israel here, okay? Iran could be doing war crimes every single day with all of its might, with whatever its capabilities are, and it wouldn't touch a fraction of what Israel has done in the region to Iran, to the Palestinians. Like, it's not even a question, right? Like, so it's like comparing the bombing of Dresden to the Holocaust, you know?
A topic which we actually talked about earlier. Well, watch the video about. The long sword? Ooh, we should. Yeah, we should take that. No, I don't. I want to give that guy an axe. Mr. Beyond dude.
According to the Iranian foreign minister, could you tell us what kind of support that China is providing politically or otherwise to Iran? Is there any military or dual-use support? Thank you.
中方反对美国和以色列违反国际法，对伊朗发动军事打击，支持伊朗捍卫主权安全。
We support Iran in safeguarding its sovereignty. China opposes the U.S. and Israel launching military strikes against Iran, in violation of international law. We support Iran in safeguarding its sovereignty, security, territorial integrity, national dignity, and upholding its legitimate and lawful rights and interests.
支持伊朗维护自身的正当合法权益。
China always advocates resolving issues through diplomatic and political means. We call for an immediate stop to the military actions to prevent the conflict from spreading and spilling over to avoid further escalation of the situation.
No, we've got to speak with Karen.
At all.
There we go. Nice. We're dwarven Longbeard now. Hell yeah.
In some ways, it did answer the question.
Did want us leveled up again.
Yeah, I'm fluent. I'm fluent in Chinese, baby.
Oh, that's so cool.
Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, and I want our soldiers and wounded to know the entire nation stands behind you.
Their ballistic
Right.
missile
11 years of
still
good quality
the pride
medal
of
is a
Iranian state TV,
pipe dream so
with
far.
intercepts this Friday over Saudi
Need to
Arabia
find
and the
Muriel
UAE,
of the Wood Elves.
and a large fire at a US Kuwaiti airbase caused by Iranian ordnance. But in Israel, the country's formidable aerial defense is doing what it's meant to do, and the pace of incoming fire has dropped off noticeably.
Supply chains of Rivendell camp.
It may be
It's a
that
little
its
bit far
strategy for
away,
now is
but
to
screw
focus
it.
on the Gulf countries, and that the
We'll do
worst
it.
is yet to come, as they keep saying. But I think for the Israeli security...
Israeli media, our soldiers might be captured or dead. Oh, no.
What?
Stop.
I'm not going to comment on that. I'm just not going to say
Are
anything
you
to
talking
that.
about the special forces? The special forces operation where they tried to fucking land in Lebanon?
How terrible.
No.
How sad.
Bro, they did it again. The 3D video of Trust Me, Bro. This is where the late Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei was located when the IDF attacked with 50 Israeli Air Force fighter jets. The Israeli Defense Forces released a 3D animation. Dude, why are you even doing this? Like, no one cares. No one believes it. I don't even know why they're doing it at this point. It's kind of crazy.
So, of course, no.
I know that there were multiple security incidents in both Bekaa and the south. Al-Mayadeen citing Israeli media, the Radwan forces of Hezbollah set up an ambush for our forces. Quds intense exchange of fire between Radwan and the occupation army forces in Kiyan.
Done. All the people of Anduin have been defeated.
Unconfirmed, I'm just sharing. Bro, you can't be fucking throwing that out there.
Unconfirmed, just sharing. You have to at least share something else.
There is a way to
I wonder if you can rebuild the
reporting.
ruins.
Okay, when Hebrew media says,
I hope you can. But I don't think they have that.
Incident.
Fine Lorien longsword is not that good.
Okay. If it's an extremely difficult security incident, that might be hostages. Okay.
Ooh.
Oh,
3D animation classic, yeah. Wait, I missed it. I was focused on work. The chatter said that the Israeli special soldiers who landed in Lebanon might have been taken captive.
I don't know when this video is
might have either been killed or taken captive. But nothing is confirmed yet.
Ooh, is intense gunfire targeting Israeli helicopters attempted to evacuate the forces involved in the landing operation in Nabi Sheet as Lebanese resistance fighters continue to confront the occupation. Oh shit!
Oh my, indeed.
So they did smoke them, and then they tried to extract them. Israeli forces attempted an airborne landing in eastern Lebanon, but withdrew after a difficult security incident. Local reports say Israeli forces attempted to land near Nabi Street in Bekaa Valley in eastern Lebanon near the Syrian border, but the operation failed and the troops were forced to withdraw from the area. At least 14 Israeli airstrikes hit the area during the incident. Oh, that's hostages. Oh, that's got to be hostages. Okay, so...
Oh.
There was a special forces operation that took place. They got ambushed. Right? According to initial reports.
Need 700 more rank points for them to join me.
Deployed airstrikes. I suspect that they were trying to...
more hostages, yeah.
Prisoners of war, obviously.
Yeah, not hostages. Prisoners of war.
POWs.
POWs.
Yes. I apologize.
Ooh, nice, another soldier.
Really,
sure.
You know what I fucking mean, Chad. Calm down.
A warden.
Gunfire seen in circulating video shows resistant fighters targeting Israeli helicopters surrounding the operation. Hebrew media described the episode as a difficult security incident in Lebanon with details currently under Israeli military censorship. Is it? I feel like it's happening. I feel like it's literally happening. It's the fucking
It is happening.
It's the decades. This week has been a decade.
Decades are happening.
All of those fucking 18-year-old brigadier rear admiral generals. By the way, if you get those yellow ribbons out, the reason why I say it's likely that prisoners of war were possibly taken is because they immediately start fucking pummeling the area when the operation goes south, and they realize that they realize that the
yeah, if
Hezbollah forces were able to
if you might be taken alive, they'd rather get you killed.
Prisoners of war, Israel's policy is to kill them.
Which doctrine was that? Was it Hannibal doctrine?
Was shot down.
Or was it something else?
Hezbollah reportedly ambushes Israeli special forces in Lebanon. News sources report that an Israeli special forces helicopter operation in the Bekaa region in eastern Lebanon was met with an ambush.
Bro, that is insane. I hope my Lebanese friend is alright.
Where is the fucking...
Yes, Hannibal. Yeah, you check out my friend there as well.
Don't you mean prisoners of special security operations? Yeah.
I hope that they're alright. Fucking
Reuters.
evil ass nation.
Remember what I told you about American insurance? Oh, a spokesperson for Iran's Revolutionary Guard challenged U.S. President Donald Trump to deploy U.S. naval assets to escort oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian state media reported on Friday.
It's going to be very expensive to... because the Strait of Hormuz
escorting oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz
right next to Iran.
The conflict in the Middle East has halted shipping and energy exports to the vital Strait
like if
of
anyone
Hormuz.
needs me to pull up a map, I can do so. It is right next to Iran.
Iran strongly welcomes the escort of oil tankers and that U.S. forces will be there for the crossing of the Strait of Hormuz. And we are, by the way, awaiting your presence, according to state media.
Balance supplies.
What ambush, Lon? They're invading a foreign country? Fucking ambush? Yeah, I mean, they... What do you mean?
It's, you can still call it an ambush. What?
I'm not putting
It's
a
not
negative association to Hezbollah.
Like this, you can call things an ambush. That's fine, Chad. Chill.
Nazi brigade. Are you kidding me? It's fine. You can
Chad
do
is a
an
little bit
ambush
too hopped up.
and have that be ambush is not. It's just like a tactical move. It doesn't mean a bad thing.
Yep. Go.
We recommend that before making any decision, the Americans remember the fire on the American
We're almost not just a straight we're almost known to enlargers. Ambush, yeah,
vessels have been attacked since the U.S. and Israeli first began. Israel first began strikes on Iran on Saturday, and the guards ordered ships not to cross the strategic waterway. We're gonna be winning so much. We're gonna be winning so much. You're gonna say, please, Mr. President, no more winning. No more winning.
I saw Grass Lord at TwitchCon. That thing was terrifying. I have no idea what Grass Lord is.
Even when there isn't war.
It does seem like it would be terrifying, though.
Halted entirely. Okay. Remember.
Supply chains will South Camp. Can't do that right now.
This image to the back of your mind.
Now just check this straight. It's literally between 50 and 150 kilometers wide. Yep. The Straits of Hormuz is a fairly small, like it's almost like
because that will be the
how big is it? Like how it's like the English Channel.
Okay.
I would say it's like the size of the English Channel. Like it's basically like if England was Iran,
with all of the American and
it's America that's trying to like then America is trying to like escort ships through the English Channel. It's sort of like that. Like I don't know how comparable the widths are, but it's the best comparison I can think of in the moment. Someone steals in custom and gets they've been going to TwitchCon for a while, just keeping around in silence. It was eerie. That is pretty cool. Do you get a picture of them?
To walk the
I've heard stories about them
through
fierce enemy troops. So these stories are all saying. I was challenged and defeat 19 strong warriors from Noria.
Wait.
All right, I will do
shut
so.
Up. I said long. Wide.
There is probably a feature win shop. Radius also. This is very funny. Even though
it is an incredibly tight, an incredibly.
You did, however, defeat 3 raiders winged enemies from Morris lost 45 strength.
Not only is it an incredibly narrow passage, but Iran has a lot.
I mean, sorry that you gave me a shitty no hit in the bathroom immediately. Very understandable.
Those are still
Lord Elrond. It's your own fault for giving me the shittiest of all quests. Like that's not my fault.
We're destroying the Iranian.
Raiding parties on its way to village near. Oh, okay. We can defend the village.
I suspect. But
Leader risk as well. Allied prisoners join my party. We're not known to inland risk. Nice.
Unlimited missiles. Okay, they can lob unlimited missiles. I don't even think they didn't even mine it. No, they did not even mine it. For the record,
kill 19 high level. I want to personally defeat 19 high level troops from Moria.
They don't have to mine it.
Hopefully, we can do that in time.
As it stands currently, they can just fucking do a missile barrage.
I don't agree mostly, Hassan, but watching to understand this POW. I'm mostly watching
fucking Aspen Gold that tries to ensure and
that is interesting.
An oil tanker from that incredibly fucking narrow passage.
Reindeer. I feel like I've seen your name somewhere. I just don't remember where.
And that.
Have you been in LB's chat?
Will be Donald Trump's.
I just defend the villages.
That will be Donald Trump's final move here.
Do you watch Aspen? I do not watch Aspen.
There's a reason why they
okay, a bear's been summoned for battle. All right, that's an easy win. Easy win. Archer stand here. Infantry stand there. Archer stand here.
It will be fucking over. Houthis might face off with the USS Gerald Ford soon. Oh yeah, USS Gerald Ford is moving as well. Seen a lot of questions about why Ansar Allah has stayed out of this, and we may soon discover it's because they're going to solo the Ford CSG. This is a dramatically riskier situation for the USN than what the Lincoln has been dealing with, because if the Ford wants to make it to the Arabian Sea, it'll have to pass through Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which is only 16 miles wide at its most narrow point.
Must have been. Oh, there it is.
Either
How many of
that
our
or
troops
they're
have
about to
died?
attempt the funniest
None so
possible
far.
thing
That's
in the
nice.
Hormuz. U.S. military planners are reportedly examining options to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Any viable solution would likely require heavily escorted merchant traffic. Yeah, that part is fucking insane. I'm telling you right now.
I don't know if I answered, but no, I don't watch Asmongold Gold. He's a wanker.
Devastating.
To put it mildly, he's a very stupid person who's also a grifter.
Sort of naval position in the Strait of Hormuz is going to be fucking devastating for the Americans. Okay, I'm telling you.
Maybe
right
Cinemax
now,
Denim, some Mike from PA, interesting
I
follow
haven't been wrong
list.
so far with what I've been explaining to you.
I don't know how to check the follow list. That stuff is.
Doesn't make any sense.
I need to learn how to use that.
How they would just like you might as well be.
Are they do they follow Lil Bear? Because maybe
more
through
and
that.
More American troops, more and more American naval assets at that point.
Farmer fell unconscious.
Like what's that meme? Of,
how many more enemies are left? Where's the bear
what's
actually?
That classic meme where it's like, you've been wrong as you've underestimated Iran? No, I didn't underestimate Iran necessarily. I overestimated America's capabilities, but I think a lot of people did. And plus, I wasn't as like doom and gloom as many
The
others
bear
were,
is so
for
sick.
the record. That's ridiculous.
How many more enemies are there? Alright, charge. Everyone charge. LB not on the list. I'll DM you the link I use. Thank you.
Are you saying our troops will be impacted? Yes.
Wait,
Can you
where is
explain
it?
why? Isn't America's Navy better? Brother, America's Navy is still living in the real world, okay? It's still limited by physics. What do you think happens when hundreds of fucking Shahed drones, you know, many of them will be intercepted,
I mean,
but 100
okay, I will
fucking Shahed drones are
I mean, I
swarming a
will
naval
say
asset. What are you talking about?
the Shire drones, I don't think they're gonna do that much, though it is still risky, but I think CIWS will take down
It's
Shire
literally
drones
a
very
choke
easily.
point that has a
However,
fuck-ton of
if they use cruise
I suspect a
missiles or
fuck-ton of
like
missile launchers
basically higher
directed
grade
at it
missiles, then those
from
ships
the
are going down.
Iranian side.
But you're not interested what opposite side thinks of the issue?
We're
I mean,
talking about American naval assets
I
that
am.
couldn't
I know what the
hold,
opposite side thinks of
American naval
most
assets that
issues,
could not even
and I
open the
know that
Red
it's stupid.
Sea.
You know, like I'm well aware of what the
Because
opposite side is.
The Houthis
But
were
the thing
able
is
to
about Asmongold, he's not really the
give
opposite
them
side. He's a
too
grifter.
strong of a fucking fight.
Like I don't know if he actually thinks anything. Well, I mean, he might think things of. I think he does have some genuinely stupid opinions of his own about these
I'm
issues,
not even, dude. This
which
is
both
like,
he and Hassan discusses. I just think that he has
But
some
don't
that
we have
that they're
submarines?
stupid.
Okay.
His reasonings are stupid. Like they're not rooted in logic. They're rooted in
think you
like very
understand.
basic like shitty emotional arguments,
fuck's a
like
submarine
very
gonna do
selfish,
to
cruel,
transport
s-
fucking oil
emotional
tanker?
arguments. Most of the time. Ask about who we talking about. There's a chatter here
not-
who
Iran
doesn't
doesn't just have
watch Hassan,
boats
but watches
to
Asmongold, who
possibly
is
fucking
asking me
laser
about my
these oil
opinion on
tankers.
Asmongold and
What's
his
a
views, I
submarine
guess.
gonna do to 1,000 fucking
And I'm
drones?
politely responding, since the chatter is also being polite.
Also, Trump has defined this war as basically
I'm very
being
like
no
pro
threat to America, like
politeness.
zero losses. His
I
loss
don't know
condition
what,
is very different than Iran's.
or something. I don't know what to
no,
call
he
it.
has not defined this war as basically being no threat to America. He has literally openly said over and over again, some people are going to die. As a matter of fact, he keeps increasing the casualty count every day. Every day they ask him, Mr. President, how's the war going?
How
He's
many
like, a lot of you are going to die.
high-level enemies have we
You're
killed so
gonna
far?
die a terrible death. You're gonna
Zero.
die
Moria,
like a dog.
Moria large goblin of Moria
for
troops
Israel,
killed.
and you're gonna like it.
It's a
And,
very
like,
specific
every
type of
fucking
unit, I
Republican
feel
on
like.
the timeline's like, yes, Mr. President, I fucking love dying for Israel. I'm a dog. I'm a slave.
Bro,
I'm so
Camp Master.
castrated, Mr. President. I love you. I
Let's
fucking love
check out
you,
the ruins
Mr.
of Syrian
President.
Dolan.
Fuck my wife.
Oh, my lawns
my
grow here. One should never cut down on my lawn. They're just super
That's
beautiful. I
basically
know there
what
was such
MAGA's
lovely woods here
position
too.
is in this
One
entire
of any
process.
woodsman work here.
Look.
I could show you a nice pipe. Would you like a pipe?
Where the fuck is it?
Oh.
I was
Timborn
tweeting
is
about
such
this
a
last
nice
night 'cause it
character.
pissed me the fuck
He's
off.
just chill. When you
Donald
approach, see
Trump
the camera
says,
is destroyed.
I
That's
guess
what it
Americans
ruins for me.
should worry
Sad.
about Iran retaliating on U.S. soil. Like I said, some people will die. To which I responded with, MAGA is fucking cattle. This shit's polling at 84% in the Republican base. Anyone that tells me we got to pivot right to win these people over should never be listened to again. You
I
can
would
offer
like
them
Galadrim
social safety
bow,
nets,
but we
you
can't
cannot pivot
really.
right to win. over these troglodytes. That's why Kamala Harris is, we're going to have the most lethal military argument, was one of the most idiotic fucking arguments of all time. Okay? It was so dumb. And then this person goes, even there's a whole bunch of independent and swing voters who don't agree with this. Who you do need to win over by culturally moderating, dum-dum. I said, yes, the swing voters who hates free healthcare and loves hearing diet fascism, but with abortion.
There's an important service you can deliver to people, Shendorf.
These guys are so
defend
fucking
Lothlorians has
stupid.
been diminished, but this is a master sorcerer of the cultures and invoking powerful charms. Oh shit. Alright, I'll try my best to eliminate the evil.
Also, Iran has short-range shots
how much
that go
time do we
300 plus
have
miles
to
an
do
hour
this
and
quest?
have
Because
stealth
maybe
coding
I
on
don't
them,
want to do
making
that
them
now.
harder to target.
10 days to finish this quest. Okay. We're just gonna run over there and see if I can actually do that quest. If not, I'm gonna reload.
Which, by the way,
that is a difficult quest, if I recall correctly.
Humiliating. This is reportedly footage that Lebanese border guards caught on thermal. Channel 12 Israeli helicopters are attempting to land on the Syrian border. Clashes are heard in the area. The occupation army is launching airstrikes in the area. This is usually a bad sign. Yeah. If the occupation forces are launching airstrikes in an area where there's Israeli troops, that means
Spider-Man with the highest wildcraft skill, you decide you can take up to one troop
only
with
thing
you.
that means.
Wait, what?
That's their contingency plan.
Oh, Dimbone is wounded. Right. Camp. Wait. Here.
Yeah, more and more
Can be on
people
some
are
time.
saying 9/11 too.
Ancient ruins has joined the battle on the enemy side.
I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. Are they gonna play the video? Or they are playing the video.
Okay.
Video's trash. I watched it. Oh wait, there's some movement.
Supply trains to Beyond's house. Yep, we'll do that.
Troop movement. Troop movement. Helicopter.
Silverbone's host. Okay.
Wait. Oh no, it just gets behind the. That's it.
Fanduel's host, Gladvithor's host. Nice. We're looking for them.
That's just them. That's just them.
Meet
landing,
again.
right?
Doing tasks.
This is the start of the global reset. We
Nope,
think
I will
Empire
not
is
kill
a good
scout
entity which
parties
cares
for
about
you.
the betterment of
That
humanity.
is
No, it
a
does not.
very
They want
annoying
chaos
task.
everywhere, and Iran closing the Hormuz is making the process faster.
This teacher something spying on us. Nice.
Lebanese
Task,
media
nope.
is saying all the Israeli occupational
Muriel's
forces fell, and
host.
their bodies are in the hands of Hezbollah.
Nice. Double up.
A lot of shots in Beirut.
We
is a
should
fucking war
also
zone from Cam's noises alone in the past 50
almost
minutes. As of
level
30
up
minutes ago,
with
Greg
the
Stoker
Wood
is
Elves.
getting
Yes.
reports from active duty
We're very
military
close to
combat
doing
units
that,
and getting
actually.
deployment orders. You suspect the ground invasion is imminent. Oh, brother, that is so fucking dumb. God damn, they're stupid.
It looks like a ground invasion of Iran is being planned for, and active duty.
Oh, this guy, I've seen him
military
on TikTok.
units are now
He's
getting
pretty cool.
deployment orders. The
I don't know
82nd
about
Airborne
this.
Division has been told to cancel training exercises and become deployable. Same with 3rd Special Forces.
Oh, brother. This is, oh, brother. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. This is, it's not Vietnam
It
2.
is something.
It's worse because it's way like, worse from the American perspective because it's going to be way faster. This is like, oh, God. Having the dumbest guys in charge, turns out, was maybe not the best idea for the continuation of American empire. I'm in a Discord with active duty people. They're
America is
also getting orders to be
actually
ready.
like going heavy on the, what do you call it? America is just going heavy on the, what do you call it?
There's a chance they're just
The
deploying the train and
accelerationism.
advise proxies
Very nice
now.
of them.
When's the last time Americans actually deployed advisors just
Helping
to
the rest of
train?
the world.
That's usually the first step.
Saren
before
Amroth?
boots on
No,
the
we're not
ground
moving
invasion.
refugees, Saren Amroth. We're going the opposite
Yeah.
way.
Vietnam?
Speed running
There's
our
never-
own demise.
There's
Yeah.
there is never a situation where they just only send the fucking trainers and the advisors, okay? Who are they training?
Security establishment. If this is to be a long war, it's crucial to get the people behind them. And for that, they need them to feel that life is as normal as it can be.
Talk to
The US
Bernard Black
president
for.
said on Truth Social
Okay,
there would
where's
be
Bernard
no deal
Black
with
for?
Iran except for unconditional surrender, and the selection of what he said was a
You don't
great
know where he is,
and
right? He got
acceptable
defeated,
leader.
so he's
As the
covered
immense combined
somewhere.
force of American and
Deserters.
Israeli air power continued in its efforts to bomb the Islamic Republic into submission. Diana Magne, Sky News, Jerusalem.
در حمله به مدارس به ویژه در مینا شهادت کودکان دختر عزیز ما فرشته های آسمانی ما در حمله به ورزشگاه ها در حمله به منازل مسکونی در حمله به بیمارستان ها و مراکز درمانی
Oh shit, we can just get him deleted. Ooh. Okay, that would be good actually.
اینه دشمن ما فریب خورده ها و واداده ها که منتظر بودن کمک ترامپ از راه برسه این کمک ترامپ کثیف
Leadership. Oh my shit, that is so loud. Good grief. Alright, we'll just keep training Dimborn in agility.
Düşman! Düşman!
از مذاکره بزنن یا آتش
What is he saying?
اون کثافت ببخشید خیلی عذرخواهی میکنم اون کثافت ترامپ و نتانیاهو رو قبول کنن من ادامه پیدا کنه ما تا آخرین قطره خونمون اینجا وایسادیم تا
انتقام شهید Smithy.
جوون بچه مرد و زن خواهر و برادر ما گرفته بشه
مرگ بر آمریکا. Guys, they're saying death to America. They're saying death to America, guys. That's what that means, by the way. Marg bar America means death to America. That's what like a lot of American.
Damn, I wonder why they're saying
a
that.
lot of Americans love using that as a reason to be like, we have to kill all these people. They keep saying,
It's totally misunderstood. That means enemy in Turkish, düşman.
Dumbass. It's the Fort Bragg Airborne. Oh, fuck, it's done. We're invading. It's literally the immediate response force. U.S. Army is abruptly canceled. This was earlier today. The U.S. Army has abruptly canceled.
There you go, America going in there with soldiers. The illegal attacks are turning into an invasion.
For headquarters.
Lovely. Very, very great.
Headquarters elements of the 82nd Airborne Division at Fort Bragg in North Carolina, fueling speculation within the Defense Department that soldiers specializing in ground combat and a range of other missions
Good grief.
to join the war
Flyable with 11 units of good quality metal. Can't do that yet either.
A brigade combat team consisting of several thousand soldiers.
My husband always sleeps with the most hard-picking news. That's funny.
The Army in recent days canceled a training exercise for the headquarters elements of the 82nd Airborne Division. This is from the Washington Post. Fueling speculation among soldiers that they may be called out. I mean, it's just, again, this is still speculation. This is still speculation.
I should have sold this.
Bro, you speak Farsi better than 80% of us without any accent. That's insane. Bro, you sure you're not Persian? You literally have no accent when you speak Farsi? What? Oh, because I said Marg bar Amerika.
Yes. Similar languages. It'd be like this.
And also, there's a lot of Turkish has a lot of loan words like düşman is Turkish as well.
Düşman.
Yeah, düşman is how we say it in Turkish. Yeah, this made me sad. I saw
Kremon's gateway has been besieged.
This was one of the
I will not accept
interview with the unarmed ceremonial sailors in India before they were slaughtered, or in Sri Lanka before they were slaughtered in international waters.
Hi. One thing, what's your name?
I'm Mehdi.
I'm Sami.
That is so messed up.
Yeah. Love your outfit. Oh,
Sore, yes.
What do you call that in Iran?
Shamshir.
Shamshir.
Say this Shamshir.
Can you remove your Shamshir? What should Indians try in Iran? India or
Bro,
Iran?
that's so...
Iran
Like, literally just killing these people for no fucking reason. America is such a fucking psychopath. Like,
Yes.
piss me off. Oh, we have the bear again.
I will teach you Telugu. Isaac
That's so
language.
fucked
I
up,
will tell
man.
you a dialogue. You need to repeat it. Okay? Okay.
It is so fucked up.
కంటి చూపుతో చంపేస్తా కంటి పీటి కంటిస్తా
Kanti chupido campesta.
చంపేస్తా కంటి పీటి కంటిస్తా Man, you're so amazing. Thank you so much.
It's so
Tricked
fucked.
them? What does that mean? Damn, man, he's a kid, bro. Look. We talk about like American soldiers as well, but like it's the same shit. Who the fuck do you think is getting deployed into the region right now in America too? I'm Telugu. I speak Telugu.
Owned. Once again,
No,
another
that
enemy
wasn't my
owned.
fault. I know this
Easy
might be a dumb
peasy.
question, but is Israel trying to invade Lebanon in the middle of the Iran war? Yes.
Alright, Green Mountains gateways under siege. Let us go fix that ASAP.
Some survived. Yeah.
Oh,
I think
This
like
looks like we're good. Any tasks for me? Nope.
Khomeini clarified what death to America actually means. Yeah, this is really funny. The U.S. authorities complain and ask, why do Iranians say Markbar America? Let me make something clear to the U.S. leaders. This is so funny. He's woke here. He's being woke. You know, this is another woke moment from the former Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Let me make something clear for U.S. leaders. I had a
There's
very
a lot of
similar
enemies.
conversation with Jank, if you
Bro,
recall. This is
I am
his,
not
America's
joining you in that
9/11 moment.
fight.
Death to America means
Shit.
death to Trump, John Bolton, and Mike Pompeo.
Nice.
Death to American rulers. We have no problems with the American people.
A bear's been summoned into battle.
Death to
Yes!
America is about the rulers of America.
Perfect! Dude, bro, that's so perfect. We're gonna
It's
need
about
that.
the group of people who are currently in charge.
100
Khamenei was,
enemies.
also very
Most of
woke about
those are
Michael,
probably
yeah,
gonna be cavalry. Yep.
They were,
That's gonna
they
be a
were super
pain.
pro BLM. I think they mourned the loss of George Floyd. They have Malcolm X Day. Khamenei literally linked up with Thomas Sankara. Okay. A lot of people forget, like, Erdogan does this shit too. Erdogan will literally fucking like beat the shit out of Turkish protesters and then turn around and talk about Black Lives Matter protesters getting hit by the American government and how like he's in support of Black Lives Matter. This is our part of the world. Okay, our part of the world is a complex,
Did they take care of the bear?
difficult
I
to
hope not.
comprehend part of the world.
Okay.
Americans cannot understand it. Like, we have our own unique versions of discrimination, systemic discrimination.
Everyone fire.
And unique versions of repression. But like, you know, the Iranian Revolution was a real revolution. Yeah. Reminder that Ayatollah Khamenei and President Khatami sent their official condolences to the United States after September 11th.
Bunch of lag.
attacks
Oh,
in
shit.
2001 and helped offer intelligence against the Taliban during the early years of the war in Afghanistan. Yeah, of course. Yeah, biz de ırkçılık Kürtlere yapıyorlar aynen.
Come on,
Biz biraz da
archers.
Araplara da
Shoot.
yapıyorlar
Damn
galiba.
it. You have one job.
This is also any American politician talking about the Uyghurs, a political cudgel against China, not saying their plight isn't real, but the condemnation for the U.S. is bad face as fuck. No, that's not an adequate comparison because Americans don't give a fuck about the Chinese, nor do they give a fuck about Muslims. Whereas when Ali Khamenei is talking about Black Lives Matter, like they have a long history of supporting Black liberation.
Why am I not doing any damage to this guy? What?
You know, it's not even a complete one-to-one comparison because we know Americans don't care about Chinese people. We know Americans don't care about Muslim people. So why the fuck do they care about the Muslim Chinese? It's bullshit. Like, I would say that the Iranian government's take.
Wait, where's the?
I would say that the Iranian government's take about like the plight of black people in America is not just like an aesthetic posture. They have a long-standing commitment to
I
black
could join this
liberation in
battle, but I'm
Africa,
pretty sure it's gonna be lost, so I'm not gonna do
that's
that.
That's not a insincere thing that they say. They don't have a Malcolm X Day for no reason. You know what I mean? They do legitimately. It is a from their perspective, it is a united struggle against imperialism, against colonialism.
Sell a bunch of this low-level metal.
Yeah, here is Khamenei with Sankara. A young Ayatollah Khamenei sitting with Thomas Sankara, two men from opposite ends of the world, one a Shia cleric from Iran, the other a Marxist soldier from Burkina Faso. Both shared one conviction: their people would never be free under Western domination. Sankara was assassinated in 1987, overthrown in a French-backed coup at the age of 37. He wanted to free Africa from debt, dependency, and foreign control.
Rest in power.
Khamenei was killed yesterday by American and Israeli bombs. He spent 35 years trying to keep Iran free from the same forces. Both men were called dictators of the West. Both were loved by millions who saw them as defenders of sovereignty. History separated them by decades. Empire united their fate. Okay, well, you know, it's
a little bit glazing, a little bit of glazing in a way, but
actions.
Just a little bit.
No, that's crazy. This is in fucking 1987, dude. Calm down.
That is not a Sankara L. That is insane to say. Like, that is so stupid to say, bro. Like, unless you know the exact geopolitics of that time, then
I don't know if people were calling him a dictator. I'm sure the Western world did.
The Western world almost certainly would consider him a dictator.
Here is Khamenei with the great Fidel. What is this? There have been some very bad developments today. Senator Murphy serves on the Foreign Relations Committee and, more importantly, the Subcommittee on Defense Appropriations. Iran has destroyed a key 300 million radar system crucial to directing U.S. Missile defense batteries in the Gulf. They're further straining the region's ability to counter future attacks, according to a U.S. official.
No, I didn't mean to say that.
Yeah. Khomeini. Here, this is. I talked about this before. Ayatollah Khomeini, not Khamenei, Khomeini. During the conquest of the American spy then in 1979. Did this ultimate woke move, and when they came back, Americans were mad at the black embassy staffers.
Hear, Imam, that today, perhaps today, some black hostages and some female hostages.
Oh, yeah, right. He just let them go
from the American embassy.
Like black and female hostages. He just let them go. Doing that when that happened.
The freedom of the women and blacks will be given. Women are given great dignity in Islam, and the blacks have been oppressed in the United States. Great injustice was done unto them. They were under pressure in the United States. Thus they came here. We are doing this owing to the tenets of Islam.
I mean, this is a W.
Hear, Imam.
Balls and strikes. This is
woke.
Woke. Yeah, woke.
Damn, he was woke even when woke was not born yet. Yeah, does that not pique your curiosity a little bit? Yeah, they did.
Certainly
They
does
did
for me.
execute and imprison the Communist two-day movement after the revolution. I know. I'm not I'm not a fan. Okay, but like, there is a complexity there that a lot of people refuse to comprehend, especially in the United States of America. Does that not does that make you even a little bit curious as to like what this movement was about initially? What it turned into is not something that is defensible in my opinion, but this is why I say initially the revolution was a popular revolution. It was a real anti-imperialist revolution. There's a reason why, especially Khomeini's the photos
Fully
are
long
in
beard.
like a lot of households, even in the United States
Rip
of America.
that caravan.
Like he is seen as a symbol of successful resistance against Western imperialism.
Fully doing tasks. Nope.
They weren't doing that in the embassy as a fuck you to America. They were doing that because this was a part of their belief system. But once again, things obviously have changed, and in throughout years, the Islamic Republic did become a much more repressive force. Yeah, it was a real social revolution with many components.
King Thranduil's host just okay. All right, it just got. It just went out there to get owned. Good for them.
Well, his photo is required to be up somewhere in public shops and stuff. No, I'm not talking about in Iran, chatter. I'm talking about his photo in the Western world and like in developing nations like Ayatollah Khomeini is still considered understandably considered a revolutionary figure. He also didn't, live long enough to see out what the movement would turn into, but I think the Iraq War was a devastating blow. To what could have taken place in Iran. That's bullshit. It's not required. I was born in Iran and lived there. No, I'm not even... Dude, I'm not talking about Iran anyway. Have you seen Geopol's dog shit take on if Iran should be a country? I have not, but it's not surprising to me. Dude, I'm Turkish. The average Turk's position against Israel is also the average Turk, if you ask them about Israel, will fucking read you the riot act about how what Israel actually deserves. Ask them about Iran, and they'll say almost similar things about Iran. A lot of other nationals in the region of Sunni background especially have a very negative attitude about Israel. I mean, not Israel, sorry, Iran. Israel as well, but also Iran as well.
Oh, suspicious.
That's why I always laugh when dumb motherfuckers come in here and they're like, bro, it's because you're Muslim that you're defending the IRGC or some shit. Like, yeah. Yeah, of course, white Westerners look at Iran as like the big bad. The fuck? I wouldn't expect that. No, dude. What are you guys talking about? A lot of people don't... Most of the region does not fuck with Iran. Even Muslims, again, Sunni Muslims do not fuck with Iran at all. So my expectation from like white Zoomers and the Westerners is not going to be that like they're going to have a reasonable approach to what should happen in Iran. Of course, they're oblivious. I promise you, not anymore. Iranians have literally fought the war. All Sunni populations wish their governments would. Who knows what happens after?
I do think that Iran has gotten a fair bit of support from the rest of the Muslim world, because.
But I think,
despite its many faults,
rocket launched,
especially because many of its faults like more towards its own population,
in the direction of Tel Aviv.
Iran is the only government. Not just in the region, in the entire world, or one of very few governments in the entire world, which have actually resisted,
towards their own,
all the insane shit that Israel does, either directly or indirectly, mostly indirectly through Ansar Allah, Hezbollah, etc. And, that just gains a lot of support for all Muslims, because we all know, either we are well informed or not so well informed, that Israel is an apartheid genocidal state, like a terror state. It is ISIS. Literally, in some cases. So it does make a lot of sense that a lot of Sunni Muslims, despite the Shia divide and all that shit,
what is this?
Goes, critical support to Iran.
Khamenei meeting with Phil
Oh,
Collins in
not
Iran
so
while he was
critical, I
trying to
don't
raise
know.
money for Live Aid.
Can't speak for
1985.
everyone, of course.
Phil said he came up with his 1985 hit Susu Studio.
Anyways, I'm eating a banana.
Shortly after his conversation with Ayatollah Khomeini and Khamenei, Phil said in a 2001 interview, the sheer presence these men had was awe-inspiring. I made Susu Studio to try to help people understand what I felt in that moment. Wait, what?
What? Wait, what? What is this?
What the fuck is what? It's a bit, right? This is a joke, right? I don't even understand what the fuck.
All right, Kamanako cooking something
I don't even
here.
know what this is.
I know what he's. I know what they're cooking, but they're cooking something.
I don't have enough musical knowledge, but I'm glad that Cavernickel is took the time out from talking about his number one subject, which is the Maine Senate Democratic primary. I really like him, but I do sometimes have my I like him a lot. I think he's a great voice as far as one of the few content creators in this fucking space that is relentless about his anti-imperialist advocacy, especially because this is what he studied. Tremendously for Cav's bit. That's not even Phil Collins in the picture.
Oh, enemies are on the side. A bear's been summoned to battle, right? We're charging in with the bear.
Yeah, he really is fascinated, as are many other non-American leftist content creators, anti-imperialist content creators, with the Maine Democratic Party primary.
What is the main one?
For the Senate run.
Is that the one with the... What's his face? The guy that's like the former Marine dude who's kind of like a little bit daft with some of the decisions he made in his life. I've got his name.
Maddi manevi sömürdüğü bir rejim netice. Hele bize pek uzakta değil, sakın bağırma. Abicim sana bağırmam da biz Amerikan köpeği olmasaydık o zaman anlardın yani.
Why do these rocks look like that?
O yobazlıktan dolayı anasını sikmediler insanların. O yobazlık da yapıyorlar, evet. Ama asıl insanların anasını sikmelerinin sebebi Amerika götlerini sikiyor yıllardır. İsrail ağızlarına sıçıyor yıllardır. Bunu sen Türk olarak anlayamazsın. Bunu Türk olarak anlayamazsın çünkü biz NATO'nun köpeğiyiz. Okay? Biz eğer NATO'nun köpeği olmasaydık o zaman görürdün. Biz o Amerikan çemberinin içerisindeyiz. Belki bir gün görürsün zaten İsrail bizim götümüze girdiği zaman. Birkaç seneye eğer buradan çıkabilirlerse. Anlamazlar. Bayraktarları var bunların. O kurtaracak sanıyorlar.
Understood, Bayraktar.
Internal and external issues are different. Evet yobazlar ama onlar da kendi devrimleriyle geldiler. Aynen. O devrimden beri de götlerini sikmeye çalışıyor Amerika yani. Hiç durmadılar. Ağır girdiler yani. Ekonomi, hani biz bağırıyoruz. Türkler bağırıyor. Amerika anamızı siktiğine. Dolar kaç oldu diye. Ekmek 500 lira oldu falan diye konuşuyorsunuz. Şimdi düşün.
Underwater fighting time. Let's go.
Yani Amerika bizi sikiyorsa İran'ı kaç kere siktiğini düşün. NATO ülkesiyiz. Amerikan nükleer füzeleri var ülkede. Hala Amerika bağırttırıyor ekonomisini Türkiye'nin. O zaman İran'ın ekonomisinin ne yaptığını bilirsin. Bir dakika.
He said as a Turkey would never understand why they're so bigoted because you don't see how the US and Israel puts them under pressure. Oh, okay. Like, so the Turkish chatter is like, oh, Iran is very backwards. So it's like it's very like it's very bigoted and backwards when it comes to women's rights and like other woke shit. As long as Turkish power NATO, you can understand. Like the chatter is basically being like, oh, Iran is not woke, therefore they're bad. And Hassan is like, that's a stupid argument because Iran is like has been under siege for decades, much like Cuba. It's something like that.
Anyway, let's continue.
Still no good quality grade, good quality shit. Ah, yes, yeah, exactly. Nice, I clocked it. I'm so smart. Give me more axe dwarfs, more expert axe dwarfs, pike dwarfs.
Regarding convincing Trump, here's an AEI fellow suggesting the use case for the 82nd Airborne could be dropping them on a tiny island off the coast of Iran to seize a key oil terminal. Setting aside the suicide mission dimension here, though, maybe that's the point. Oh my God. Ain't no fucking way. That's even dumber than like a full-blown... That's even dumber than like a full-blown troop deployment. If the administration elects to send ground force into Iran, one early target analysts have said could be Karg Island. Located about 15 miles from the mainland of the Persian Gulf, the island is home to some of Tehran's most significant oil infrastructure, with about 90% of the country's oil exports moving through facilities there. A U.S. seizure of Karg Island would give Trump administration control of a centerpiece of the Iranian economy, but leave U.S. troops vulnerable to attack.
If they do that, that would be interesting.
Michael Rubin,
thank you for translating. Yes, thank you, way to code for being a
Karg Island a no-brainer, and said it appears that the Trump administration appears to be coming around to the idea that Iran is a much greater problem set than perhaps they went in thinking. While U.S. troops could take incoming fire if deployed there, Rubin said capturing the island would give the U.S. significant strategic advantages, including potentially choking off Tehran's ability to pay its military. Securing Iran's most significant oil infrastructure also would follow a pattern for Trump, who has previously sought to secure oil wealth for the United States through the capture of the Oh no, they're going to convince him. They're going to say this is going to be just like Venezuela. Oh no.
This is going to end well.
I don't know how difficult of a military mission it is to defend Karg Island. This is completely outside of my realm of comprehension. I don't know.
I think it's going to be difficult to defend depending on. I mean, I don't know, but I think it's going to be very easy to bomb with Shahed drones and other shit like that.
But
like to me, it just seems like
this
a very
is a
stupid strategic decision.
Bro.
Like unless it is vital currently for the Iranian government's like funds.
At the point of deployment, anyone that's trying
and
to,
even then, it's like this is assuming that the Iranian military would not be okay with just working by credit at a moment where the country the country's soul has been attacked. The country's children, national artifacts, and legitimate leader, whether you like it or not, were illegally all killed or murdered or destroyed by the West.
Be quite difficult.
Like, if you think you can starve them of money and that will make them, not fight, I think that's stupid.
There, though.
That's my assumption, though. I know what the average grunt in the IRGC or whatever
don't
thinks.
You think troops on the ground will
but
trigger
that's,
impeachment talks?
That's to me, that seems logical.
With this Democratic Party? With this Democratic Party? Ha ha! Ha! Ha! With our current Democratic Party, you say? That's a good one. Yeah. Chuck Schumer will impeach you for suggesting such a silly thing before impeaching Donald Trump. Remember, they literally held back the War Powers Act until Donald Trump started the war. That's number one. Okay? Not only did they hold back the War Powers Act, yesterday they literally positioned their caucus so that only 4 uncompromised Democratic Party votes that were necessary for the no vote could go and caucus with the Republicans instead. 4 Democrat defectors. How do you think that happened? House rejects effort to rein in Trump's war powers in Iran. In a 212 to 219 vote, the House of Representatives rejected the measure requiring the president to seek congressional approval for more military action against Iran. Now, you might say, oh, it's those 4 Democrats that are fucked up. That is the broke boy mentality. The real woke boy mentality is to know that more than half of the Democrats would also, more than half of the Democrats in the caucus are also absolutely on board with this initiative. They just don't want to fall on the sword.
So I'll just put Himbo up on the big screen.
It was Jared Golden, Henry Cuellar, Greg Landsman, and Juan Vargas that were the 4 Democrats that were the safest seats, that were the ones who were seen as the rotating villains this time around. The Democratic Party does this all the time.
What did they even get out of that shit? Like, genuinely.
Okay? The Democrats do this all the time. They get together internally, look at who is the least likely to get thrown out of their seats, least likely to get punished. Sometimes the most right-wing seats or the most right-wing congresspersons, let's be real. Because, the idea that these guys had to literally stop, the idea that these guys had to fucking vote in favor or had to vote against the War Powers Act is bullshit, okay? They didn't have to do it at all. That's the silly attitude. That's the simpleton's mindset, okay? This is how you create a controlled opposition while still simultaneously making it seem like, oh, the whole Democratic caucus wanted to do this. It's just these 4 spoilers ruined it. No. Those 4 spoilers are protecting the rest of the caucus. Are you having a stroke, Lamau? No, I'm having a hard time explaining this. Those 4 spoilers are actually protecting something far more consequential and far worse. They are protecting the rest of the Democrats that are also on board with this. They just don't want to fucking come across like they're in support of something that is objectively unpopular to their own base. Okay? Those are the 4 patsies. And they are hand-selected because they have the least likelihood of being thrown out of their position of power. Do you understand? They are not even drawing the shorter straws or the shortest straws. This happens all the time, by the way. They will choose people who are either retiring or choose people that just won their primaries, right? With like a wide margin like Henry Cuellar did, right? It's very common. This happens every time the Democrats have an initiative where they have to win, like a must-pass bill or something like that. Who selects them? The party gets together and internally figures out who's going to be falling on the sword. That's the real truth. Yeah, at first, it seems Democrats are always caving to the Republicans. But when you watch it happen over and over again, you eventually wake up and realize it's more sinister than caving. Democrats are colluding with the Republicans because they serve the same donors and the same corrupt system as them. Amazing how they always come up with the precise number of votes needed to block anything good from happening. Almost like it's a coordinated strategy for them leadership to cover their complicity. This is exactly how it works. It happened in the shutdown. Do you not remember? It happened in the fucking shutdown. The Democrats that came out and voted to end the shutdown, those weren't the only Democrats that wanted to end the shutdown. There were a fuck ton more Democrats that wanted to end the shutdown as well. They were just too pussy to come out and say it because they were afraid of facing their actual voters. This is how it always works. So when you think like, oh, it's just Kyrsten Sinema, it's just Joe Manchin. Remember, it's not just Kyrsten Sinema. It's not just Joe Manchin. there are a shit ton more Democrats that are also, if push comes to shove, willing to play the role of that spoiler. Okay? It's to preserve the idea that the Democrats are an opposition party, that they do this like precise number of votes required to fail these sorts of initiatives. It's kind of wild that a lot of people don't understand this. This is the same song and dance that they play all the time. The rotating villain structure. I've described it before.
Yep. Like, I feel like at a certain point, to be fair, it's also like it's not
John
somewhat
Fetterman
complicated
is too brain
to
broken
explain,
to
and your average
play that
voter is
role
just like
convincingly. So he's
like,
basically
if you
just
don't, if you can't
swapped
explain
sides
something within 5 or
at
10
this point,
seconds,
right? And people understand
it's just not gonna
that,
get
people
it.
hate him for it.
Unfortunately.
But the reality of the
I just
matter
realized Ramadan
is,
is no longer on my phone calendar.
John
Also,
Fetterman
daylight
is
savings
supposed
this
to play
weekend.
that role in the
Oh
Senate.
no,
It's
not
just that he
daylight
stroked out
savings.
so fucking hard he can't even play that role convincingly. So
Oh,
he's
yeah,
just a
daylight
Republican
savings
now.
soon as well. Me and the rest of Europe.
Yeah, it protects people like Moskowitz, who said the bill was to protect Ayatollah Bill. Yeah, exactly. So that's something you got to understand. That's why I said that the where is it? What did I fucking say? I said that like whoever
Time for an energy
calls
drink.
out the Democratic leadership for their
Cheers,
complicity
everyone.
here will actually become the legend. The first Democrat that called us out for a clear gaming of the system by the party leadership to hide their compliance.
Energy drink, don't worry.
Will become the ascendant leader of the party.
Remember to join the Discord, everyone.
God. Oh, this is why all these like fucking centrist Democrats who like come in here and consistently talk about how like, Hassan, you don't understand, the Democrats are significantly better than the Republicans. Like when push comes to shove, there's no, how dare you say there's a uniparty approach to like war, for example. Like there are certain areas where there's always agreement. Uniparty to war, keeping the government open, refusing to fucking fight, like backing down from that fight. Like that's uniparty. Most Democrats want it. Okay? Most Democrats want that shit. Most Democrats want to go to war with Iran because they're fucking stupid. Because they're also slaves to Israel in the same way that Trump is, in the same way that like the entirety of the Republican caucus, with the exception of Thomas Massey,
Come on.
is.
I really hope not.
Okay?
That would suck so much.
How can you look at the situation and
Oh wait, no, no.
see
Okay, it's
anything
fine.
different?
We're fine. Don't worry. It did not kirk itself. Oof. Was worried for a second.
I'm not a Democrat. There's 100%
It's just
a uniparty. Look
silly.
up ESF and how it destabilized countries via the CI in order to what? Stabilize the USD. Now, having said that, there are some who are legitimately disturbed by these incidents, like, but many are like Ruben Gallego, right? One day he comes out and he's like, I don't want to go to war for Israel. And then the next day he's like, we got to give more money to defend Israel. There are people like that Rhode Island Democrat. What the fuck's his name? I'm forgetting now. He's just like a, otherwise irrelevant, regular ass Democrat who comes out on national television and says openly, well, we don't want to give money to the military. We don't want war, but also we got to defend Israel, right? They always do that shit. They do that shit all the fucking time, man. Where is it? God, I tweet so much. It's insane how much I fucking tweet.
Did you scroll? Nope.
Did I skip it? I might have missed it.
Almost.
I think I did
Almost
miss
upgraded
it.
for the realm.
Yeah, I definitely missed it because we're
Let's
not
kill
too
some
far
strong
back.
enemies of Moria. Let's see if we can get a couple
Hassan
of their
Rumor.
of one of some of the supply wagons here. Oh, Wunderbar supply train. Oh, Oh shit.
How can we help get good electives? I'm trying, man. I'm trying. I'm fucking trying. It's hard.
They're much
you
faster
tweet a
than we
lot.
are.
I do tweet a lot. That's true. I never stop tweeting. Anyway, whatever. It don't matter. Let's continue.
Iran's leadership
Guys,
has
we
gathered
summons a battle.
thousands of people here to Tehran after
We just get that
Friday's
every
prayers
time.
to voice their anger about the U.S. and Israel's bombing campaign across the country, but of course also to mourn Iran's late supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And thousands of people have indeed
Oh, this is what I was
turned out
looking
here.
for.
At the same time,
This is what I was looking for.
Constraints. I will vote to invoke the War Powers Act, which would give the president 30 days to terminate the operation, except for activities defending the state of Israel, which is critical to our alliance on Israel.
Senator Jack Reed, I do appreciate your time this morning. Will you vote to authorize this war?
He's like a relatively progressive senator, by the way. Ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, relatively progressive track record, like a very forgettable Rhode Island Democrat senator.
Good grief. The badge just like destroys so many of them.
Props up our Ponzi economy, whose energy fuels it, and you're watching this as you're getting bombed. I'm sure he'd love to know how forgettable he is. I'm just saying, like, did you know about Jack Reed until you saw him on TV? Unless you're from Rhode Island, I doubt that you know who the fuck this guy is.
Fine bionic short sword. Yeah. Yeah.
Over under what percentage of Congress had a stroke? The man's mouth does not move when he speaks. Wait, what is this? They put you in a Democratic poll?
Wait, what?
Wait, what? Favorability among Democrats. Wait, what? Obama plus 85, Harris plus 67, AOC plus 47, Hassan
Harris
plus
plus
1?
67? That's bullshit. Yeah, I don't believe that poll.
Oh, it's a Manhattan Institute. Wait, why the fuck is Manhattan Institute putting me in polls, dog? What the fuck?
Damn. Hassan is going to become a president.
Wait, what?
What of West
I
Camp?
have a plus 14, minus 13
Sure.
approval, disapproval.
Let's try that. I hope for the best. What of West Camp? Okay,
That's crazy. Ezra has a plus 13, plus 18, minus 13 approval, disapproval. Ezra Klein. I'm the least popular Democrat. We got to get those fucking numbers up, dude. Holy shit.
I don't believe that poll. I don't think Hassan is that unfavorable. Like, I think
you're more popular than Marco
It's a
Rubio.
very specific people they ask. I don't think Kamala Harris is that popular.
Hey, Zoran started at plus 1-2, baby. Let's go. You know what they say? If both sides hate you, you're doing something right. Dude, no one knows who the fuck I am.
Yeah, I do low Kirk. I do low Kirk want to make a new game where we're playing as like
13 approval disapproval rating.
probably as a man of Rohan,
because
then we can like do some cool shit.
Funny.
But I don't know.
They're calling you
either man of Rohan or a man of Gondor.
AOC that far apart?
Because then we can ride horses, and I do miss riding horses, and it also is cooler.
About? I am
low Kirk.
I'm literally. What are you talking about? You guys, I know I'm a lot more important for you in your life because you listen to me every day, but like for random people that are being polled for favorability among Democrats, like, yeah, of course no one's going to know who the fuck I am.
I just don't like, okay, I can believe that some like, you know, subsects of Democrats really don't like Hassan.
To like
fair, valid.
Someone who's been in TV.
I don't believe that Democrats like Harris
almost
that
as long
much.
as I've been alive. Okay.
Ooh.
While the 27% of people polled know who you are in the first place. Exactly. It's actually a surprisingly large number, to be fair. Like Ezra Klein, again, is a liberal media figure in traditional media.
The Basman Summoning's a bad